understand these things, right? As he spoke, he vigorously rubbed the South China tiger's face, using massage to soothe it. The South China tiger, unsure how to react, glanced disdainfully at the large ball of fur, and let out a wah-ah, roughly meaning, hee, see? I'm not the only tiger who thinks this way. Big dumpling. At that moment, it had only one thought in its mind. I should never have been greedy for that rabbit. Now all I feel is endless regret. Tiger Mom didn't care how aggrieved her best friend was. She hadn't seen Lin Feng for several days, so she lazily rubbed against him and then nudged his hand with her head, clearly indicating, the cat is hungry and wants to eat meat. I spent most of the day searching for the giant panda in the forest. I didn't have a chance to hunt it at all. Lin Feng rubbed the South China tiger while carefully checking its body for any new injuries. This is a standard procedure every time the South China tiger returns. Early detection and early treatment are always good. Starting in March, Professor Sun would call him every few days, repeatedly reminding him to pay close attention to the situation of the South China tiger. It is said that male South China tigers in estrus may kill the cubs of a previous tigress in order to induce the tigress to give birth to their own cubs, thus causing the tigress to go into estrus again. Although the season is a bit past, there might still be single male tigers in the forest who haven't found a mate this year and might have designs on the South China tigers. In such a situation, the cubs of the South China tiger are often in danger. Even though they are quite large now, they are still no match for an adult male tiger. But judging from the South China tiger's still glossy and shiny appearance, Lin Feng knew that it was doing quite well in the forest. The tiger cubs have also become chubby and grown quite a bit, barely resembling adult cats. It seems to be shedding season, so I petted him like this, and his body is now covered in tiger fur. The little tiger cubs, however, felt extremely comfortable. They clung to Lin Feng, this fully automatic back scratcher, rubbing their heads against his hand, signaling him to do it again. Finally, the three enthusiastic and much-grown tiger cubs almost pinned Lin Feng to the ground. Standing at the door, Tang Ji and Lu Wei watched this scene of humans and wild beasts living in harmony, and they couldn't help but feel envious. No matter how many times I watch it, I still can't help but feel jealous. Tang Ji, in particular, glanced at the eagle that had already returned to its nest and wondered when he would be able to develop a relationship with it like that. However, once the South China tiger returned, the atmosphere between the two bears became extremely awkward. The little dumpling's eyes were practically rolling to the sky. The male bear seems to have succumbed to its love-struck tendencies. Perhaps out of fear of the South China tiger, they have always maintained an excessive level of vigilance. But when it saw Lin Feng take a pile of raw meat out of the kitchen and place it directly in front of the South China tiger, the bear became unsettled. What's the point of an apple given to me this morning? This is meat, and so much meat at that. This human just gave it to the South China tiger so easily. Imagine how exhausted it was to catch a rabbit, while the South China tiger seemed completely unfazed, burying its head in the basin without hesitation and enjoying the free food offered to it by humans. The male bear stared at the bowl of meat, his eyes filled with complex emotions. So, it turns out that eating meat is so easy for humans? What if it wants to stay too? Tang Ji and Lu Wei already knew that Lin Feng would leave meat for the South China tiger, but every time they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The South China tiger and the panda would cost several thousand yuan a month just for their meat, but Lin Feng didn't even blink an eye. He was truly willing to spend that much. But when Lin Feng lifted a well-fed tiger cub onto their laps and gestured for them to groom it, the two grown men, holding the oversized furry creature in their arms, instantly forgot all about the money for the meat. You can pet a South China tiger for just a few thousand yuan. If they had the money, they would want to do it too. The feel of a big cat is so different from that of a kitten. This is the kind of fluffy cat a real man should pet. Their expressions gradually became intoxicated. The tiger cub is snoring so comfortably, it's so cute. You can even pinch the paw pads. I really want to bury my head in its white furred belly. This is an amazing job, I wouldn't trade it for any amount of money. The big dumpling and the little dumpling looked on with envy. As the weather warmed up, their thick winter fur hadn't completely shed, and they were feeling itchy and wanted the same grooming service, gazing longingly at Lin Feng. The male giant panda was completely dumbfounded. Although it didn't understand what was happening, it could see that the South China tiger was so comfortable that its paws were curled up, and it had lost all of its previous contempt for it. It even looked somewhat docile, and the tip of its tail was swaying back and forth, making it a little itchy to watch. So, that's why the big dumpling wouldn't take the cub with it? It lost, it couldn't compete at all. The once proud male giant panda lowered its head at this moment, shrinking into a large, glutinous rice ball in a pitiful state. Lu Wei often pets cats and dogs, and his grooming skills are much more proficient than Tang Ji's, who prefers eagles. Therefore, he naturally got the right to groom the second tiger cub. Tang Ji looked at his empty arms and pouted. These tiger cubs just patted their bottoms, shook their fur, and left after enjoying themselves. They're so cold-blooded and heartless. But before he could be sad for long, a black and white little dumpling appeared in front of him. The big dumpling looked at him expectantly and even smoothed the relatively soft fur on the baby's chest. The way they were behaving was just like customers who had taken their children to a hair salon and finally waited for the shampoo boy to be free. Tang Ji was that hair washing guy. His lips twitched. Lin Feng glanced at the giant panda and said to Tang Ji, "The baby's fur is like fleece, so you need to go to a pet supply store and get a comb with whiter teeth. This one won't do. If there are any knots, it might hurt it." He paused, then added, "By the way, also keep an eye out for any parasites on it, and let me know if you find any." Like tigers, giant pandas have thick, warm, and nutritious fur, which is especially attractive to various parasites. It's tick season again, so we have to be extra careful. Fortunately, he had pet-specific deworming medication, which the seller said could effectively kill some parasites on the animal's body. Hearing this, Tang Ji nodded in understanding, got up and went back into the house to change his comb, then sat back down behind the little dumpling. The little dumpling seemed to know it needed grooming, and obediently lay on the ground, its little head occasionally rubbing against Tang Ji's legs. This softened Tang Ji's heart, and he became exceptionally gentle in his movements. The little dumpling watched from the side, and seeing that Tang Ji combed the hair carefully and didn't hurt the baby, she felt relieved. She then strolled over to Lin Feng and nuzzled his arm with her head, clearly implying, "It's my turn now, time to brush my fur." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, then took out another comb from inside the house and began grooming the big dumpling's fur. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees in the yard, falling warmly on the man and the bear, creating a particularly pleasant atmosphere. Looking at the heartwarming scene before him, the aggrieved male bear felt even more like an outsider. He silently moved to a corner, his eyes filled with loneliness. The fleece of this little dumpling isn't as smooth as Mama's, especially on its back, where there are many grass leaves and even small stones hidden inside. However, Tang Ji did not see any parasites on it. After all, when Lin Feng deworms his dogs, if the giant panda is home, he'll also deworm the little ones as well. Watching the little ball of fur slowly unfold in the human's hands, from sitting up to finally flattening into a bare pancake, looking so comfortable it was almost dizzying, the male giant panda was extremely envious. It is curious about combs, but also has an instinctive fear of unfamiliar things. Lin Feng finally released the big dumpling and let it play by itself on the side. The next second, the male panda saw Lin Feng waving at it. The male bear paused for a moment, not quite believing it was being called. After confirming, it awkwardly shuffled over. Lu Wei couldn't resist watching those pigeon-toed little steps and took out his phone to record them. Lin Feng took a moment to glance at the South China tiger and found that it and the three cubs had the same expression, which was disgust. "I felt instantly relieved and prepared to groom the panda and check it out while I was at it. Spring has arrived, and it's normal for people to feel romantic feelings. Many animals on the farm are now seen in pairs." Lin Feng felt that the most successful member of his family this year was his weasel, which had found a mate without anyone noticing. If it hadn't brought its mate to show Lin Feng would never have noticed that there was another weasel on the farm, and there will be another litter of babies in the future. However, as long as they diligently catch mice, Lin Feng considers them his best friends. It would be best if those baby weasels didn't leave after they grew up. They could settle down in the orchard. This spring, he discovered that 6 fruit trees in his orchard had died, all because rats had gnawed at their roots. He was furious. Those are trees that will bear fruit normally this year and will be in their prime in a few years. They were even nourished with spiritual water and soil. It's heartbreaking to think about. While grooming the male bear, Lin Feng couldn't help but drift off into thought. "Holy crap, Brother Feng, look at that comb in your hand." Lu Wei pointed to the struggling black and red worm on the comb, and goosebumps rose on his skin. The tiger mom was perfectly clean, so how come this panda got such big bugs after only a few strokes of her grooming? They're wild. What can we do? Lin Feng looked at the insect writhing wildly between the comb teeth, and goosebumps rose on his arms. He shuddered and said, "Wait for me a moment, I'll go get a basin of water and put in a couple of drops of insect repellent." The moment a male giant panda sees an insect, although he feels disgusted, he also seems somewhat accustomed to it. Living in the forest all year round, how could they not have a single bug on their body? But when these annoying little creatures were caught by humans, the bear was still very happy, and its whole body seemed to relax a lot. "Wow, you have a lot of inventory." Tang Ji, who had just finished combing the baby's hair, came over and glanced into the basin of water next to Lin Feng. He was quite surprised by the dense black dots in the basin. "Doesn't it feel anything at all? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable?" Tang Ji asked haltingly. The little dumpling was covered in nothing but grass leaves. He genuinely couldn't find any insects. Unlike this wild giant panda, which has an astonishingly large stock. Lin Feng was carefully examining the male bear's ears and found them to be fairly clean, so he didn't pay much attention to them. For a wild bear like this, being too clean would be unusual. He explained, "What can it do when it's upset? It can't catch itself. The best way is to wait until it gets warmer, find a water source and soak the whole bear in it, that way most of the parasites will drown. Of course, we can occasionally ask the birds for help, these insects are a delicacy for them. As he spoke, he combed his hair, and suddenly he felt that something was wrong with the bear under his hand. Why did it suddenly become so soft and limp? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly thought of when a person might suddenly go soft. He swallowed hard and carefully observed the male panda, only to find that it was rolling its eyes. No, how did I fall asleep? Weren't you quite wary at first? Are you really so comfortable that you've let your guard down? Lin Feng's eye twitched. He looked up and realized that the stars in the sky had somehow broken free from the sun's afterglow and were now shining brightly. Millions of stars converged to form the Milky Way, flowing silently as if telling the quiet passage of time. What time is it? He looked at Tang Ji, the only one of the three who hadn't touched the water. Tang Ji quickly took out his phone, checked the time, and was immediately shocked. Holy crap, it's almost 9 o'clock. It took the three of them 3 hours just to brush the fur of a few protected animals? No wonder it fell asleep so comfortably. Lin Feng rubbed his slightly sore wrists. I'm a little hungry. Do you two want some late-night snacks? They eat dinner early, starting at 5:30 p.m. and finishing around 6 p.m. When I got back, I was busy grooming the animals, which is actually quite physically demanding. A little bit is fine too. Tang Ji and Lu Wei no longer cared about looking down on the sleeping panda. As soon as they heard there was a midnight snack, their eyes lit up and they quickly nodded. Let's eat something easy to digest. Let me think, how about some noodles? What kind of sauce should we have? Tomato, meat sauce, or sesame sauce? Lin Feng stood up, intending to go to the kitchen to get busy once they had made their decision. Lu Wei and Tang Ji exchanged a glance and said in unison, we'll have the sesame paste one. The aroma of millet peppers, chopped green onions and minced garlic, chili powder and roasted sesame seeds drizzled with hot oil, mixed with a thick layer of sesame paste, is both satisfying and appetizing. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Okay. After settling down, Lin Feng turned to wash his hands and even changed his clothes before starting to knead the dough. Otherwise, who knows how much bear hair or tiger hair would get mixed into the noodles. Over here, Tang Ji took over Lin Feng's position, doing the final touches for the male bear. Lu Wei leaned over and whispered to him, this job looks ordinary, but you can actually pet both bears and tigers. Sometimes I feel like I'm not here on a farm, but at a zoo. He became increasingly smug as he spoke. When we go out and talk about our work experience, won't everyone in the team be incredibly envious? You do not say. Tang Ji nodded in deep agreement. Lu Wei glanced at the giant panda, which was sleeping soundly like a large rock, his eyes gleaming, and asked in a low voice, want to take a picture? His tone was full of eagerness. Come. Tang Ji's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. He's still not awake, so taking a picture should be no problem. This is an opportunity not to be missed. So, the two big men, who had just finished brushing the panda's fur, huddled together and took a photo with the panda lying flat in the background. After Tang Ji finished filming, he poured the water from the basin onto the ground next to him and went to take a bath. He washed first, and when Lu Wei finished, the giant panda was still lying peacefully not far from the door, fast asleep. The water in Lin Feng's pot had already boiled, and the noodles were cut. It looked like they would be ready to eat soon. Lu Wei took his phone and walked to the kitchen window to show Lin Feng the group photo he had just taken, saying that he planned to post it on his WeChat moments later. Lin Feng never cared whether they took pictures of the farm animals or not, as long as the location wasn't revealed. He craned his neck to glance at the photo, and his brow suddenly furrowed. This composition looks somewhat familiar. On the phone screen, at the very front were the excited faces of Tang Ji and Lu Wei, each making a peace sign. The background features a giant panda that is sleeping like a pancake, completely defying biological instincts, lying stiffly. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Finally, a thought flashed through his mind, and he spoke. Look at this, doesn't it look like two arrogant poachers taking pictures and posting them on social media to show off their trophies? Don't all those people on the internet who hunt wild boars or catch big fish take pictures like this? Tang Ji abruptly withdrew his hand and held the phone up to his eyes to examine it repeatedly. Does it look similar? He asked himself inwardly. Lin Feng's words hadn't been so insensitive. Now that he mentioned it, it really did look somewhat like it. Tang Ji's lips twitched, secretly glad that he had shown it to Lin Feng before sending it. Then, with a look of "no way, this is terrible" on his face, he stared at Lin Feng, his whole body stiff. He himself hasn't posted it yet, but it's unknown whether Lu Wei has posted it or not. Tang Ji quickly opened his WeChat moments, and sure enough, Lu Wei had already edited and sent the post. His post included 2 more pictures than his. One of the photos shows parasites hanging from a giant panda's body on a comb. Looking at it this way, it seems more like the two of them secretly went to hunt a bear and even complained that the bear was dirty. The key is the last one. Lu Wei actually put his hand on a bear's testicles to take a picture. That's outrageous. This scene is inexplicable to anyone who sees it. How could a live bear possibly make someone do such a thing? But, unfortunately, this bear was alive. In the comments section, former comrades have left a row of question marks, with some directly asking if the two of them went to poach giant pandas. Some even urged him to turn himself in, their words filled with astonishment at the potential torture he was inflicting on the two of them. Tang Ji looked at Lin Feng with a look of utter despair. Lin Feng shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do if it caused a misunderstanding. After all, given the mentality of those who love to watch the drama unfold, even if he talked himself hoarse, they might not believe him. Even if we wake up the giant panda to prove it's alive, what good will it do? Tang Ji instantly understood what everyone in his WeChat moments was thinking from Lin Feng's watching the show expression. The best course of action right now is to delete the post before more people see it, erasing any trace of its existence. Lu Wei! Lu Wei! He jumped up as if his pants were on fire and ran towards the room, shouting as he ran, "Quickly delete the post you just made on WeChat moments. You son of a bitch, how could you do something like this to a giant panda and post it online? Aren't you afraid it will wake up tomorrow and slap you against the wall?" "I won't delete it." Lu Wei's voice came from the bathroom. He didn't think he was being indecent towards the giant panda at all. "If it weren't for me, those people might never have seen what a giant panda's testicles look like in their entire lives. Tisk tisk, they're so big. If you don't delete it, you'd better explain to your old boss how you hunted this panda." Tang Ji's roar was so loud that even Lin Feng in the kitchen could hear it clearly, and he couldn't help but wonder what Lu Wei had said. He picked up his phone and opened his WeChat moments. The latest post was Lu Wei's egg-carrying picture, which was particularly eye-catching. Zhang Wei has already replied below. "From any perspective, I probably can't help you with this situation." Professor Sun was still watching the spectacle from below, seemingly enjoying the chaos. "Forget about other angles, Attorney Zhang, think about this for him. If a giant panda sues him for sexual harassment, how will you defend him?" "Zhang Wei, I have no way to defend myself. The facts are all there. I would never take this case, even if you paid me. But after the trial starts, I request to be a bystander to watch the show." Lin Feng almost burst out laughing, silently thinking to reply, "If there's a trial, I'd like to see it too." Before I could finish typing, the post on WeChat moments vanished into thin air. He had just put the noodles into the pot when Professor Sun called, asking right away, "Did you get another giant panda?" Lin Feng answered the phone with one hand and stirred the noodles in the pot with the other to prevent them from sticking to the bottom, replying, It's got its eye on the big dumpling. But don't worry, it doesn't mean to hurt the little dumpling, it's a pretty good bear. There are quite a few external parasites, I don't know about the internal ones. I was just about to ask you, can the internal deworming medication I prepared for De Xiao Tuanzi be used on it?" "A bull." Professor Sun readily agreed at first, but then felt it was inappropriate and asked further questions. "How much does this new giant panda weigh?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "I haven't weighed it yet. I found it in the woods a few days ago, and it only came to my house today. It looks a bit bigger than a big dumpling." Professor Sun pondered for a moment on the other end. "That's quite a lot. If you can control it, it's best to weigh him and then I'll go over and represcribe the medication before feeding him. Dosage has a significant impact. If all else fails, you can give it a large packet of deworming medicine, that should be enough." Lin Feng glanced at the noodles bubbling in the pot, sensing the reluctance in Professor Sun's tone, and said with a slight smile, "I think you're just itching to see the giant pandas. Okay, come over tomorrow. But let me make this clear beforehand, it's wilder than the big and small dumplings, so you'd better be careful." "All right." Professor Sun was overjoyed on the other end of the line. "I'll come over first thing tomorrow morning and check on the other animals on the farm for you." Lin Feng nodded, thinking it was a good idea. His sow's due date is just over a month away. The chickens have started incubating their eggs, so I'll have Professor Sun check if there are any problems. "Oh, right," Lin Feng suddenly remembered something, "I reckon Zhou Cheng will be here tomorrow too. I mentioned the giant pandas to him today, and he'll probably come to take notes." Professor Sun readily agreed. "No problem, I'll contact him in a bit. If he can come together, it'll be perfect for keeping you company, saving you the trouble of hosting him over 2 days." Lin Feng had the same idea, so he smiled and agreed. After chatting for a few more minutes about feeding precautions, he hung up the phone and focused on the noodles in the pot. When the call ended, Lin Feng's noodles were just cooked and needed to be rinsed twice in cold water, so there was no rush to serve them. He looked out the window, somewhat puzzled. Why haven't Tang Ji and Lu Wei come over for so long? What have they been up to? The answer is, of course, that Lu Wei was a step too slow in deleting his WeChat moments post. The old boss called directly. One of them was in the bathroom with his hair covered in soap suds, while the other stood beside him. The two of them earnestly explained to the old boss via video call. "We didn't kill any giant pandas, we really didn't. The bear was perfectly fine, it had been put to sleep by Lin Feng's massage. They took the photo just to show off. As for the picture of the egg holder, that's purely Lu Wei's personal preference and has nothing to do with Tang Ji. When Lin Feng arrived, looking puzzled, this was the scene he encountered. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Seeing his savior arrive, Tang Ji wasn't about to let him go easily. He snatched the phone and shoved it into Lin Feng's hand, signaling him to explain to his boss. The giant pandas are really fine, those two never went into the mountains to hunt the national treasure. As soon as Lin Feng took the phone, he noticed the barely concealed smile in old Master Li's eyes. He glanced at Tang Ji with a secret sense of sympathy, then took the opportunity to show old Master Li the grand scene in the courtyard via video. The 4 tiger cubs were sleeping soundly on the climbing frame, clearly their most comfortable resting place, where they could relax without any worries. 2 giant pandas were curled up back to back under the long table. The main character in the photo is currently sprawled out at the doorway, a huge lump, fast asleep. Seeing so many wild animals living in harmony, Grandpa Li was very satisfied and hung up the phone with a smile. Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who had just finished tidying up, both gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, their faces full of gratitude. Lin Feng tossed his phone back. Let's go get some noodles. Tang Ji nudged Lu Wei with his elbow, raised an eyebrow, and asked, still dare to post on WeChat moments? Lu Wei shook his head vigorously, still shaken. He almost retired and had to write a self-criticism. This was a serious matter. No wonder Lin Feng's family is always full of interesting things, but I've never seen him post a single thing on his WeChat moments. So that's why. From now on, I'll just keep these kinds of photos to myself and look at them secretly. However, this did not stop them from harboring resentment towards the group of people who had reported the matter to their old leader. That's really something. Don't let them find out who did it, or they'll tear that person to pieces, just like these chewed noodles in the bowl. The next morning, Lin Feng got up early to cook pig feed, while the giant panda was still curled up in the yard, sleeping soundly. It wasn't at the gate anymore. It probably didn't sleep well all night. If it weren't for the fence, it might have rolled out of the yard. As a farmer, Lin Feng felt that these animals were constantly pushing the boundaries of what he considered outrageous. The tiger mom and her cubs had a good night's sleep, and when she woke up in the morning, she wasn't in a hurry to leave as usual. Tang Ji described to Lin Feng that the tiger mother first took her cubs to an orchard, scaring all the birds in the orchard into fluttering away before she happily ran home alone. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, really not wanting to explain for the South China tiger. It wasn't being mischievous, it was simply a mother training her chicks to hunt birds. Although these birds are small, they are already on the South China tiger's food chain and are considered a delicious snack. It's just that I ate too much last night and wasn't hungry, which is why it seemed like I was just playing around. Tang Ji suddenly understood. He had previously thought that felines were all a bit cheeky and couldn't help but stretch out their claws when they saw flying birds. The male giant panda was still a little dazed when he woke up, his mind seemingly swirling with thoughts. The philosophical 3 questions: who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? The next second, it sniffed, followed the scent, and looked in Lin Feng's direction, letting out a soft woof sound. What smells so good? The giant panda moved its massive body closer to Lin Feng. The big dumpling, already eating a biscuit, quickly and quietly turned its back to the little dumpling. We must not do anything that would cause Lin Feng to misunderstand. Want some biscuits? Lin Feng called out to the male panda as it got up. The male panda looked at the golden, round object in the hands of the 2 pandas. Although he didn't know what it was, the smell was incredibly tempting. It nodded honestly, indicating that it wanted to eat. Lin Feng put down the iron spoon and handed another basin to the giant panda. At this moment, the South China tiger, which had been letting its cubs frolic freely on the farm, slowly wagged its large tail and walked into Lin Feng's house. I was sweating profusely from running. It decided to rest for a while before leaving Lin Feng's house. As soon as it entered, it saw the giant panda it didn't quite like, which was happily eating from a bowl. He seemed like an ignorant country bumpkin. Having stayed at Lin Feng's house for so long, it could still distinguish the contents of the bowl. The flatbread was vegetarian. The apple and banana were vegetarian. The carrot and cucumber were vegetarian. Only 3 palm-sized dried fish could barely be considered meat. Tiger Mom shook her head, feeling a sense of relief. Big Dumpling, being such a good girl, would never fall for a bear like that. Then, the South China tiger prepared to walk away. When the male giant panda saw it coming, fearing that the South China tiger would covet the food in its bowl, it quickly hugged it tightly. The shock that hadn't yet dissipated lingered in its eyes. So this is what a flatbread looks like? It is indeed very delicious. Making empty promises is indeed wrong. How can you just make empty promises? You can't eat the cake you've drawn. Wow, it smells so good, it's so sweet. How can it be so delicious? Woof, you stinky big cat, don't even think about stealing my pancakes. The male bear took a break and pretended to roar at the South China tiger, sounding extremely fierce. The South China tiger was so angry it laughed. Why would it eat that stuff? Is it that wild rabbits aren't tasty, or that sick deer aren't fat? Even a pheasant with lots of feathers and little meat is better than that flatbread. If we're talking about vegetarian food, at most it's something to eat a couple of times when you're constipated to soothe your stomach. The male bear was very happy after finishing the breakfast Lin Feng gave him, even though he was only half full. Before leaving, he made a point of saying goodbye to Lin Feng, as if to say, "Thank you for the treat, I'll remember it." Tang Ji leaned against the doorframe, watching this scene with a wide grin that stretched from ear to ear. He turned to Lin Feng and said, "Just as there are 1,000 kinds of people, there are 1,000 kinds of giant pandas. The big dumpling clings to its food and won't let go, the little dumpling is drowsy, but this giant panda seems to be the kind that is civilized." He paused, then pondered. "I heard there's a panda rewilding and breeding base now. I wonder if it came from there." Lin Feng scratched his head. "It shouldn't be, right? If it were wild bred, the foster parents would have come knocking on our door long ago. Besides, I didn't find a locator on it." Tang Ji couldn't explain it, and then he remembered something else. "By the way, is it okay to just let it go like this? Wasn't Professor Sun supposed to be here soon?" Lin Feng checked the time. "There's still time. After eating all this good food, it should be back by noon." With the examples of the giant pandas, big and small, Lin Feng had long since given up hope that the pandas who had eaten at his house would leave. "Anyway, the money I'm making from the farm is enough to live on, so I might as well just let things take their course." Lin Feng cooked all the pig feed and checked the time. "I'm going over there to cook." "Okay." Tang Ji nodded. "I'll take the pig feed over to the pigs once it's cooled down." Lu Wei nodded in agreement. With the weather getting hotter and hotter, it's no longer the time when pig feed can be carried around as soon as it's cooked and cooled to a palatable temperature on the road. So Lu Wei no longer has to rush to get the pig feed like he did when he first arrived, for fear that it would be too cold and affect the pig's appetite and hinder their growth. Tang Ji's workload has also become much lighter. There's basically no need to bring hay in the morning. The animals roam freely in the pasture area during the day, which is enough to fill their stomachs. For chickens, ducks, geese, and cattle, they also need to supplement their diet with roughage such as corn and beans. Seeing that the giant panda had left, the South China tiger stealthily slipped down from the cat tree and followed silently. The tiger cub, returning from playing wildly on the farm, saw this scene and quickly followed its mother around, asking her questions. "Meow, meow, meow. Mom, where are you going? Mom, are we following this giant panda to catch it? Mom, say something." After meowing all the way, the tiger mom got impatient, flicked her long tail, turned around and slapped her. The world fell silent instantly. The little tiger cub didn't understand, but it was very obedient. They all know that this year is the last year they will spend with their mother, and it is also the best time to accumulate various experiences. After a while, even while still under her mother's protection, she would have to start trying to hunt and feed herself. And so, under the watchful eyes of Tang Ji and Lu Wei, the South China tiger family followed the male giant panda into the forest. In this forest near Lin Feng's farm, the South China tiger has never worried about its own safety, let alone about being discovered by the giant pandas. After all, its yellowish-black fur is its best camouflage in the forest. Giant pandas don't have very good eyesight to begin with. Even if the other party has a keen sense of smell, the forest is already filled with its and its cubs' scent, enough to confuse them. And so, the South China tiger brazenly followed behind the male giant panda. The tiger cubs thought their mother was going to hunt the giant panda to demonstrate for them. They immediately used every trick in the book to conceal themselves, their large, golden eyes filled with anticipation. "Go, Mom! Go, Mom!" The South China tiger felt both angry and amused upon seeing this. It had no intention of fighting or provoking the giant panda today, it was only tracking it to confirm one thing. Does this male giant panda pose any threat to the farm? Using the vegetation for cover and relying on its familiarity with the area, the South China tiger quickly discovered that the giant panda's destination was a berry forest. It had smelled Lin Feng's scent in that area before, so the fruit there must taste good. At this moment, bright red berries are hanging heavily on the branches. The male giant panda found a comfortable spot to sit down, pried open a branch, and stuffed the fruit and tender leaves on it into its mouth. The moment it tasted that sweet flavor, it squinted its eyes happily, as if only it and the thorny bush beside it remained in the world. Having grown tired of the berries, the male bear moved deeper into the forest and began searching for bamboo shoots. It had lingered in this area for a long time and knew exactly where the good food was in the woods. It even uses its incredibly sensitive sense of smell to split open bamboo stalks and eat the bamboo worms inside. After tracking the South China tiger for several hours, we finally came to a conclusion. Birds of a feather flock together, and bears are grouped by kind. No wonder this giant panda took a liking to the little dumpling. It turns out it's also someone whose eyes are only on food. Then there's no problem, as long as my dear girl doesn't actually fall for this bear. The South China tiger thought to itself that it had quite a bit of confidence in the latter. After all, even it doesn't like other tigers anymore, so Big Dumpling certainly won't like other bears either. The tiger mom was in a light-hearted mood as she led her cubs back, but the little ones, thinking they were going to eat panda meat, got anxious. Meow. Mom, are we just leaving like this? Wah. Mom, aren't you going to eat bear meat anymore? Oh woo. Mom, where are we going again? A series of noisy questions earned her a few loving slaps from Tiger Mom. The woods fell silent instantly. Back on the farm, the pups became lively again, running off to play with the dogs. A sneak attack. You dared to dodge? In an instant, several figures in black and yellow stripes rolled and frolicked on the green grass. This is how they practice their hunting skills. They are all partners who grew up on the farm and know how to maintain appropriate boundaries with each other. The two mothers, Tiger Mom and Little Black Wolf, watched this scene with smiles on their faces. That's great. At this time, Professor Sun also arrived at the farm. Oh, it seems all the farm animals are here today. Let's start the inspection. Zhou Cheng, who had collected quite a few photos, also seconded the proposal. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, where should we start? Professor Sun and Zhou Cheng exchanged a glance and said in unison. A pigsty, perhaps. Professor Sun added. Starting from the pigsty, we go to the chicken coop, then to see the cows and sheep, making a round trip back. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, then added after a moment's thought. Professor Sun, while you're at it, could you check on that ermine pig? If it's doing alright, we'll find a good day to slaughter it and have some meat. Professor Sun and Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. They still fondly remember the aroma of the pig slaughtering feast from last time. This ermine pig is quite big, maybe I can buy some meat to take home. Let's go, let's go. Professor Sun tossed Zhou Cheng a protective suit, quickly changed into it himself, picked up his medical kit and urged Lin Feng. Hurry up, hurry up. Does that pig weigh 200 jin, 100 catties? He forced back his saliva and asked. Lin Feng nodded. I've got it, it weighed over 200 jin last time. As he entered the pig pen, all the pigs glanced up at Professor Sun before lowering their heads. They were already used to the humans who frequently came to perform these strange checks. Anyway, there's no danger, just bear with it and it will pass. Professor Sun moved with practiced ease and speed. After all, he came to check on the farm every month, and he knew the condition of the animals inside and out. Hee, this ermine pig is fine, just a bit too fat. He patted the pig's rump, his eyes full of craving. It would be even better if it could lose some weight, so the pork belly wouldn't be too greasy. Lin Feng quickly covered ermine pig's ears. Is it really appropriate to discuss this in front of a pig? Professor Sun thought to himself that Lin Feng was truly a master at raising animals. Then he examined the pregnant sow carefully and said, My physical condition is good. Although I've gained a little weight, it's within the normal range. After all, I'm pregnant, so gaining weight is perfectly normal. So, it's not that he's applying double standards. Professor Sun gently felt around the sow's belly, carefully examining the texture under his hand, and estimated that it's estimated to take about 2 more months, from June to the end of July or the beginning of August for delivery. You should prepare in advance. Anyway, I'll have to start controlling my diet in mid to late July. Lin Feng nodded, indicating that he had made a mental note of it. Zhou Cheng thought about it carefully for a moment, then asked, Can you tell me how many babies I'm carrying? Professor Sun shook his head. I can't tell by feeling, unless we bring over an ultrasound machine to take a look. Never mind then. Zhou Cheng readily gave up. He wasn't insistent on knowing the result anyway. No matter how many were born, they would all be delicious treats for him in the future. Aside from being a bit fat, Lin Feng's pigs were perfectly healthy. Zhou Cheng's lips curled into a greedy smile, and he gestured to Lin Feng with his eyes. Be sure to call him when you slaughter a pig, he can handle all the related procedures. The 10 pigs that were sent by the group of people who had previously attended the pig slaughtering feast are now all in good spirits, but they are too small to be eaten yet. Zhou Cheng gestured and asked Professor Sun earnestly, Aren't you an expert in animals? Could you develop a pig that is both delicious and large? Professor Sun rubbed his temples and answered seriously, That will depend on Lin Feng's efforts. Lin Feng, who was suddenly called out, looked surprised. How did this get me involved? Professor Sun smiled. You could try introducing a wild boar for crossbreeding. There are all sorts of studies on the market now. If we crossbreed with wild boars, we might be able to make a breakthrough. As he spoke, he pointed to the 10 little piglets. By the way, we could actually send them to the orchard, which is close to the mountains and forests. Who knows, that might attract wild boars. Lin Feng's lips twitched. If Professor Sun hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have thought of it this way. Now it seems that this is absolutely unacceptable. Never mind, I'm afraid they'll run away. The economic loss is a small matter, the main thing is that your kindness is too precious. Lin Feng found himself a perfect excuse. Next, the group walked together toward the chicken coop. Every time Professor Sun examines Lin Feng's animals, he can't help but sigh. The animals here are incredibly healthy. Lin Feng clearly didn't use any antibiotics or other random medications. But these animals are healthier than those in ranches and farms that have been treated with drugs. It's important to understand that when raising livestock on a large scale, various diseases are almost unavoidable, but Lin Feng's family seems to have never been troubled by them, which is truly incredible. Have you never had any chickens or ducks die from disease or other reasons since you started raising them? Professor Sun finally couldn't help but ask. No. Only those that lost a fight and were then eaten by me. Lin Feng nodded. Anyway, with that cunning rooster around during the day, he didn't need to worry about the safety of the flock. At night, the grown-up puppy will keep watch here, and no fool would dare to sneak up and attack. As for illness, is it strange that poultry don't get sick? What's abnormal about that? As long as hygiene conditions are met, isn't everything acceptable? Lin Feng still had some doubts. Even if I were an animal expert, I would have to say that it is truly amazing to be able to keep poultry from getting sick. Professor Sun looked at the energetic chickens on the grass and couldn't help but sigh. It is important to know that being startled or experiencing a simple drop in temperature can easily weaken poultry's resistance, leading to illness, infection, or even death. He pressed on curiously, "So, have you done anything special?" I'm sorry, he really couldn't hold back anymore. If possible, he felt that other ranches and farms could learn from this and reduce the use of related drugs. But as soon as the question was asked, he quickly raised his hand to add, "If it's classified, then there's no need to say anything." Lin Feng glanced at Professor Sun, pondering to himself that this might be the effect of spiritual energy. The diluted spiritual spring water given to the animals, as well as the crops they eat and irrigated with that water, may all be related. But this is something I can't say out loud. Suddenly, he thought of another reason and pointed to the grass at his feet. "Last year I scattered a big bag of common herb seeds here, all kinds of them. I guess they'll feel uncomfortable and find the herbs themselves." Professor Sun hadn't really observed this grassland closely, since it mostly consisted of common pasture grasses and weeds. He crouched down to examine it carefully, and besides the familiar dandelion, he actually found quite a few Chinese medicinal herbs in the grass. Angelica dehurica has the ability to dispel wind and induce sweating. Platycodon grandiflorus can treat colds, coughs, and sore throats. Other herbs include lychee grass, Acaranthes bidentata, and astragalus. Even milk thistle, which can be used as an adjunct treatment for liver cancer, is available. These herbs, some precious and some common, are scattered like weeds throughout the farm, except for the fields. "You just casually planted herbs in the pasture?" Professor Sun simply didn't know what expression to make when she looked at him. "They're so good looking, why let chickens and ducks eat them as they please?" He had never seen such a wasteful person. Lin Feng looked down at the weeds covering the ground. Apart from common edible wild vegetables like dandelion and mugwort, he recognized very few others. Meeting Professor Sun's look of disdain, he scratched his face and explained, "I just casually scattered a handful of seeds back then, not expecting them to actually grow. Even if it grew, I wouldn't recognize it, so I never paid any attention to it." Lin Feng added, "If you hadn't brought up the fact that the chickens weren't sick today, I wouldn't have remembered what I did last year when I knew nothing about anything. How much are seeds worth?" The most expensive ginseng seeds on the market cost around 1,000 yuan per kilogram. Cheap ones like dandelion seeds can be obtained for just 5 yuan. There's really nothing to lose. Professor Sun patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said earnestly, "You absolutely must not let your village doctor know about this. Otherwise, He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning couldn't be clearer. Zhou Cheng nodded in agreement. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing if he finds out is hard to say, but you're definitely doomed. Lin Feng was filled with questions. Why can't the village doctor know? Could it be that their village doctor is actually a master of medication? How many hidden identities does he actually have? Why would such a powerful person hide in Stone Village? Moreover, it seems like everyone else knows, except him. Is it really because I'm too much of a homebody? When they arrived at the orchard, although there were crested eagles guarding it, various birds still came over when the couple was not there. Lin Feng felt that his fruit trees had really worked hard, with so many birds almost having nowhere to land. It's so lively, it feels great. Zhou Cheng kept taking pictures with his camera. He hadn't expected so many beautiful creatures to gather on the farm. Professor Sun didn't pay attention to these things. He walked around the orchard and found that all the birds were in good spirits and there were no dead birds around, so he was relieved. This means that these birds are at least healthy for now. Then, his attention fell on the last thing, and he looked at Lin Feng, asking in a low voice, "Will these fruit trees on your land really yield a harvest?" Lin Feng nodded. "Don't be fooled by the small fruit trees and the many birds. Last year we still harvested over 1,000 caddies, which we made into jam and dried fruit. This year I specifically asked the crested eagles for help, hoping that with last year's experience, they could leave me more fruit in the fall," he said resignedly. He was helpless when these old birds, whom he couldn't beat or drive away, set their sights on his orchard. Upon hearing this, Professor Sun and Zhou Cheng couldn't tell whether they felt sorry for the jam and dried fruit that had been eaten so little, or for Lin Feng. They had no better ideas than to look into the distance and pretend to be watching flocks of birds. "Looking at your house, it's not much different from a zoo." Professor Sun gazed at the rare birds and murmured, "Oh, what's so special about a zoo? Even nature reserves aren't this lively." Zhou Cheng added from the side, "Even nature reserves can't guarantee that you can see both giant pandas and South China tigers at the same time. This is really great." "Yes, it's really great. The animals are healthy and beautiful, and the best part is that there's no entrance fee." Professor Sun and Zhou Cheng sighed together. Lin Feng watched the two muttering to themselves and felt an itch in the solace of his feet. He really wanted to give them each a big footprint to wake them up. He runs a farm, not a zoo. But he immediately thought of a better way to retaliate, and said in an unusually calm tone, "I was originally planning to pack some chicken and duck eggs for you two to take back. Since you two like wild animals so much, I suppose you wouldn't be interested in domesticated ones." "Perfect, I won't charge admission, so let's exchange the egg for a visit anytime ticket." The two, who were originally engrossed in birdwatching, instantly snapped out of their reverie and quickly shook their heads. No matter how beautiful wild animals are, they can't compare to the delicious food you can eat. Watching Lin Feng's resolute departure, the two quickly chased after him. Their voices drifted away on the wind. "Good brother, I was wrong. We still want the goose eggs. Wild animals are not attractive at all. Brother, you can't bear to let us go back empty-handed, can you? Wild animals don't taste as good as domesticated ones. This attitude is utterly shameless." Lin Feng ignored how grating their affected voices were, feeling a surge of satisfaction, and quickened his pace to walk back. While following the two men to examine the farm animals, he almost missed cooking time, and the students were likely to go hungry at noon. Sure enough, when he arrived at the cafeteria, the auntie waiting there had already washed the vegetables he ordered and was standing at the door, looking around frequently while muttering to herself, "Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Could it be that they can't make it? They didn't say I could cover their shift." Who knew that after waiting for ages for them to arrive, 3 people would show up? The aunt didn't leave immediately. She stood there for a while, completely baffled as to why those 2 clumsy people insisted on squeezing into the kitchen. "What are you doing? Of course, we should perform well and redeem the lost eggs and duck eggs." It was all because Lin Feng said on the way, "Let's see how you two behave." But not long after, Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and kicked the 2 guys out of the cafeteria. If they keep causing trouble, the students will only be able to eat poop-shaped steamed buns for lunch. However, Lin Feng still kept the steamed bun that Zhou Cheng had specially made. Not only did he keep it, but he also helped Zhou Cheng sift some cocoa powder on it. Yes, the main selling point is authenticity. Ha 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 ha. Professor Sun, who was obediently making round steamed buns, caught a glimpse of Zhou Cheng's preferential treatment while getting his food and laughed so hard his stomach almost burst. "Serves you right. You brought this on yourself." He patted Zhou Cheng on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Kid, you still don't understand. The person you should never mess with in this world is the one who controls your livelihood. For example, Lin Feng." Jiangming, Wu Yang, and several others who were acquainted with Zhou Cheng gathered around to watch and take pictures. The village doctor also took a few glances and commented, "I must say, the craftsmanship is really good, especially realistic." Ha 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 ha. The moment those words were spoken, the entire cafeteria erupted in laughter. It's estimated that everyone except Zhou Cheng was overjoyed. Zhou Cheng stared at the poop-shaped steamed bun in the bowl, feeling like crying but having no tears. He knew perfectly well that it was a steamed bun, but he just couldn't bring himself to eat it. After a long while, with a mournful face, he finally understood that a real man must be able to bend and stretch, and silently joined the end of the line. When it was his turn to be alone, he whispered to Lin Feng, "Dad, I know I was wrong." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue. He likes people who lack backbone. "It's yours." He deftly handed Zhou Cheng another large steamed bun. After all, he was her newly adopted good son, and she couldn't let him go hungry. Holding the steamed bun, Zhou Cheng didn't care at all about the ridicule from the crowd. "Ha, who hasn't had a few fathers? Besides, is their father as powerful as him?" Zhou Cheng, with a fawning expression, carried his plate and deliberately sat down next to Lin Feng to eat his rice. The incredibly realistic-looking steamed bun shaped like a poop was currently being tossed by Zhou Cheng onto the counter at the food-serving window, far away. It's simply a matter of not seeing it and not being bothered by it. But when he finished eating and suddenly remembered the steamed bun, he froze. Holy crap! Who was so disgusting as to take a bite out of it? Zhou Cheng was so shocked that his voice cracked, and he didn't even bother to control the volume. The shout echoed throughout the cafeteria, drawing everyone's attention. The large chip in the steamed bun seemed to mock his earlier disdain, making Zhou Cheng's teeth itch with rage. Now, forget about posting it on WeChat Moments, you can't even keep it as a novelty anymore. But in the cafeteria, everyone looked at each other, and no one admitted to it. Zhou Cheng, holding his breath, scrutinized the remaining people one by one, trying to find who had cocoa powder on their face. The steamed buns were colored with cocoa powder. After searching for a long time, they couldn't find even a trace of cocoa powder. In a fit of anger, Zhou Cheng grabbed the steamed bun and took a big bite, but after chewing a couple of times, he suddenly froze. This tastes pretty good, a bit like cocoa bread, but with a fluffier texture. This made him even angrier. Who on earth touched his steamed bun first? Draw a circle and curse him. Snort. When I got home after lunch, sure enough, the male giant panda was already wandering around the yard. As planned, the panda needs to undergo a physical examination upon first meeting, and Lin Feng's help is indispensable for this task. With Lin Feng's assistance, Professor Sun's physical examination went very smoothly. After Professor Sun had collected all the samples, he told Lin Feng about the preliminary results. The problem isn't too serious. There are no external injuries, but the parasites need to be treated. There's nothing we can do about it. There are just a lot of insects in the forest, and giant pandas have thick fur, so it's very common for them to attract insects. I'll leave you some deworming medicine, just use it according to the instructions. Lin Feng replied, okay. Professor Sun glanced at the giant panda again and gave it a word of advice. I've already adjusted the dosage of the internal venom medication. Just give it to your dog tonight or tomorrow morning. Remember, you must not confuse the use of internal drive and external drive. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. I understand. Every medicine has its side effects, and this deworming medicine is no exception. If used incorrectly, it could really kill the bear. However, isn't it said that internal stimulants can easily cause loss of appetite? Why didn't I have any reaction after eating those little dumplings? It seems we need to observe further to see if this male giant panda is the same. If there's still no reaction, then it might be a racial trait. The nearly 400-pound male bear only dared to slowly relax its tense body after the doctor who had been touching and stroking it had completely left. It slowly shuffled out from the corner and hid behind Lin Feng for protection, its fur still matted. That's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. How could there be such a human being, actually doing those things to it? No wonder the older generation of bears warned it to stay far away from humans. So this is what it means to be captured by humans and go through such terrible things. It was just too terrifying. The South China tiger, perched on the tiger climbing frame, watched the whole thing unfold, gloating while unconsciously tucking its tail between its legs. It understands things like taking body temperature and collecting samples. It went through these things before it learned to be uncooperative. The South China tiger looked up at the sky, trying hard not to let the tears of humiliation fall. The past was truly unbearable to recall. Fortunately, it later learned that a wise cat knows when to yield and changed its approach to deal with the inspections. No, I can't think about it anymore. The South China tiger suddenly felt a chill on its bottom from the early summer afternoon breeze. Professor Sun packed his things, and like Zhou Cheng, who had nothing to do all day, he showed no intention of leaving Lin Feng's house. They both had the same idea in mind. At this point, I absolutely have to get a free dinner before I leave. Even if it's just ordinary big pot rice, it's still made by Lin Feng himself, so the taste is definitely going to be good. As night deepened, the mountain wind gradually picked up, carrying a crisp, cool breeze. Is it a little chilly? Lu Wei rubbed his exposed arms, feeling that if the wind blew a little more, the goosebumps on his arms would spread out. Yes, that's true, but the wind in the mountains is always like that. Tang Ji also shrank his neck and pulled his clothes tighter. Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a deep voice, "It's likely to rain tomorrow." Tang Ji and Lu Wei simultaneously pulled out their phones to check the weather forecast, and the screens clearly showed cloudy, without even a hint of rain. The two of them turned to look at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with curiosity. How did he arrive at this conclusion? Is it just the same old farming methods of relying on the weather for a living, like the older generation of farmers? They both thought this skill was amazing, but they could never quite figure out how to use it. Tang Ji pondered for a moment and said, "If it really rains, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Think about it, we haven't had a proper rain since spring planting, and the fields have been longing for a good soaking." He sighed. In the end, farming still depends on the whims of nature. No matter how advanced the technology is, it can't defy the will of heaven. Looking at Lin Feng's furrowed brows, Lu Wei was completely baffled and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't rain a good thing? Why does Lin Feng look so worried?" Lin Feng opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. Rain is something to be happy about, but the wind is strangely cool, carrying an unusual chill. He suddenly recalled the scene before spring plowing last year. Those days were also sunny and clear, and people in many villages couldn't wait and spontaneously started spring plowing ahead of schedule. Before their village's seeds were even planted, the wheat seedlings in the neighboring village had already sprouted green shoots. Many villagers looked on with envy and were itching to plant their own. As a result, a hailstorm caused significant losses for everyone. Thinking back to the past, the chill in the wind always made him feel uneasy. If hail does fall, a reduction in the village's wheat harvest this year is almost certain. Lin Feng prayed silently, hoping that this weather forecast would be accurate and that if it said there would be no rain, then there really would be no rain. The next morning, large, fluffy clouds floated in the sky, and the tips of the grass and leaves were covered with heavy dew, giving the place a rather damp feel. The village secretary looked grave during breakfast. He had checked the weather forecast that morning and was unsure whether it would hail in Stone Village. But those sudden gusts of wind were really cold, and even the morning temperature was much lower than usual. I heard that a cold front is about to pass through, and it will get even colder at night. What's even more worrying is that the morning weather forecast has been changed to a yellow hail warning. 55% of their county may be affected, but it's unclear which area will be hit by this luck. Early in the morning, many households in the village got to work, bringing out straw and plastic covers to cover their crops in the fields as tightly as possible. Even if it really hails, these shelters can at least provide an extra layer of protection for the crops. But this method didn't work for the experimental fields. The experimental field was far too large. There was no other way, so Zhang Ming and his team set out after breakfast. They didn't expect to protect the entire experimental field, but at least they had to make sure the areas with the special seeds were firmly covered. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's heart tightened. Seeing that everyone was holding their breath, the village secretary pondered for a long time before speaking up to persuade them. Maybe the weather forecast is wrong? Even if it rains, it might fall somewhere else, not here. He paused, then offered a different perspective. To put it another way, as long as it doesn't hail, the sudden drop in temperature might not be a bad thing. A little frost will help the seedlings develop their roots more firmly, won't it? These words were meant to comfort everyone, and also to comfort himself. Stone Village has always been a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery, so it's unlikely that such a nasty thing as hail would happen to them. At noon, although the sky was covered by thick cumulonimbus clouds, the sun still stubbornly shone through, casting dappled light and shadow through the gaps in the clouds. At 2 p.m., Professor Sun, who was indoors, suddenly called Lin Feng, his tone somewhat urgent. "Holy crap, it's hailing here. The biggest ones are the size of chestnuts. Are you okay over there?" Lin Feng looked up at the still shining sun outside the window and replied in a deep voice. "It hasn't stopped yet. I hope it stops here after it stops here." Hearing from Lin Feng that everything was all right over there, Professor Sun visibly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I think it's probably not going to be your turn. The wind direction is pretty good. It's not blowing towards your village, it seems to be heading towards Zhou Cheng's area." He paused, then muttered, "This weather is really strange. I think it hailed last year too. Wait a minute, let me record a video for you. My goodness, if you stand outside like this for a while, you'll get a row of bumps on your forehead, and you'll instantly look like Buddha." After saying that, Professor Sun hung up the phone in a hurry. A short while later, Lin Feng received a video from Professor Sun on his phone. The hailstones in the footage were indeed frighteningly large. It seems that Professor Sun only had the leisure to share the spectacular hailstorm because he knew Lin Feng's family was alright. Hailstones the size of chestnuts pelted Professor Sun's windows, their destructive force palpable even through the screen, the deafening sound almost shattering eardrums. Half an hour later, Zhou Cheng also sent a video, along with a greeting. "It hailed, is your farm alright?" In the video, the hail was still quite heavy, but the hailstones seemed to have shrunk a bit, to about the size of soybeans, hitting the ground and rooftops and splashing up a white mist. Lin Feng asked Zhang Ming and the others, and learned that the hailstorm was about to stop, so it was unlikely that it would affect Stone Village. Sure enough, the weather in Stone Village remained quite good until nightfall. There was no rain, and certainly no hail. According to Zhou Cheng, the hail in their area turned into a torrential downpour after only 2 minutes. The rain was so heavy that water accumulated in the compound. Knowing that hail had fallen in Lin Feng's county, everyone who was on good terms with him sent messages to express their concern. After all, Lin Feng's farm was already closely linked to their food supply this year. With Lin Feng around, there's no shortage of delicious food. If the farm suffers significant losses, they can lend a helping hand to the best of their ability. To be honest, Lin Feng was quite touched. Even manager Zhang from Fresh Fruit, whom we hadn't heard from in a long time, made a special call to express his condolences. Of all these people, Dong Han was the most honest. As soon as Lin Feng answered the phone, he heard a series of questions. "Did it hail? I hope the ingredients for my bibimbap sauce weren't damaged. Do you need my help buying seeds? Is it too late to replant? If you're short-handed, I can hire people from the city." No, it didn't hail in our village. Lin Feng was genuinely moved by Dong Han's words, but he still couldn't help rolling his eyes. He was genuinely happy that the village hadn't experienced hail. Although it didn't rain, the situation of hail followed by rain is actually the worst for crops. The cold air from hail is carried into the soil by rainwater. Newly sprouted seedlings are already delicate and are easily damaged by frost, or even frozen to death. So, it's fine if it doesn't rain. That's good. Upon hearing that Lin Feng's farm was safe, Dong Han visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to many, Lin Feng's farm has actually drawn a lot of attention to agriculture. In the past, when hailstorms occurred, people would at most exclaim how strange the weather is, or join in the novelty and excitement. But now, everyone is worried about reduced production and thinking about how to help. Their attitudes are completely different. Dong Han's phone call was clearly not just about the hail. He deliberately chose to call outside of working hours. He must have other plans. Sure enough, he spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Professor Sun said you're planning to slaughter a pig? When are you going to do it? Can I have some of the meat? Last time, my father and I talked about that pork for days after we got home. It tasted absolutely amazing. Lin Feng was completely speechless. He finally understood that the concern he had shown earlier was mostly just a side effect. This was Dong Han's real purpose for calling. Moreover, this group of people are incredibly well informed. Not long after Professor Sun left, Dong Han learned about the pig slaughtering incident. Their connections are quite close. He didn't hide the fact that he had slaughtered the pig. He said it frankly and directly. I need to ask the butcher when he'll be available. The latest he can do so is before the Dragon Boat Festival. As for whether it can be sold, we'll have to ask Professor Sun if the paperwork is feasible. I only raise one pig, and I don't want the hassle of going to the slaughterhouse. Lin Feng sighed. It was only after returning home to raise pigs that he realized that while pigs raised by farmers could be eaten by themselves or given away as gifts, selling them on the market was illegal. In the past, there was a principle of no investigation unless the people complain, but recently, more and more people are reporting such things, and it's really not worth being punished for such a small matter. Dong Han was also taken aback, and asked again, can't we even do it privately? Lin Feng replied without hesitation, even if you don't ask Attorney Zhang, I can tell you it won't work. Better safe than sorry. That's it, Dong Han is completely speechless now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng stood on the edge of the experimental field, watching the setting sun gild the lush green wheat seedlings with a golden edge. The tension that had been hanging over him all day finally eased completely. In the distance, villagers were gradually gathering up the straw and plastic sheeting that had covered the fields during the day. Their laughter and chatter drifted on the wind, dispelling the last trace of tension. Zhang Ning patted him on the shoulder and joked. It seems the village secretary was right, our stone village is truly a treasure. He pointed to the special seed areas in the experimental field that were under special protection. These little guys have gone through a test, and it wasn't for nothing that we spent most of the day working on them. Just then, the village secretary strolled over, clutching a cucumber he had just picked from his own vegetable garden. He wiped it clean and handed it to him. Try it, this temperature drop was definitely worth it, the melon flavor is even stronger now. He gazed at the clouds gradually darkening on the horizon, his tone tinged with relief. The county just issued a notice saying the temperature will rise tomorrow, so you can rest assured now, right? Lin Feng took a bite of the cucumber, it was crisp and sweet. Zhou Cheng sent a message from afar, saying that the floodwaters had receded in their area, but several acres of open field vegetable seedlings had been badly damaged. Fortunately, the main farmland was protected. Just do what you're supposed to do tomorrow. Lin Feng said to the people around him, put these things that are blocking the way back in order, and double-check the monitoring data from the experimental field. As night slowly fell, the village lights began to illuminate the village. The air was fresh and moist after the rain, carrying the scent of earth and crops. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, stars were appearing one after another, shining brightly. Because of the giant panda, the South China tiger stayed at Lin Feng's house for 3 days, which was quite unusual. Ultimately, unable to abandon his own territory, he decided to embark on a new round of inspections. Before leaving, the look in its eyes as it gazed at the giant panda was incredibly complex. This has completely refreshed my understanding of the panda species. These past few days, the giant pandas have been enjoying a life they've never experienced before at Lin Feng's home. Well, after enjoying it, I started to have a slight reluctance to go back to that kind of life. It's simply degenerate. The male bear inwardly berated himself, realizing he couldn't continue like this. Unlike Lin Feng's big dumpling, it has its own vast territory. Having not returned for so long, I wonder if any fools have dared to steal it away. The male bear glanced at the large ball of fur, then at the South China tiger. A thought lingered in his mind for a long time, but he was unsure whether he should speak. Now that the South China tiger is about to leave to patrol its territory, if we don't speak up now, we might miss our chance. The male bear hesitated for 2 minutes before finally calling out to the South China tiger, which was already heading into the forest. Roar! Wait a minute, there's something we need to talk about. The South China tiger turned its head in confusion, pointing to itself with its thick tail, as if asking the male bear if it was being called. It simply couldn't understand what there was to talk about between itself and the male bear. But looking around, there didn't seem to be any other beasts besides it. Ugh, yes, it's you. The male bear nodded, indicating that the South China tiger had not misunderstood. The South China tiger was even more puzzled, but it stopped walking into the forest. The South China tiger crouched down on the grass, its tail swaying gently, and its head held high with pride, its posture clearly saying, "Let's hear what you have to say." At this moment, the bear actually called Lin Feng out of his house's warehouse. Lin Feng looked at the male bear with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" The male bear didn't respond, but simply led Lin Feng to the South China tiger's side. So Lin Feng stood between the two giant beasts, watching them make some kind of mysterious deal with their growls and movements that he couldn't understand at all. After some negotiation, the male bear's expression was full of anticipation, clearly waiting for the other party's approval. The South China tiger's tail swayed noticeably faster, indicating that it was seriously considering its surroundings. The male bear spoke first. "I have an idea, would you like to hear it?" The South China tiger raised its chin, as if to say, "You tell me, I'll listen." The male bear leaned forward. "You know, my territory and your territory are adjacent." The South China tiger nodded. "I might not have known before, but I figured out the boundaries by smell these past few days." The male bear's expression turned serious. "I have a somewhat immature idea that may sound outrageous, but after thinking about it, I think it might not be impossible." It paused, as if gathering its courage. "What do you think? Can we merge our territories? Then we can share these two large areas." This is the best solution it has come up with after racking its brains for the past 2 days. With the territories merged, the hardworking South China tiger can now help patrol the area, and it can rightfully stay on Lin Feng's farm. As for its prey within its territory, whether it be deer or wild sheep in the mountains, it is naturally open to the South China tiger. The male bear stared longingly at the South China tiger, pointed at Lin Feng with its paw, and roared twice in a deep, rumbling voice, as if to say, "If you think it's feasible, let this human we both trust be our witness. Let's go on patrol together today. I'll take you on a tour of my territory." The South China tiger was stunned by the suggestion, its mind going completely blank. In all its years, it had never heard of such a thing. Teaming up with a giant panda to share territory? In the past, it would have thought the bear was probably crazy, or even suspected that it was trying to assassinate it. But now that I think about it carefully, it seems, it's not entirely impossible. We have to thank Lin Feng for this. It was because of this human that it was able to observe this male giant panda so peacefully for so long. First and foremost is the food issue. Their recipes are fundamentally different. It loves to eat rabbits, goats, and deer, and only occasionally eats bamboo rats as a temporary measure when it can't find any prey. Giant pandas mainly eat bamboo and fruit, and they don't even bother with these things, so there's no problem with them competing for food. Secondly, if they could really work together, perhaps it wouldn't have to run away in a panic with its cubs when encountering poachers again. With a physique like that, the male bear is definitely a reliable ally. Finally, the South China tiger glanced at the 3 cubs beside it. They're about to grow up and will eventually have to leave to make their own way in the world. If the territory can be expanded, it will provide more options for the children in the future. All things considered, the male bear's suggestion seems to be a really good deal. Although the patrol area is a bit large, it doesn't seem to have any downsides. The South China tiger moved its paw, first glancing at Lin Feng, then at the male bear, and slowly extended one of its front paws. The male bear immediately grinned, its eyes shining like 2 black grapes. It gently raised its paw and touched the other bear's paw, letting out 2 low growls. "I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." The South China tiger made a gurgling sound in its throat as a response. "It's a pleasure to work with you. If things really don't work out, we can just break up the partnership." With Lin Feng in the middle, things won't escalate to the point where they can't be resolved. Lin Feng stared at the scene before him. The 2 beasts touched paws like humans, their faces full of confusion. He still didn't understand why they had called him over. Could it be that I should be a witness? But, he roared inwardly, being a witness is fine, but what exactly did you 2 agree to? Explain it to me clearly. As a human being, he truly has no way of deciphering the communication codes between animals. The key thing is, he was incredibly curious, like he had a little cat inside him, its claws scratching at him, making him restless. As a result, after the male bear and the South China tiger reached an agreement, they didn't take him, the witness, seriously at all, and didn't even give him a second glance. Immediately afterwards, the male giant panda joined the South China tiger and walked into the depths of the forest without looking back. "You're leaving already. Will you give it back?" As Lin Feng watched their figures gradually disappear, his mind was filled with questions. What exactly did you 2 talk about? Couldn't you send someone who can speak human language to explain it to this human who doesn't understand animal language? If only a system could be activated with a ding at this moment, giving him the ability to understand animal languages. He really needs it, he desperately needs it. Lu Wei, who had been standing by and watching for a while, watched the South China tiger and the giant panda leave together, turned off his lawnmower, and finally couldn't resist coming out of the orchard to ask Lin Feng, "What's going on here?" Lin Feng shook his head, his face full of frustration. He didn't know either. He helplessly spread his hands. "I'm totally confused too. I was just looking for timber in the warehouse, thinking of going to the orchard to nail up the fence, when the bear dragged me here." It mumbled something to the South China tiger, like it had reached some mysterious agreement, and then it left me here and the two of them went away together. Seeing Lin Feng's bewildered and helpless expression, Lu Wei didn't know how to comfort him, and even tried to suppress a laugh. Finally, he could only pat Lin Feng on the shoulder and change the subject. "When are you going to nail down the fence? I'll lend you a hand." Lin Feng nodded. He really couldn't finish this job by himself. But compared to the fence, he had something more on his mind right now, and quickly said, "Don't worry about that yet. When you were weeding, did you see how our apricots were growing? How come I can't see it?" Lu Wei's eyes lit up, and he gestured to Lin Feng. "They're bigger than pigeon eggs. I bet they'll be huge once they're cooked. Let's go take a look." Lin Feng stared at the circle drawn by Lu Wei's thumb and forefinger, his eyes lighting up instantly, and he couldn't wait to walk into the orchard. Since the beginning of spring, he had hardly visited the orchard, and even the pruning work was done by Zhang Ming and his junior classmates. It's always safer to leave it to professionals than to try and mess around with it yourself. As Lin Feng walked through the orchard, he felt that this year's orchard was much more lush than last year's. Although all the fruit trees had finished blooming, the forest wasn't desolate at all. Instead, it exuded a vibrant vitality. That was the lively scene of fruit hanging in the trees. On the apricot tree, plump green fruits are hidden among the leaves, like tiny green gems, which is pleasing to the eye. There was also some activity on the plum and peach trees, but the fruit was only the size of a fingernail, and one had to have exceptionally good eyesight to find it among the branches and leaves. But in any case, this scene clearly told him, if we can keep those birds out this year, the orchard will definitely have a bumper harvest. Following Lin Feng's gaze, Lu Wei also noticed the numerous small birds hopping among the branches and couldn't help but ask, "Have you figured out how to deal with these birds?" He recalled his childhood experience. If he wasn't careful, the first fruits to ripen on the tree would be pecked by birds. Moreover, these birds don't know when to stop. They want to taste every fruit, always choosing the sweetest one to bite. Most of the remaining fruit will rot or fall off due to damaged skin, which is a huge waste. Lin Feng looked at the tree full of birds and honestly shook his head. Not yet. Logically speaking, these little birds should actually be beneficial. For example, they help with pest control. He doesn't use any pesticides in his orchards, and the pests and diseases there are much more severe than in other orchards. With birds around, they can help control the pest infestation, so it's necessary to keep them. But it's really heartbreaking to watch the fruit get pecked at. It is thanks to these birds that the orchards have not been much of a pest problem this year. Conversely, when the fruit ripens in autumn, these birds will spot it before humans and launch an attack on it. They don't care whether fruit trees belong to humans or not. Once they find one, they consider it their own. Hopefully the crested eagle can perform well. Lin Feng sighed. If all else fails, we can send the little black wolf's cubs over to work. Lu Wei immediately thought of the artificial crested eagle nests built on Lin Feng's farm and gave a thumbs up. Your foresight is impressive. The newly hatched crested eagles of autumn are growing up. With natural predators around, these little birds are usually more restrained. As long as they don't peck at every single fruit, we're just thankful. Lin Feng shook his head. I don't know if it will work. There's so much food in our territory. I feel like the crested eagles have started to be picky eaters lately. Recently, crested eagles have been catching far fewer mice and small birds, instead focusing their attention on squirrels and bamboo rats. The female crested goshawk is incubating the eggs, so the male eagle probably thinks it's easier to catch squirrels and bamboo rats. Lu Wei, recalling Tang Ji's nagging these past few days, offered a reasonable explanation. Catching just one bird is enough to fill my stomach, which is more cost-effective and less troublesome than catching several birds. Lin Feng nodded. He knew about this as well. I just don't know how many will hatch this year. None of last year's eaglets came back. It would be great if some crested eagles were willing to stay this year. We have so much food here, we can feed even mice, let alone birds. But he also knew that the little crested eagle would most likely not stay. After all, territory is the foundation of their survival, and even if they are related by blood, they still have to leave. The bird problem can't be solved in a short time, but the professors have said that eventually some kind of ecological balance will be achieved. Lin Feng was no longer in a hurry. He didn't even have an orchard last year, yet he still made a lot of money. There's no need for him to be so worried about this. As the days passed, the first rain after spring plowing finally fell in a light drizzle on the day Lin Feng finished nailing the fence around the orchard. So much so that when the students ate lunch on the day it rained, they were so happy they almost ran to the door with their bowls of rice, enjoying the rain while they ate. Even Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who knew almost nothing about agriculture, were happy to see it raining. The nourishment from rainwater is ultimately different from artificial irrigation. In just one rain, the seedlings in the field seemed to be awakened, and their condition improved visibly, growing taller in just 2 or 3 days. During this time, Lin Feng suddenly received a call from Zhou Cheng, who immediately asked, "Lin Feng, do you know why your South China tiger and that giant panda have been spending most of their time together lately? They even went out of the South China tiger's original territory." How would Lin Feng know? He couldn't understand animal language, but he still told Zhou Cheng what happened that day. "While I was busy looking for timber, I was suddenly called over by the male bear and inexplicably became a witness to watching it and the South China tiger touch paws and reach some kind of agreement. This whole thing sounds absurd." Zhou Cheng's lips twitched as he listened. What kind of mess was this? He turned and honestly relayed the message to Director Lu. Lin Feng said he didn't know either, but when the giant panda left his home, it went with a family of South China tigers. He guessed that the two animals might have reached some kind of agreement. As he spoke, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but crack a joke, spreading his hands and saying, "It can't be that the South China tiger and the giant panda are planning to join forces, punch the South China mountains and kick the northeast, and dominate the entire reserve, can it?" The second half of the sentence was purely his own wild guess, but unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, even he couldn't help but be stunned. This idea doesn't seem entirely impossible? After listening to Zhou Cheng's rambling nonsense, Director Lu almost rolled his eyes to the top of his head. Giant pandas and South China tigers teaming up? Why don't you mention that the Russians and the United States have become good friends? They claim to dominate the nature reserve? Dominate my foot. It's one thing for animal experts to be unreliable, but what's the point of asking Lin Feng about this? He's not a professional animal researcher. But what Director Lu didn't know was that the South China tiger and the giant panda had actually teamed up. The animals in the reserve were almost stunned. When the sika deer saw 5 ferocious beasts patrolling its territory in a row, it forgot to chew its mouthful of grass. All the herbivores felt that the end of the world was coming. Otherwise, why would two apex predators who used to fight each other when they met now patrol and hunt together? By now, the herbivores in both territories were already in despair, but Lin Feng was unaware of it. However, Lin Feng personally experienced the breakdown of Zhang Ming and the agricultural students. Looking at the farmland in the same area, using the same seeds, why is Lin Feng's crop growing so ridiculously well? The corn in the experimental field looks like kindergarten children standing in neat rows, orderly yet delicate. But the corn on Lin Feng's side grew thick and sturdy, looking like rebels that had grown rapidly and secretly. In just 2 days, it grew to more than twice the height of the experimental field, and the stalks were thicker and stronger. This scene is like a group of burly junior high school students suddenly sneaking into a kindergarten line that guarantees free admission, only to find out they're still kindergarten age. Anyone who sees this will be stunned. Zhang Ming tugged at the sleeve of the junior student next to him, his tone tinged with disbelief. "Are you sure you really helped plant this cornfield?" Yang Yi nodded with a heavy expression. "Absolutely true. Before the rain, the corn on both sides was about the same size, but after just 2 days, the corn on Feng's side looked like it was on fast forward. It's unbelievable." He stared at the 2 adjacent plots of land, completely baffled. They're just separated by a field ridge, so how come they're so different, like oranges from Huainan and trifoliate oranges from Weibei? They were especially shocked by the pumpkin seedlings. The pumpkins on Lin Feng's side looked like soaked wood ear mushrooms. In just over half a month, the leaves had grown to be bigger than 2 palms. Whose pumpkins have grown like this so soon after being planted? Zhang Ming squatted on the edge of the field, examined it carefully, then stood up and suggested, "Let's go check out Brother Feng's farm." Yang Yi and the others immediately nodded, each holding back a surge of determination. This is a good opportunity to compare the differences between the 2 crops, especially since both companies are using the same fertilizer. Surely the fertilizer is not being used unfairly? As soon as they arrived at Lin Feng's field, before they even had a chance to look at the other crops, their eyes were drawn to the chives in the field. "Have you ever seen this kind of chives?" Zhang Ming squatted down and gently touched the chive leaves with his fingers. Everyone shook their heads in unison. No one had ever seen chives with such wide leaves, growing like garlic sprouts, and with a deep purple color, exuding an unusual robustness. Wu Yang took out his phone, quickly logged onto an agricultural crop search website, and scrolled through all the entries under the leeks category, comparing them one by one. "It's definitely not an old variety, and I've never seen this kind of new variety before. Could it be another naturally mutated crop?" Zhang Ming pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with speculation. "Why don't we ask a classmate who studies chives? This website updates too slowly, it might not even include the latest varieties. Yang Yi suggested, okay, but let's ask Brother Feng first. Jiang Ming looked around but couldn't see Lin Feng in the field, his face full of doubt. I spoke to him this morning, and he said he was coming over to pull weeds today. Lin Feng should be at the farm right now, so why isn't he here? Is he at home? Wait a minute, their 2 new employees are weeding in the field. Jiang Ming walked quickly to Tang Ji and Lu Wei's side. Just as he opened his mouth to ask about Lin Feng's whereabouts, he saw the 2 of them desperately trying to suppress their smiles. His smile was practically overflowing from his eyes. Lu Wei suppressed a laugh and said, Lin Feng is home. He's getting scolded at home. Tang Ji put it more bluntly, explaining to Jiang Ming, the village doctor brought guests, and he's entertaining them at home, so he can't leave. Upon hearing that Brother Feng had guests, Jiang Ming, fearing it would delay things, turned around and ran towards Lin Feng's house. As soon as he left, Tang Ji and Lu Wei exchanged a glance. Thinking of Lin Feng being scolded, they couldn't help but smile, their lips curling up to their ears. To be honest, this whole thing is Professor Sun and Zhou Cheng's fault. On the day they left, they couldn't help but tell the village doctor about Lin Feng's ranch being covered in medicinal herbs. The village doctor had always been particularly interested in Lin Feng's farm. After the hailstorm, he surprisingly stepped into Lin Feng's farm and had Lin Feng lead him to stay on the pasture for quite a while. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the areas trampled by animals were actually thriving with Chinese medicinal herbs. The village doctor finally couldn't hold back and uttered the words, "What a waste of resources," to Lin Feng, his expression quite complicated. Lin Feng, who was squatting beside him with numb legs, was suddenly sprayed in the face with spit and had to quickly explain. Everyone says that growing Chinese medicinal herbs is difficult, but I never expected that just by scattering a handful of seeds, they would grow so easily. Besides, I originally grew these for my livestock, so don't look at me like that. Think about it, I don't know anything about herbs, so I can't just mess around with them, can I? The village doctor didn't say anything after that, but gave Lin Feng a very complicated look before turning and leaving. Lin Feng thought the matter was over and done with. After all, even the most precious medicinal herbs have been almost entirely consumed by his chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, and various wild animals. Who would have thought that today, the village doctor would bring an elderly gentleman with gray hair to our door in person? Lin Feng was completely stunned after hearing the other person's self-introduction. Good heavens! It's a big shot in the field of traditional Chinese medicine who has come in person. Most likely, it's still because of those Chinese herbal medicines that have been ruined beyond recognition. Lin Feng felt as if the heavens were against him. What did I do wrong? All I did was scatter some herb seeds that I didn't expect to grow. However, the scolding he had envisioned did not happen at first. Mr. Sun first walked around the entire farm, muttering what a waste of resources as he looked around. When they got to the courtyard, they didn't even sit down or drink any water. They first went to see the newly blooming edible roses, and then squatted down next to the thriving mugwort. Especially when it came to the mugwort, the old man stood there for a long time, then reached out and plucked a leaf, stuffed it into his mouth, savored the taste, and huffed as he spoke. You just plant them like that. The elderly man with gray hair lovingly touched the mugwort leaves, then flicked his sleeve and complained to the village doctor and Lin Feng. I guarantee that this batch of mugwort is better than any other mugwort on the market right now in terms of its effects of dispelling dampness, warming the meridians, and dispelling cold. And what happened? It's just been planted haphazardly in the yard. After saying that, the old man seemed even angrier, and his white beard trembled. Lin Feng and the village doctor stood to the side, enveloped by the boss's anger, not daring to move. Even their breathing became shallow, revealing a sense of trepidation. The old gentleman, oblivious to their subtle actions, picked up another rose petal and put it in his mouth. He paused for a moment, then looked up and asked, "What do you usually use these roses for?" Like a transfer student suddenly called on by the teacher in school, Lin Feng subconsciously looked at the village doctor, wanting to find someone more familiar with the teacher to ask for some help. How should I respond to this without getting scolded? To everyone's surprise, the village doctor turned his head away and secretly moved back a little, gradually distancing himself from him, clearly indicating that he didn't want to get involved. Lin Feng? After waiting for a while without receiving an answer, the old man cast a questioning look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng steeled his heart and decided to tell the truth. We plan to make rose petal cakes and sell them at the trade fair for 5 yuan each. We'll start making them in a couple of days. I've already been scolded all along, so one more word won't hurt. The old man pondered for a moment, said nothing, and turned to pick another mint leaf. What about this one? He asked again. Lin Feng simply let go and said bluntly, I just planted these randomly, intending to give them to the students to make cold drinks. Drinking too much iced food is bad for your health, so boiling these in water is just right. He planted a whole pot of mint, and as long as he kept up with the fertilizer, it grew very fast, enough for everyone to drink occasionally. These words struck a chord with the old man, who nodded repeatedly. That's right, people shouldn't eat too much ice, especially when it's hot, as it can damage the spleen and stomach. A rare smile played on his lips as he patted Lin Feng's arm and praised him. You're quite the farmer, aren't you? It's such a waste of good stuff. So many herbs, though they were all common varieties, it was rare to see them growing so vigorously and robustly. It's heartbreaking to think that they were all ruined by livestock. But then again, this kid does a decent job of planting flowers and grass, which is a real skill, and he deserves praise. Lin Feng quickly shook his head and hurriedly explained. Most of the fields here were managed by students from the agricultural university. I just assisted and didn't do any major work myself. After all, hard skills rely on students' professional skills, while soft skills rely on their golden touch. The old gentleman nodded and then sat down in the chair. Lin Feng figured it was always good to build a good relationship with such a prominent figure in traditional Chinese medicine, so he took the initiative to speak. If the old gentleman doesn't mind, he can come and take the Chinese herbs from my farm anytime, free of charge. However, he has no plans to plant medicinal herbs on a large scale for the time being, as the land at home is really not enough. He didn't rule it out completely, adding, if you have a variety that's suitable for planting here and that you really want, I can set aside 3 or 5 acres of land to plant it next year. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can definitely do it without using pesticides or chemical fertilizers. He also knows that it's not easy to practice traditional Chinese medicine nowadays. Not only is it difficult to learn medicine, but it's even more difficult to find high-quality Chinese herbal medicines. The old gentleman didn't stand on ceremony and immediately agreed. All right, thank you in advance. I'll sort out the suitable varieties when I get back and have this unfilial apprentice give them to you. You can choose whichever you like to plant, we'll provide the seeds. He paused, then added. Don't worry, as long as the herbs you grow meet the quality standards, the price our pharmacy offers will definitely be fair to you. At this point in the conversation, Mr. Sun finally realized why the name Lin Feng always sounded familiar. His granddaughter often buys vegetables from a farm app, and the farm owner's name seems to be Lin Feng. He remembered that the pumpkin he bought from there last time had seeds that were of very good quality, large and plump. When the old man mentioned the app, Lin Feng readily admitted it. As for the pumpkin seeds, he blinked and asked proactively. I have some left at home. I don't know if they're preserved to your liking. If you want them, I'll give them all to you. Those pumpkin seeds were originally dug out while cooking pig feed. He intended to keep them to roast and eat, but he got lazy and just left them piled up in the warehouse. If the old gentleman wanted them, giving them all away wouldn't be a problem. It would clear out his inventory and also earn him favor with the bigwig in traditional Chinese medicine. Everyone needs to seek medical help at some point in their life. He gestured with his hand. There are about 2 sacks, the kind that weigh 50 jin, 25 catties, each. Upon hearing this, Mr. Sun immediately became interested. Great, that's exactly what I need. Pumpkin seeds are almost irreplaceable in their ability to expel parasites, and they can also treat postpartum edema and whooping cough. They are also suitable to eat as a snack. He thought for a moment and added, take some out and let me see. If the quality is good, I'll take them all. Lin Feng immediately got up and went to the warehouse, grabbing a handful of pumpkin seeds. He didn't know the professional preservation methods used in pharmacies, so he simply stored them away like seeds. The old man took the pumpkin seeds, examined them one by one in his palm, and even peeled 2 to taste. This time, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng. Great, great, I'll take all these pumpkin seeds. I'll pay you later. Having said all that, the old gentleman dropped all pretense and asked again, can I borrow some of the lilacs you grow? I saw you also have some wild roses in your yard. Lin Feng nodded, no problem. But this rose is a foreign variety. I bought it at the agricultural expo. Although the petals and fruit are edible, I really don't know about its medicinal value. Mr. Sun stroked his beard knowingly. No wonder, these flower buds look much bigger than the common wild roses. At this point, the atmosphere was still relatively harmonious. It wasn't until Lin Feng suddenly remembered the ginseng he had hidden in the refrigerator that he remembered it. Although I followed the online tutorial and stored it in a jade box, and even lined it with tissue soaked in spiritual spring water to keep it moist, it's been at least 4 months, if not 6 months. Especially after the new employees arrived, they were busy getting machines from Donghan and working on spring plowing. He had completely forgotten about the ginseng that was hidden deep in the freezer and didn't know how it was doing now. The reason I've been keeping it refrigerated is that I can't dry it in the winter, and I haven't found a suitable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to help me prepare it, so I can only store it like this for now. Lin Feng thought about the ginseng, then couldn't help but carefully examine the gray-haired old man in front of him, mentally reviewing the man's actions that day. First of all, Mr. Sun is indeed a well-known traditional Chinese medicine doctor in this province, and his reputation speaks for itself. Secondly, his every move today revealed his appreciation and love for fine medicinal herbs. The light in his eyes cannot lie. Furthermore, the old gentleman is an upright person who sticks to the facts. Although they felt sorry that the herbs were being ruined by the livestock, they didn't blame Lin Feng too much after learning that he didn't understand these things. Instead, they praised him for managing the farm well. Finally, the village doctor's fear of the old man was more like a poor student's fear of a strict teacher. Deep down, it was full of respect. Moreover, compared to his serious demeanor when visiting the ranch, Mr. Sun now greeted him with a warm and friendly smile. This inexplicably gave Lin Feng confidence. After a moment's thought, he mustered his courage and voiced his request. "Sir, it's like this. When I was turning over the crops on the farm, I dug up 3 ginseng roots and would like to ask you to help me process them into medicinal herbs. Please feel free to tell me about the fees, everything is negotiable." Oh, when Mr. Sun heard the word ginseng, his eyes lit up instantly. After all, the things Lin Feng grows, whether vegetables or grass, grow much better than those outside, so it's no wonder he's interested. But this interest only lasted for a moment. He glanced at Lin Feng and sighed inwardly. "I was overthinking it. What good ginseng could such a young child possibly have? This place doesn't produce ginseng, and even if it were artificially cultivated, it wouldn't be ready to grow into a usable plant in less than 5 or 10 years. What he has in his hand is at most ordinary goods that can be found anywhere in the market, and he might even have mistaken them for something else entirely." However, considering the pumpkin seeds he would soon have, and the medicinal herbs from Lin Feng's family that had good medicinal properties, he relented. "Take it out and let me take a look. At least it can help distinguish between real and fake. If it's real, it's good to make soup with it. If you've made a mistake, quickly persuade the child to throw it away. To avoid eating random, unhealthy roots and herbs that might not only be unhelpful but also harmful to your health." Seeing that the old man agreed, Lin Feng turned around and went to get the ginseng. When he took the jade box out from the back of the refrigerator, the box was already soaked in cold air. The cool touch felt surprisingly comfortable in the increasingly warm weather. The village doctor caught a glimpse of the jade box in Lin Feng's hand, and his eyes couldn't help but linger on it. In the end, he couldn't control himself and his face twitched violently. He genuinely didn't know whether to say Lin Feng was rich or that the kid had been too influenced by TV dramas and novels. They actually used a decent quality jade box to store the ginseng, even though they didn't know what the ginseng inside looked like. To be honest, he genuinely felt that people who did that in real life were somewhat out of their minds. Mr. Sun was clearly startled by the jade box in front of him for a moment, and couldn't help but look Lin Feng up and down several more times. I had just accepted in my heart that he was a silly child. How could something so unexpected happen? Lin Feng looked at the jade box on the table, feeling a little guilty. But he really didn't know how to preserve ginseng in a way that would minimize or even eliminate the loss of its medicinal properties. When they encounter something they don't understand, they search for it online. This is a habit of young people like them. Netizens say that if you wrap it in moss to keep it moist and refrigerated, it can be stored for more than 3 months. He'd been immersed in online novels for over a decade, and every author wrote that ginseng, this miracle drug, needed to be stored in a jade box. Besides, he wasn't short of money. When combined in this way, it becomes what the 3 people in front of them see. It seems a bit exaggerated, huh? If the village doctor could hear Lin Feng's inner thoughts, he would surely give a serious and earnest rebuttal. This is more than just a little extravagant. Even a spoiled rich kid wouldn't act like this. Perhaps it was this overly luxurious packaging that made Mr. Sun have higher expectations for the ginseng inside the box. There was nothing he could do. Although he was old, he occasionally made the mistake of judging medicine by its appearance, and this jade box was simply too eye-catching. But when he opened the jade box with great anticipation, he was stunned by the densely packed tissues inside, and for a moment he even doubted that he had opened the wrong box. Well, when his son was in puberty, there weren't even this many tissues in the trash can, and the tissues were damp and yellowish. Mr. Sun glanced at Lin Feng without making a sound, his eyes full of subtle meaning. Lin Feng looked at the pile of tissues and felt a little embarrassed. "It seems like we did put in too much, but that's because it was so cold that he couldn't find any moss at all." Moreover, the courier service was suspended at that time. He had checked online and found that among regular daily necessities, only tissues had the best moisturizing effect compared to moss. In order to prevent the ginseng from drying out, he could only stuff in as much as possible. He quickly smiled ingratiatingly at the old man and nodded, saying, "That's right, the ginseng is right down there." Mr. Sun glanced at Lin Feng, and out of basic trust between people, reluctantly extended a finger and rummaged through the tissue with a hint of disgust. But as soon as my finger slipped into the tissue, it touched a rough, solid object. As Mr. Sun felt the roughness from his fingertips, he was suddenly stunned. His previous disdain vanished instantly, and he quickly pulled the first ginseng root out of the tissue. This head, this long stem, these numerous and dense stem boles, and the deep texture and full shape of the ginseng body, no matter which angle you look at it from, it is a wild ginseng of excellent quality. Except for one thing. Mr. Sun stared at the ginseng roots that had been forcibly torn off, his hands trembling with heartache. He gently ran his fingertips along the wound on the root, his brow furrowing in a frown. This top-quality wild ginseng was ruined by these wounds. At that moment, he finally understood where the slight yellow stain on the tissue came from. It's ginseng juice seeping out. The moment the village doctor saw the wild ginseng, he quickly approached the teacher, scrutinizing the ginseng in the teacher's hand, his voice trembling. "My God, did you really find this on your farm?" He couldn't resist reaching out to touch the reed bowl on the ginseng, but the teacher slapped his finger away as if he had touched something dirty. But the village doctor didn't mind at all. He was filled with disbelief. His teacher was so old and had such a high status in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. He probably had never seen such a big fresh wild ginseng. The ginseng rootlets are in such a terrible state, they've probably lost a lot of their medicinal properties, which is a real shame. There should be another good one inside. Seeing the two men's pale faces, Lin Feng assumed that the root was no longer usable as medicine because he had been in a hurry and had been too rough with it. But that's okay. Even if it can't be used for medicinal purposes, it's still good to make soup. Anyway, there's an even bigger one underneath, and it's well preserved. The village doctor was young after all, and before his master could react, he reached into the jade box and started rummaging around. Mr. Sun, who was a step too late, was so angry that his beard trembled. Unfilial disciple. Truly an unfilial disciple. Humph. He rudely pushed the student's hand away and carefully peeled off the still damp tissue layer by layer. Sure enough, of the remaining two, one was of exceptionally good quality. Upon seeing the ginseng in its entirety, Mr. Sun's face flushed with excitement, and he murmured, how is this possible? Anyway, as far as he knew, wild ginseng of this quality mostly came from the north, and there was none in this province at all. Lin Feng stood to the side, utterly bewildered as to why the two looked so shocked. Could it be that spiritual water and spiritual soil really have such a strong effect on the ripening of wild ginseng? Indeed, just like wild animals that come to his home and refuse to leave, the difference between this spiritual soil and ordinary soil for wild ginseng is as great as the difference between bamboo and cured meat for a big dumpling. Lin Feng wanted to break the silence, but he was afraid of being scolded. This old gentleman truly cherishes medicinal herbs. I had been complaining about him a lot at the ranch earlier, saying that he was letting the livestock waste good medicinal herbs instead of making money. Although he didn't swear, Lin Feng felt as if his desire to make money had been exposed, and his conscience was tormented. The old man was too good at killing someone by destroying their spirit, which made him feel a dull ache in his heart. Lin Feng felt that the time Mr. Sun spent observing the ginseng was exceptionally long. He stood to the side, unable to get a word in edgewise, and felt sleepy and wanted to yawn from the sun. I glanced at the time. There was still some time before I had to go to work in the cafeteria, so I patiently continued to wait. About 15 minutes later, Mr. Sun finally rubbed his red and sore eyes and looked away from the 3 ginseng roots. His gaze towards Lin Feng was incredibly complex, ultimately condensing into a single question, spoken with exceptional solemnity. Are you selling this ginseng? Any one of these 3 ginseng roots, once processed into medicine and used properly, can save a person's life in a critical moment, especially the largest one. Therefore, Mr. Sun made no attempt to hide his desire. As a veteran traditional Chinese medicine doctor, who wouldn't be tempted by such excellent medicinal materials? Lin Feng wasn't surprised by his question, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Sell, but I need to keep some for myself in case of emergency. Ginseng may not be as miraculous as legend suggests, but if it's aged long enough, it might just be able to keep you going in a critical moment. Every second gained increases the chances of modern medicine providing a life-saving treatment and the probability of snatching someone from the clutches of death." Mr. Sun nodded, stroking the perfectly preserved ginseng with great affection, and said aptly, "Of course, it's good to keep some good medicines at home, there's always a chance they'll come in handy." Then, he looked intently at Lin Feng, his tone filled with expectation. "Since you're going to sell it anyway, why don't you consider selling it to me?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, then nodded, "Sure." He knew that once the news of the ginseng spread, there would be no shortage of people coming to buy it. But selling to whom doesn't matter? Rather than selling it to someone else to be used as a tonic or to make soup, selling it to the renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor right in front of you might be the best place for this ginseng. Its value is only realized when it can save lives in critical moments. Lin Feng glanced at the 3 ginseng roots in the box and added, "I checked online, and the largest ginseng currently on record weighs over 400 grams. I weighed it when I got back, and the best one weighed 650 grams. Although I don't know how to determine the age, I'm sure it's of good quality. What do you think?" Mr. Sun nodded repeatedly. "It is very good, its condition and weight are rare." After saying that, he looked at Lin Feng, waiting for the other party to make a price offer. As he expected, it would be normal for Lin Feng to ask for an exorbitant price. After all, how could one easily sell such good ginseng at a low price? But to his utter surprise, Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject. "Will processing the best ginseng into ginseng slices affect its medicinal properties?" Seeing the old man shake his head, Lin Feng continued, If it doesn't affect anything, I'd like to keep half. You can deduct the labor cost from the rest and give me whatever you think is appropriate. Lin Feng pointed to the other 2 ginseng roots, looking somewhat embarrassed. These 2 are also like that. However, they look rather pitiful, with many wounds. If you don't mind, you don't have to take them. Mentioning the 2 smaller ginseng roots next to him, Mr. Sun shifted his gaze over them. As the saying goes, 7 taels of ginseng are worth 8 taels of treasure. These 2 ginseng roots, which were forcibly pulled out, one is estimated to weigh 8 ounces, and the other, even if it weighs less than 8 ounces, is definitely more than 7 ounces. If it were available on the market, it would definitely be a top quality item. But every time Mr. Sun saw those severed roots, he couldn't help but want to curse. Such fine medicinal herbs, aged for so long, and look at these uneven broken pieces. Even the best appearance is ruined. If his students dug up ginseng in this mess, he would break several mop handles in his hand. Because people who don't even cherish medicinal herbs have no need to learn traditional Chinese medicine. Fortunately, Lin Feng knew to refrigerate it, otherwise, this life-saving medicine might have only lost half its potency in a few days. Mr. Sun, who has always been health conscious, knows that extreme emotional fluctuations are of no benefit to someone his age. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down, but when he saw the crack in the ginseng, he couldn't suppress his anger and still wanted to curse. But not now, since the ginseng isn't in my hands yet. Mr. Sun forced an awkward smile and looked at Lin Feng. He was unhappy and naturally didn't want the other party to feel too comfortable, so he immediately decided to bargain. Let's not talk about this one in perfect condition. Its value is immeasurable. In all my years, I have never seen a wild ginseng weighing more than a pound. Mr. Sun then changed the subject and presented solid evidence. But I can tell you that there was an auction before where a ginseng root weighing just over 300 grams sold for 3.26 million. I won't hide it from you, you can find it online. Lin Feng nodded, he had indeed seen this story online. Ginseng of that quality would cost around 10,000 yuan per gram on the market. Yours is even bigger than the ones that were auctioned. If they were in such good condition, they would be worth 5 million each. Mr. Sun pointed to the spot where the ginseng rootlets had broken off, and his tone became excited again. But look at this. Such thick roots, and you just snapped them off. Young man, you've got some strength. Such good medicinal herbs, all ruined by this, what a pity, you know. Lin Feng chuckled twice, looking up at the sky to hide his embarrassment. Having farmed for so long, he has indeed become much stronger, and breaking ginseng roots is not difficult for him at all. He noticed the old man was so angry he hadn't even noticed he'd pulled out a piece of his beard, and remembering the man's repeated "what a pity," he cautiously asked, "Has the medicinal properties been lost?" "That's absolutely right." Mr. Sun rolled his eyes at him, his tone softening somewhat. Ginseng with severely damaged roots must be processed immediately after harvesting to preserve its medicinal properties to the greatest extent. However, I understand that ordinary people can't easily find knowledgeable traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to help them. Rather than letting a half-baked person ruin it with haphazard preparation, it's better to store it in the refrigerator like you have, so that it retains some of its medicinal properties. Thinking about it this way, his anger at the good medicinal herbs being wasted subsided considerably. Mr. Sun glanced at Lin Feng, secretly calculating in his mind. As long as this kid says a few sweet words to coax him, even if the roots are broken, this ginseng is worth 5 million per piece. After all, Lin Feng's preservation was quite good, it's just that the medicinal properties had been lost and couldn't be recovered. He glanced at the valuable jade box on the table, snorted, and waited for Lin Feng to come over and coax him like his disciple had. Little did Lin Feng know that he had completely misunderstood. He thought he had been too rough with the 2 smaller ginseng roots, rendering them completely unusable. After all, that's how it's written in novels: if medicinal herbs are not stored properly, their medicinal properties will be lost, and sometimes not even 1/10 of them will remain. He felt relieved that the old man was implying the ginseng was ruined, and thought he could understand. So Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, not daring to look Mr. Sun in the eye, carefully moved the 2 poor quality ginseng roots in front of him, and whispered, "I won't sell these 2 because they won't fetch a good price. I'll keep them to make soup for myself. For the ones in good condition, just name your price." Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Sun across from him suddenly shouted, "What are you trying to do? What are you going to use to make soup? You dare to use such good ginseng in soup? Aren't you afraid of overdoing it and bursting yourself out?" The sound was so loud that Lin Feng's scalp tingled, and he felt as if the earwax in his ears had been shaken loose. Even the village doctor, who had been standing in the background, suddenly looked up and stared at Lin Feng in shock. It's one thing to store ginseng in a jade box, but to just boil ginseng worth millions of dollars into soup like that? Do truly wealthy people really treat money like dirt? Meanwhile, the agricultural students who had just finished observing Lin Feng's fields and were about to come over to chat about the new species were startled into stopping in their tracks a dozen meters away from the gate by the roar. Jiang Ming picked at his ear and whispered, Let's come back this afternoon or tomorrow. Wu Yang quickly nodded. That's right, Brother Feng can't run away, and things in the ground can't grow legs, so there's no rush. Yang Yi chimed in, Brother Feng obviously as guests, it wouldn't be good for us to just barge in and disturb them. So, the group of students who vaguely heard the roar simply turned around at Lin Feng's house and skillfully returned the way they came. You. Mr. Sun was truly enraged this time, his face turned bright red, and even his mustache seemed to have been tinged with pink. The village doctor quickly stepped forward, massaging the acupoints to soothe the master's breathing while muttering to himself. Although master is well maintained and in good health, he is still old. What if he gets seriously ill from anger? Those senior brothers are really carefree. They actually let their master go out alone. Do they think that they can be trusted with them around? But he knows his own limitations. If he were truly capable, he wouldn't have returned to this small village to become a village doctor. Lin Feng quickly came over to help him catch his breath, explaining with a smile. No, I didn't mean to actually make soup. It's just that you said they didn't look good, and I thought they had lost their medicinal properties, so I said that because I was afraid of wasting them. Think about it, if it really has no medicinal properties, instead of going through the trouble of processing it, it's better to just stew it into soup. I'm just afraid of wasting things. Mr. Sun's eyes widened suddenly, his gaze tightening, and he turned to look at the village doctor beside him, his tone sharp with anger. Did I say that? Did I say that ginseng has lost its medicinal properties and can only be used to make soup? The village doctor shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum, and quickly chimed in. You absolutely didn't say that. I heard it clearly from the side. This kid must have misunderstood. He felt his master's chest gradually calming down under his palm, and breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happens to master here, let alone atone with his death, even if he becomes a ghost, his fellow disciples will still skin him alive. Snort! Old Mr. Sun snorted heavily. Thinking that the 2 ginseng roots had almost been stewed into the pot by Lin Feng, he quickly reached out and pulled them into his arms to protect them tightly, as if the 2 ginseng roots would have been lost if he had been a step later. With that, he lost all interest in haggling and made the decision directly. These 2, which are of slightly lower quality, are worth 5 million each. I'll take them all. Mr. Sun pointed to the 650-gram ginseng root and added, Okay, once it's processed, I won't charge any handling fees. Just like you said, half will be yours, and I'll calculate the other half at 20,000 per gram. Is that all right? Lin Feng made some plans in his mind. Although he didn't understand the market price of Chinese medicinal herbs, compared to the auction price mentioned earlier, this price was already very reasonable. More importantly, he was afraid that if he said anything more, he might really upset the old man and cause him serious harm. Judging from his face, it looked like his blood vessels were about to burst. He nodded quickly, his tone obedient. Okay, thank you for your help. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, Mr. Sun immediately waved to the village doctor. Call your second senior brother and tell him to transfer 10 million to Xiao Lin first. Then he turned to Lin Feng and said, I'll transfer the remaining money to you after I've finished processing the ginseng. Don't worry, I won't run away, the Sun family's century-old reputation stands here. Lin Feng nodded blankly, his mind still reeling. Why did things suddenly start moving like they were on fast forward? What shocked him even more was the figure of 10 million. Although 10 million yuan can barely buy a house in Shanghai or Beijing, there aren't many people, or even companies, who can come up with that much cash at once these days. Mr. Sun's demeanor is even more decisive than that of a domineering CEO. The key point is that this is the first huge sum of money he has ever earned from the farm. His luck is simply incredible. Fearing Lin Feng might change his mind, old Mr. Sun hurriedly asked him for a piece of paper, took out a pen from his pocket, and with a flourish, drafted an agreement regarding the half ginseng. He then solemnly affixed his personal seal, had Lin Feng press his fingerprint on it, and finally handed the agreement over. Keep this safe. With this here, you don't have to worry about me running away. Lin Feng blinked, not quite keeping up yet. His fingers unconsciously picked at the ink on his fingertips as he mechanically said, No need, it's all right, I trust you. But as soon as he came to his senses, he saw Mr. Sun, with his gray hair, carrying 3 ginseng roots, rushing out of the yard with brisk steps. The way he acted made it seem as if he had been a second too late, his former owner would have snatched the ginseng back and thrown it into the soup pot. Even the village doctor who had been standing nearby was caught off guard. They were just talking about a deal. How did the person suddenly rush out? He hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly chased after him, calling out urgently, Teacher! Wait for me! Teacher, slow down! Don't fall! Lin Feng stared blankly at the only remaining jade box and dried tissues on the table. A warm breeze blew the crumpled tissues off the table and onto the floor. The little puppy next to it ran over and curiously pawed at it a couple of times. He rubbed his temples, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the old man was running so fast because he was on guard against him. He was genuinely curious, what would soup made with such a thick and large ginseng taste like? For this reason, he was willing to use the free-range chickens raised at home with spiritual water as ingredients. But now that he knows the ginseng's medicinal properties are still intact, he's aware of the risks and won't act recklessly. He understands the importance of this. With the help of the students, Tang Ji and Lu Wei quickly finished weeding. When the two returned to the courtyard, Lin Feng still had that bewildered expression, his face full of confusion. Tang Ji spoke with a hint of teasing. "What did the old man yell at you about? He was so loud I could hear him in the cornfield." Lin Feng touched his nose and explained succinctly. "It's nothing, except that I almost used 2 very valuable old ginseng roots to make soup." Tang Ji was taken aback and asked, "The kind that's purely wild, and especially valuable?" Lin Feng nodded, "Yes." Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei, who was drinking water, became so excited that water gushed out of his nose. He covered his mouth and coughed violently, his face turning red. Tang Ji swallowed hard and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. "When the old gentleman was visiting the farm, I overheard a few words from afar and knew that he was a medicine fanatic who treasured medicinal herbs. As it turns out, Lin Feng dared to use valuable, pure wild ginseng to make soup. No wonder the old man ran so fast just now, and no wonder he roared so fiercely. So Lin Feng just stepped right on someone's sore spot and danced like that." Lu Wei finally managed to stop coughing and tried to put himself in Lu Wei's shoes for a moment. If someone in the team takes his precious equipment and says they want to sell it as scrap, he'll smash their head in on the spot, even if those equipment didn't originally belong to him. Lin Feng also felt a little embarrassed, stood up, patted his clothes, and thought to himself, escaping may be shameful, but it's useful, so he quickly changed the subject. "Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to cook. Let's have chicken stew with kodano-size root for dinner. Everyone's tired from farming, so it'll be good to nourish ourselves. It's a pity we didn't have time to make it at noon." Tang Ji and Lu Wei exchanged a glance, and the same thought simultaneously popped into their minds. "Ha, he still wants to eat ginseng stewed chicken." Lu Wei swallowed hard, thinking of the delicious chicken soup, and tentatively asked, "So, should we kill our chickens?" Lin Feng shook his head. "No need, I'll just buy one in the village. I'll give the villagers 10 yuan, and they'll even help me take care of it. It'll save me a lot of trouble." Upon hearing that Lin Feng's chickens wouldn't be killed, Tang Ji and Lu Wei instantly felt their anticipation diminish by more than half. "I don't know why, but the chickens I buy outside don't taste as good as a single feather from Lin Feng's chickens." But then they thought that with Lin Feng's cooking skills as a guarantee, even an ordinary chicken would turn out well, so the two of them didn't say anything more. "Oh, right," Tang Ji suddenly remembered something. "Jiang Ming and his group seem to have come looking for you this morning, but they heard your guests shouting loudly and left without daring to come in." Lin Feng nodded, having roughly guessed Jiang Ming's purpose in coming. His crops looked very different from those in the experimental field. Speaking of those chives, their color was so vibrant that they weren't even the same variety as the ones from other places. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell there was something wrong with them, they were most likely mutated. He waved his hand and said, "I understand. We'll talk about it when they come back." Sure enough, right after they finished eating, Jiang Ming came over with several agricultural students and immediately brought up the matter of chives. Lin Feng adopted a completely nonchalant, feigning ignorance attitude. "I really didn't notice that. I always thought chives grew from seeds like this, so I didn't think much of it." He changed the subject abruptly, saying, "Of course you can study it, but first determine if it's toxic. If it's not poisonous, we can fry eggs, make dumplings, or deep fry eggplant fritters. It'll be a good opportunity to try something new." His family planted their chives during the spring planting season, much later than most other families in the village, and they haven't grown to be edible yet. Otherwise, Jiang Ming and his team would probably have discovered the anomaly in the food dish long ago, instead of in the field. Seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude towards new species and his welcoming attitude towards their research, Jiang Ming and the others felt a mix of emotions. Is this the source of their confidence in having so many new varieties on the farm that they're practically numb? It's incomparable, utterly incomparable. The group pondered for a while longer. Discovering a new variety in only June, Lin Feng is practically born to farm. They exchanged a glance, and an idea formed in their minds. "There are some things that need to be reported to Professor Lee immediately, and we need to ask him to urge the higher UPS to do so. With just a few of them, they can't even provide basic security, let alone keep an eye on so many treasures." Lin Feng was unaware of Jiang Ming and his group's inner thoughts, nor was he interested in delving into them. He only cares about 2 things. First, Mr. Sun's 10 million yuan arrived in his account very quickly. Secondly, we had chicken stewed with ginseng for dinner. It was at this moment that the village doctor, his face contorted with convulsions, relayed the complaints and advice from his senior colleagues. "My teacher went straight to the pharmacy as soon as he got home, and we were kicked out when we tried to help." The village doctor sighed and said, "Except for a few of his direct disciples, they don't even allow onlookers." The entire pharmacy is under lockdown, like they're guarding a precious treasure. He paused, then remembered the important matter. My senior brother asked me to tell you that he'll be coming over in a couple of days. Last time, the teacher ran too fast and forgot to take the pumpkin seeds. Also, our teacher is still thinking about your mugwort and asked me to ask if we could spare some. Lin Feng, what else could he say? He could only nod. No problem, everything is negotiable. The village doctor immediately clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lin Feng and solemnly said, "From now on, when you come to see me for a checkup, the consultation fee will be waived. Of course, you'll still have to pay for the medication." Lin Feng, I'm sorry, he would rather never get sick than have the chance to fall into the hands of a village doctor. Time flies, and the best news during this period came from Professor Sunday. He helped Lin Feng find a slaughterhouse in the county. As long as the pigs are brought over and pass the inspection, they can obtain a proper slaughter stamp and quarantine certificate. Even if you sell pork in the market in the future, it will be completely compliant. The slaughtering fee is a bit more expensive than hiring a private butcher, but it's safer and more worry-free. Lin Feng readily accepted and even shared the news on his WeChat moments. The day before the pig was slaughtered, Professor Sun stayed at Lin Feng's house. With him observing the pig's condition 12 hours in advance and acting as a guarantor, the pigs can avoid waiting for several hours at the slaughterhouse just to confirm their health, saving a lot of trouble. The next morning, Lin Feng, Tang Ji, and Lu Wei moved all the pigs in the pigsty to the orchard. He had already nailed 2 huge wooden crates into the orchard to serve as pigsties, but the piglets, having just arrived at their new home, were clearly not used to it and initially huddled in a corner, shivering. When the group returned after breakfast, they found the piglets already roaming around in the more spacious orchard with more food, their little tails wagging happily, showing no trace of their previous restraint. Lin Feng watched for a while and, after confirming that they were adapting well, he felt relieved. Next, we'll tie up the 2 pigs. To prevent any accidents, Lin Feng took the initiative this time, with Lu Wei assisting him. The other pigs in the pen didn't care about Ermin's plight at all, and even made room for Lin Feng. Even the most aggressive pregnant sows were now immersed in the mud, comfortably sprawled out like pig patties, too lazy to lift their heads. The plump ermine pig was tied up tightly by Lin Feng, and the 2 of them worked together to lift it into the back of the pickup truck. Tang Ji stared at the pickup truck and exclaimed sincerely, "Pickup trucks are really useful, they can even pull pigs. The Wuling Hongguang they bought is fine for hauling ordinary goods, but it's no good for hauling pigs. The smell is too strong and it's hard to clean." Lin Feng grinned at him, showing 8 teeth, his face full of pride. "I thought about it very carefully when I chose this car." He patted Tang Ji on the shoulder. "I'm leaving now. You 2 are temporarily leaving the farm in my care. Take good care of it." After waving his hand, he got into the car with Professor Sun, started the pickup truck, and headed towards the slaughterhouse. When the car pulled up near the service station, the students, knowing he was going to slaughter a pig in the back of Lin Feng's pickup truck, instantly became excited upon seeing the pig. Zhang Ming ran along the car window, shouting, "Brother Feng, are you getting the pig-killing feast ready?" Lin Feng slowed down the car and waved with a smile. "The pig-killing feast is in jeopardy. The way this pig is prepared has already been decided." Wah-ah-ah. Upon hearing that the pork stew was no longer available, Zhang Ming almost burst into tears on the spot. "But we can have pork," Lin Feng quickly added. "Braised pork, stir-fried pork slices, whatever you want to eat, just order whatever you like." As soon as he said that, Zhang Ming's tears instantly welled up and he held them back. His ability to control the situation so skillfully is both laughable and exasperating. He sniffed, a satisfied look on his face. "As long as there's pork, I'm not asking for much." No wonder they were so greedy. Lin Feng's pigs were truly exceptional. Free-range pigs have firm muscles, their feed doesn't have any strange taste, and they are raised in a way that is even more standardized than the standards in textbooks. The students were already craving more and more pork. They would be content just to taste a bite of pork, let alone the pork stew. Lin Feng's car drove out of Shida village, passed through the county town smoothly, and entered the slaughterhouse. Professor Sun gave his name, and the gatekeeper immediately opened the gate and let him in. He couldn't help but keep looking back, wanting to see what the pig that Professor Sun had praised so many times looked like. A moment later, the slaughterhouse manager quickly came out to greet them, shaking hands with the 2 men with a beaming smile. "Finally, everything is ready, I just need to check the pig's ear tag." He looked Lin Feng up and down again, then smiled and said, "Professor Sun told me this morning that your pigs are well raised, and I'm finally getting to see you in person today." The person in charge exclaimed again as their gaze fell on the 2 pigs in the back compartment. "Wow, this pig looks to weigh at least 250 pounds, right? Have you weighed it at home?" "I didn't weigh myself," Lin Feng shook his head. "I figured I'd have to be weighed here, so I didn't bother. Besides, it's not easy to get the pigs onto the scale. They all seem to resist being weighed, probably because they know they'll be eaten if they get fat." Okay, my scale is just as accurate." The person in charge laughed and immediately called over a worker, who, together with Lin Feng, dragged the pig out of the back compartment. The moment the person in charge touched the pig, their eyes lit up, and their gaze towards the pig revealed genuine affection. "Hey, is your pig free range?" Lin Feng was stunned. He was certain that this praise was not just polite talk, but genuine recognition. Curious, he pressed on, "You can tell just by looking at that? In just a few seconds from lifting the pig off the truck to weighing it, you can tell if it's been raised well or not? That's amazing." The person in charge smiled. "Of course. We handle at least 50 or 60 pigs here every day, and we can tell at a glance how well they're raised and what the meat quality is." At this moment, the numbers on the scale appeared, and he said again, 256 jin. For a pig raised on grain to grow this big is already quite impressive. He patted the pig's rump, his tone even more delighted. Free range and fed with grain, no wonder the meat looks firmer than that of caged animals. By the way, Professor Sun told you about the fees here, right? Shall we kill him now? The bound pig seemed to sense its impending death, letting out pitiful howls as it struggled to break free. "Kill them, I want the whole set for 500. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. He had only learned about the two slaughtering methods at the county slaughterhouse after Professor Sun's explanation. The first type is mass slaughter, which is suitable for pig farmers or markets that slaughter large numbers of pigs, and the price is cheap. A 200-pound pig costs only about 60 yuan, but slaughterhouses default to recycling the internal organs and pig heads. The second method is similar to illegal slaughtering, which is similar to hiring a local butcher, but at a higher price. Based on the weight of the pig, it's 1 piece per pound, and you can take away any part of it. If you want them to clean your internal organs, you can pay extra. 500 yuan covers the whole service. However, such slots for illegal killings are not common. In small county towns, most families still hire the village butcher to butcher their own pork, as it's convenient and cheap. So if you want to go through this private killing process, you have to make an appointment in advance to grab a spot if you don't have connections. Lin Feng benefited entirely from Professor Sun's influence this time. He not only cut in line early but also got to kill the enemy as soon as he arrived, saving him a lot of trouble. When his 2 pigs were taken into the washing room, he discovered that another family had come to slaughter them that day. Their pig was a white pig, pink and tender, which looked very pleasing. It was bigger than Lin Feng's pig, probably weighing about 300 jin. However, the white pig that came later had to be quarantined for 3 hours, and its body temperature was checked by professionals before it could be slaughtered. This is also the key reason why Lin Feng was able to cut in line. His pigs were guaranteed by Professor Sun, who observed them 12 hours in advance, so they didn't need to go through the quarantine process. The family noticed that the pig being slaughtered inside was a rare black pig, so they came over to Lin Feng and asked if they could stay and watch. The 2 brothers who came were preparing this pig for a family event. They would eat half and give the other half away. "Then why didn't you hire a butcher?" Lin Feng was puzzled. Since they didn't sell pork, hiring a butcher would obviously be cheaper. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that it seemed inappropriate to say such things in a slaughterhouse. Unexpectedly, the slaughterhouse manager didn't care at all, and waved his hand with a smile. "We never made money by slaughtering pigs for private individuals." The 2 brothers were honest and explained directly. "You can get tested here. Whether you're eating it yourself or giving it as a gift, I feel at ease. Besides, if the pigs are found to be substandard, we can use the evidence here to get our money back from the seller. It's much more reassuring." The 2 of them spoke in unison, making their point very clear. The slaughterhouse manager couldn't stop smiling after hearing this. That's not true. Whether the pork has a proper inspection stamp or not makes a huge difference. The 2 brothers had just heard the pig's cries when they caught a glimpse of the black pig being washed and dragged into the slaughterhouse. "I hadn't looked closely before, but now I was captivated by its robust and powerful appearance, and a strange sense of envy welled up inside me." They originally wanted to buy this local black pig, but they couldn't find it at several stores in the county. The black pigs that were available were either already reserved or were small pigs weighing less than 100 pounds, which made the 2 of them stomp their feet in anger, feeling like they had nowhere to spend their money. Finally, having no other choice, we selected this large white pig that had been raised for almost 9 months. It weighed over 300 pounds and looked quite robust. But the eldest brother couldn't resist and walked up to Lin Feng, his tone filled with envy. "Dude, where did you buy this pig? How many months have you raised it? It looks really good." Lin Feng immediately smiled when he heard someone praising his pig. "I didn't buy it, I raised it myself. I've had it for a year and 2 months. As soon as he said that, everyone around, including the person in charge, couldn't help but look over. The person in charge knew that Lin Feng raised the pigs himself, but he didn't expect that he had been raising them for so long. The 2 brothers frowned, clearly disbelieving. "It's been over a year and it's only gotten this big." The pig they bought was only 9 months old, but it already weighed almost 400 pounds. Lin Feng nodded and explained, "There's nothing we can do. They're free range in the countryside, mainly eating grass, so they grow slowly. The two brothers wanted to ask more questions, but the people in the slaughterhouse had already tied up the pig. The middle-aged man who had helped Lin Feng carry the pig earlier came over and knocked on the glass window. "Hey buddy, do you want to keep the pig's blood? If so, bring the container over. If not, just leave it." "Yes, just leave me one bucket." Lin Feng quickly handed the bucket he had prepared earlier into the meat outlet. The middle-aged man took the bucket and nodded to Lin Feng with a serious expression. "Let's begin." Seeing his master's solemn expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but become serious as well, and leaned forward to say, "Please, master, my pig is quite strong." No sooner had he finished speaking than the butcher, who had already walked to the pig, glanced at Lin Feng and replied in a serious tone, "It's incredibly powerful. When we were washing the pig earlier, the rope came undone, and several people almost couldn't hold it down, nearly letting the pig escape. Fortunately, now that it's on the slaughtering platform, it has no chance to struggle anymore." The scene of red knives going in and white knives coming out in the slaughterhouse wasn't pretty, but in Lin Feng's opinion, the middle-aged man's technique was even more skillful than the butcher he had hired last time. Half a bucket of pig's blood was successfully collected, and the pig gradually became quiet. The subsequent hair removal and cleaning process was carried out smoothly and efficiently by the people in the workshop, without any delays. Lin Feng stood outside and watched for a while, unable to help but compare the situation here with his experience of slaughtering the pig last time. Slaughterhouses are better, they're professional and clean, and most importantly, they're hassle-free. You just send the pigs in, and then you don't have to worry about anything else. You just wait to get the processed pork. Indeed, the principle of you get what you pay for applies everywhere. After skillfully scraping off the pig hair, the chefs began to butcher the pork. According to the slaughterhouse's procedures, they are only responsible for cleaning the pig's head, removing the internal organs, and doing some simple cleaning. Finally, they split the pig in half along the spine, and that completes the entire service. The slaughterhouse is usually very quiet, since the environment doesn't smell very good. Most people work quietly and rarely talk. But today was different. The moment the first cut was made, a gasp of alarm came from the butcher in the slaughterhouse. "Oh my! Look at this meat. It's as red as beef. Let me see, it really is. No wonder everyone says our local black pigs are so good, the meat is absolutely amazing. It's a pity there are so few. Even here, we can only see a few more around the Lunar New Year. Look at the texture of this meat, it's just like the pigs we raised on grass when we were kids. And this fat, it's so white and clean, it's so appealing." With just a few words from the chefs, everyone watching outside was instantly drawn to the pork. Regardless of whether it's a black or white pig, once the hair is scraped off and cleaned, it looks clean and white. But in the slaughterhouse, the pig's internal organs have been removed and cleaned separately, and the pig's head is placed aside. The pork, hung up, was cut in half, and through the clean interior, the color of the meat itself could be clearly seen. Unlike the pinkish meat of most white pigs nowadays, the meat of Lin Feng's pigs is a vibrant, healthy red, almost as bright as beef. Even standing outside, you can tell that the meat is mostly lean, but not a dry, skeletal cut, rather, it has a perfect balance of fat and lean. At first glance, you'll immediately think, "This meat must taste delicious and not dry." The person in charge practically pressed his face against the glass window. His initial reason for making the slaughterhouse the only officially designated unit in the county was so that he could eat delicious and safe pork. But things didn't go as planned. Back when every farming family raised pigs, he could often see this kind of good meat. In recent years, fewer and fewer farmers are raising pigs on their own. Farms prefer white pigs that can be marketed in 6 months, as they are more cost-effective than local black pigs that grow slower. In addition, with the increasing use of technology and faster pig slaughtering, he had long felt that the slaughtering job was no longer interesting. "Only today have I seen truly good pork again." If the process hadn't been incomplete, he would have loved to rush over and get a good look at the meat. Professor Sun understood his little scheme perfectly, and crossed his arms, laughing. "How about it? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Isn't this some rare, high-quality pork?" The person in charge nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice, his eyes still fixed on the meat inside the glass window. "It looks delicious. Red meat is much more appetizing than pink meat, it smells so good." Professor Sun, with a hint of pride on his face, as if he had raised the pig himself, sidled up to the person in charge to show off. "What's this? I've had much better food, you know, pork belly." The person in charge's eyes lit up. "How could I not know?" Because of the reputation of the miniature pig, plus the support from the county, there is still a pig farm that retains the pocket pig breed. Those piglets were all reserved as soon as they were born. You can only pick up pigs around the Lunar New Year every year. Even such a popular commodity is in short supply. His mind raced, and he instantly understood Professor Sun's meaning. So this young man named Lin Feng in front of him also raised pigs at home, and they had even eaten them. The person in charge immediately lowered their voice, leaned close to Professor Sun, and asked with undisguised craving, "So, how does it taste?" Even the two brothers next to them came over. They knew that the pork was really delicious, but unfortunately it was too small. After raising it for a year, it would only yield about 100 pounds of meat and bones, which was really not worth it. Apart from a few villagers who want to keep the animals for their own consumption, fewer and fewer people are willing to raise them. Professor Sun smacked his lips, unable to resist reminiscing about that barbecue from years ago. Let me put it this way, put the beautifully marbled pork shoulder on a wire rack and grill it briefly. It tastes almost the same as Veggies beef. It's very tender and incredibly fragrant. He felt he was tongue-tied and couldn't quite describe the amazing feeling, so he could only emphasize it. Let me put it more clearly. You know the difference between top-grade Veggies beef and regular beef, right? Well, pork belly is of a higher grade than regular pork belly. Seeing Professor Sun's greedy expression, the person in charge couldn't help but imagine the taste he had never experienced before, and secretly swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. Professor Sun ignored him and turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes full of expectation. "We're slaughtering a pig this time and going back for barbecue, right?" Lin Feng glanced at him. "Isn't this what you've been asking for all along?" He actually thought it was a bit strange to eat pork grilled, but every time he asked everyone what they wanted to eat, a group of people shouted that they wanted barbecue. Since that's what they said, he didn't refuse, because grilling barbecue would save him the trouble. Lin Feng added, "Lawyer Zhang said he would bring beef, and Dong Han also said he would cover the lamb. I just need to provide pork and vegetables. Perfect timing, the perilla and lettuce in my field are ready to eat now." "That's wonderful." Professor Sun rubbed his hands together, almost drooling, wishing he could follow Lin Feng back to the village the next second so he could taste the meat as soon as possible. It was just a few ordinary sentences in a conversation, but those who weren't qualified to participate couldn't help but swallow hard. The person in charge was itching to ask, "Can I join?" But then he thought about it and realized that he didn't know Lin Feng at all, so he swallowed the words back. The two brothers went even further, almost considering turning their family banquet into a barbecue, but after thinking about it for a long time, they gave up. You can make a barbecue yourself, but for a proper banquet, you need to prepare the right dishes. After waiting a while, the internal organs were cleaned and the pig's head was also cleaned and delivered. Lin Feng also received the quarantine stamp and test report he had requested. Soon, all the processed pork, along with the bucket of pig's blood, was pushed out of the meat outlet. The middle-aged man in charge of the surgery gave Lin Feng a thumbs up through the window. "You've raised this pig so well, it's absolutely amazing." Lin Feng grinned, "Thank you, master, you've worked hard." Although the pork is simply cut in half, those in the know can tell at a glance that it's something special. The fat on the back is less than 2 finger joints thick, and it is snow-white, delicate, and glossy. The lean meat is a bright red color, still warm from the heat, making it look incredibly appetizing. Despite having been raised for over a year, the flesh is exceptionally fine-textured, without the slightest roughness or texture. The person in charge was so fascinated by it that he wished he could immediately take a knife, disassemble it, and examine it closely. The two brothers also said to Lin Feng with sincere expressions, "We'd be perfectly satisfied if the pigs we buy were about 80% of this quality." But as soon as they finished speaking, they both shook their heads. "Forget it, what are you thinking? We bought feed-fed pigs, how can we compare them to free-range pigs that grow grass and eat grain?" The person in charge swallowed hard, grabbed Lin Feng's hand, and spoke with unusual seriousness. "Sell me some pork. Next time you come to have a pig slaughtered, I'll give you the green light and priority." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously turned his gaze to Professor Sunday. Professor Sun immediately nodded, indicating that this was absolutely feasible. Actually, he had this idea from the beginning. He knew that the person in charge was an expert on pork, and that he would be unable to resist Lin Feng's meat once he saw it. At that time, everything would be easy to negotiate. He had mentioned this to Lin Feng at Lin Feng's house before. He originally only wanted a priority timetable for the private killing, but he didn't expect the person in charge to give him the green light. Seeing Professor Sun nod, Lin Feng also gave him a wink, meaning that selling a little bit was no problem at all. Upon receiving the signal, Professor Sun, as previously agreed, took the initiative to handle the negotiations. The key is not to let the person in charge feel that Lin Feng benefited from the situation, but to make him feel that he got a good deal. There is a big difference between these 2 points. He put his arm around the person in charge's shoulder and said, half jokingly and half seriously, "For my sake, I might sell you some. But let me make this clear, the pork from Lin Feng's family can't be priced at market value, it has to be at least double." Upon hearing that there was hope, the person in charge immediately broke into a smile. "It's normal for it to be a little more expensive. This meat is of such high quality, it's not even in the same league as the pinkish pork in the market. The investment in raising it is far less. As long as it's not outrageously expensive, he can accept it. He has such a large slaughterhouse, so he's not short of money." Professor Sun noticed that the two brothers next to him also looked interested and seemed about to buy something, so he quickly pulled the person in charge aside and lowered his voice to say, "You really need to take this green light thing seriously if it goes through, your good days are just around the corner." After saying that, he gestured with his chin toward Lin Feng, and the person in charge immediately followed his gaze. Professor Sun added a frank statement. "Given our friendship, I'll tell you something, his pigsty not only has ermine pigs, but also hebeo pigs. And they are fed entirely on grains, and they also roam freely in the orchards eating grass and fruit. With this breed and these breeding conditions, think about it, how could the taste be bad? You'll definitely benefit from building a good relationship with Lin Feng." The moment those words were spoken, the person in charge's eyes lit up like light bulbs. "Really? You're not kidding me? They have so many good pigs? I've lived in the county for so long, how come I didn't know there was such a good pig farm? If that's true, he'll never have to worry about not having quality pork again. Pigs from pig farms are safe but don't taste good, while free-range pigs from farms taste good but aren't necessarily safe. Having a high-quality and stable source of pork from Lin Feng's family is a tremendous blessing for a pure pork lover like him." Professor Sun glanced at him and reminded him, "I don't believe you haven't heard a word about him. He's from Stone Village, and his name is Lin Feng." The person in charge blinked, then suddenly became excited. "Stone Village? Is that the farm that grows exceptionally well and is even recognized by the county?" Professor Sun nodded, his face showing a mixture of pride and modesty, his expression seeming to say, "Now you know you've struck gold, right?" The person in charge was now completely excited. He finally realized that building a good relationship with Lin Feng was not just necessary, it was absolutely necessary. They never intended to make money by selling pork. Even if they didn't come to the slaughterhouse, they could have found a pig butcher in the village to butcher their pig. Moreover, with long-term cooperation, slaughtering a pig would cost less than 200 yuan, unlike here, where the illegal slaughtering fee alone is 500 yuan, and it would be even more expensive if it were a large pig weighing 300 or 400 jin. But he couldn't just waive the fee. Every pig that passes through the slaughterhouse must be recorded, so smuggling is not allowed. Who would have thought that he opened the slaughterhouse in the hopes of having safe and delicious pork, but ended up being someone who dared not eat ordinary pork? Now that they know the pig was raised by Lin Feng from the Stone Village farm, the person in charge understands even more that they must be careful in this matter. These days, it's really not easy to find meat that tastes good and is safe to eat. If you lose your future source of sex because you didn't handle the relationship well, that would be a huge loss. Not to mention, building a good relationship with Lin Feng can get you more than just pork. His family's farm was already quite well known in the county, and who knows what other benefits it might bring in the future. Be steady. Professor Sun rolled his eyes at the person in charge, whose face was almost red, and added a reassuring remark. "I personally inspected all the animals in his household, and there are absolutely no problems." The person in charge grinned even wider. Only a fool wouldn't be at ease. If even Professor Sun approves of this meat, what else is there to complain about? He chuckled foolishly twice, rubbing his hands together vigorously, feeling as sweet as honey inside. These days, the tricks involving animals might fool ordinary people and slaughterhouse workers, but they certainly can't fool a great expert like Professor Sunday. He also knew that his smooth transfer to the queue this time was entirely due to Professor Sun's connection. Finally, under Professor Sun's guidance, the two parties successfully reached a cooperation agreement. Lin Feng sold a pork knuckle, 10 jin of pork, and more than half a pig's head to the person in charge for 50 yuan per jin. As for himself, he only kept half of the pig's face and one pig's ear, planning to braise them at home and make them into a cold dish, while giving the rest to the person in charge. Since the meat needs to be divided, the pork belly can simply be butchered at the slaughterhouse. This decomposition was even more remarkable. Everyone who saw the meat praised it highly and crowded around to ask Lin Feng if he would sell it. Even if the price of 50 yuan per kilogram is almost the same as beef, they are still willing to buy it. Lin Feng refused without even thinking. "We won't sell them. After we finish eating today, there might not even be enough for our family, let alone sell them to others." Upon hearing this, everyone except the person in charge who got the bargain looked regretful and could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng loaded the processed pork onto the pickup truck. As the person in charge saw Lin Feng and Professor Sun off, he grinned from ear to ear and repeatedly reminded them, "Next time you want to slaughter a pig, just give me a call." With Professor Sun's guarantee, the first quarantine process will be skipped, and we'll arrange it as soon as you arrive. He then turned to thank Professor Sunday. The person in charge knew perfectly well that if it weren't for Professor Sun's influence, he wouldn't have been able to buy so much good pork today. Lin Feng successfully obtained the green pass for slaughtering pigs, the person in charge got the good meat he had been longing for, and Professor Sun also facilitated the friendship between the two sides, so it can be said that everyone was happy. On the other hand, the students were so distracted during lunch that they were practically dreaming about the barbecue that night. As soon as Lin Feng brought out the marinated meat, they immediately surrounded him. "I have guests tonight. The meat has already been cut into pieces and marinated for you, and the dipping sauce has also been prepared. The rest, such as grilling the skewers and starting the fire, will have to be done by yourselves. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Ming, Wu Yong, Wang Li, and the others, and deliberately put on a stern face to ask, "We're all adults, this is nothing to worry about, right?" "No problem. Absolutely no problem." The group nodded in unison, but their eyes were fixed on the 3 large basins of marinated meat on the table. There were also skewers of chicken wings and chicken feet on the side, and I swallowed hard, unable to contain my saliva. For them, as long as there is meat, that's enough. Besides, the fun of barbecuing lies in doing it yourself, so this little bit of work is nothing. Lin Feng looked at the several eager young men, still keeping a stern face as he gave them serious instructions. "One more thing, remember to clean up the floor after you finish eating, don't make a mess of it. If we clean up the mess, it'll be easier to have barbecue next time, okay?" Jiang Ming immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, Brother Feng. We've also called the village secretary and the village doctor to come over. With them here, they definitely won't do anything reckless." Yes. Wang Li nodded frantically, but his gaze remained fixed on the meat basin. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, is this the pork your family slaughtered today?" The meat was bright red and looked almost identical to the beef and mutton next to it, but most importantly, it had absolutely no gamey smell. He was even a little worried that when he ate it later, he wouldn't be able to tell which was pork. Lin Feng, oblivious to their slight worry, smiled. "You'll know once you try it. Speaking of which, you guys helped take care of this pig, so you should have a taste of it." "I'll definitely try it. I absolutely will." The group nodded like chicks pecking at rice, their eyes full of anticipation. The preparations at the canteen are basically complete. All that's left is for Lin Feng to bring down some dry food such as steamed buns and pancakes before dinner. He thought that people need to eat some starch to feel full, especially since the village secretary was getting old and might not be able to digest just eating meat. He even specifically asked the village secretary if he wanted a few stir-fries prepared separately, but was unexpectedly refused outright. "No need. I also need to try your pork, which everyone praises every day, and see just how delicious it really is. I hear about it every day, I'm so tired of hearing it. Now that I've tried it, I can tell the other people in the village when I get back." As the sun begins to set, the farm comes alive with activity. The people who arrived clearly had no intention of leaving. Those who arrived early even prepared Lin Feng's guest rooms, saying they would stay there tonight. After all, although Lin Feng's family had run out of sorghum liquor, they still had a lot of rice wine in stock, which would be perfect for having a couple of drinks with the barbecue. Upon hearing the mention of alcohol, Dong Han walked straight through the crowd, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder as he said, "You must brew a lot more of your sorghum liquor this year. Tang Ji and Lu Wei are here right now, so if you're too busy, they'll be good helpers, which will save you a lot of trouble." "That's right." Upon hearing the words sorghum liquor, Grandpa Feng also chimed in, "If you still don't have enough manpower, I'll find you a few more. Take that Abdu from last time, he's still eyeing your wine. He mentions it every time we talk business. It's obvious he really likes it. If we can brew more next year, we might be able to make another fortune." Others echoed this sentiment, even those who didn't like strong liquor found Lin Feng's wine pleasant to drink. Lin Feng looked at this group of people who cared even more about his family's wine production than he did, and couldn't help but twitch his lips a couple of times. They're a bunch of drunkards, but thankfully their drinking habits are pretty good. Actually, as soon as the sorghum liquor was brewed last year, he went to the old man in the village who grew sorghum and asked him to plant another acre of sorghum this year. He said he would buy it all as long as the quality was good. The old man immediately asked, "Is it still the same price?" Seeing Lin Feng nod, he agreed without hesitation, proudly praising the quality of his sorghum while patting his chest to guarantee, "This year's harvest will definitely be just as good. 1 mu of sorghum can yield 900 jin, and if you select the best sorghum from 2 mu, you can sell at least 1,500 jin to Lin Feng. At 4 yuan per jin, that's 6,000 yuan. This doesn't even include the extra money earned from making brooms from sorghum stalks." When the old man saw Lin Feng off, his steps were incredibly light, and he looked at Lin Feng as if he were a lucky charm. "As I get older, life is getting better and better." Lin Feng still remembers the words the old man uttered before he left, his tone full of satisfaction. But he wouldn't tell this to these people. "If I told them the truth, the wine might be divided up before it's even brewed." Just like the ermine pig that was slaughtered today, if he hadn't insisted on leaving half of the cut meat behind, saying that everyone would have a taste tonight, there probably wouldn't have been any pork at all in tonight's barbecue. They even left him with only 1 blood sausage, which was the amount everyone would share tonight. What's even more outrageous is that this group of people transferred money so quickly, as if they were afraid that if they were too slow, they would regret it and miss out on the pork. The key point is that they even brought their own insulated boxes, and then added, "The meat will be frozen solid by tomorrow morning, so we can take it with us. It won't thaw." They were really calculating. Lin Feng blinked, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the scene, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Speaking of which, ermine pig meat is slightly coarser than Hebeo pig meat, but it is more fragrant and oilier. This aroma isn't the unique flavor of pork belly, but rather a pure meaty and oily fragrance that directly whets the appetite. Cut premium pork belly into 2 mm thick slices, grill them over charcoal until slightly charred, with the edges curling up slightly and glistening with golden oil. When you pick it up with chopsticks, you can see tiny bubbles of oil sizzling on the surface, like dancing musical notes or mischievous sprites. No extra seasoning is needed, just a sprinkle of chili salt is enough to make it taste amazing. It's just as good as the beef or lamb next to it, and it even has a rich, mellow aroma that's not greasy at all. John Lu chewed on the grilled meat, feeling completely satisfied. He knew that this overwhelming sense of happiness came from that real, substantial profit. In fact, modern people are not lacking in oil and fat, but foreign pigs with fast growth and high lean-meat ratio are squeezing the market. Fewer and fewer families are raising native pigs, and pork on the market is becoming increasingly scarce. Therefore, the happiness of being able to eat this kind of local pork that has returned to its original flavor and is full of high-quality oil is especially precious. John Lu raised his wine glass and clinked it against Lin Feng's, his heart filled with emotion. Having a friend who seriously runs a farm is the greatest blessing in life. He remembered the fatty meat and lard that Lin Feng had collected, and lowered his voice to plead. After you render your lard, could you share some with me? Good quality lard makes for an exceptionally delicious lard mixed rice dish. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng felt several pairs of eavesdropping ears suddenly appear around him. He chuckled softly and refused decisively. Don't even think about it, I'm saving those for making desserts. One of the most crucial ingredients in Chinese pastries is lard. He promised to make flour cakes for the village secretary, so he had to make them well. Right now, we're hoping to take the flavor to the next level by upgrading the raw materials, so we can't afford to let the oil get used up. Sure enough, upon hearing this, almost everyone sighed in disappointment. The only exceptions are Tang Ji, Lu Wei, Professor Sun, and Zhou Cheng. These people either lived at Lin Feng's house or lived nearby, and they could always manage to get a free meal by being shameless. They will most likely be able to try the new flour cakes that Lin Feng mentioned. Unperturbed by the rejection, Old Master Dong continued eating his roasted meat while keeping an eye on the meat in the pot. He then asked, Lin Feng, when are the rest of your pigs ready for market? They look pretty big. Yes. There are still many more in the orchard. Everyone's attention instantly shifted from the lard and turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and shook his head. I'll have to wait a bit longer, at the earliest it will be around winter. I want to raise them a little longer and see how big they can grow. Professor Sun, who was gnawing on garlic ribs, immediately looked up and replied, I reckon it won't be any smaller than the one we have today. Upon hearing this, everyone almost drooled. With so many local pigs that can grow to over 300 pounds, there will be so much delicious food to eat in the future. Owning a farm would be amazing. You'd have an endless supply of delicious food. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in unison, all sighing in unison. Next time you slaughter a pig, you'd better slaughter a few more. One pig isn't enough to go around. Dong Han raised his wine glass to Lin Feng, patting his chest and guaranteeing, don't worry, no matter how many you kill or what price you ask, even if they can't handle it all, I guarantee I'll make sure you don't have any worries about being stuck with it. Yes, yes, yes. Old Master Dong wholeheartedly agreed, as he shared the same thought. The others were unhappy with these words. Attorney John quickly chimed in, everyone, don't fight over it. If it really comes down to it, I'll take them all. He lives the furthest away, so he rarely has the opportunity and must stock up on more. He can always freeze it in the refrigerator. They say technology changes lives, so why not use a refrigerator? Lin Feng clinked glasses with him across the crowd, raising an eyebrow at Dong Han and John Lu. Aren't you afraid I'll ask for an exorbitant price by saying this out loud? Ha ha ha. Grandpa Feng laughed heartily, pointing at Lin Feng and joking, afraid you'll ask for a price? What a joke. What we fear most is having a price but no market. Exactly. If you dare to sell, we dare to buy. The crowd joined in the commotion. Everyone knows perfectly well that Lin Feng's farm, only in its second year, has already attracted so many people, it's only a matter of time before it becomes incredibly successful. When that time comes, you can imagine how difficult it will be to snatch his things. Now, before the farm becomes completely popular, we must seize the opportunity and stock up on more good stuff. No, no, please spare my pig. Seeing the menacing looks on this group of people, Lin Feng quickly begged for mercy. If this continues, I, as a farmer, might not even be able to afford a single pig from my own farm. Ha 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 ha. The laughter in the courtyard instantly grew even louder, the evening breeze carrying the aroma of roasted meat and cheerful chatter far and wide. In the eyes of foodies, no matter whether it's a Michelin-starred meal or an intangible cultural heritage delicacy, nothing can compare to the lively atmosphere of a barbecue stall. Regardless of social class or status, people can instantly become close friends when they have barbecue and drinks. This group of people ate at Lin Feng's house from around 6 p.m. until 10 p.m., and no one was willing to stop eating and rest unless they were absolutely stuffed. Your rice wine is delicious. Pack me 2 jars before you leave. Old Master Dong was so drunk he was almost out of his mind, but he still remembered Lin Feng's rice wine. Dan Han, who was standing to the side, was also flushed from drinking and was nodding vigorously in support of his father. The father and son were now completely at ease. The tension from when they were fighting over the meat sauce was nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng also drank the wine, but like Lu Wei and Tang Ji, he was already used to the alcohol content of the rice wine and knew when to stop. He steadily ushered the group of drunkards into the guest rooms one by one, offering perfunctory words of comfort. Take a nap first, and we can discuss the wine packing matter when you wake up. There's still time, so go to sleep first. After everyone was settled, Tang Ji and Lu Wei came out of the guest room next door. Lu Wei shared with Lin Feng with a look of shock. Brother Feng, Attorney Zhang is truly something else. Even when he's drunk, he still remembers to recite legal provisions, though the content is a bit scary. It's all about life imprisonment and the death penalty. Tang Ji nodded in agreement, his tone slightly uneasy. I'm starting to panic too. The main thing is that the things Attorney Zhang mentioned were things that the two of them had actually been involved in to some extent when they were carrying out missions before. Fortunately, he had already handed himself over to the state, otherwise, let alone the death penalty, 2 bullets wouldn't have been enough, and the grass on his grave would be 2 meters high. Lin Feng looked at them strangely, not understanding why they looked so apprehensive after reciting a legal provision. He pondered for a long time with his slightly alcohol-fueled brain and concluded that it was probably the shock of a mediocre student to a top student. After all, he didn't understand the legal provisions and just assumed that the two of them were intimidated by Attorney Zhang's professionalism. Lin Feng originally thought that the barbecue would be over once it was finished. To everyone's surprise, his family's free-range eggs became the talk of the town the very next day after breakfast. Pigs are raised for a year before they are ready for market, but chickens can lay eggs every day. Want to buy some of my free-range eggs? Hearing everyone's request, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. It's not impossible. The phase of his chickens hatching chicks is over, and now the hens will focus on laying eggs, which will allow him to sell some of them. He added. However, my family's free-range eggs are a bit more expensive than the market price. They cost 1.5 yuan each in the market, but I charge 2 yuan each. Also, the varieties are not fixed, and they are mostly mixed together in the packaging. There was no other way. The chickens were all raised together, and apart from a few types of eggs with very distinct characteristics, he couldn't tell the breeds of the rest, so he had to mix them up. To everyone's surprise, no one cared at all, and they all said, "Any eggs from your farm are fine, a little price is no problem." That morning, although everyone woke up from their hangover without any after effects and felt refreshed, their outfits were unusually unrestrained. Lin Feng, Tang Ji, and Lu Wei found it troublesome to go to the county to get their hair styled, so they all shaved their heads, which was fine. But Zhang Lu and Professor Sun usually have medium-length hair that they keep clean and neat. After sleeping for a night, their hair was all spiky and sticking out. After taking a shower, and since Lin Feng's family didn't have any hairspray, everyone suddenly looked much more plain. But nobody cared about that. Everyone's attention was drawn to the food on the table. A table was laden with steaming white porridge, refreshing pickled vegetables, and various colored free-range eggs. For someone suffering from a hangover, what could be more comforting than a bowl of warm white porridge with a tender, fresh egg? Professor Sun and Lu Wei knew the reason for the different colors of the eggs, so they each chose their favorite flavor and cracked open the eggshells at the table. Dan Han, who was full of curiosity, had never seen such a scene before, so he asked Professor Sun, who was standing next to him. In his view, with Lin Feng absent, Professor Sun, the animal expert, must know the most. Professor Sun peeled a red-shelled egg for himself while picking up a small white-shelled egg and explaining, "They are all eggs, but Lin Feng's chickens are of many different breeds, so the eggshell colors vary. So this green-shelled one is also an egg?" Dan Han pointed to the green-shelled egg in the bowl, unable to reconcile it with the chicken eggs he remembered, and even somewhat confused it with the duck eggs. Professor Sun nodded. The chickens at Lin Feng's house that are particularly dark lay these green-shelled eggs. As for these small white eggs, they are black-shelled chicken eggs. Whether the eggs were red, white, or green, everyone was stunned by the rich aroma of eggs inside after cracking them open. Grandpa Feng was stunned for a long time before he sighed. "My goodness. My family usually eats free-range eggs, but compared to this, they're nothing." Old Master Dong nodded in agreement. Who doesn't? They asked Tang Ji and Lu Wei and learned that Lin Feng was now able to collect at least 50 or 60 eggs every day. Now everyone was thinking about buying eggs. Lin Feng definitely couldn't finish eating 50 or 60 eggs by himself, and according to his employees, he hadn't found a regular buyer yet. Lin Feng readily agreed, saying he would ship the goods to everyone in order within a week. This perfectly solved the problem of eggs piling up at home that we were about to face. He originally wanted to contact manager Zheng, since he knew that the only channel he could get a good price for was through the app. Selling directly to these discerning customers saves a lot of trouble. When they arrived, they drove luxury cars and exuded an elite aura, making them figures that the students looked up to. When they left, they were all dressed simply, but their smiles were so wide that their eyes disappeared. The trunk was crammed full of local specialties from Lin Feng's family, such as free-range eggs and cured meat. Sitting in Professor Sun's car, Zhou Cheng thought of the fragrant eggs he had for breakfast, and the golden, non-greasy yolks, and couldn't help but smack his lips. It's so great to work hard and earn money. Starting tomorrow, I can eat such delicious eggs every day. He suddenly asked curiously, by the way, Professor Sun, Lin Feng's chickens are all free-range, so how do you collect the eggs? Professor Sun actually knew about this, and had even witnessed it firsthand. Tang Ji and Lu Wei can feed Lin Feng's animals and even milk them. But Lin Feng has to collect the eggs himself. Every morning after he finishes cooking, he takes his wolf pack, Green Wolf and Little Black Wolf, and searches every inch of the ranch. After all, no matter how powerful he is as a farmer, he can't stop some chickens, ducks, and geese from laying their eggs in the nest and instead laying them everywhere. He paused, then added, Lu Wei and Tang Ji are no help at all. As soon as they get close to the eggs, they get chased and pecked by the chickens and ducks. To be honest, Lin Feng's poultry are really fierce. No sooner had he said that than a few clapping sounds of rebuttal came from the trunk. Those roosters with their wings and claws tied seemed to be protesting. Even if you're fierce, it didn't stop you from eating. Zhou Cheng burst out laughing. Recalling the taste of chicken, he couldn't help but spit his saliva onto the car window, which then bounced back. He licked his lips and said seriously, the things from Lin Feng's house are the first things I've ever felt are worth the money. Even if he sells them for several times the market price, I'll still accept it. Absolutely. Professor Sun wholeheartedly agrees with this statement. Especially those roosters and drakes. If it weren't for the fact that there were many of us pestering him, we wouldn't have been able to get them out of his hands at all. Someone offered him 50 yuan per kilogram for a rooster before, but he wasn't tempted. That kind of self-control is truly impressive. He then changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. I traveled to almost every livestock farm in the county with the veterinarians from the animal husbandry station and veterinary hospital, but I only felt most at ease with Lin Feng's farm. Sometimes, being a highly skilled and reputable animal expert isn't necessarily a happy thing, because while we're making more money, there's less and less food we can eat with peace of mind. Just like the person in charge of a slaughterhouse, even though they know that there's nothing wrong with the meat on the market, they still can't help feeling disgusted. Therefore, having a friend like Lin Feng is truly wonderful. Lin Feng was extremely pleased to see that the vegetables, chickens, and ducks on the farm had been swept away and left a small patch of bare ground. It feels so great to know the leaders in various industries. No matter what you do, you won't be afraid of being scammed, and it's easy to consult with professionals. It's like having countless invisible protectors. The key point is that the farm's baldness wasn't in vain, the bank card balance also increased. After seeing the guests off, Lin Feng's life returned to normal. His days were almost identical, but he never got tired of them. Once the edible roses were in full bloom, the small shops in Stone Village at the trade fair finally began to offer flower cakes. The shop assistant, Xiao Li, almost burst into tears when she received the cake. Stone Village is truly a treasure trove. The aroma of these flower cakes is absolutely divine. He immediately used his position for personal gain to detain one person, then turned around and shared it in the sales group. Stone Village has a new specialty product. The flower cakes smell amazing. In an instant, the group chat exploded with excitement. Ah, I'm going during summer vacation. Flower cakes, wait for me. Oh my god, when will it be shipped? Didn't they say the online store was already prepared? Hurry up and launch it. I'm so angry, living in the northernmost part of our country. What's wrong with the party secretary of Shida Village? He's not even motivated to make money. Yes. This line of thinking is completely problematic. In the office of Shida Village, the village party secretary suddenly sneezed loudly. The village chief quickly looked over with concern. Since the development of specialty agriculture, the village committee has been constantly busy, and the village party secretary, as a pillar of the village, cannot be allowed to fall. The village party secretary sniffed and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, but in his heart he secretly made a note of those people in the group who said that he had ideological problems. Once the online store opens, I'll show you who's really unmotivated. At this point, someone in the group chat finally got to the point. How does the flower cake taste? The group fell silent instantly, everyone waiting for the group admin, Xiao Li, to reply, leaving a large empty space in the chat box. The shop assistant in Stone Village. It's absolutely delicious. The rose scent is amazing, and the pastry is beautifully baked. I can't describe the exact taste, but wheat grown by farmers tastes just different. Most importantly, such a delicious pancake only costs 5 yuan each, it's simply divine. The group members instantly erupted. Nowadays, even a simple pastry costs 10 or 20 yuan to buy in the market. 5 yuan for a fresh flour cake? This pricing is simply divine. I don't believe you. Unless you send it over and let me try it. The shop assistant in Stone Village, haha, no way, we can't possibly sell enough. But I can eat it every day, spending only 5 yuan a day, I'm as happy as a god. As soon as he said that, the group chat exploded. What's the point of saying anything more if you can't shop online or have things shipped? That's right, I don't believe it, Ugh, I'm going crazy. I want to go on a trip, but I still have to work. Are you hiring? I'd love to be a shop assistant. That's outrageous. I ate it once and I've been craving it ever since, but some people can eat it every day. Sisters, let's unite and beat him up. While inside the store, Xiaoli looked at the attacks in the group chat without fear, and even felt a little amused. Being able to eat such delicious flour cakes every day, what's a little jealousy? Xiaoli jokingly threatened in the group, you still dare to criticize me? Once the Stone Village online store opens, I won't tell you. The atmosphere in the group immediately changed drastically. No, sir. We were wrong. Please let us know. Please notify us as soon as your online store opens. The village party secretary, who had been watching the screen for a while, looked up at the village chief and said, "This young man, Xiaoli, is quite good. Our online store is short of a customer service representative, isn't it? Let's ask him if he'd be willing to come. He can work shifts, which is perfect." The village chief had a good impression of Xiaoli and readily agreed. In this way, during the 6 months that the showroom was closed, Xiaoli was able to have a job that wasn't tiring and could work remotely, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had been staying in Stone Village, had no idea that his flour cakes had sparked another buying frenzy at the trade fair. However, neither scalpers nor personal shoppers could compete with the local wealthy women and aunties. Countless people are going crazy for this pancake. He was now intently following behind Zhang Ming, learning how to pollinate the giant pumpkin. To perfectly preserve the genes of this new variety of pumpkin, artificial pollination is necessary. Giant pumpkins, like regular pumpkins, have female and male flowers, which even a layman like Lin Feng can distinguish. As the female flower grows a little larger, it develops an undeveloped little pumpkin-like shape at the base, while the male flower does not. In order to successfully carry out one-to-one artificial pollination without being disturbed by pollen from other nearby pumpkins, they tied the entire flower bud with cable ties long before the female flower had fully grown but not yet opened. This prevents foreign pollen from sneaking in and ensures that the resulting pumpkin seeds are not purebred giant pumpkins. Today, Zhang Ming observed that the female flowers were almost mature, so he brought his students to do pollination work. There are 2 methods for collecting pollen from male flowers. The gentlest method is to use a cotton swab to apply pollen to the pistil. A more aggressive approach involves directly picking the male flower and using the pollen-covered stamen to pollinate the pistil. Zhang Ming used the second type of fertilizer in Lin Feng's field, which also helped to thin the flowers and ensure the pollinated pumpkins had enough nutrients. Looking at the enormous male flower in Zhang Ming's hand, Lin Feng asked from the bottom of his heart, "Can I have it when I'm done? I want to take it home and fry it. It should be edible like other pumpkin blossoms, right? It's such a big one, I want to try it." Zhang Ming held the pumpkin blossom in his hand and fell silent instantly. His gaze towards Lin Feng was extremely complex. Is this the difference between a scholar and a cook? The male flower in his hand was carefully selected. He originally intended to pollinate it, make it into a specimen, and send it back to the school for teaching and display purposes. Tell the students, this is the male flower of the first generation of giant pumpkins. Even the shape of these columnar stamens is perfect. He even specially selected a female flower, and after fertilization and fruit setting, he planned to make specimens of the discarded parts to create a set of teaching materials. As a result, Lin Feng only cared about whether it tasted good or whether it was edible. Zhang Ming glanced at Lin Feng, then abruptly turned his head to the other side, preferring to ignore him. He desperately tried to convince himself, this isn't his junior, this is just a cook who's been eyeing fried flowers. Zhang Ming was also puzzled. Wasn't his large patch of pumpkin blossoms enough to eat? They just had to keep thinking about this teaching specimen in their hands. But then he thought about it again, and after Lin Feng's teasing, he actually became a little curious himself. What does this giant pumpkin flower taste like? Just looking at its size, one of these flowers is equivalent to 3 ordinary pumpkin flowers, so it must be very satisfying to eat. Finally, Zhang Ming took a deep breath, turned to the students observing beside him, and said, "Be careful when you thin out the flowers, don't damage the male flowers too much. Your brother Feng wants to keep them so he can taste them." Upon hearing this, Wang Li and the others immediately swallowed hard and simultaneously gave Lin Feng an okay sign. Some people, fearing Lin Feng wouldn't be able to see them from a distance, shouted loudly, "Don't worry, brother Feng. I guarantee there won't be a single speck of mud on the petals. Pumpkin blossoms are a seasonal delicacy, and now they're enormous. Just thinking about them makes my mouth water. Are you having lunch today? A voice suddenly came from afar. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that it was the person in charge of looking after the long-haired corn. It said that in a few days, even the long-haired corn will need to be bagged to preserve its purity. We'll eat it for lunch today, Lin Feng nodded. Flowers taste best when they're fresh. Oh, most girls can't resist flowers, and food is no exception. Yu Suwang suddenly remembered the fried pumpkin blossoms she ate last year. The crisp, tender, and fragrant taste was still lingering in her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't wait for dinner to be served. Yu Suwang walked to Lin Feng's side, her eyes full of anticipation. Brother Feng, shall we pick the pumpkin blossoms from your garden first? Lin Feng nodded. The pumpkins in Dacian were planted late, so the female flowers probably haven't fully developed yet. We'll eat the ones from my field today, so there probably won't be many. Do you need me to pick them for you? Yu Suwang quickly pressed for details, revealing a remarkable enthusiasm even in his work. This was the first time Lin Feng had ever seen someone so eager to work, but he shook his head and refused. Pollinating pumpkin flowers is not difficult and does not require additional manpower, but he didn't rule it out completely, pointing to the pumpkin patch next to them. These few giant pumpkin flowers are definitely not enough for everyone to eat. If you finish your work, you can go over there and pick some. Lu Wei was so eager to try it that he simply went home and brought back a clean basin specifically for holding the flowers. He had never eaten pumpkin blossoms before and had been wanting to try them for a long time. The giant in giant pumpkins is evident in their leaves, flowers, and stems. Walking through the pumpkin patch, the group experienced a strange phobia for the first time, especially considering this wasn't even the pumpkins at their largest size. Because they grow so large, Lin Feng has to apply liquid fertilizer to the pumpkin field every week to ensure that the pumpkins have enough nutrients. If it weren't for the recent hot weather, which has accelerated the fermentation of organic fertilizer at home, coupled with the increased production of fresh fruits and vegetables and the resulting increase in liquid fertilizer, he almost wouldn't have been able to meet the needs of the experimental fields. Zhang Ming was even more cautious, and after several soil tests, he immediately prepared compound fertilizer. The pumpkins in the field will be kept as the best second-generation seeds. There must be no mistakes, even if they are not natural enough. Zhang Ming wasn't the only one thinking this way. Professor Li, who was in charge of other crops on the other side, also had the same idea. Only Lin Feng, looking at his farm which insisted on all green planting, showed a gratified smile. At noon, every student enjoyed deep-fried giant pumpkin blossoms, as well as stuffed pumpkin blossoms made from regular pumpkin blossoms, served with mixed grain rice, a meal that was both beautiful and delicious. Especially the deep-fried giant pumpkin blossoms, the outer skin is so crispy it crumbles, and the inside is soft, tender and sweet. The sweetness of the pumpkin blossoms perfectly balances the greasiness of the tofu skin. Take a bite of the stuffed meat, and your mouth will be filled with fresh and delicious flavor. Life here is simply heavenly. Brother Feng, let's eat them again when the pumpkin flowers are pollinated next time. This time, Wang Li took the lead in shouting, and the others followed suit. Okay, just bring your own pots and make sure you don't get the flowers dirty or broken. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Pumpkin blossoms are seasonal, so eating them a few more times during the season is perfectly fine. From eating locust flowers for several meals in a row before to eating pumpkin flowers now, Lu Wei really felt that in Lin Feng's eyes, there was nothing he couldn't eat. With his stomach churning from yet another overeating, he walked back to the farm and suddenly sighed. If I keep eating like this, will my ABS turn into a belly in a few months? Would that count as a work injury? Lin Feng glanced at him, sneering inwardly, can't control his mouth, and still trying to blame me. The village doctor's senior apprentice came quickly and left quickly. When he arrived, he was carrying a plastic box containing ginseng slices and said politely, "The teacher said that you have a beautiful jade box at home, so he didn't want to show off his limited skills and used it to store ginseng slices." Lin Feng fell silent. So the old man put the ginseng slices in a plastic box because he was afraid his box wasn't high-class enough? In return, when the senior brother left, he not only took a bag full of medicinal herbs, but also packed a lot of local products that Lin Feng had given him in a plastic box. Seeing his radiant face, he didn't seem aggrieved at all, and even offered to give Lin Feng, Tang Ji, and Lu Wei free pulse diagnosis. The pulse diagnosis results were clear. Lin Feng was in excellent health. Tang Ji and Lu Wei, on the other hand, were covered in hidden injuries, and if left untreated, it would affect their lifespan. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately told Tang Ji and Lu Wei to follow their senior brother. The euphemism for escorting was actually to have them go with him to a pharmacy in the provincial capital to get medicine and properly treat their health. After the village doctor's senior brother left, Lin Feng thought that no more guests would come before his crops were harvested. With the apricots almost ripe, he was already getting ready to go to the village to collect apricots and make apricot jam, just like last year. Just as he finished making the day's batch of flour cakes, Tang Ji, reeking of medicine, came over and said that 2 foreigners had come to the farm gate and wanted to see him. Lin Feng was a little puzzled, but he washed his hands, dusted off the flour, and walked out of the kitchen, asking, "Foreigner? Did you say your name? What are you here for?" Tang Ji thought for a moment. One of them said his name was Abdu, that he had seen you at the machine factory before, and that you would recognize me as soon as I mentioned it. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Machine factory, foreigners. Combining these 2 points, he finally remembered who this familiar Abdu was. Wasn't it Uncle Feng who introduced the foreigner who bought his sorghum liquor at a high price? Could there be something wrong with the alcohol? No way, it's been so long, and Uncle Feng said before that the reviews there were great, and that he should brew more this year to make a fortune. Lin Feng walked quickly outside. Since the guests have come to our door and have connections with Uncle Feng and Danhan, we must treat them well and not turn them away. He even mentioned the flour cakes to the village secretary he met on the way. On the other side, Jiang Ming, who was personally inspecting the growth of the giant pumpkin, frowned deeply upon seeing the foreigners at Lin Feng's door. The moment he entered the farm, he spread the news that foreigners have come to Lin Feng's farm. In Jiang Ming's view, the arrival of foreigners at Lin Feng's farm was definitely not a good thing. His family has too many treasures hidden away, which cannot be easily revealed even to the people of his own country, let alone to the international community. Moreover, the differences in some crops are so obvious that they are unusual at a glance. Out of consideration for their fellow villagers and past relationships, the villagers will not spread rumors outside. Lin Feng's friends all understood the importance of this matter and would never reveal a single detail. Foreigners are different, especially those like Abdu who appear wealthy and powerful. Their knowledge and political acumen far surpass those of ordinary people. The old saying goes, "Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts," and we must be wary of this. The crops at Lin Feng's house are not yet ready to be exposed. It seems that some things that need to be pushed forward must be accelerated. Jiang Ming did it very discreetly. No one knew what he was thinking. Even when he brushed past Lin Feng didn't notice anything unusual about him. On the other side, Abdu and his older brother, standing outside the farm, were already attracted by the nascent rose fence and lilac flowers. "I think this is the rose variety bred by that company in Northern Europe. What do you think?" Abdu's older brother leaned closer to smell the flowers and then turned to ask his younger brother behind him. They had originally come to discuss a liquor partnership with the farm owner. Of the 100 gin of sorghum liquor that Abdu bought from Lin Feng, he kept 10 gin for himself and sent the rest back to his family. At first, they just wanted to bring the good stuff to their family to try, but the elders in the family praised it highly after drinking it and specially invited the 2 of them over to talk about long-term cooperation. Who knew that after drinking it once or twice, almost everyone in the family would become deeply addicted to this wine. It's spicy yet refreshing, and its rich aroma carries a cedar-like coolness. Even the ladies in my family like to turn the alcohol content down and have a couple of drinks after dinner. The key is that this drink is magical. No matter how drunk you get, you don't experience the excruciating hangover you usually feel when you wake up the next day. On the contrary, because alcohol helped me sleep, I had a deep sleep and felt refreshed when I woke up in the morning. They were convinced that no one could resist the taste. That's why Abdu came here today with his older brother. They want to discuss long-term cooperation. Before he even entered the farm, his older brother was captivated by the flowers at the entrance. The Abdu family wields immense power, with businesses spanning multiple industries. Besides military machinery, they are most famous for their perfumes. His older brother, on the other hand, looks like a tough guy who can wrestle with brown bears every day. However, he is particularly obsessed with perfumery and can be considered a semi-expert. When you see a flower that smells nice, you just can't move away. It should be. Abdu nodded and added, "I checked the information, and Mr. Lin attended the agricultural expo last year. This rose is very likely the variety he bought at that time." He sniffed and pointed to the nearby grove of trees. "But compared to the rose of Sharon, I think the lilacs here are more special. Brother, have you ever seen this variety before?" Abudu's elder brother, Igor, shook his head. "I've never seen it before. Logically speaking, if I had seen such a domineering and captivating fragrance, I would definitely remember it." He leaned closer to smell the lilac, and was slightly pushed back by the strong fragrance. It might be a newly bred variant. He rubbed his nose, finding the smell both pungent and unique. His gaze swept over several broken sections in the flowerbed, and he said with certainty, "It looks like it was carefully picked. I wonder what it was used for. If we've already extracted the essential oil, we might be able to ask the farmer for some to try when we see him later." Although Abdu didn't know anything about perfumery, he still obediently nodded. In the family, he and his eldest sister were in charge of machinery and military industry, respectively. As the eldest son and the future head of the family, the elder brother is obsessed with perfumes and other unorthodox practices. Although the family's perfume business is now more profitable than the military and machinery industries, But in his view, how can these be the same? How can one only look at money? But when he thought about why he had called his older brother, Abdu became dejected again. Okay, money is indeed important. Without money, he couldn't even think about the sorghum liquor that cost 10,000 yuan per kilogram. That wine was really delicious. He couldn't help but savor that rich flavor once more in his mind. As Lin Feng walked out of the farm, he immediately noticed the gleaming gold logo on the car parked by the roadside, and also saw two blonde foreigners who almost stumbled into his fence. The person standing next to him, who appeared to be a secretary or translator, immediately gave Lin Feng a polite smile upon seeing him and quickly reminded their boss, "The farmer is coming, please behave yourself." Upon hearing this, Abdu and Igor immediately adjusted their expressions and withdrew from the rose bushes. Igor, who appeared more mature and composed, straightened his coat and introduced himself to Lin Feng with a polite and gentle smile. "Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Igor, and this is my younger brother, Abdu. You have met before." Lin Feng nodded. Although he was listening to the translator, he inexplicably found Igor's tone of voice very pleasant. He reached out and gently shook hands with the other person, then gave a brief introduction. "Hello, my name is Lin Feng. This is my employee, Tang Ji. Whatever you want to talk to me about, let's go inside and talk." Having received the invitation, Igor and Abdu nodded reservedly and followed Lin Feng into the farm. Upon entering the farm, the two were immediately captivated by the harmonious and vibrant rural scene before them. The crops are growing vigorously in the fields, butterflies flutter between the ridges, and bees are busy around the flower spikes, exuding a natural vitality. This place is so beautiful. Igor was somewhat surprised, realizing for the first time that his elaborate garden, which he had spent a lot of money to create, had been outdone by a small farm. There are no rare flowers or meticulously crafted landscapes here, but this natural, wild charm is what particularly pleases him. Lin Feng wore a polite smile, but he was secretly on edge. Don't let them linger on the farm, it would be troublesome if those mutated crops attracted attention. He led the people quickly toward the house, saying politely, "It's all thanks to the staff for taking good care of things. I'm just waiting to eat what's served. It's hot, let's go inside and rest." Igor and Abdu looked up at the blazing sun overhead and nodded in agreement. Actually, Lin Feng's home is near the mountains, and the temperature is several degrees lower than in the city. It's not exactly hot, but the sun is indeed scorching. Seeing that guests had come to the house, Lu Wei quickly took out 4 cups from the kitchen and poured out a cold drink that Lin Feng had made while making flour cakes that morning from the refrigerator. Drinking cold beverages is more comfortable than hot tea in this weather, and he knows his own skills. He'd rather pour cold boiled water than brew tea, so as not to waste good tea leaves. In his opinion, good tea leaves should either be used by Lin Feng to make milk tea or to make tea eggs, which would be more practical. Abdu was particularly interested in the chilled drink and looked at Lin Feng with an overly familiar expression. "What is this made of? The soft pink color is sure to please the women in the family." Lin Feng smiled and said, "The mulberries and rose petals are all produced on the farm itself, which is more interesting than drinking plain water." Abdu didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the cup, took a sip, and then chugged it down his throat. "This tastes even better than their top-grade White Dove Kingdom black tea. It's both refreshing and thirst-quenching." He thought to himself, China truly lives up to its reputation as a great foodie empire. When it comes to food and drinks, it has never lost. While Lin Feng and Abdu were chatting enthusiastically, Igor had no interest in joining in. His icy blue eyes were immediately drawn to the thriving roses as soon as he entered the yard, and he couldn't look away. "Excuse me, may I get a closer look at these roses?" In the end, he gave in to his obsession with spices and, even though it seemed impolite, took the initiative to ask for them. Lin Feng nodded. "It's alright, you can go see it if you want." The roses in his house are a variant of ordinary roses that he bought at the agricultural expo, and their ornamental value is basically zero. Everyone agreed that only older folks might find the large flower shape attractive, and they weren't worried that Igor would figure out anything about it. To the average person, the roses in Lin Feng's house were tacky at first glance, and unbearably tacky at second glance. It has higher nutritional value, larger flower size, more edible parts, and a particularly strong aroma, so overall it has potential for development and promotion. But the fragrance has also become a burden, as just one flower can make people feel irritated. Lin Feng, Tang Ji, and Lu Wei, these 3 grown men who pick flower petals and make flower jam every day, are the most direct victims. So Lin Feng was very generous. "Please feel free to look around." Having received permission, Igor walked to the rose bushes as if possessed. He carefully observed the patterns on the petals, then lowered his head to deeply inhale the fragrance of the flowers, and gently stroked the calyx with his fingertips. His focused demeanor seemed somewhat rogue to onlookers. Seeing this, Abdu smiled sheepishly at Lin Feng. "My older brother runs a perfume company and is particularly obsessed with these flowers and spices, please don't be offended." Lin Feng understood, and even took the opportunity to praise his own rose. "My roses may not look very appealing, but they taste quite good. If you come earlier, you can also try my flour cakes, which are very popular at the trade fair. What was originally an ordinary sentence unexpectedly stunned Abdu. After a pause, he suddenly leaned towards Lin Feng, his eyes wide, and asked, "Are the flour cakes sold at that specialty agricultural products shop at the trade fair from yours?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Oh, if you're talking about the shop in Shida village in the province, then that's mine." Abdu immediately looked at his secretary and translator behind him, who nodded in confirmation. "That's right, it's that shop." Abdu was completely stunned. He and his brother came to visit and went to buy flour cakes because they had heard so much about them, but they couldn't buy a single one. "Just when I was feeling regretful, I came to talk about sorghum liquor and bumped right into the owner of the flour cakes I'd been longing for. This really came to us without any effort at all." Looking at Lin Feng in front of him, Abdu suddenly felt that everything made perfect sense. It seems as if the same person should be able to brew such exquisite wine and grow such fragrant flowers. "It looks just like this rose." He glanced at the flower bead again, and it really didn't fit the aristocratic aesthetic he had been taught since childhood. It wasn't just ugly, it was downright rough. He was also the one who once gave his girlfriend 999 roses. Those roses were elegant in color, sweet in fragrance, and the buds were about to bloom, delicate and beautiful. If they were compared to noble black swans, Lin Feng's roses were at most ugly ducklings. Only someone like his brother, obsessed with fragrance, would be so fond of this ugly flower, and this farmer in front of him is actually willing to let this flower bloom extensively in his yard, just because it tastes good. Abdu figured his brother wouldn't be able to snap out of his reverie from the rose bushes anytime soon, so he'd have to handle the wine talk himself. In the end, we can just let the older brother be our cash cow. "Are you talking about the batch of sorghum liquor we sold to you last time?" After hearing Abdu's words, Lin Feng instantly understood that they were indeed after the beiju. "Yes, yes, yes. It's that kind of beiju with a crisp, pine-like aroma." Abdu nodded vigorously, his eyes full of anticipation. "It's gone, at least not this year." Lin Feng simply shrugged. "I'm currently drinking glutinous rice wine, and the little bit of sorghum wine I have left has been stored in the cellar for 5 or 10 years to see what it tastes like after aging." Abdu nodded. He had expected this. Although he was inevitably disappointed, he was only disappointed for 3 seconds. He came today not for last year's batch of sorghum liquor, but for next year's, the year after, and even further into the future, and even for the possibility of long-term cooperation. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then said, "Selling you sorghum liquor is not out of the question, but the volume definitely won't be large. There are too many restrictions. For example, the yield of sorghum rice, the snowfall in the protected area in winter, and the pine needles after the snow are all indispensable. He can control sorghum planting, but he can't control whether it snows or not." Abdu understood the production limitations of handcrafted wines and, after a brief pause, quoted his price. 500 jin a year. The family drinks it themselves, gives it away as gifts, and holds banquets to make a good impression. Even 500 jin, 250 kilograms, is barely enough to keep the business afloat. This was based on his estimation of Lin Feng's production capacity, which reduced the quantity. Under normal circumstances, it would have been at least 1,000 jin. Lin Feng almost spat out his water. "My God! Last year, 500 jin of sorghum only yielded 150 jin of liquor, and this guy just wants 500 jin of liquor? That would require at least a ton of sorghum. Does he even know how much a ton of sorghum is? He couldn't finish it even if he worked himself to death." Lin Feng quickly shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If you want fruit wine, I can satisfy you as long as there is enough fruit. But sorghum liquor is different, especially sorghum liquor with cedar flavor. It has high requirements and complicated processes, making it a troublesome product among distilled spirits. It would take a lot of time and effort to weigh 100 jin, so it's absolutely impossible to weigh 500 jin. He wouldn't have brewed wine if he wasn't so bored, having to stay indoors all winter. It involves steaming, boiling, and constant stirring. Even with machinery, the final distillation process alone requires processing case by case. The first and last batches of liquor also need to be bottled separately, making it incredibly troublesome. No. Abudu didn't understand brewing, but he did understand that money can make the devil turn the millstone. His older brother has plenty of money and can always find ways to increase production. The two sat around the stone table, haggling over the price, and in their excitement, they both rolled up their sleeves. The secretary beside him, notebook tucked between her fingers, was practically hoarse from talking so much, her heart filled with despair. "Mr. Igor, you need to come and do something about this. These two are communicating in their native language, and they're even mixing in English. My translation CPU is about to burn out. Especially that line, try to control yourself, but who should actually be controlling themselves?" Lin Feng and Abdu talked and gestured until their throats were dry. In the end, Abdu couldn't hold on any longer and gave in. He grabbed the water glass on the table, which had already cooled to room temperature and turned a darker color, and gulped down the rest of the drink, not even leaving the glass that was prepared for Igor. Even so, he still felt unsatisfied, and his previous domineering attitude vanished instantly, replaced by a pitiful look as he gazed at Lin Feng. "Would you like some more?" Lin Feng looked at the 4 empty glasses on the table, then got up and went to the kitchen with a sigh. A moment later, he came out carrying a glass jug with ice cubes floating on it, and only then did I realize. On such a hot day, Abdu, Igor, and their secretary were all wearing sharp suits. How could they not be hot? Then look at myself. Since I'm on my own farm, I'm wearing a t-shirt and work pants that cost 50 yuan for 2, and I'm perfectly comfortable. After all, who would expect someone to come to my door in formal attire to discuss business? The cool air emanating from the curling stone was so enticing that even Igor, who was immersed in the scent of roses, couldn't resist coming over and pouring himself a glass. He tugged at the tie around his neck and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. His suit jacket was already draped over his arm. This simple change instantly made him look less serious and more carefree. He first brought the glass to his nose and smelled it. The cool aroma was mixed with the fragrance of roses and the sweet fruitiness of mulberries. The two flavors were perfectly matched, which relaxed his tense nerves. Although it was just a simple fruit and flower drink, it exuded a rare harmony, which made him look forward to the taste of the farm. "Oh, water made from rose petals tastes so good." After taking just one sip, Igor exclaimed softly, "Looks like I almost missed out on such a great drink." Lin Feng smiled slightly, taking the words as a compliment. Igor was taken aback to find that the fruit and flower drink was made by the farmer himself. His gaze toward Lin Feng held a newfound interest. This young man, who looks about the same age as his brother, or even younger, is like a treasure trove full of surprises, worth exploring. "How did the talks go, Abdul?" Igor licked his lips and looked at his younger brother, who was still lamenting. 200 jin. Lin Feng is only willing to sell us 200 jin. Abdu held up 2 fingers, his tone full of helplessness. He had never met such a difficult person. "Why are you so adamant about 200 jin, 100 caddies? That's real money that can be exchanged for luxury cars and big houses." Igor had actually overheard a few words as well, and he smiled understandingly at Lin Feng. "Perhaps good wine, like perfume, requires careful blending. From the raw materials, there is no room for carelessness. Production can never be high, which is why it is even more precious." What their family wanted was this precious quality. Lin Feng raised his glass to drink, expressing his gratitude for the understanding. Abdu was extremely disappointed. "Of the 200 jin of liquor, I probably wouldn't even get 10 jin for myself, so there's no way I could drink to my heart's content." He hesitated for a moment, then shamelessly asked, "Would you be willing to part with the brewing recipe?" Lin Feng hadn't expected him to ask that, and he chuckled inwardly. "The reason why my homemade wine is so good is mainly due to the special water, and it has little to do with the recipe." But he quickly came up with the perfect excuse and began in a serious tone. "Our Chinese recipe, how should I put it? Appropriate amount, a little, about right. Do you understand these words? The meaning of this is quite clear. 1,000 chefs can make 1,000 different flavors of shredded pork with garlic sauce, and the same goes for brewing wine. Even if he tells you the recipe, he can't guarantee that the next batch of wine will taste the same as last year's. Of course, with the spiritual water present, the quality of the wine would never be bad, but he couldn't say that." But Igor and Abudu were completely dumbfounded after hearing this. Lin Feng cleared his throat and tried to explain further. "The ingredients for our homemade wine are based on some kind of mystical principles, and there are no fixed standards. Just like when you make desserts, the recipes are precise down to milligrams, but we only use the word appropriate amount. This is the chef's sense of proportion based on the state of the raw materials and their intuition. I told Abdu before that even I can't guarantee that the wine will taste the same every year. The principle is the same." Accustomed to mechanical precision down to the nanometer level, Abdu didn't quite understand, but Igor, who pursued art and romance more, understood immediately. This is like the frustration he experiences every time he mass-produces perfume. Perfume produced by precise mechanical proportions lacks soul. Even if others say it's about the same, in his eyes, the difference between the top notes, middle notes, and base notes is huge. He knew all too well that even if he handed over the entire perfume formula, no one else could possibly recreate the exact same scent. More than the wine, Igor was interested in the roses in the yard. He smiled at Lin Feng, then changed the subject. "Mr. Lin, can you sell these roses in bulk?" Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting the topic to change so quickly. He pointed to the rose bushes. "As you can see, I only have this much of this new type of rose, and I also use it to make flower cakes, so I can't possibly supply it to your company." Igor knew Lin Feng was telling the truth, but he was unwilling to give up. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I don't need much, maybe just 5 milliliters of essential oil. If you are willing to temporarily stop making a few batches of flower cakes, I believe we will be able to collect enough rose petals this year." Trust me, this scent will be incredibly captivating. With careful blending, it could absolutely open a new world in the perfume industry. Of course, I'm willing to pay you several times the profit from the flower cakes. Lin Feng listened attentively, then shook his head without hesitation, directly rejecting Igor's offer. The importance of flower cakes to me now is like that of perfume to you. It may not bring you as much benefit as perfume, but its significance is even greater. According to the village party secretary, thanks to the sales of flower cakes, the sales of other products in the Shida village specialty store have doubled. Flower cakes are no longer just a simple food, they have become the shop's signature dish. He can't shut down the signboard just for his own benefit, even though the flower cakes are his own product. Igor's brow furrowed deeply, his heart filled with regret. Finding the rose he had been longing for, yet being unable to obtain even a single gram of essential oil, was too cruel for someone obsessed with perfumery. According to his experience, 1 kilogram of rose essential oil requires 6,000 kilograms of petals. Even if the rose petals are thick and have a high oil yield, 1 gram of essential oil still requires at least 10 kilograms of petals. But this clump of roses in front of us, all the petals combined, would only weigh a pound at most, which is simply not enough. Moreover, he noticed that many of the rose seedlings were just divided last year and would not be able to produce a large number of flowers in the short term. Lin Feng used the metaphor of perfume to describe the importance of flower cakes, and the perceptive Igor immediately understood. Just as he would never mass-produce his beloved perfume creations for money, Lin Feng would never stop making flower cakes for money. Igor's handsome eyebrows furrowed even more, as if he wanted to make one last effort. Is there really absolutely no room for maneuver? Lin Feng looked at him, his smile gentle yet his attitude firm as he shook his head. Even if he didn't understand perfume making, he knew that extracting essential oils required a considerable amount of roses, and stopping the production of flower cakes was not something that could be done in a day or two. There was no room for negotiation. Igor lowered his head in disappointment, and after a long while, he finally spoke. Well, can I take a few flowers back with me? At least let me do a test to see the essential oil content and such. If the roses are truly excellent, even if the collaboration doesn't work out, he'd like to try buying the seedlings and growing them himself. Even if this variant is difficult to cultivate, it's worth a try. Lin Feng could agree to this request, and even considerately asked, "Do you need me to prepare any tools for you? All I need is a plastic bag and a pair of scissors, thank you." Igor nodded quickly, then, remembering the lilacs outside the farm, added with a slightly embarrassed smile, "Could you give me some of the lilacs from the area outside the farm?" Lin Feng hadn't expected him to even fancy lilacs, and after a moment's thought, he readily agreed. "Okay, I'll get you another bag." The lilacs in his yard benefited from the variety of the lilacs and were nourished by the special water and soil, resulting in large and fragrant bouquets. According to the villagers, as long as the wind is blowing in the right direction, you can smell the fragrance of flowers even at home. However, this fragrance is only for viewing from afar, as it is unbearable up close. Even the floral scent becomes pungent when it is too strong. When I was making clove flower jam before, the smell was practically torture for my nose. So even though the lilac jam sold well in the small shops in the county town, Lin Feng stopped making it after the roses bloomed, and only made 2 batches in total, which can be considered as letting his nose off early. Even after the crops at home started to bloom, bumblebees stopped going to the lilac bushes. Perhaps because the lilac blossoms were too small, and now that food is plentiful, these bumblebees, which have grown fatter and fatter, no longer fawn over Lin Feng like they used to when he was picking locust blossoms. Now their favorite thing is the pumpkin blossoms in the field, which have big flowers and lots of nectar. Every time they emerge from the pumpkin blossoms, they are so fat that they can hardly fly, and their whole bodies are covered with pollen. They wish that the whole bee could turn yellow. Therefore, Lin Feng frankly said to Igor, "You can pick as many lilacs as you like." Igor was so happy he almost recognized Lin Feng as his younger brother. They exchanged contact information on the spot and said earnestly, "I think we might be able to work together in the future. Your flowers are really amazing." When Igor and Abdul left, they took 5 roses and a large bag of cloves with them. As soon as they left, Jiang Ming strolled over to Lin Feng and asked, "What are these two doing here?" Lin Feng didn't hide anything from him. "They took a liking to the sorghum liquor I brewed last winter and came to place an order. They also took a fancy to the edible roses and cloves in the yard, and want to try making perfume with them." Jiang Ming nodded, "Your lilacs really smell good." "Ha ha ha," Lin Feng chuckled, "the rose is a variant of the flower's shape, and the lilac is probably a variant of the fragrance's intensity. It's really impressive that they dared to get close and smell it when they came." Jiang Ming recalled the strong fragrance that could give you a headache if you smelled it for too long, and wholeheartedly agreed. "That's for sure." Lin Feng didn't take Abu Du and Igor too seriously. On the morning of the 3rd day after the two left, Tang Ji and Lu Wei received a call from their former leader. At first, they thought that their old boss had gotten used to Lin Feng's goose eggs and had come to place an additional order. Just like Dong Han and Zhang Lu, they first ordered eggs from Lin Feng, and later their relatives and friends followed suit. As the number of people increased, Lin Feng had to create an egg ordering group and even negotiate a discounted shipping fee. But to their surprise, in addition to ordering eggs, their old leader also gave them a strange task: to protect Lin Feng's farm. Old leader, what do you mean by protecting? Tang Ji didn't understand. Although he and Lu Wei do not keep watch at night, they spend most of their time on the farm during the day, which eliminates the possibility of petty theft. What more could they possibly do to guard the farm? Are you going to keep a close eye on the crops to prevent them from being stolen? Lu Wei was even more puzzled. This matter has nothing to do with the two of them. Jiang Ming and his students are keeping a closer eye on it than anyone else. Those people treated Lin Feng's crops like treasures, even more than their own. Before the seedlings grow big, even weeding has to be watched closely, for fear of accidentally pulling out the seedlings. Okay, we understand. Despite their confusion, the two took the inexplicable task seriously, exchanging a glance and thinking to themselves, just be more attentive these days. Lin Feng, who had just returned from having breakfast outside, sensed something was wrong as soon as he entered the room. Tang Ji and Lu Wei looked at him strangely, and even took Lang Qing and Little Black Wolf on patrol of the farm. He couldn't understand why there was anything to inspect about the farm at this time of day, so he simply asked directly. After hearing the two recount the Guardian mission, Lin Feng was completely stunned. What? What did I do? I didn't do anything. He quickly and seriously reflected on his actions over the past few days, but found nothing amiss. Tang Ji and Lu Wei also looked puzzled. Aside from going out to buy meat once a week, Lin Feng spends most of his time on the farm. If it weren't for the farm being so big and having so many students coming and going, he would be the ultimate shut-in. What could possibly have caused these two retired personnel to activate the highest level of protection? Could it really be a plant from the ground? They looked at the crops again, and apart from the chives, which were an unusually dark green, they looked quite normal after all. They were just chives. At this moment, in Lin Feng's courtyard, the question marks in the minds of the three grown men could fill a whole list of questions about land reclamation. What puzzled Lin Feng even more was that ever since Tang Ji and Lu Wei mentioned the Guardian mission, even the village secretary and other village officials had started looking at him strangely. He guessed that these people were hiding something from him, but every time he pressed them for an answer, they gave vague and evasive answers, leaving him completely baffled. Unbeknownst to him, behind his back, many people were arguing fiercely about how to arrange his affairs. It's practically a done deal that Shida Village will collaborate with an agricultural university to establish a national-level new crop breeding center. The only remaining issue is the resettlement of the villagers. Lin Feng is the most crucial link in this chain. Most people felt that as long as sufficient compensation was given, Lin Feng and the villagers could move away together. However, a small number of people who knew some of the inside story dared not make this decision lightly. Even with just a whisper of information, they were unsure of Lin Feng's exact role in the entire training project. Among those who opposed Lin Feng moving away, the most resolute voices were Professor Li and the Forestry Bureau leaders who had previously dealt with Lin Feng. But based on their understanding of agriculture and common sense, many people simply thought Lin Feng was just a lucky guy. They were just lucky and grew some unusual crops. Moreover, the county has experienced little rainfall and hot weather this year, making the growth of crops in the fields unpredictable. If it continues without rain, Lin Feng's farm may not be able to withstand the drought. Some people noticed Lin Feng's confusion, but mistakenly thought that it was everyone's unusual attitude recently that made him uneasy. Professor Li and the others felt somewhat guilty about this, so they specially asked Jiang Ming to bring the students over to comfort Lin Feng. After receiving their tasks, the students gathered around to comfort them. Brother Feng, don't overthink it. Maybe this isn't such a bad thing. Lin Feng looked bewildered. These unfounded words of comfort only made him more confused. What exactly did I do? In fact, Lin Feng didn't take the matter of being watched to heart at all. Even if something really happens, he's just an ordinary farmer and can't get involved. There's no need for him to create trouble for himself. As the days went by, his attention had long since shifted from those random guesses to harvesting potatoes. This year, Jiang Ming and his team opened an experimental field on the farm, and the potatoes there will be harvested together with those from the experimental field. Moreover, the weather forecast said there might be heavy rain in a few days, so after discussing it, everyone unanimously decided that today would be the day to harvest potatoes in Stone Village. The villagers can use their own potatoes as they please, but the potatoes from the experimental field and Lin Feng's field must be harvested and weighed together for data comparison. But the day before the potato harvest, the village secretary brought a strange man over and said he wanted to discuss the ownership of this year's potatoes with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mind was practically filled with questions, which were practically flying into the other person's face. Don't the potatoes in his yard belong to him? Moreover, he was certain that he had never seen this man before. Lin Feng tilted his head in confusion, turning his gaze to the village secretary. Could he be a relative of the village party secretary? They all share the same surname, so they're considered related. Even if they're related, they can't ask for potatoes, can they? Even a surname isn't presented in this way. The village party secretary accurately addressed Lin Feng's question and explained with a smile. This is Yu Jian, a comrade from the Ministry of Agriculture. He wants to buy your potatoes to use as seeds. Lin Feng then suddenly realized what was going on. Even though the other party was from the Ministry of Agriculture and was brought by the village party secretary, he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he seriously explained his plans and pricing, treating the matter as a serious transaction. My plan for this batch of potatoes is the same as last year: first send them for testing, and then price them based on their quality. We'll discuss the specific price once the level is determined. The extra premium potatoes at the Agricultural Expo, priced at $15 per pound, left a deep impression on him. In comparison, the price I used to sell for around 10 yuan per kilogram was not high at all. Even the eggs at home went up in price after they were tested and found to be premium grade plus. There's no reason for potatoes to be sold cheaply. Moreover, he has been in contact with manager Zheng of the app. Although the new contract has not been signed, the terms have been basically agreed upon, so there is even less reason for him to lower the price. Yu's face instantly turned ugly, and he turned to look at the village secretary. The village party secretary shrugged, indicating that he had mentioned this matter to him before. Even the Ministry of Agriculture shouldn't take advantage of young people. Moreover, they didn't want just 3 or 5 pounds, but all of Lin Feng's potatoes. This is a top-quality product that's guaranteed to be rated as premium. Everyone present was well aware of the value of premium potatoes. Even if the price doesn't increase, based on last year's prices, this batch of potatoes is worth 7 figures. These days, everyone knows that people need money to make a living. Without money, you can't do anything. How can you expect someone to take tens of thousands of kilograms for free just by talking? Yu Jian had originally planned this very well. If the Ministry of Agriculture were to reveal its identity, wouldn't a small farmer immediately offer his services upon hearing that the country needs them? In this way, he can get things done without spending a penny, or with just a little money. When he goes back, everyone will look up to him. After all, in his view, children from rural areas are easy to manipulate. Even the county leaders treat him with great respect, so how could a farm owner be an exception? To his utter surprise, Lin Feng immediately started discussing prices with him, even hinting that the price of potato seeds might increase this year. Yu Jian quickly composed himself and invoked the righteousness of the nation, attempting to use his status to intimidate others. Lin Feng looked at him as if he were an idiot. Can the government take the potatoes from ordinary people without paying them? He had never heard of such a thing before, and in any country he knew, it was absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. He looked Yu Jian up and down, then secretly glanced at the village secretary and found that the village secretary was no less shocked than he was, which gave him a sense of certainty. If you bring up righteousness and morality with me, I'll bring up hierarchy and difficulties with you. Putting everything else aside, no one can bypass the level hurdle. With such a large agricultural expo, the products there may not be the best, yet they dare to openly mark up prices to exorbitant levels. Why should he sell his guaranteed premium potatoes at a low price? In the end, Yu Jian was completely defeated by Lin Feng's neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Yu Jian quickly composed himself, abandoning his previous arrogance, and switched to the second option, adopting a serious negotiating stance. Okay, then let's calculate based on grade. For the top grade, we'll offer 10 yuan per jin, and for the good grade, 5 yuan. Is that acceptable? Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. Do you really think he's still that clueless farming novice from last year? Or maybe they think he's young and easy to fool, and when they can't get something for nothing, they try to lower the price. He shook his head without any hesitation, showing no mercy whatsoever. This price is impossible. Don't be upset, you can check the retail price of premium potatoes on my buyer's app, Fresh Fruit app. Of course, I would recommend that you go to the Agricultural Expo. A pound of premium potatoes from the US would cost at least 70 or 80 yuan in our currency. Don't you think it's excessive for you to offer 10 yuan? There's no reason why my potatoes should be cheaper than theirs just because they're both top grade, right? Lin Feng stared intently at Yu Jian with his dark eyes, his tone resolute. This could never be a quote from the government. This person definitely has ulterior motives. If the other party had been polite from the beginning, he would have accepted not only 10 yuan, but even 50 yuan per kilogram for top-grade goods, since it was being sold to the state. But now, he has no intention of making any concessions whatsoever. Although he had no experience in politics, he had a vague feeling that this person might be using him as a stepping stone to seek personal gain under the guise of the country. Lin Feng shrugged and added, "Someone told me before that if my potatoes could be rated as top grade, I could sell them for 100 yuan a pound and people would still want them. Although he can only get 80 out of 100, the difference between that and 10 or 50 is still ridiculously large." The village secretary, who had long regarded Lin Feng as his own child, was so angry when he heard the price of 10 yuan per kilogram that he almost stormed off. This is simply treating them like fools. The village party secretary glanced coldly at Yu Jian, his tone full of displeasure. If you had told me this price from the beginning, I would never have brought you to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the village secretary in surprise. Hearing this defense, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, like a child who had received adult support. His confidence instantly boosted. Mr. Yu, I cannot accept the price you offered. If you are not willing to budge, then please leave. Yu Jian's face darkened, and his tone became threatening. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I represent? Lin Feng's smile only grew more unrestrained. No matter who you are or who you represent, you can't force someone to buy or sell something, can you? As he spoke, he leaned forward and whispered the rest in a voice only the two of them could hear. Do the government and the Ministry of Agriculture realize how disgraced you are? What's the difference between this and robbery? He is no longer the penniless and clueless young man he was when he first returned to the village last year. The village secretary immediately noticed that Yu Jian's expression had turned extremely bad. Lin Feng ignored him. If we can't reach an agreement, there's no need to keep dragging it out. He got up to leave, but was stopped by the village secretary. The village party secretary coughed lightly, his tone towards Yu Jian becoming even less polite. If you still want to buy potato seeds, then tell Lin Feng your true price range and have a proper discussion. He's not an unreasonable person, but you can't let him suffer like this. And he's right about one thing, he has no shortage of buyers behind him. As soon as the test results come out, people will be lining up to buy it. By the time you regret it, it will be too late. When that time comes, what can the Ministry of Agriculture do? There are plenty of people in this world who are untouchable by the Ministry of Agriculture. Moreover, this collaboration with Lin Feng will certainly not be the only one. His family has more than just potatoes, they also have corn, wheat, soybeans, and many other crops that are growing very well and are all likely to be raided. Angering Lin Feng would do them absolutely no good. It's important to know that Lin Feng's farm is currently the farm in China that produces the most varieties of top-grade and above crops, without exception. Just then, Tang Ji, who had gone back inside to finish a phone call, walked over, unaware of the strange atmosphere among the group. Seeing that no one was speaking, and noticing that he wasn't in a hurry, Lin Feng took his phone and walked over to him, asking in a low voice, "When do you have time to call Grandpa Li back?" Lin Feng smiled, turned his head and mouthed the word potato to ask if it was about this. Ever since Grandpa Li learned about the quality of their goose eggs, he bought them all and sent someone to pick them up himself, instead of using a courier service. It is said that the entire supply was provided to the teams that Tang Ji and Lu Wei used to be in. He guessed that with these two retired soldiers tipping him off, Old Master Li probably also had his eye on this batch of potatoes that were about to be harvested. Tang Ji nodded, lowered his head even further, and whispered, "Their intention is that as long as it's tested as top grade, they'll buy it all, and the price is negotiable." Lin Feng gave an okay sign, indicating that he would call Old Master Li back after they finished talking here. With the emergence of a new, well-connected buyer, he became even less afraid of Yu Jian. His family only planted 6 mu, approximately 0.4 hectares, of potatoes, so the quantity was limited and they had no trouble selling them. After Tang Ji finished speaking, he glanced at Yu Jian's unpleasant expression and felt a little puzzled. He couldn't help but take a second look at him. Is this the first person to come to Lin Feng's house to discuss business and show this kind of expression? In the past, which of those buyers didn't leave happy and with a full load of purchases? Even the old Chinese medicine doctor who had previously been very critical of Lin Feng would take the opportunity to inquire about Lin Feng's recent situation when he met them at the clinic. Although Yu Jian didn't hear Lin Feng and Tang Ji's entire conversation, he managed to catch a few words and guess the gist of it. It seems Lin Feng really does have other buyers. Even if he was dissatisfied, he had no choice but to offer the pre-agreed bottom line, gritting his teeth as he said, "For premium potatoes, the highest price I can offer is 70 yuan per jin, 500 G, that's the limit." He knew perfectly well that acquiring this batch of potato seeds was a task assigned by his superiors. Regardless of the price, if he couldn't buy them, then he would truly be considered incompetent. Immediately afterwards, he seized the opportunity to make his demands. "But I have one condition, you must sell all the potatoes in your family, except for the ones you keep for your own seed, to us. As long as they collect all the potato seeds, they will have complete control over the pricing when selling them to the public, so it's not a loss for them." Upon hearing the price, the village party secretary finally nodded in satisfaction. This is the price Yu Jian told him before. The previous price of 10 yuan per kilogram was simply outrageous. He was about to give Lin Feng a wink, signaling that it was about time to agree, since the other party represented the Ministry of Agriculture and they should give him the respect he deserved. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng shook his head. "This price is indeed at my bottom line, I can accept it, but selling it all to you is impossible. I just received an order, but I can't afford to offend the client's background." "Who?" Yu Jian's face instantly darkened. He never expected that coming to such a remote place to collect potato seeds would be so unsuccessful. I can only tell you 2 words. Lin Feng shrugged, his tone calm yet carrying undeniable weight. Military region. You almost ground his teeth to powder. The military region? He really couldn't afford to offend them. How much can you give us? You asked through gritted teeth, his tone full of resentment. We'll plant 1 acre, and you'll get whatever the final yield is. What do you think? Lin Feng held up 1 finger. Of course, we'll know the exact weight after the potatoes are harvested tomorrow. We can calculate it in detail then. He can't guarantee the weight right now. Last year's potato yield per acre was indeed impressive, even breaking records, but this year's drought could lead to a reduced yield. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the Ministry of Agriculture might not simply be interested in the premium grade of potatoes, but more likely in the high yield per acre. However, grade is an unavoidable prerequisite, since yield per acre and quality grade are closely related. Moreover, what farmer would buy potato seeds that cost 70 or 80 yuan per kilogram? Therefore, he felt that the Ministry of Agriculture did not need to buy so many. We need 15,000 jin of premium potatoes and 1 mu of colored potatoes. Yu Jian had clearly done his homework, finding out Lin Feng's yield per mu last year, and directly stated his specific needs. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. No problem. Once the test results are in, will you send someone to pick up the goods immediately? Right. Then I hope we can exchange money for goods. It's a small business, so we don't offer credit. Lin Feng changed the subject, his tone becoming slightly teasing. I also believe that the Ministry of Agriculture would never shortchange a small farmer like me on potatoes, right? Yu Jian stared intently at Lin Feng, his face so dark it could drip water, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded, of course. After saying that, he turned and left, not wanting to say anything more. Lin Feng didn't care about his attitude. If you're going to get angry, then get angry. What can the other person do? At worst, we can just take his farm away. As long as you still have your golden touch, you can make a comeback even in a different place. Whether those people can maintain the farm as it was when he was there is not his concern. Yu Jian was almost at the farm gate when Lin Feng suddenly called out to the village secretary. Party secretary. He pointed to the sky, but his words were meant for the village secretary. If you want any more seeds from my family in the future, I suggest you talk to someone else. I don't like him. After hearing this, the village party secretary could hardly contain his smile, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Although he was also an official, he disliked people who were full of bureaucracy, always talking about righteousness, but upon closer listening, they were all just calculating. When others talk about interests, he talks about righteousness. When others talk about righteousness, he calculates his own interests. In essence, he doesn't want to spend a single penny, he just wants to get something for free. In the end, they take all the benefits for themselves and treat everyone else as suckers. The village secretary didn't answer directly, but instead put his hands behind his back and secretly gave Lin Feng an okay sign. Lin Feng noticed that the village secretary's steps were noticeably lighter as he left, and he instantly understood what was going on. It seems the village party secretary doesn't particularly like Yu Jian either. The name is absolutely brilliant. He stared at Yu Jian's retreating figure and muttered to himself, looking utterly despicable. After seeing them off, Lin Feng immediately called Zhang Wei to ask if he had time or if he could find someone to help him. He always felt uneasy about signing a contract with someone like Yu Jian, and he needed to find someone knowledgeable to oversee it. Zhang Wei said he didn't have time, but readily agreed to find someone for him, and even set conditions. The reward is 2 big roosters, plus 20 caddies of potatoes. Lin Feng, okay. Regardless of the twists and turns in the negotiations with Yu Jian, Lin Feng's potatoes finally ushered in a bumper harvest season. Let's clear away the vines first, then use machines to harvest them. We'll harvest 1 acre at a time, and not leave them in the field to get damp. Having learned from last year's experience, Lin Feng took over command directly this year and made clear arrangements. Moreover, drones hovered over the 6-acre potato field, and cameras were set up in fixed positions along the edge of the field. The main feature is multi-camera, all-around recording, which facilitates subsequent review of planting data. Once Tang Ji sat in the potato harvester, the machine roared and turned over the potatoes buried in the soil. Although it's just a simple unearthing process, it's much easier than last year when a group of people dug one by one with hose. As Lin Feng picked potatoes into the sack, he chatted with Lu Wei about last year's potato harvest. I planted late last year, so many people came to help when it was time to harvest. I wasn't very skilled at using a hoe at first, and I ruined several potatoes. I was heartbroken. A nostalgic look also appeared in Lu Wei's eyes, and he continued the conversation. When I was a child, my family harvested potatoes entirely with hoes. After a day of digging, my back is almost broken, but I still have to get up and keep going the next day. Back then I was young, so I was responsible for picking up the small potatoes that the adults left behind, and my mom would make them into pickled potatoes. Thinking about it now, the taste still seems especially delicious. Seeing the look of lingering satisfaction on his face, Lin Feng replied earnestly, "Then let's have braised potatoes tomorrow. It's perfect with rice porridge for breakfast. But not today. There are only 3 of us on 6 acres of land. It would be good if we could finish harvesting them." Lu Wei grinned, glanced up and saw Tang Ji easily driving the harvester, and couldn't help but sigh. It's so much better to have machines. Now we just need to fill the sacks with potatoes and check if any have fallen into the ground. It's so much easier than using hose. He then turned to Lin Feng, curiously pressing for an answer. "I heard your potato yield per acre broke records last year, is that true? How much do you think you'll get this year?" Lin Feng glanced at the potatoes Tang Ji had pulled out and said confidently, "I see that the yield is about the same as last year, but this year's potatoes are more uniform in size. Last year, potato sizes varied widely, ranging from size 32 to size 43. This year, most of them are between 35 and 40 yards. There were also size 43 potatoes, but the quantity was significantly less." As the group was talking, a cell phone suddenly rang. "Ha! We're here. So early?" As soon as Lu Wei answered the phone, he suddenly stood up straight and looked towards the direction of the farm gate. "What? Come help dig potatoes? Okay, you guys can come over by yourselves. Drive along the main road until you reach the far west. When you smell the fragrance of lilacs, you're almost there." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked at him suspiciously. "A guest is coming?" Lu Wei nodded, his expression showing a hint of excitement. It was someone arranged by the old leader to come and buy potatoes. "They arrived early and said they would help us dig potatoes on the way. They might have to stay at your place today, since the test results won't be available until tomorrow, and they're anxious to get them. Free labor." Upon hearing this, those 4 words instantly popped into Lin Feng's mind, and he immediately grinned. "Of course you're welcome. You and Tang Ji can help prepare the guest rooms later. Let's just grab something to eat at the cafeteria for lunch, and then we'll have a proper meal tonight to celebrate." His eyes lit up, and he came up with another idea. "How about we kill a few pheasants? They came all this way to help, so we should let them try the farm's specialties, right?" Lin Feng found the mention of pheasants amusing. When they first brought it over, everyone said it was difficult to raise. As a result, not only did they all survive, but they also started laying eggs one brood after another, and now the farm is almost full of pheasants. Lu Wei's eyes lit up at the thought of the aroma of spicy diced chicken, and he asked excitedly, "Really?" Lin Feng nodded. "These people are both free laborers and big clients who come to give money, so they naturally have to be treated well. The key is that they have a proper attitude and strong capabilities, so they deserve to be treated with care." He thought for a moment and added, "If someone doesn't eat chicken, killing a goose will do. You can ask them what they like later. Anyway, there are already plenty of male geese on the farm, so raising more wouldn't be of much use. I'll ask right now." Lu Wei was so engrossed in these words that he shamelessly wiped his mouth. "A goose would be fine too. Thinking about the grudge of being chased by geese before, I suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, as if I had finally gotten my revenge." Before long, Lin Feng saw a highly recognizable green truck parked steadily outside the farm. Lu Wei and Tang Ji ran out of the potato field almost as soon as the car came to a stop, clearly having met someone they knew. Lin Feng also stood up and, as the host, went to greet them, thinking to himself, "Welcome free laborers," while naturally speaking politely, "Welcome everyone." 2 people got out of the car, both with neat buzz cuts, wearing military green short-sleeved shirts and camouflage pants, with bright and clean smiles. He looks just like Tang Ji and Lu Wei. "Hello, Mr. Lin." The 2 men quickly approached and greeted each other. "My name is Zhao Qiang, and his name is Yuan Zhen. Just call me Lin Feng, don't be so polite." Lin Feng responded with a smile and enthusiastically suggested, "Why don't you come to my place for a drink of water and rest for a while before you get back to work?" Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen both shook their heads, their tone decisive. "No need to rest. We're here to buy potatoes. Our old boss heard that there were only 3 of you buying potatoes and was worried that you wouldn't be able to handle it, so he specially sent us over early to lend a hand. Don't stand on ceremony with us, let's just go straight to the fields and get to work." Lu Wei stepped forward and punched Yuan Zhen in the chest, laughing as he chimed in. "Lin Feng, you really don't need to be polite with them. Just make them some extra good food tonight to treat them. How about we have chicken? They've definitely never seen these plump wild chickens from our farm before, they taste amazing. Compared to geese, the name pheasant is obviously more distinctive, and besides, Lin Feng has a breeding license, so it is completely compliant." Lu Wei, who was always quick to make decisions when it comes to food, directly made the decision for the 2 newcomers. Lin Feng nodded, "Okay then. After we finish harvesting the potatoes this afternoon, I'll go catch some chickens. You and Tang Ji can help take care of them, okay?" Just as Lu Wei was about to nod, Zhao Qiang interjected, "No need to trouble Mr. Lin, we can catch the chickens ourselves." This is a small task. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Ji suddenly reached out and covered his mouth, forcibly silencing him. Knowing full well the fighting prowess of Lin Feng's pheasants, Tang Ji quickly waved to Lin Feng. "Do as you say, go and catch him." Then he lowered his voice and whispered in Zhao Qiang's ear. "If the farmer catches them, we might not be able to beat these chickens, and we might even be chased around. The key is that if you accidentally kill the chicken without bleeding it, the meat will taste fishy and won't taste good." Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen were both puzzled. "It's just a chicken, why make such a big deal out of it?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei said in unison. "You'll see when you see it for yourselves whether it's really that bad." He added, "Stop overthinking it, hurry up and harvest the potatoes." After saying that, the two pushed Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen into the field, acting like thugs conscripting men, without any politeness whatsoever. Although Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen were puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. They obediently walked into the potato field, skillfully picked up a burlap sack from the ground, and took out unopened gloves from the basket next to them and put them on. He looks like someone who does manual labor all year round, his movements are very nimble. "Wow, these potatoes are amazing. Bro, you're incredible." Yuan Zhengang picked up a potato and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. These potatoes were not only enormous in size, but also quite heavy in his hand. Judging from his years of experience in purchasing, their quality was definitely not bad. No wonder the old leader specifically requested to purchase from here. The premium potatoes look different from the ordinary good ones. Lin Feng chuckled, his face full of pride. "Wait, we'll eat it tonight. The test results aren't out yet, it's okay to try it first." He plans to keep more potatoes for himself this year. Last year, apart from the ones saved for seed, the rest were eaten before winter was over. The ones we ate after that were all harvested from the village, and the taste was far inferior to what he grew. A moment later, Zhang Ming led his students over, their faces beaming, and shouted to Lin Feng from afar. "Brother Feng, do you know how much the potato seeds you gave us yielded per acre in the experimental field this year?" Lin Feng stood up, shook his head, and asked in return, "How much? Has it exceeded 10,000? Zhang Ming became more and more excited as he spoke, nodding vigorously. "Past. It weighs a full 11,000 jin, almost 12,000. He added, "We plan to keep half of them as seeds and plant another crop next year to try. Maybe we can actually promote it." Lin Feng was happy for them too. Unlike his family's farm, which has the blessing of spiritual spring water and spiritual fertilizer, their experimental fields use ordinary chemical fertilizers and irrigation canal water. It is already quite remarkable that they have achieved this yield. "Just follow your advisor's instructions, you don't need to consult me." He waved his hand, his tone sincere. "I really don't care about that. He's just that kind of double standard. I'm happy to deal with people like Zhang Ming and Professor Li, and I'd be willing to give them seeds for research even if it were free." After all, the other party treated him with sincerity, so he naturally reciprocated with sincerity as well. However, if someone tries to outsmart him, scheme against him, or even try to use some inexplicable righteousness to take advantage of him, he will not make the slightest concession. "By the way, I'll also save some potato seeds for you this year. You can take them back and plant them with the seeds from the experimental field to see the differences." Lin Feng pointed to the potatoes he had just dug up in his field and offered his suggestion. "Sigh. Okay. Zhang Ming said good 3 times in a row, his face full of joy. In fact, the news that Yu Jian came to see Lin Feng yesterday had already spread among the students. Zhang Ming was furious and immediately called his mentor with several junior classmates to complain. Although they are just students and their future is uncertain, they have the backing of their master's school. When it comes down to it, who's afraid of whom? Zhang Ming stared at the potatoes that had just been turned over in the field and asked eagerly, "Have you finished harvesting this acre of land? Are you ready to weigh it?" They had just worked together to harvest the potatoes grown from the seeds Lin Feng had given them, and then rushed over immediately, afraid of missing the weighing process. Lin Feng nodded. "The harvest of this one mu is finished, and the second mu is almost done too, but we haven't had time to weigh it yet. We plan to harvest the regular potatoes first, then process the colored potatoes. We estimate it will take until the afternoon to finish and weigh them." No rush. Zhang Ming quickly waved his hand. "If we can't finish, I'll get all the junior students to help later. More people means faster work." Lin Feng smiled and declined. Students already have a hard time farming and writing papers, so why bother them further? He pointed to Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen, who were helping in the field, and explained, "No need, I already have people helping me, I'm busy enough." The fate of his family's 6 mu of potatoes this year was actually arranged very clearly long ago. 1 mu each of the ordinary and colored varieties were sold to the Ministry of Agriculture, 1 mu each to the military region, and the remaining 2 mu were kept for personal consumption. In this case, he could only apologize to Manager Zhang of the Fresh Fruit app. The amount of goods delivered to Manager Zhang will definitely be very small, or even non-existent. However, he felt that manager Zhang should be able to understand the weight of these two mountains, since he couldn't afford to offend either of them. With the help of machines, the 5 strong laborers working on the 6-mu potato field didn't finish harvesting until after 3 p.m., which was much faster than the experimental field. Lin Feng rubbed his aching back and called out to Zhang Ming, "What's the yield per mu?" The yield of ordinary potatoes is about 16,000 jin per mu, while the yield of colored potatoes is less than 10,000 jin, but still about 8,000 jin, almost 9,000 jin. As Zhang Ming spoke, he gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "That's amazing. This is another record-breaking potato yield per acre." Although this year's potato yield per mu was only about 2,000 jin more than last year, which may seem insignificant, it is an absolutely remarkable achievement when you talk about it to others. It's worth noting that the normal yield of ordinary potatoes is currently between 3,000 and 5,000 jin per mu. Achieving a yield of over 10,000 jin per mu requires not only good seeds and scientific management, but also consideration of natural factors such as season and geography. It is never an easy task. Not to mention, even if many farmlands yield more than 10,000 jin per mu this year, the yield may drop back to 3,000 to 5,000 jin next year if there is a slight change in the weather. But Lin Feng's potatoes have not only maintained a stable yield of over 10,000 mu for 2 consecutive years, but will also see an increase this year. Even those of us who studied agriculture, like Zhang Ming, couldn't guarantee that we could do it. This year's low rainfall and hot weather make this yield all the more remarkable. Lin Feng, beaming with pride, turned and asked, "Have the potatoes sent for testing been taken away?" He was busy bagging things in the field just now, and he entrusted the task of sending them for testing to Zhang Ming and the others. Actually, he doesn't pay much attention to yield per acre anymore. When the machine turned the potatoes upside down, he had a rough idea of how many there were, and they looked no less than last year. What he cares about most is rank. Last year, we selected premium potatoes as seeds, and the farm's land has been nourished by spiritual spring water and spiritual fertilizer for 2 years, making it significantly more fertile. There's no reason why the potato grade should drop. Zhang Ming nodded. "It's been sent over. I also told the testing team to expedite it as much as possible. The results should be available by tomorrow morning, or at the latest by noon." He looked at Lin Feng and asked with a smile, "Are you confident about the special grade plus?" Lin Feng smiled proudly, "Of course." He looked up at the sky above the farm and couldn't help but make a bold statement. "Give me a few more years, and I dare to dream of reaching the highest level." Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lin Feng's bold words, Zhang Ming laughed heartily and gave him an even bigger thumbs up. "Brother Feng, I admire your courage to think big and act boldly." He took a deep breath and added earnestly, "The key is that you can actually make these ideas come to fruition. The most precious thing in this world is perseverance, especially the ability to stay calm and persevere after gaining fame. Although the potato has achieved a high yield per acre, it is still the most common seed. Whether it can be stably inherited and form a truly new variety remains to be seen, but we should see the results as early as next year. This yield per mu is the result of everyone's joint efforts. The research team from the Agricultural University and Lin Feng, who insisted on running a purely green farm, could not have succeeded without any of them. On the other side, people waiting to buy Lin Feng's potatoes were all watching the testing level to determine the final price. But Lin Feng, as the farm owner, wasn't in such a hurry. Since it hadn't rained recently, he rummaged through the warehouse and found several huge canvases, asking Tang Ji and the others to help cover the potato piles by the field to prevent the potatoes from turning green from being exposed to the sun. After finishing all that, he carried a large basket, skillfully picked out a basket of fresh potatoes from a burlap sack, and generously called out to everyone, "Who cares about the grade? Let's try it out tonight and see if it's better than last year's." Zhang Ming and the others nodded with smiles and walked with Lin Feng toward the service station canteen. They haven't finished their work at the experimental field yet. After recording the total weight here, they still have to go back and keep an eye on things. Apart from the few acres planted with Lin Feng's seeds, most of the remaining potatoes are sold directly to buyers. Although the other party was a longtime collaborator, they were ultimately uneasy about entrusting the entire task to junior students who were not yet as experienced. Tang Ji and Lu Wei helped cover the potatoes, then led Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen to Lin Feng's yard to prepare for the barbecue that evening. The four of them shared a cup of fruit tea and had only rested for a short while when Zhao Qiang suddenly remembered what Tang Ji had mentioned about the chicken they couldn't beat when they arrived. His eyes lit up, and he looked at Tang Ji and Lu Wei, suggesting, "Hey, how about you take us on a tour of the farm? And while we're at it, let's see what the chicken we're having for dinner tonight looks like." Yuan Zhen nodded in agreement, his tone full of curiosity. "I also want to see the geese. I want to know what kind of geese they are that can lay such delicious eggs. Although regular goose eggs are nutritious, they have a strong eggy smell, are large, difficult to cook thoroughly, and the yolks can be dry, making them far less popular than chicken eggs in the team. But ever since the old leader found a way to order goose eggs from Lin Feng's family, the situation has changed. Even though the quantity is small, the premium grade alone is impressive, and the taste is absolutely amazing. It has little eggy smell, the egg white is bouncy and chewy, and the yolk is not dry. It also has a light fragrance and is especially delicious when fried. He had long been curious about how such delicious goose eggs were raised. To everyone's surprise, the mention of goose eggs caused Tang Ji and Lu Wei to instantly display expressions that left them speechless. The farm's chicken, duck, and goose eggs are indeed delicious, but the job of collecting eggs is a nightmare. After pondering for a long time, Lu Wei said in a serious tone, "Visiting the farm is no problem, but let's wait a bit before we go see the poultry. We'll talk about it when Lin Feng gets back." He paused, then offered a tactful reason. "The main problem is that the farm raises chickens, ducks, and geese together. If we just go in and scare them, it might affect their egg production, right?" Actually, what he was really thinking was, he was afraid that the poultry would scare the two people first. In the sweltering summer heat, these kind people came to help harvest potatoes. If they ended up going back injured, they wouldn't be able to explain it to their former boss. But he simply couldn't bring himself to say it. If people find out that they can't even beat poultry after retiring, do they still have any face left? Moreover, although Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen have switched to logistics and procurement, they were once among the most formidable players in the team. If they can't even handle farm poultry, the entire team will lose face. Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen exchanged a glance, their minds full of questions. Although they weren't exactly handsome by today's mainstream standards, they were still quite sharp and energetic. How could they have scared the poultry? Could it be the lingering killing intent on his body? But after so many years of changing jobs, even roadside children don't cry for their mothers when they see them, so there's no reason why they can't control a few poultry. Finally, Tang Ji and Lu Wei waited for a long time, but Lin Feng didn't show up, so they had no choice but to reluctantly lead the guests on a tour of the farm. However, the two of them didn't go empty-handed. They specifically invited Lang Qing along. Lang Qing is now the only one on the farm besides Lin Feng who can keep the poultry under control, especially that rooster with explosive fighting power. With Lang Qing around, the poultry would at least give them some face. "This is Lin Feng's pigsty." Lu Wei first observed Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen's expressions, then wiped his face and explained, "You read that right, these fat pigs that look like 4 bamboo skewers stuck in potatoes are all pigs. As for why the pigs are so fat, the reasons are too complicated to explain in a few words." Under Professor Sun's guidance, Lin Feng had already arranged a weight loss diet for these pigs. It's almost laughable. Putting pigs on a diet is probably a first in the pig farming industry. But there's no other way. In order to raise the perfect pork belly, pork shoulder, and lean meat, this is the only way. As they thought about it, Tang Ji and Lu Wei couldn't help but swallow hard at the same time. Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen, who were standing nearby, saw this clearly and secretly grumbled to themselves. These pigs are so greedy. Faced with such blatant drooling, they can still bury their heads in their food. No wonder they need to lose weight. Looking at the pigs in the pigsty, Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen couldn't find a way to respond, so they quickly changed the subject. "You fed him like this, you didn't add any weird stuff, did you?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei shook their heads in unison, their tone resolute. "No, they are fed only pure grains, and they usually go to the hillside to find grass to eat on their own. It's absolutely all natural." "Are these pigs planned to be sent for testing or sold?" Yuan Zhen finally revealed the other purpose of his trip. Actually, it was the old leader's idea that they should take advantage of the opportunity to help out and find out as much as possible. If they could get any good stuff from Lin Feng's family, they should do it quickly, otherwise, the more people would want to take it, the harder it would be to get it. Tang Ji and Lu Wei's eyes widened instantly. "I never would have guessed. You two look so good looking, but you're up to this." But they didn't hide it from their former comrades and told the truth. "We'll definitely sell them, but the price won't be cheap. Last time, Lin Feng slaughtered a ermine pig and gave it to a friend at a friendly price of 50 yuan per jin. If we sell them in bulk, it might be even more expensive. It's hard to say." Yuan Zhen gave them both a strange look and asked in return, "You think the food in the team is cheap?" The team purchases only the best products, carefully selected for their nutritional value and cleanliness, to ensure they can support the energy needs of high-intensity training. Moreover, each meal is specially prepared by a nutritionist according to the training plan at different stages. They simply don't care about ordinary market products. "So we don't lack money, what we lack are good things like this." Tang Ji and Lu Wei really didn't know any of this. "Back then, I was so tired from training that I would fall asleep as soon as my head hit the bed. I ate whatever the cafeteria gave me and didn't have the mind to pay attention to the prices of the ingredients." The two men didn't respond, only indicating that if they wanted to buy pigs, they should talk to Lin Feng, and then led the men directly towards the chicken coop. This area is all farmland, planted with experimental varieties from the agricultural university. They treasure them very much. Tang Ji introduced as he walked. If you want to buy crops from here, it's not impossible to talk to Lin Feng properly. Except for a few special varieties, we can discuss the rest. Soon they arrived near the chicken coop. Tang Ji pointed ahead. This is the chicken coop. Their specialty is that they have a wide variety of chicken breeds, all kinds. That's no exaggeration. On the lush green grass and in the low bushes, yellow, white, black, and spotted chickens can be seen everywhere, chirping and making a lot of noise. Zhao Qian's eye twitched. He pointed at a speckled pheasant whose tail was almost completely hidden by the grass and asked in confusion, "Even pheasants count?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei nodded, their tone slightly teasing. "It doesn't count for now, but it's hard to say in 2 years. These pheasants have been staying on the farm for so long, eating and drinking for free. They should pay a price, right? Like contributing their offspring." However, Tang Ji changed the subject, speaking frankly. Lin Feng doesn't really like raising these pheasants. He always complains that they don't have enough meat. If it weren't for these guys refusing to leave and still laying eggs, he would have moved them to another place long ago. Yuan Zhen followed his gaze to the pheasant and compared it with the sturdy chickens next to it. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. It really did look like the pheasant meat was rather thin. Zhao Qian, who had been a purchasing agent for many years, had never seen such unusual chickens before. Pointing to several particularly robust-looking chickens not far away, he asked with a puzzled tone, "What breed is that particularly large one with thick legs? It looks a bit unusual, but it doesn't seem to be genetically modified." Even though he had developed a keen eye for spotting goods, he was still unsure at this moment. Those are new breeds given by Lin Feng's friend. Whether they are chicks or adult chickens, they all look sturdy. Tang Ji explained with a calm expression. "I heard it's made from a combination of free-range chicken, 9-pound yellow chicken, and giant bone chicken, but I don't really know the specifics." Lin Feng named it big bone chicken, saying it would be most fragrant when stewed with mushrooms in the fall, and the eggs it lays would be delicious and bigger than regular eggs. Actually, neither of them had ever tried this big bone chicken. The main reason was that Lin Feng couldn't bear to kill them. He wanted to keep these roosters to protect the flock. The farm has no shortage of natural enemies. The eagles in the sky and the occasional fox that sneaks in are all kept in watch by these roosters. Even more outrageous is that these roosters also catch mice, and then eat them themselves. No one would believe it if you told them. But Tang Ji and Lu Wei had already figured it out. In Lin Feng's farm, there was no need to dwell on the word reasonable. These days, even South China tigers can become friends with giant pandas, so what's so strange about a rooster catching a mouse? Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian exchanged a glance and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They're very interested in this chicken as long as it's not genetically modified. There are only about 40 or 50 big bone chickens at the moment, but once the chicks grow up, Lin Feng will definitely have to cull a batch of the old chickens. Zhao Qian secretly made a mental note of it, thinking he would have to tell his old boss later that he needed to reserve a spot for the chicken in advance. Then, they walked along the chicken coop toward the orchard. The orchard, which serves as the boundary between the farm and the protected area, is still bustling with activity. Before you can even see any ducks or geese, you can hear their calls rising and falling. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were already used to it, but Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian couldn't help but pick at their ears. "Today I truly experienced the noise attack from 500 ducks. Tang Ji introduced with a blank expression. "These are the geese and ducks raised by Lin Feng, and those are the wild protected animals in the reserve." He paused, then pointed to the middle. "Look, the most spirited one, the rooster that's fighting with the pheasants, swinging its neck and flapping its wings, is the leader here." Lu Wei couldn't stand the chaotic scene any longer and quickly changed the subject. "Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only birds now, it will be much livelier tonight. Through the cameras in the orchard, we can capture images of animals like foxes and squirrels, and sometimes even deer." Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen watched the fight scene with feathers flying in the orchard, and then looked at the two distinct groups of farm poultry and wild protected animals. They were filled with complaints and could hardly contain themselves. "The composition of this farm is so strange. Having giant pandas is outrageous enough, but having so many other protected animals is unbelievable." Zhao Qian pointed at the two chickens that were fighting fiercely and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know why those two are fighting so fiercely?" Zhao Qian asked casually, not expecting Tang Ji or Lu Wei to give a proper answer. After all, humans can't possibly understand why chickens fight. But Lu Wei, who always liked to check the memory cards of the cameras in the orchard, actually knew about this. He pointed to the two pheasants and explained, "It all started with those two. These two pheasants are a pair, but they're both males." He added, "Sounds outrageous, right? But I've been observing for several days, and it really is like that. The two males naturally can't hatch the chicks," Lu Wei continued, "while the rooster, as the leader of the farm, manages a group of chicks. It even takes care of newly hatched ducklings and goslings. These two pheasants got jealous and secretly plotted to steal a few chicks to raise, but they were caught red-handed by the rooster, and that's how they started fighting. After all, no matter what race, no one can tolerate the act of snatching children. Lu Wei chuckled as he spoke, saying that thanks to those cameras, he thoroughly enjoyed watching the animals gossip every day. The animal kingdom is just as full of quirks as humans. The key is to watch their antics without worrying about getting into trouble. After hearing Lu Wei's description, Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang could only look on with a 666 expression. As for whether the praise was for the two pheasants or for Lu Wei, who was lying in wait with the camera, only the two of them know the answer. Tang Ji's eyes darted around, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. By the way, do you two want to try collecting eggs tomorrow morning? It's a rare trip, it's quite interesting, like a treasure hunt. This is a good opportunity for these two to experience the joy of being chased and pecked by poultry. A farm trip isn't complete without being chased by the farm's fierce poultry. Lu Wei secretly gave Tang Ji a thumbs up. That's awful, but he likes it. Afterwards, they went to see the cows and deer. Your farm even has sika deer. Zhao Qiang's expression was about to give way. The green ear tags on the deer's ears are clearly visible, indicating that it is domesticated and not wild. Lu Wei scratched his cheek and explained, "This is a gift that someone gave me after they found out that Lin Feng has a wildlife breeding license." When Lin Feng received the deer, he was stunned. Since he couldn't return it, he could only keep it for the time being. He hasn't decided yet whether to eat it or send it to the reserve. Actually, it doesn't matter to him. Although venison is said to be very nutritious, it's not really that delicious. We should trust our ancestors on this point. If a certain wild animal were truly suitable as food, it would have been domesticated into livestock long ago. Finally, they arrived at the main character of the evening, the area where Lin Feng selected the ingredients for dinner, specifically the candidate for spicy chicken. This chicken doesn't look particularly special. Zhao Qiang stared at the chickens in the fence, unable to understand where the saying "can't beat a chicken" came from. These chickens, can't you just pick one up with each hand? Tang Ji sighed and said helplessly, "You two shouldn't say that to these chickens, or you'll get what's coming to you later." As soon as they finished speaking, they saw Lin Feng standing by the fence. When Lin Feng returned home and didn't see anyone, he guessed that Tang Ji had taken guests to visit the farm, so he didn't go to call for anyone and just pulled his cart to the chicken farm to wait. Inside the fence, white, black, and gray chickens were all full of energy, pecking at the green grass. Lin Feng saw them, greeted them warmly, and asked directly, "Perfect timing. Which one do you want? Any color is fine, pick whichever you like." The chickens, engrossed in the delicious taste of fresh grass, were completely unaware that a life-threatening danger was approaching. He glanced at the few extra people by the fence, then continued to bury his head in struggling with the fresh grass at his feet. "This chicken looks delicious." Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen couldn't help but laugh. Chicken was not on their purchasing list, and their knowledge of chicken was far less than that of other poultry and livestock. But the lively and spirited appearance of these chickens in front of them really made them a little envious. Standing to the side, Tang Ji, recalling the spicy chicken cubes the students had eaten last time, the fragrant and spicy flavor still lingering on his tongue, couldn't help but swallow hard and added, "Not just good, the taste is absolutely amazing." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen's expectations rose even higher. Lin Feng looked at the four of them and urged them, "Well, have you made your choice? If you're still undecided, we can pick the heaviest one. If we keep wasting time, we won't have enough time. We need to cook dinner for 2 groups of people tonight." After a long day of work, everyone was starving. Zhao Qiang was silent for a moment, then finally regained his composure and asked, "What are the specific differences between chickens of different colors?" "There's no difference in taste, the main difference is in the fur color. Just pick whichever you like." In Lin Feng's view, the appearance of ingredients can also affect one's mood while eating. Just like cola chicken wings, caramel-colored ones look more appetizing than blue or green ones. He asked everyone to choose colors so that the chicken would leave a better impression on Zhao Qiang and his group, even though they all looked the same after the skin was removed. This time Zhao Qiang remained silent, but Yuan Zhen spoke with eager anticipation. "Excuse me, can I take photos? Can I go in and catch it myself?" Chasing and catching chickens in a flock of chickens sounds like a lot of fun. Lin Feng decisively shook his head and refused. He still remembers the time someone was pecked by a chicken and ended up in the hospital. They came to help harvest potatoes. It wouldn't look good if they got hurt by chickens on the farm. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with the military region, so he couldn't afford to make a mistake like this. He said, "Taking photos is fine, but catching chickens is unnecessary. It's safer for me to do it myself." He paused and added, "Once I tie the chicken's legs up, you can take pictures or pet it if you want, just don't let it run away." As soon as he finished speaking, he met 4 pairs of eyes filled with disappointment. The reasons for the disappointment are different. It's a pity that Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen couldn't experience catching chickens themselves. Tang Ji and Lu Wei missed the human-chicken battle spectacle. Lin Feng pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and then said, If you two really want to try catching chickens, that's fine, but you have to write a handwritten guarantee stating that if anything goes wrong, it has nothing to do with me." Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen looked completely bewildered. Tang Ji and Lu Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Catching chickens was actually very simple for Lin Feng. Most of the chickens on the farm were not wary of him, he just needed to focus on being fast, accurate, and ruthless. After all, if a chicken has engaged in a lot of exercise before it dies, it will produce lactic acid in its body, which will affect the quality of the meat. However, there was one thing he couldn't do. Once the chickens realized what was happening and scurried into the coop, they would be difficult to catch, and he would have to ask the weasel for help. Then let's forget about it. Yuan Zhen regretfully gave up his idea of catching chickens. Tang Ji and Lu Wei, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, people shouldn't be too curious. If you push them too far, even a chicken can bite. Seeing that the others hadn't made a decision yet, Lin Feng simply walked into the fence and reached out to hold down the two fattest white chickens. Lin Feng felt that the weights of his chickens were all about the same, and the reason he chose these two was probably because the white ones looked fatter. The two chickens, which he held firmly in place, showed no sign of panic, as if they were completely unaware of the impending danger. After all, they have to experience being caught by the farmer at least once a month. "You've gained weight again. Is life going to be this carefree after you got sterilized?" Lin Feng bounced the big chicken in his arms and muttered softly. That's right, all the roosters that his family raised later were sterilized by Professor Sun at Lin Feng's request. This is done to prevent them from escaping under the cover of darkness when humans are not paying attention and going out to fight with other roosters. Secondly, it also serves to stop the boss at home from constantly bothering these single chickens. The big chicken nestled in Lin Feng's arms, squinting contentedly, still looking unhurried, even somewhat enjoying itself. But it wasn't until Lin Feng carried them out of the fence and Lu Wei tied their legs with a rope, rendering them unable to move, that the two chickens seemed to wake up from their daze and began to struggle desperately. The moment Lu Wei took the chicken from Lin Feng, he almost dropped it, nearly letting the two of them escape together. Holy shit, holy shit. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, realizing that the situation was far from under control. The tied-up chicken kicked and struggled, and a kick landed on its body. It was a truly unpleasant experience. Lu Wei's gaze towards Lin Feng now held a hint of envy and jealousy. Why is it that chickens are always well-behaved in Lin Feng's arms, but when they're in his and Tang Ji's arms, they either punch and kick or peck at people with their beaks? Zhao Qiang, who was nearby, clearly heard the thump-thump sound of the chicken kicking Lu Wei's chest and rushed over to help. He was stunned when his fingers got caught in the fluffy chicken feathers. This chicken feels solid to the touch. The key point is that it feels heavy and substantial when you hold it in your hand. Lu Wei and Zhao Qiang worked together and put in a lot of effort before they finally managed to put the two chickens into the box on the cart. Seeing that the chicken was safely placed in the cart, Lin Feng turned to look at Tang Ji and Lu Wei. "I'll leave the chicken handling to you guys, okay?" He glanced at his watch. "It's already past 4. I need to go to the cafeteria to prepare dinner." Tang Ji and Lu Wei immediately gave an okay sign, and Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang also went to help. As they passed the farm gate, looking at the open gate and the empty yard, the two couldn't help but ask, "Is it okay to just leave it like that, with the door open?" Tang Ji shook his head, indicating that they could rest assured. "This is the countryside, and everyone around me is a familiar neighbor. The security is excellent. Besides, we'll be back in an hour at most. There are wolfhounds watching over the farm, as well as 2 crested eagles, so there's no need to worry about losing anything." Zhao Qiang was stunned. "There are crested eagles too? They're also raised by Lin Feng's farm?" Tang Ji nodded, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "I'll let you take a look later. It's so handsome. Now it's even willing to stand on my shoulder." "I'll only be willing when you have something delicious to eat." Lu Wei ruthlessly sabotaged their efforts. "That's still better than it not even wanting to touch your shoulder." Tang Ji retorted, "I don't even care about that station." The two of them started playfully bickering, having long since lost the restraint and caution they had shown when they first arrived at the farm. They no longer showed any signs of difficulty integrating into society. Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang saw this and were filled with satisfaction. However, transporting the chickens did not go so smoothly. Even with their legs tied, the two chickens did not give up struggling. As they passed a bumpy stretch of road, they somehow managed to jump out of the cart's box with a poof under the watchful eyes of the 4 people. After falling to the ground, they immediately began to wriggle frantically away from the crowd. Look closely, the nylon rope binding the chicken's feet has been pecked through by a third. Holy crap, what's going on? Zhao Qiang was completely stunned. Is it normal for a chicken to be this fierce? Stop staring, grab it back right now. If it pecks through all the ropes, even with the dogs, we might not be able to catch it. Lu Wei stamped his feet in frustration. Lin Feng said he would write a guarantee. He's not bluffing. These words awakened everyone. Yuan Zhen, who was empty-handed, reacted the fastest, rushing forward and pinning down the chicken. He tried to grab the chicken by the neck and lift it up, just like he would with a regular chicken, but this only made the chicken more agitated and it struggled even more fiercely. "Wow, this is so heavy!" Yuan Zhen exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had originally thought that he could lift even the strongest chicken with one hand, but now, let alone one hand, he had to hold the chicken tightly in his arms with both hands. The next second, his chest was hit. Just like what Lu Wei had just experienced, the chicken's claws kicked him hard in the chest, making a loud thump-thump sound. Only after stuffing the chicken back into the box did Yuan Zhen breathe a sigh of relief, rubbing his aching chest and forcing a bitter smile. No wonder Lin Feng brought a cart, this chicken is too heavy. This little brat's kicks really hurt. Now I finally understand why we had to sign a life or death waiver. The idea of catching chickens was completely abandoned, but Yuan Zhen did not give up taking pictures. He looked at Tang Ji. "Before we kill them, could you take a picture of me with these two chickens? I need to take the photos back so that those in the team who can't come out can also broaden their horizons. The chickens these days are really something else." Tang Ji readily agreed. So, in the yard where livestock were slaughtered, the two chickens first underwent a tragic photo session before meeting their end. Although Tang Ji and Lu Wei were retired personnel who had mastered various fighting techniques and could handle chickens quickly, it still took them quite a bit of effort to hold down the struggling chicken. Since there were only 5 people eating, Tang Ji, after obtaining Lin Feng's consent, decided to splurge a little, take the chicken innards and feed them to the crested goshawks. Lin Feng kept only the chicken blood and heart, which he would stew with the chicken and potatoes later. The cooking methods for the 2 chickens have also been decided. One is used for grilling, it will taste delicious when served with lettuce and perilla leaves. The other one is split up, a small portion is stewed with potatoes, and the rest is made into spicy diced chicken. Even if there's nothing left to eat at night, Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian can take it back so that the team members can try it. On the other side of the cafeteria, the students were eating stewed chicken with potatoes, but the chicken used was from another restaurant. Today's main dish is potatoes, so we also served a side of stir-fried colorful potato shreds, which is both delicious and visually appealing. Hearing the constant exclamations of praise from the students in the cafeteria, Lin Feng knew they were very satisfied with their meal. He got his food and left the cafeteria. When Lin Feng returned home, the chickens in the yard were already being roasted. He marinated the chicken in advance in the cafeteria kitchen and specifically instructed Tang Ji and the others to refrigerate it for an hour before grilling it. The rice is already cooked, and now all that's left for him to do is make braised chicken with potatoes. What's even more thoughtful is that Tang Ji and his team had already made preparations. Part of the chicken is chopped into large pieces for stewing, and the rest is cut into small cubes to make spicy chicken cubes. The potatoes were also prepared and set aside. Lin Feng didn't need to prepare the ingredients, he only needed to cook and season them. Because of thorough preparation, everyone was able to eat less than an hour after Lin Feng arrived home. Yuan Zhen and the others made it clear that they wouldn't drink alcohol, so Lin Feng made hawthorn water using the last jar of hawthorn jam from last year. He was thinking to himself that he should prepare more hawthorn jam next year, as it would be both appetizing and easy to digest, and would be well received by everyone. Although both chicken and potatoes were fresh ingredients, everyone tacitly reached for the potatoes first. Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen, as the first evaluators, were exceptionally rigorous in their approach. "These potatoes, my god, are these really ordinary potatoes?" Yuan Zhengang took a bite and was burned so badly that he grimaced, but he still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The potatoes, soaked in the broth, are soft and delicate, melting in your mouth while maintaining a wonderfully smooth texture, even more amazing than the mashed potatoes carefully prepared by the chef. He felt so satisfied and full that even if there were a big chicken leg right in front of him, he wouldn't trade it for that feeling. Zhao Qian even slapped his thigh. "Wrong, wrong. We should have thrown 2 potatoes into the fire and tried the most authentic roasted potato flavor." After taking a bite, Lin Feng confidently told the 2 of them, "Don't worry, it's definitely tastier than last year's. This is definitely not a result of not having eaten homegrown potatoes for a long time, it's a genuine improvement in taste. Of course, it's also possible that he simply prefers soft, fluffy potatoes, which is why he finds them particularly appealing. In any case, he'll have to keep even more potatoes for himself this year." Potatoes are highly versatile and can be used in both Chinese and Western cuisine, as a side dish or a staple food. He greeted everyone with a smile. "Don't just eat potatoes, hurry up and eat chicken. We have tens of thousands of pounds of potatoes, we can eat them however we want in the future, but chicken is different, we definitely won't have enough before autumn." "Yes, yes, yes." Tang Ji immediately agreed, put on gloves, and broke the roast chicken into small pieces so that everyone could easily handle it. Everyone says that chicken has a bland flavor and needs seasonings to enhance its taste, but Tang Ji always felt that Lin Feng's chicken was different. No matter how heavy the seasoning is, you can still taste the freshness and tenderness of the chicken itself, and it has a chewy texture. No wonder it's a chicken that can jump up and kick someone in the chest, even its meat is so hardcore. Delicious. It's really delicious, and there's so much meat. The perilla flavor is just right, it smells so good. Green farms are the best, you can eat with peace of mind. The 5 people raised their cups of hawthorn water, tapped them lightly on the table, and their smiles were exceptionally bright. In the time it takes to drink just 1 glass of wine, their relationship seems to have grown even closer. Riding on this wave of enthusiasm, Yuan Zhen decided to get straight to the point and bring up the serious business with Lin Feng. Any interest in cooperating with us on your pig farm? Lin Feng nodded and said frankly, the pigs will have to wait several more months before they can be sold, and they will definitely need to be sent for testing at that time, which will also make them very expensive. Tang Ji and Lu Wei must have told you, right? Last time, the ermine pigs that my family slaughtered were 50 yuan per catty at a friendly price. If the test is fine, send it for further testing. We'll charge you according to the level of testing. Yuan Zhen immediately replied, his tone firm. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged on money. As long as the pork is really good and beneficial to your health, we can accept any price as long as it's not outrageous. He sighed, his voice softening slightly. Those soldiers in the team, the training is so tough, it's not easy for them. Lin Feng picked up a piece of potato, put it in his mouth, and said softly, I know. Lu Wei and the others are still taking traditional Chinese medicine to regulate their condition. They can't use strong medicine yet, they can only recover slowly. Fortunately, there aren't many dietary restrictions, and it's best to be able to eat whatever you want. According to traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, dietary therapy is the best way to regulate the body. He also hoped that Lu Wei and Tang Ji would recover faster by eating the spiritual food from the farm and drinking beverages mixed with spiritual spring water. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei and Tang Ji raised their glasses to Lin Feng, then tilted their heads back and drank it all in one gulp. Using fruit juice instead of alcohol, 1,000 words are conveyed in one sip. They never expected that they could rest and recuperate so peacefully one day. Perhaps it was psychological, or perhaps the food really worked, but their bodies did feel lighter and lighter every day. Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided to speak frankly. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to sell you a few pigs. Let's sit down and discuss it properly after the pigs are ready for market and pass your inspection, okay? Yuan Zhen understood Lin Feng's concerns. He glanced at Tang Ji and Lu Wei, and felt reassured. With these two around, the pork that belongs to them is definitely not going anywhere. He immediately nodded in agreement. At this point, Zhao Qiang also spoke up. He wanted not only pigs, but also the farm's chickens, ducks, geese, and even dairy cows. In his view, Lin Feng's farm produced several top-grade crops last year, so with such a solid foundation, the animals it raises must be of high quality as well. Moreover, the poultry and eggs sent for testing this year were directly rated as Special Grade Plus. With Tang Ji and Lu Wei, 2 of their own, keeping an eye on the farm, they could easily find out if anything was fishy. It's much more reliable than those farms and breeding farms that we cooperate with year-round. The only drawback is that production is too low, supplying the entire army with it is simply unrealistic. There are only a few dairy cows, which is simply not enough. Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen exchanged a glance and quietly made up their minds. Once the potato test results come out, if they reach the premium grade, we'll ask Oldly to put in a good word for us. Sometimes, if the two of them act as a go-between, things might just work out. Lin Feng remained silent for a long while after hearing Zhao Qiang's request. What kind of situation is this? You're just sitting at home, and a buyer offering all-inclusive services suddenly appears out of nowhere, and the worst part is that they want everything. You mean you want the produce from my farm to be exclusively supplied to your army from now on? Is that what you mean? Lin Feng put down his chopsticks, rubbed his temples, and felt a headache coming on. This is no different from putting all your eggs in one basket, it's too risky. Yes, Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen nodded in unison, their tone firm, we will take any product that passes the inspection. Yuan Zhen noticed Lin Feng's hesitation and simply told the truth. After all, the output of your farm is indeed not very large. The 300-acre farm only raised 8 calves, dozens of piglets, and a few hundred poultry, which was far from enough for the army's huge needs. 10,000 caddies of potatoes could feed an ordinary family for several years, but in their area, it wouldn't even last a month. Their independent battalion alone consumes at least 2 pigs for a single meal. That's why they dared to say all of them. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, realizing for the first time, what you consider a sufficiently wealthy farm might be seen as nothing more than a toy by others. Even the more refined ones are just too small. But what they said was true, and he couldn't refute it. He leaned back in his chair and began to ponder it seriously. He quickly realized that the military was indeed the best buyer he could reach, bar none. Moreover, he was completely unfazed by the military's testing requirements. His farm has never used ordinary pesticides or fertilizers, let alone any random additives. The crops and eggs we sent for testing before were all rated as top grade, so why would we be afraid of the military's testing? After thinking it through, Lin Feng looked up at the two people opposite him and asked directly, "How is the price calculated?" Lin Feng's gaze was exceptionally sharp at that moment, and Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen saw it clearly, but they were not intimidated at all. With Grandpa Li as their backing, they were full of confidence. "We charge according to market prices. Premium products are priced at premium prices, and good products are priced at good prices. We never lose money on anyone's behalf." This confidence didn't come from nowhere. The longer they were in contact with them, the clearer they became that good agricultural products, whether grains or livestock, require a lot of money to raise well and with high quality. Everyone knows how much chemical fertilizer costs per kilogram versus how much high-quality organic farmyard manure costs per kilogram, not to mention the unavoidable labor costs. If we calculate it according to the market price, that's not impossible either. Lin Feng agreed on the spot, but then changed his tone. "However, I also have conditions. It's impossible to get him to sell all his output. He hasn't forgotten about the new seeds at home." "Go ahead," Zhao Qiang nodded, indicating that he should feel free to ask. Lin Feng looked at the two of them and said frankly, "Many of my crops use new types of seeds, such as wheat, which I'm sure you've heard about. So what you're saying, 'I'll sell it all to you,' isn't very realistic." He paused for a moment, then began to explain. "The research at the agricultural university needs to continue, and many crops need to be kept for seed. I can't sell all of that to you," he added, his tone carrying a hint of the farmer's selfishness. "Of course, I'll keep some of the rest for myself. I finally managed to build a completely organic farm, but it turns out that I, the farm owner, can't even eat what my own produce produces. That would be too tragic." Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen exchanged a glance, a smile playing on their lips. "Of course, that's no problem. Even for us, we can't let agricultural development be delayed." They paused, then added, "When we sign the contract, we will also invite the agricultural university to participate so that we can discuss everything together and clarify the specific terms one by one. The main reason we're here today is to get a definite answer from you, just to know that you're willing to cooperate. The farmer's personal wishes are very important, not to mention the top secret markings on Lin Feng's file, which make it seem unusual. Especially since this top secret came from an ordinary person, his thoughts should be respected even more." "Then I agree." Lin Feng readily agreed. With such good terms, he had no reason to refuse. With the military as his backing, no one will dare to touch his farm again. This is a surefire way to make money, much more reliable than cooperating with Manager Zheng. It's a completely mutually beneficial situation. Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen immediately grinned, raised their glasses together, and clinked them with Lin Feng's, thus finalizing the matter. After dinner, Tang Ji and Lu Wei took the initiative to help Lin Feng clear the dishes, their faces showing a hint of apology. After all, Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen were brought here by them. Lin Feng saw through their thoughts, waved his hand, and smiled. "I have to thank you for this. The farm's products haven't even become famous yet, and buyers have already come to us on their own. They have an unquestionable background, strength, and financial resources. Besides, we had a fair trade. They didn't try to lower the price just because they're big and powerful. With buyers like that, what more could I ask for?" Tang Ji looked at Lin Feng carefully, confirming that he was truly willing, and only then did he feel a little lighter, but he still asked in a low voice, "What about Manager Zheng? Didn't you promise them before? You've already accepted the deal." Lin Feng nodded. He did agree, but it was just a verbal agreement, no contract was signed. "If anything changes, I won't be held responsible." In this way, Manager Zheng can no longer use the title of sole distributor to control him, since he now has a better option. He then changed the subject and added, "And it's not like I can't give any to Manager Zheng." He then looked at the two of them. "The military can't possibly want everything, can they? Would they be interested in the sunflower seeds we grow in our fields?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei were taken aback. After thinking about it carefully, they realized that the military probably didn't need sunflower seeds. Lin Feng continued, "And there's that new variety of pumpkin I tried growing, which I heard is a giant pumpkin that can grow to over 100 pounds. The one I grow can't be worse than anyone else's. Because it's a new variety, the agricultural university will definitely cut it open to extract the seeds. Cut pumpkins are fine to eat right away, but they can't be stored for long. We'll tell the military when the time comes. They shouldn't mind splitting these cut pumpkins in half with Manager Zheng's group, or even giving them a little more." He paused, then said firmly, "Manager Zheng would never refuse the gimmick of a giant pumpkin, even if it's just a good quality one, they would still want it." Tang Ji and Lu Wei nodded in agreement after hearing his analysis. The logic was flawless. 100 jin? 1 pumpkin? Lu Wei was the first to react, gesturing with his hands for a long time before muttering, How big would that be? Tang Ji tried to imagine it in his mind, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't picture what a 100-pound pumpkin would look like. No wonder the agricultural university is taking this pumpkin so seriously. Since the pumpkins successfully set fruit, only the best one is kept from each plant. They are treasured like the plague. The newly opened pumpkin flowers and withered leaves were handled with great care. They even laid clean wooden boards and fine sand under the pumpkins, and even set up a frame and covered it with a cloth, saying that they were afraid the pumpkins would be exposed to the sun or be bitten by insects. The students come at least twice a day, and when they measure the circumference of the pumpkins, they are so careful, as if they are protecting a precious treasure. Compared to this, the chestnut pumpkin and honey pumpkin next to it look like they were picked up, grown entirely by nature without anyone watching them. After his initial surprise, Lu Wei quickly recovered and waved his hand, saying, "What's 100 jin? This is perfectly normal on Lin Feng's farm." He pointed towards the potato field outside. "You forgot? Lin Feng's family's potatoes yielded 16,000 jin per mu, and the radishes and cabbages we ate before were all a size bigger than the average ones?" When the two of them first arrived, Lin Feng still had some radishes and cabbages stored in his cellar, and they were lucky enough to go and move some. From questioning my life the first time I carried a giant radish, to now being used to extra-large vegetables. So, a 100-pound pumpkin is really nothing special. Tang Ji nodded in agreement, quickly composed himself, and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Absolutely. Let's try to grow a record-breaking giant pumpkin." "Oh, right." Tang Ji suddenly remembered something and asked, "Is that big pumpkin delicious?" Lin Feng paused in wiping the table. He never expected Tang Ji to ask this. When Tang Ji first came to the farm, he was indifferent to everything except the crested eagles and had a serious face. How come now all he can think about is whether it tastes good or not? Could it be that I've really been corrupted by the food I cook? We just ate pumpkin pies and steamed buns not long ago, right? Lin Feng looked at them strangely. How could they have forgotten so soon after eating? Tang Ji and Lu Wei exchanged a glance, looking completely bewildered. When had they eaten this? "Ah, the pie we had the other day was filled with a giant pumpkin? It had that sweet and savory flavor, and it was so tender?" Lu Wei immediately remembered that the pie was so fragrant when you bit into it, and the big steamed bun, when you bit into it, the juice of the tender pumpkin instantly filled your mouth. It was clearly a vegetarian filling, but the taste was just as good as meat, so delicious that he almost swallowed his tongue. He had been feeling regretful and puzzled as to why Lin Feng had said that he would probably only be able to eat it once this year. It turned out that it was made from a giant pumpkin. No wonder we can only eat it once. The pumpkin is still growing in the ground. How can we just pick it and eat it? Tang Ji also recalled that taste, and couldn't help but swallow, looking forward to the taste of the giant pumpkin when it was ripe. They taste so good when they're young, there's no reason they'll taste bad when they're fully grown. He loved eating pumpkin, especially the chestnut pumpkin from Lin Feng's family, which was sweet, mealy, and not greasy. He could eat a quarter of it on its own. Why is it 1/4? The reason was simple: the pumpkins at Lin Feng's house were just too big, and he also needed to save room for other things. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian, having finished reporting to their superiors, noticed that the three hadn't come out of the kitchen for a while, so they curiously went over and asked, puzzled, "What's wrong? Haven't you finished cleaning yet?" As soon as I reached the kitchen window, I saw 3 people inside, all with expressions of reminiscence. The 2 were stunned on the spot, and subconsciously smacked their lips as they began to savor the aroma of the chicken feast that evening, and the taste of the spicy chicken cubes that are currently stored in the refrigerator, waiting to be taken home. The more I think about it, the more I crave it. All I can say is that the ingredients are top-notch, but Lin Feng's cooking skills are truly impressive. No wonder Tang Ji and Lu Wei are even more robust than they were in the army in just a few months. Eating this well every day, it's hard not to get strong. That night, Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian didn't choose guest rooms and instead squeezed into a room with Tang Ji and Lu Wei. Anyway, the room has bunk beds, which are more spacious than the beds in the military camp, and can barely fit 4 old men. Seeing that they seemed to have something to talk about, Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention and let them go. The next day, as soon as it was light, the first thing Lin Feng did was check the potatoes test report on his phone, but the results showed that they were not yet available. He wasn't in a hurry. Regardless of whether the report was out or not, he couldn't skip any of the work that needed to be done in the morning. As soon as Tang Ji and Lu Wei moved, Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian immediately opened their eyes. "You guys sleep a little longer, there are still 2 hours before dinner." Seeing their tense reactions, Tang Ji sighed and explained, "We're going to work, you don't need to get up so early." When they first arrived, they would wake up at the slightest sound, but they're used to it now. Even when the little peregrine falcon deliberately knocked on the window to cause trouble, the 2 of them could still sleep soundly at the farm's pace. Yuan Zhen's eyes were clear now, but his voice still carried a heavy drowsiness. "You get up this early every day to work?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei nodded. "If you go to bed early, you'll naturally wake up early, it's become your biological clock." The main thing is that it's cool in the morning, so you don't suffer when you're working. To everyone's surprise, as soon as these words were spoken, Yuan Zhan and Zhao Qiang sat up and began to get dressed. Since we're here, let's experience farm life too. And didn't you say yesterday that we'd collect eggs today? Seeing that they were both in good spirits, and considering that the troops would be ringing their reveille soon, Tang Ji didn't stop them, but simply explained, "We have to wait until after breakfast to collect the eggs. Lin Feng will only have time then, and in the morning the geese and ducks will go to other places on the farm, so the chicken coop is relatively safer and less likely to be chased and pecked by them." Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang hadn't expected there to be so many intricacies involved in farm work, which only fueled their curiosity, and they insisted on going along to see for themselves. On the other side, the first thing Lin Feng did after getting up was to go to the warehouse to move various grains and vegetables. He needs to cook pig feed. The number of pigs in the family is increasing, and they are getting bigger and bigger. Every morning, we have to cook pot after pot of pig feed to make sure there is enough for them. Fortunately, the beans and corn stubble had been soaked in advance last night, which saved a lot of trouble. Lin Feng saw 4 people walking over from the side and was a little puzzled as to why everyone was up so early, but he still greeted them with a smile. "You're up so early." Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang responded with smiles. "Since I've come all this way, I'd like to join in and experience farm life." As he spoke, Yuan Zhen's gaze fell on the large basin beside him, and he paused before asking, "Why are you washing so many pumpkins and sweet potatoes?" 3 large baskets of pumpkins and sweet potatoes were piled up next to them, creating a truly spectacular scene. This amount is almost as much as the amount used in their army canteen in one go. Lin Feng smiled and explained as he added water to the basin. "I used some to cook pig feed and the other part of sweet potatoes for our breakfast this morning, so I washed them together to save time. Since they're all grown on our own land and the water is clean, washing them together won't cause any problems." Starchy foods such as soybeans, corn, pumpkin, and sweet potatoes are staple foods for pigs. There were also some vegetables as side dishes next to him. Today he chose carrots and zucchini, plus a small bag of bone meal and shrimp meal that he ground himself to supplement the pig's nutrition. "Why are there still eggs?" Yuan Zhen stared in utter astonishment at the small basket of eggs beside the basin. "Feeding pigs eggs? That's incredibly extravagant." Lin Feng pointed to the eggs and explained, "This is for enriching the pig's diet with food. Think about it, wild boars also look for bird eggs to eat in the forest, such as pheasant eggs. Eggs are nutritious, and the shells can also supplement calcium, so it's a win-win situation." He also deliberately hid the eggs in various corners of the pig pen, both to add some fun to the monotonous pig pen and to encourage the increasingly lazy pigs to move around more. "We can't just let them lie around and grow fat. Pigs need to have a good balance of fat and lean meat for the meat to taste good." After listening, Yuan Zhen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He was genuinely impressed. No wonder their pigs are so well raised. Just look at the carefully prepared diet. Anyone would grow strong and healthy in that situation. Tang Ji then walked over from the side, smiling, and said to Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang, "Come over here and smell it. You'll see how tempting the smell of cooked pig feed is." He then turned and asked, "Want to go check on feeding the cattle?" "Go!" Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang greeted Lin Feng in unison and then followed Tang Ji toward the cowshed. Lu Wei then took over the task of chopping vegetables. He wielded the cleaver with great skill, quickly cutting carrots and zucchini into even pieces with swift and efficient movements. After summer arrived, Tang Ji's task of feeding the cattle became much simpler. He first opened the door of the cowshed, and after the cows and deer slowly went out to forage, he drove a small bulldozer to clean up the manure and other solid waste in the shed, and then rinsed the ground with water. During the day, the cows graze on the pasture by themselves. When they return to the shed at night, he comes over again to feed them beans mixed with coarse salt to supplement their nutrition. Watching Tang Ji skillfully operate the small forklift, Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask, "Do you do this every day?" Tang Ji nodded. "In the summer, it's hot, so frequent cleaning helps reduce the smell. Fortunately, it's all done by machine, so it doesn't take much effort. In winter, it's easier. After laying down the straw, we usually clean it every 3 days and replace the old straw at the same time." He even took the 2 of them to a special place. Pointing to the small house next to the composting area, which everyone on the farm least wanted to go to but had to go to, he said, "This is where Lin Feng's family composts. They keep earthworms inside, and all the organic fertilizer on the farm comes from here. Of course, the peak season for composting is winter. When it's cold, animals don't like to go out, so their droppings stay in the shed, which is a good place to collect compost. In summer, the animals roam freely in the pasture, and their droppings are mostly scattered directly on the grass, becoming natural fertilizer." Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian only glanced at the composting area before quickly moving away. That smell was really unpleasant, and it got even stronger in the summer when the temperature was high. But the chickens on the farm really loved this place. As soon as Tang Ji opened the chicken coop door, all kinds of chickens flapped their wings and practically flew towards the composting area. The saying, "the early bird catches the worm," applies perfectly to chickens as well. The composting area is teeming with insects, and every morning a rooster eats so engrossed that it forgets it's time to go home. The sheer scale and speed of the activity left Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen speechless. "These chickens weren't this active when we came yesterday," Zhao Qiang murmured, still recalling how listless the chickens looked yesterday. Tang Ji glanced at the two of them and explained, "The sun was so strong yesterday, you would have wilted too. Moreover, Lin Feng's chickens, ducks, and geese are checked by a professional veterinarian every month, and twice a month during the peak season for epidemics. They are very healthy, so don't worry." He finished speaking and sighed, with a hint of casual complaint in his voice. "I don't know what's wrong with this year, it just hasn't rained. If I didn't bring water to irrigate every night, the crops in the fields and the grass in the pasture would probably have died of drought. I actually learned this from the elderly men and women in the village who make a living by farming." This year, the villagers also relied on hauling water for irrigation, barely managing to save the crops in their fields. If the village chief hadn't already set up water meters, they might have actually started arguing over water. When the three returned to the courtyard, a fragrant aroma, similar to porridge, filled the air. Zhao Qian paused, sniffed, and asked, "Is this the porridge we're having for breakfast? It smells delicious." Yuan Zhen nodded in agreement. "It's really not easy to cook porridge that looks so appetizing. Their military canteen uses good rice, but the porridge they make has little flavor." Tang Ji suppressed a laugh and told himself, "It's all right." He had the same reaction when he first smelled it. "We can't laugh at our former comrade." He cleared his throat and said slowly, "It's not porridge, it smells like pig swill. It's probably almost cooked. If you'd like, you can go with Lu Wei to experience feeding the pigs later." Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian were stunned on the spot, their faces full of question marks. "What's that smell? Pig slop? Whose pig slop smells this good?" It looked even more tempting than the rice porridge their team cooked. They absolutely refused to believe it was pig feed. Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian noticeably quickened their pace, eager to find out what was going on, and soon they strode into the courtyard. At this moment, Lin Feng had already started cooking the second batch of pig feed, and the large pot on the stove was bubbling with steam. Lu Wei sat to the side, guarding 3 huge stainless steel basins, holding a long ladle in his hand, stirring each one from time to time. This will allow the pig feed in the basin to cool down faster, making it easier to feed the pigs later. "You're back? Are you tired?" Lu Wei saw them and greeted them with a smile. Yuan Zhen's gaze, however, instantly fixed on the large basin in front of him. The pig feed in the basin was a beautiful yellow-orange color, with soft, cooked soybeans and corn grits mixed together, and the air was filled with a rich aroma of soybeans and corn. As Lu Wei stirred the porridge, orange-red pumpkin chunks, sweet potato chunks, and carrot chunks churned up, looking particularly tempting in the morning light. With each stir, the unique sweetness of the ingredients intensifies, wafting into the nose. The two of them had been on empty stomachs that morning, but the aroma made their stomachs immediately rebel, screaming in their minds, "Give me a bowl! Quickly, give me a bowl! I'm starving! This really is pig feed?" Zhao Qian still couldn't believe it. Although he tried to swallow his saliva discreetly, Lu Wei, who was waiting to see their reaction, caught him red-handed. They had been to other farms before and had seen people cook pig feed with grain, but the pig feed there was either greenish-brown or grayish-brown, unlike Lin Feng's, which was golden, shiny, and so appetizing. Lu Wei chuckled to himself, then quickly composed himself, nodding solemnly as he looked at the large basin he was guarding, his tone tinged with pride. "Does it smell good? Does it look good? The colors today are definitely the best they've looked in a while, and the ingredients are perfectly matched." Lu Wei sighed inwardly. Lin Feng's brilliance lies in this: he can cook pig feed that's different every day for several days, and every dish tastes so delicious. Lin Feng always said, if you eat the same thing every day, you'll get tired of it, no matter how delicious it is. Lu Wei kept these words in mind. Although his cooking skills were not as good as Lin Feng's, none of the diners on the farm were picky eaters, and there was never a case of him overturning the food bowl. He even thought that if he could no longer work on the farm, he could go back to his hometown and open a porridge shop, which might become a hit. After all, if even pig feed can be cooked to be so fragrant, cooking porridge for people will be a piece of cake. "This color looks best today. Does that mean it's different from usual?" Yuan Zhen grasped the key point and asked hesitantly. Lu Wei didn't hide anything from them and explained directly. Different tastes require different side dishes. If you add purple sweet potatoes, the pig feed will turn bluish purple. If there are a lot of leafy greens, the vegetables will be more green. The main ingredients have always been beans and corn, but the side ingredients are changed frequently, with the main focus on a balanced diet. He then gave a mischievous smile. "Want to try some? Our containers are all clean, this pig food is perfectly edible." Hearing this, Tang Ji couldn't help but smile. These words immediately put Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian in a dilemma. Smelling this aroma, it would be a lie to say I didn't want to try it, but after all, it's pig swill. My stomach is churning with cravings, but I can't get over the mental hurdle. I'm so conflicted. By this time, Lin Feng's second batch of pig feed was almost cooked. He pulled out the smoldering firewood from the bottom of the pot and stuffed it into the bread oven behind him. After we've tidied up the dough, we can use the residual heat to bake bread. Today's breakfast was simple: plain bread, fried eggs, ham, steamed sweet potatoes, and pumpkin soup. Seeing Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian staring at the pig feed with drooling expressions, he assumed he had made the guests hungry and said with a slightly embarrassed tone, "Do you usually eat lunch around this time? Are you starving? Just wait a little longer, the bread will be ready soon." Lin Feng muttered to himself, "Don't even think about his pig feed." Having the military's procurement officers come to his house to eat pig feed, even though the taste was indeed quite good, would be too outrageous if word got out, making it seem like Lin Feng was mistreating his guests. No need, no need. Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian quickly waved their hands, trying to cover up their earlier embarrassment. "We're not hungry, and it's not mealtime for the troops yet." In the end, the two of them couldn't get over their mental hurdle and didn't taste the pig feed, but when it came time to feed the pigs, they followed along with great interest. As soon as Lu Wei reached the edge of the pig pen, the pigs, who had been lazily staying in the sty, suddenly seemed to be injected with adrenaline, all gathering around the feeding trough and grunting as they circled him. Their meaning couldn't be clearer. "Hurry up and serve the food, don't dawdle." Some of the more impatient pigs even tried to steal the pig feed directly from the bucket in Lu Wei's hand. Every time Lu Wei encountered this kind of scene, he felt like he could be crushed by these huge pigs. Having finally escaped the pigsty, he looked up and saw Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian giving him two thumbs up, their eyes full of admiration. Lu Wei thought for a moment, then asked seriously, "I'll have to come back and feed the pigs again once those 3 pots of pig feed have cooled down. Would you like to try adding more feed?" Zhao Qian and Yuan Zhen immediately shook their heads like rattles. No. They weren't familiar with these pigs, so they shouldn't try feeding them. It would be too much of a loss if they got jostled or bumped by the enthusiastic pigs and something went wrong. It was only this morning, when they went to feed the pigs, that they learned that Lin Feng's family was raising a group of small, cute piglets in their orchard. Their adorable appearance was quite endearing. What shocked them even more was the sight of hundreds of birds taking flight in the orchard. "So many birds?" Yuan Zhen exclaimed, clicking his tongue in amazement as he looked at the flock of birds fluttering in the sky. "Even feeding the pigeons at Peace Square isn't this spectacular." Lu Wei nodded, his tone tinged with helplessness. "We are all worried about whether we will be able to eat apricots and other fruits this year. If there are fewer birds, the orchard will be infested with insects. But with so many birds, the newly ripened fruit will be pecked and pitted." Although Lin Feng has a good attitude and always says, "Take it slow, one day the birds and the fruit will reach a balance, and then we can harvest the fruit in peace." But how long it will take to achieve this balance is anyone's guess. After breakfast, Lin Feng led everyone to the most joyful part of farm life: collecting eggs. Collect all kinds of eggs: chicken eggs, duck eggs, and the largest goose eggs. "You just mixed all these different eggs together?" Looking at the eggs in the basket with their various shell colors, some light pink, some off-white, and some with brown spots, Yuan Zhen couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded, looking completely at ease. "The buyers don't care, and I can't tell which kind of chicken lays which kind of egg myself, so it doesn't matter if they're mixed together. Not only is it okay, but many people actually think it's a great thing." Opening his egg basket is like opening a blind box. The eggshell color and size you get each time may be different, adding to the fun. Moreover, mixing different types of eggs allows you to experience their textures and provides a more balanced diet. "The goose eggs we prepared for you were also from several different breeds of geese." He shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of self-righteousness. "Being able to distinguish between chicken eggs and duck eggs is already quite impressive, okay? Goose eggs are almost all white. How could I possibly tell which type of goose laid them?" "Woof woof." The little black wolf suddenly howled twice toward the bushes not far away, its tail swaying slightly, clearly indicating to Lin Feng that there was a nest of duck eggs hidden there. Lin Feng immediately walked over and, sure enough, found several warm duck eggs in the grass. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a piece of beef jerky, and stuffed it into the little black wolf's mouth as a reward. The little guy chewed it until his eyes squinted. At this moment, the wolf on the other side also let out a low howl and nodded its head towards the fruit tree, indicating that it had found a nest of goose eggs over there. Lin Feng smiled and took out another piece of beef jerky, handing it to Yuan Zhen beside him. "Those are goose eggs left for you over there. Go pick them up and give them to Lang Qing as a thank you gift." Before Yuan Zhen could react, he stood there dumbfounded, holding the beef jerky, and walked towards the fruit tree. But just as he squatted down to touch the goose eggs, he heard a series of rapid clucking sounds. The rooster on the farm has discovered that a stranger has touched its eggs, and it immediately bristled. The rooster lowered its body, stretched its neck out, and suddenly charged towards Yuan Zhen from the bottom of the slope, letting out a sharp warning screech. Crunch! Who are you? Don't touch the farm's eggs. When the little black wolf saw the rooster charging towards it, it tried to run over to protect it, but the distance was too far and it was too late. It could only bark anxiously at Lin Feng to warn him. Wolf Green hadn't gone far when he caught sight of the menacing rooster, but he pretended not to see it and continued searching for eggs without turning back. It knows perfectly well what's going on. This rooster probably didn't see its owner was there and was trying to be mischievous again. A rooster! Lin Feng reacted quickly and shouted at the charging rooster. Ha! The rooster suddenly stopped walking, turned its head to look at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression, and tilted its head to the side. Master, that person is stealing eggs from the farm. Stealing eggs? Why didn't you stop him? Zhao Qiang found the rooster's spirited, fiercely protective manner of guarding its eggs quite amusing. He waved to Lin Feng and said with a smile, it's okay. Let me play with it for a bit to pass the time. Lin Feng, considering their military backgrounds and certain skill level, sighed and followed his guest's wishes, though he didn't forget to remind them, it's fine to tease them, but please don't hurt my chickens. It not only helps me manage the flocks of chickens, geese, and ducks, but it also has a cooperation with the pheasant breeding base, so it's a legitimate source of income. Experts at the base say that such a rooster, which is so intelligent and can also help poultry breed, is a rare find. If we lose it, finding a second one will be incredibly difficult. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiang immediately toned down his imposing manner and assured him, don't worry. I definitely won't hurt it, I'll just play around with it. Although Tang Ji and Lu Wei reminded him several times that this chicken is really fierce. But he didn't care about a chicken at all. Even the fiercest opponent can't be stronger than the one on the training field. Result. A woo-oo. A cry of pain suddenly rang out. Lin Feng looked down and saw that his rooster had somehow circled around to Zhao Qiang's side and precisely twisted a peck on the back of his hand, pecking quickly and fiercely. Having successfully attacked, the rooster immediately flapped its colorful wings proudly, its head held high, looking smug as if to say, let's see if you dare to steal eggs again. But the next second, it received a solid slap across the face from Zhao Qiang. It was Zhao Qiang's reflexive swing in pain that caused him to fling it out. The rooster was stunned. Its beady black eyes were filled with disbelief. It even forgot to retract its wings, which it had just spread in a show of defiance. It stood frozen in place, as if pondering. He actually dared to hit me. Zhao Qiang was rubbing the back of his hand vigorously, the dull pain on it becoming more and more pronounced in waves. He thought to himself, that chicken is really vicious. One peck can hurt for so long, I'm sure I'll get a bruise and swelling later. But what puzzled him even more was when the chicken had gotten next to him. There wasn't a sound at all, it was like a sneak attack. Yuan Zhen, who witnessed the entire scene, not only showed no sympathy but also openly mocked it. Zhao Qiang, this won't do. If the old captain sees this, he'll definitely make you go back for retraining. You're so vigilant you can't even keep a chicken at bay. Aren't you ashamed if word gets out? While keeping a wary eye on the still-dazed rooster, Zhao Qiang glared fiercely at Yuan Zhen and said in a low voice, who am I doing this for? If I hadn't stopped you, you might have been the one getting pecked. Come on, I'm not as careless as you. Yuan Zhen didn't believe it at all. Anyway, he wasn't pecked by the chicken, so he stood by and watched the show with great interest. While the two were bickering, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward, grabbed the rooster by the neck, which was still in a daze, lifted it away from Zhao Qiang, and gently turned it around, leading it deeper into the deserted orchard. He whispered, hurry up and go, you can't afford to mess with these two. They could snap your neck with one hand. Don't fight them head on. The rooster, who had just been slapped, looked aggrieved, his little head filled with resentment. Since befriending the big dumpling, its value on the farm has soared. It's no longer the timid chicken it used to be. When has it ever suffered such injustice? However, despite his anger, the rooster did not lash out on the spot. It rolled its beady black eyes, flapped its wings twice, and actually strode off to the other side without bothering to stop. Lin Feng, oblivious to the chicken's ulterior motives, assumed it had heeded his advice and turned to Zhao Qiang with an embarrassed smile. Are you all right? Is there any cut on the back of your hand? We have some ointment at home to help with blood circulation and reduce bruising. Should we put some on later? No need. Zhao Qiang quickly waved his hand, looking a little embarrassed. This little injury is nothing, there's no need for ointment. He paused for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. Let's hurry up and collect the eggs, so as not to delay anything. Lin Feng nodded, also feeling that the rooster should know its limits. Although it has been a bit fierce in protecting its eggs during this period, it is accurate in its attacks. It usually pecks at people until they feel pain and swelling for a while, but it rarely breaks the skin. With the help of Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang today, the egg collecting speed was significantly faster. The goose eggs need to be packaged properly when we get back, otherwise they'll easily break during the bumpy ride. Lin Feng pointed to the white goose eggs in the basket. Although there were only a dozen or so, the geese had been very cooperative today. Occasionally, there will be situations where there is zero output. After completing their egg-finding mission, the dogs, carrying their reward treats, had long since disappeared, clearly not wanting to get involved in the trouble here anymore. Only Lin Feng, Yuan Zhen, and Zhao Qiang remained, carrying baskets full of eggs, slowly walking back to their lodgings. But just then, an accident suddenly occurred. The rooster, which had just walked away, suddenly gathered a large flock of ducks and geese and rushed out from the roadside bushes. The target is Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang. Holy crap! Tang Ji, who was originally waiting at the gate, was so frightened by the sight of this scene that he almost jumped up. This is practically an all-out attack. What did these two do to offend all the chickens, geese, and ducks? He rushed over, snatched the goose egg from Yuan Zhen's hand, and shouted sympathetically as he ran into the house. Good luck to you both. I'm taking the eggs back now, but make sure they don't peck them apart. Yuan Zhen, Zhao Qiang. Before the two could react, they were surrounded by ducks flapping their wings and geese stretching their long necks, leaving them nowhere to retreat. Lin Feng stood to the side, holding a basket of duck eggs in his left hand and a handful of chicken eggs in his right, looking completely bewildered. His rooster has quite the appeal. The rooster strode out arrogantly through the passage cleared by the ducks and geese, its beady black eyes fixed on Zhao Qiang. We haven't finished settling our score yet. Did you two accidentally crush the egg? Lin Feng quickly looked at Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang. The last time the farm saw a full-scale attack was because Zhou Cheng accidentally broke a goose egg. As a result, the child's buttocks were pecked by the chickens for 2 days and were swollen. Now he avoids roosters whenever he sees one. Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang shook their heads vigorously, almost making themselves dizzy. No, absolutely not. Every egg is a treasure to them. They would be extremely careful not to crush it or even bump it. How could they possibly let the egg suffer because of them? Zhao Qiang rubbed his still aching hand again, recalling what Lu Wei and Tang Ji had just told him. This rooster is stingy and holds grudges. If anyone accidentally steps on its food bowl, it will chase and peck them for days. Feeling uneasy, he swallowed hard and tentatively asked Lin Feng, "No, could it be holding a grudge against me for slapping it earlier?" This question left Lin Feng feeling uncertain. He thought it couldn't be that bad, but he wasn't willing to give a guarantee. Is the rooster really that stingy? In his eyes, this chicken was clearly very capable. Every morning, as soon as the chicken coop opens, after breakfast, I take the chickens, ducks, and geese to the farm to catch insects, and they can accurately avoid the crops and never peck randomly. In the evening, all the poultry are led back to the chicken coop, and they rest only after they have finished eating their dinner. If any wild ducks or geese try to sneak in for a meal, the rooster will chase them back into the forest without hesitation. But right now, looking at the imposing scene of being surrounded by chickens, ducks, and geese, Lin Feng knew that he couldn't keep dragging this out indefinitely. He glanced at the baskets of eggs and duck eggs he was carrying, then quickly raised them and shouted into the yard, hoping Tang Ji or Lu Wei would come and help him take them back. If he had nothing in his hand, he could better mediate the fight. Who knew that when the two people in the yard saw his gesture, they shook their heads like rattles and waved their hands rapidly. Their refusal couldn't be clearer. More than 3 months of farm life had already allowed Tang Ji and Lu Wei to thoroughly understand the rules of survival. Never mess with the rooster, and even more so with the flock of poultry behind it. Otherwise, apart from places like pigsties and cows' heads that are fenced off, there is no safe place on the entire farm. You never know when the poultry will suddenly rush out from some corner and chase after you, determined to peck you until they stop. The key point is that they can resist, but they can't kill. Even a gentle push will only provoke a harsher retaliation. This rooster is a classic example of appeasing his superiors in public, but getting angrier the more he thinks about it later. If we confront it head on today, it might block our doorway with its chickens, ducks, and geese tomorrow, preventing us from even leaving the house. So even though there are ferocious beasts like South China tigers and giant pandas on the farm, the rooster still firmly ranks first among the animals that should not be messed with. Lin Feng looked at the two burly men at the courtyard gate, who were behaving like cowards, took a deep breath, and felt utterly disappointed. It's just a rooster. He screamed inwardly, a person who dares to pet a South China tiger and eats at the same table as a giant panda is afraid of a chicken. But despite the complaints, there's no other way to deal with it right now. He had no choice but to raise one arm and say to Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang, "I'll take the eggs back first. If you really can't hold on, run into the yard before things really get serious." This was the best solution he could think of. With him covering their retreat, the rooster, out of respect for him, shouldn't go too far. But if he leaves and has no more scruples, who knows what kind of trouble the chicken will cause. Moreover, they're leaving after taking the potatoes today, and once they're gone from the farm, the rooster won't have a chance to get revenge. Tang Ji and Lu Wei in the courtyard nodded vigorously, their faces full of agreement. Yes. Retreating now is the best option, and there's nothing shameful about it. With Lin Feng around, the farm animals won't really do anything to people. In the past, when they encountered this situation, they would run away immediately. If you really can't escape, you can call your dog for help. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Qian and Yuan Zhen simply waved their hands in refusal. These two people, who had never suffered losses on a farm, found the chaotic scene of chickens and ducks flying around novel and interesting, and were not afraid at all. Zhao Qian patted his chest and said with a smile, "You go back first, the eggs are more important. We're fine, we can play with these winged creatures. Don't worry, we definitely won't hurt them." Lin Feng gave him a deep look, then didn't try to persuade him any further. He simply said, "Whatever, as long as you're happy," and then quickly walked into the yard with the egg basket. Lu Wei and Tang Ji exchanged a glance at the gate, only 2 words remaining in their minds. "Warrior." The next second, the two of them tacitly took out their phones and turned on the recording function. This amazing human-chicken battle must be recorded and shared on social media so that my old comrades can also have a look. The moment Lin Feng turned and stepped out of the encirclement, the battlefield instantly began. Immediately behind him came the sounds of Tang Ji and Lu Wei squealing and shouting, and he shook his head helplessly. These two showed absolutely no camaraderie and were not at all worried that Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen would come after them. "Wow, that rooster is awesome. Leading the charge and charging right to the front. Damn, those two are Hooper swans, right? Hooper swans are involved in the battle too. How did the rooster manage to do that? His ability to rally people is incredible. Zhao Qiang, go easy on it. That swan is a protected animal. Don't accidentally hurt it, or you'll want to spend a few days in jail. Holy crap, these ducks are quacking so loudly. My eardrums hurt even though I'm this far away. Yes, yes, yes. Peck his butt. Let the rooster peck at his trouser leg. Go, don't stop. Go, rooster. Hey, 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 don't back down. If you're men, don't be cowards. Fight them. Holy crap, holy crap. That's the yard boundary. You can't come in. Stop." The two of them talked back and forth, even more excited than those on the battlefield. Lin Feng didn't need to turn around. Just by listening to the shouts, he could imagine the lively scene of chickens and ducks scattering outside the yard. The rooster led the charge, the swan stretched its long neck and flapped its wings, and the ducks quacked around the people. Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen were probably scrambling to dodge. Lin Feng carefully placed the eggs and duck eggs on the stone table in the courtyard. Just as I turned around to go to the door to watch the battle, I saw 2 men who had just boasted that they wanted to try fighting someone with wings suddenly dart in from outside the door, covering their heads. His hair was a mess from being flapped around by his wings, and there were a few feathers stuck to his trouser legs. He looked as disheveled as could be. The contrast is simply outrageous. One second they were like the tall roadside trees on both sides of the road, full of fighting spirit, saying we can live anywhere. The next second it was like encountering a typhoon that was rare in 10 years. Not only was it almost uprooted, but it was also ravaged and lost all its momentum. However, Lin Feng noticed that the moment the two of them rushed into the courtyard, the noise from the chickens, ducks, and geese outside suddenly subsided considerably. Amidst the scattered clucking and giggle sounds, there was a hint of doubt. Why did they stop playing? Is it over already? Are all the people besides the farmer so weak in combat? A short while later, a blood-red rooster crept in through the gate, followed by a loud, arrogant clucking sound. Although Lin Feng couldn't understand the rooster's crow, he could clearly feel the rooster's arrogance and mockery. His smug look was so smug, he practically floated away without needing wings. But the next second, the rooster's black bean eyes caught sight of Lin Feng, and its neck shrank back in a flash, so fast that Lin Feng was worried it would hurt its neck. Within minutes, the flock of poultry outside the yard had retreated in a large group. But whether it was just his imagination or not, Lin Feng felt that every chicken, duck, and goose that left had a hint of victorious joy in their steps, and even the flapping of their wings was lighter than usual. Meanwhile, Tang Ji and Lu Wei in the courtyard were already leaning against the doorframe, laughing so hard they could barely stand up straight, tears welling up in their eyes. Lin Feng glared at the two unreliable guys, then quickly went over to help Zhao Qiang remove the feathers stuck to his back, and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Should I call the village doctor to come and take a look?" This was the first time Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen had ever fled from a battlefield in such a disheveled state. They were still in shock, and their eyes held a hint of lingering fear in addition to the shock. God knows, they've never been afraid of the interrogation methods used by foreign criminals, but now they're a little intimidated by these domestic animals. Yuan Zhen brushed off the feathers from his body, then rubbed his ears, which were still dazed from the ducks quacking, and couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath. Is this the legendary combination of physical and magical attacks? They attacked with physical blows like pecking and slapping, along with sonic attacks like duck quacking. The key issue was that there were protected animals mixed in with this flock of poultry, so they didn't dare to fight back at all. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt one and then get taken away by the police. He suddenly realized how wrong he had been. Why had he impulsively joined this fundamentally unfair war? Has he lost his mind? While Yuan Zhen was still questioning his existence, Zhao Qiang had already recovered and waved to Lin Feng, saying, "We're fine, just shocked. The sheer power of these poultry is comparable to that of fighter jets. Do you think that's normal?" Yuan Zhen immediately agreed with this, and he rubbed his still dazed ears, muttering, "I think the sound of a duck quacking is not much worse than that of a fighter jet engine. In fact, the sound of an engine is even more pleasant. The sound of a duck quacking is too shrill. When I was surrounded just now, it was like 3D surround sound, it almost shook the old earwax out of my ears." Ha 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 ha. Tang Ji and Lu Wei next to them laughed even harder, leaning against the wall and unable to straighten up, feeling like their intestines were about to cramp from laughing. Lin Feng was taken aback by Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen's descriptions. Comparing a fighter jet to his rooster? That's giving him way too much credit. After holding it in for a long time, he finally spoke the truth from an outsider's perspective. "Is it possible that it's because you can't use excessive force?" He twitched his cheek and added, "Let me tell you, if you could really just twist their necks, all my chickens, ducks, and geese wouldn't last 5 minutes in your hands and they would all be wiped out." No. Zhao Qiang quickly waved his hand, his tone very serious. "Although that's one reason, the feeling of pressure was real. When facing an enemy, my first reaction is to just go for it. But when faced with so many poultry, my first reaction was to run away. Isn't that weird?" Yuan Zhen rubbed his arm, which was red from being pinched by the goose, and glanced at Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who were still laughing in the background. A mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Wei by the neck, pulling him close, and asked with a half-smile, "You're the one who just shouted there are protected animals inside? Let me tell you, I got distracted by that and both geese pecked at me at the same time." Lu Wei was being strangled so hard he was grimacing. Before he could even beg for mercy, he heard several more squeaking sounds coming from outside the courtyard gate. It turns out there were still a few poultry that hadn't left, and they poked their heads out again when they heard the noise. Ha ha. Gently. Caught off guard, Lu Wei was caught red-handed by Yuan Zhen. The grip on his neck tightened, and he immediately stopped laughing, frantically slapping the arms wrapped around his neck as he quickly explained, "I wasn't wrong. There really were 2 huge ones in there just now, with yellow and black beaks. Those were whooper swans. It's a purely protected animal. It can peck you without any problem, but if you dare to hurt it, even your old leader can't protect you. At most, you can only try to redeem yourself through meritorious service." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen's anger flared even more. "So, all I could do was endure the beating I just received?" He increased the pressure on his hands, and the muscles in his arms bulged slightly, making the bruises from the gooses pecking at them even more noticeable. "Brother, is it really going to break?" Lu Wei was being choked so badly he could barely breathe. He frantically patted Yuan Zhen's arm, wisely admitting defeat. Let's talk this out. Yuan Zhen gave a cold laugh, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I can let go, but you have to delete the video you just filmed." Lu Wei was taken aback. "Deleting the video? No way. This is precious material that can make Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen laugh for a year, and he must protect it with his life." With a quick dart of his eyes, he immediately shifted the blame. "I didn't take a picture. I really didn't. I was so busy laughing that I forgot to hold up my phone." "If you want the video, ask Tang Ji. He filmed it very clearly, he even recorded you being chased by the goose." Tang Ji, who was quietly moving back, preparing to slip back into the house to avoid trouble, froze upon hearing this, turning to look at Lu Wei in disbelief. That kid actually betrayed him. In an instant, 1,000 swear words he had learned from the village elders flashed through his mind, and he wanted to throw each one in Lu Wei's face on the spot. "I beep beep you beep beep." Upon learning that his dark history video was in Tang Ji's hands, Zhao Qiang reacted more than twice as quickly as Tang Ji, who was cursing him in his mind. He rushed forward, taking 3 steps at a time, and reached out to snatch the phone from Tang Ji's hand. Hilarious. How could Tang Ji possibly let someone succeed as easily as Lu Wei? He was prepared, and when he saw Zhao Qiang rushing over, he nimbly dodged the attack with a clean and decisive movement. While Yuan Zhen was still in a daze, wondering why did they even film Tang Ji, Lu Wei seized the opportunity to slip away from under his arm and instantly break free of his control. The next second, Lin Feng watched helplessly as these 4 grown men started fighting in his own yard. It's the kind of thing where every punch really hits you. As the only bystander, Lin Feng was also finding out for the first time. Even professionally trained fighters can use down-to-earth moves like monkey stealing peaches and gouging eyeballs, which left him speechless as he sat at the stone table. "There's only one regret left. I should have saved some sunflower seeds. If I could put a plate of them out now and eat them while looking at the sunflowers, that would be so wonderful." He didn't stop, continuing to pack eggs. The eggs at home are packaged in boxes of 18, which is just enough for a week, making it convenient whether for personal consumption or as gifts. Duck eggs were also packaged according to the same specifications. Goose eggs need to be handled more carefully. They are wrapped in newspaper, lined with straw, and placed in a styrofoam box to prevent them from breaking during long-distance transport. Although he had to listen to the sounds and watch the battle while packing, and was so busy that his hands, ears, and eyes were almost not enough, Lin Feng's movements were still skilled, and he finished packing all the eggs in no time. Just then, the phone on the stone table suddenly vibrated twice. This is the notification sound he specifically set for potato test reports. Lin Feng glanced up at the four people still making a ruckus in the yard. Seeing that they were having a great time and probably wouldn't stop anytime soon, he wasn't in a hurry to check the messages. He slowly sealed the last styrofoam box before picking up his phone. Lin Feng slowly placed the last goose egg, closed the styrofoam box tightly, and then went to the tap next to him to wipe the egg liquid and dust off his hands before picking up his phone and opening the potatoes test report. The screen clearly displays potato grade extra ++. Actually, the testing staff finished this report last night and, according to the procedure, it should have been sent over as soon as they started work today. However, after the team arrived in the morning, a disagreement arose regarding the rating criteria. Some people think it's perfectly acceptable to give it a top grade +++. After all, Lin Feng's potatoes were only a few data points away from meeting the standard of 3+ for premium grade. Moreover, the differences are so slight that they are almost negligible, which is more than enough in terms of quality. But another group insisted on being rigorous. If it doesn't meet the standard, it doesn't meet the standard. We can't set this precedent, otherwise the testing standards will be chaotic in the future, which is unfair to other farmers. In the end, the latter persuaded the former. More importantly, the testing team harbored a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng's potatoes were graded as premium last year, and this year they've jumped to premium ++, so close to 3+. Maybe next year they can really cultivate an even better mutant variety. For some reason, they always had an inexplicable trust in Lin Feng. Perhaps it's because Lin Feng's farm has produced so many excellent products in the past 2 years, from top quality ingredients to intelligent poultry, that everything has exceeded expectations, making people look forward to his crops even more. For Lin Feng, the potato grade is mostly linked to the purchase price, which is a real source of income. But in the eyes of Professor Li and his colleagues at the Agricultural University, what lies behind this ranking is a breakthrough in crop quality and the potential of agricultural cultivation. So, as soon as he finished reading the report, Lin Feng forwarded it to Professor Li's team without delay, saving them the trouble of searching through a pile of reports from the testing institution and allowing the professors to see the results as soon as possible and put their minds at ease. So, as soon as Lin Feng opened the report, Professor Li had already convened a video conference with his team, and everyone gathered around the report he had forwarded to read it together. When the words special grade ++ appeared on the screen, the senior professors Professor Li had invited turned red with excitement. Finally, our land of flowers has some extra grade ++ potatoes. But when they looked down and found that the potatoes were only a tiny, almost negligible difference from the special grade ++ standard, their excitement vanished instantly, and a look of dejection appeared on everyone's face. What a pity, it was just a little bit short. Jiang Ming quickly zoomed in on the data points in the report that hadn't met the standards, his tone full of regret, his fingers even trembling slightly. He hesitated as he looked at the camera, his tone tinged with self-reproach. Such a tiny difference. Could it be that we didn't choose the right samples initially? If we had been more careful in our selection back then, we might have secured a special grade +++. It's important to understand that once they cultivate extra grade +++ potatoes, they will be able to catch up with the top farms in the United States. At that time, the United States will no longer be able to call itself the potato king. If you can't even grow super grade +++, how can you expect to dominate with your current quality? You're dreaming. In fact, the people at the testing center had discussed the issue of whether the samples were poorly selected, but in the end, all they got was a sigh. Although Professor Xue also felt it was a pity, he still objectively stated, the samples were selected randomly, and we respected the testing rules. No matter how small the gap is, if the standard is not met, it is not met. We cannot deceive ourselves. He paused, then added, rather than saying the samples weren't selected well, I think it's more likely due to this year's climate. With little rainfall and higher temperatures than usual, it's already quite an achievement to grow a premium grade ++. Professor Xue shook his head, sighed, and said, let's see what the higher UPS decide. I've heard this matter has already reached the top. That's right. If it hadn't alarmed the higher UPS, why would the people in the Ministry of Agriculture have paid special attention to this matter? The report is out now, it's just a matter of when the procurement team will arrive. However, they also knew what was going on. The military region's procurement personnel haven't left Lin Feng's house yet, and they're being very humble. Not only are they connected by acquaintances, but they're also proactively helping with the potato harvest. Anyone with eyes can see that Lin Feng will definitely favor the military region. People are all made of flesh and blood, the difference between those who genuinely want to help and those who are just there to do business is obvious. While Professor Li's team was still discussing, Lin Feng waved his phone and shouted towards the 4 people wrestling in the yard. The potato test results are out. Do you want to see them now, or after the testing is completed? Anyway, he wouldn't mind watching a little longer. This kind of opportunity to observe professionals fighting up close is something that simply doesn't exist normally. If he weren't completely ignorant of the basic moves, he would have been eager to roll up his sleeves and join in for a few rounds. Lin Feng looked at the 4 men, who were fighting fiercely and covered in sweat, with a hint of jealousy, and thought to himself, he deserves the bruises on his face and body, he's not the one in pain anyway. But when he turned around and saw Tang Ji and Lu Wei, his eyes suddenly lit up. It didn't matter now, his master was right here. I can learn a couple of tricks from them later. What grade are the potatoes? Are they extra grade, or do you add 2? Yuan Zhen finally stopped what he was doing, lifted his shirt to wipe the sweat from his face, revealing bruises on his arms. He winced in pain, but still asked about the potatoes first. Yes. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, his face full of pride. Really? That's amazing. Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang exchanged a glance, both forgetting their previous grudges, their voices filled with surprise. They had long heard that Lin Feng's potatoes were of good quality, but they never expected them to actually be rated as special grade ++, which is truly top-notch. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen immediately stopped what he was doing, quickly walked over, grabbed Lin Feng's phone, and carefully examined all the data in the report, not even missing the 2 decimal places. Zhao Qiang also moved closer, his head close to Yuan Zhen's, his eyes fixed on the screen. Tang Ji and Lu Wei weren't in a hurry to look at the report, instead, they stood aside and herded each other's attention. Tang Ji touched his swollen and red lips, frowning as he complained. Don't you 2 know the rules? Didn't we agree that you don't hit someone in the face? How are you going to face anyone with that lip today? Zhao Qiang glared at them briefly, the bruise next to his left eye particularly noticeable. They even say don't hit someone in the face, but the injury on his face just appeared out of nowhere? He rubbed his shoulder where he had been bumped and gasped. Looks like I'm getting old. You 2 have both retired, but your legwork hasn't declined at all. You're really ruthless. On the other side, Yuan Zhen, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, secretly rubbed his buttocks. During the brawl earlier, someone kept hitting his butt, and it still hurts a little. He cursed all those people in his mind. Top grade ++, a potato that's almost as good as the top grade with 3 pluses, that's pretty impressive. Yuan Zhen returned the phone to Lin Feng, his tone certain, and added, I'll make a phone call and let the team know what's going on. Before leaving, he suddenly turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes carrying a hint of temptation. Pack me 2 chickens, or bring some eggs back, and I'll help you negotiate a higher price with the purchasing department, how about that? As he spoke, he quietly made a hand gesture to Lin Feng and lowered his voice. They can offer at least 80 yuan per kilogram. It should be noted that the price they originally negotiated with Lin Feng was 70 yuan per kilogram. This price already includes a family member discount. Although it can't compare to the price in the United States, considering that Lin Feng's potatoes don't meet the extra grade standard of 3+, this price is already very reasonable. Moreover, there is no price reference available for this grade of potato on the market. The United States, the only country capable of growing potatoes of the same grade, never sells them to other countries, completely monopolizing the high-end market. Logically speaking, even if the price isn't raised, the military wouldn't lose out if the transaction were to be completed at 70 yuan per kilogram, since the military's money doesn't come easily. But if he could earn more, it would be a real benefit for Lin Feng, so Yuan Zhen made a point of mentioning it. Lin Feng nodded, already having his own plans. If the military is genuinely committed to long-term procurement, he is perfectly willing to accept the previously agreed-upon price, considering the soldiers who defend the country. If it weren't for Yu Jian from the Ministry of Agriculture interfering, subsequent cooperation would have been much easier to discuss. But when he thought of Yu Jian's face last time, trying to trick him into giving up his interests under the guise of righteousness, he didn't want to sell at a low price from the bottom of his heart. I simply dislike this person. Besides, he was confident that these premium grade ++ potatoes would sell for 80 yuan per pound, or even 100, 120, or 150 yuan per pound, and the other party would definitely still want them. After all, you simply can't find another brand with this quality on the market. Lin Feng didn't have Yu Jian's phone number saved, so he simply called the village secretary directly and asked, "Secretary, the test results for our potatoes are out. I wanted to ask if the Ministry of Agriculture is still coming. When will they arrive? The military region might already be preparing to load them, so we don't want both sides to arrive at the same time." The village party secretary was taken aback when he received the call. He really didn't know about it. He didn't have Yu Jian's contact information, only vaguely remembering that the other party had given him a business card, but he had long since lost it. He originally thought that as an intermediary, introducing Lin Feng to Yu Jian would be the end of it, but he never expected that the two had parted on bad terms last time, and now he would have to cover for them. The village party secretary pondered for a few seconds and said to Lin Feng, "As we agreed before, set aside 15,000 jin of regular potatoes for the Ministry of Agriculture and enough for 1 mu of colored potatoes. Don't give them all to the military region. I'll call Yu Jian now to ask about the rest. Wait for my news, and don't rush to finish loading all the goods." After saying that, fearing that Lin Feng might forget, she added, "Make sure you keep a good quantity," before hurriedly hanging up the phone and rummaging through drawers to find Yu Jian's business card. At that moment, Zhang Ming had just finished a video conference with Professor Li's team. He was stopped at the village office for some business when he overheard the village secretary mentioning Lin Feng and potatoes on the phone. He then came over to ask, "Uncle, is Lin Feng about to harvest potatoes? Should we organize the students to go and help?" The village party secretary nodded, still rummaging through a drawer, and said without looking up, "Let me contact the people at the Ministry of Agriculture first. If it's confirmed that we want to reserve the goods, I'll have the students go over and lend a hand later." Then he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Oh my god, where did I put Yu Jian's business card? Did I throw it in the trash last time I cleaned up?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming quickly helped with the search. The village secretary's desk was already piled high with documents and odds and ends. The two of them rummaged through it for a while, and in the end, the village secretary pulled out the crumpled business card from the very bottom of the trash can. Thank God! The village party secretary breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't like to tidy up his office, so the forgotten business card wasn't completely lost. Apart from being a little wrinkled, the number was still clearly visible. He felt relieved and dialed the number on the business card. The phone rang again and again until it automatically disconnected, but no one answered. Where is he? Why isn't he answering the phone? The village party secretary paced back and forth in the corridor, holding his phone and looking puzzled. It's almost 10 o'clock. Even if they haven't gotten up yet, they should be awake by now, right? Besides, the Ministry of Agriculture should be at work by now. He looked down and checked the number again. I didn't press the wrong number. The numbers all match. Hearing the noise, Zhang Ming came over and asked in confusion, "Uncle, what's wrong?" No one answered the phone. The village party secretary frowned, looking puzzled. Given a business card but not answering the phone, what kind of behavior is that? Is the number fake? But there's no need for that. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Anyone who's been following this potato issue knows the test results are out today. Logically, they should have their phones with them and keep them on all the time. Why wouldn't they answer? Could they be driving? Zhang Ming tried to guess a reasonable reason. It's inconvenient to answer the phone while driving, but I might call back later. The village party secretary nodded, reluctantly accepting the explanation, but his opinion of Yu Jian worsened. Even if you're busy, shouldn't you at least glance at an unfamiliar number? He sighed, still remembering his previous promise. Let's wait a bit and see if he calls back. If he doesn't, I'll call again. We also need to remind Lin Feng to keep the 15,000 jin of potatoes for a few days. If we really can't contact him later, we can ask him to deliver the goods to the military region. The military region is known for its efficiency and effectiveness. Yuan Zhen had just finished reviewing the test report when he received feedback in less than half an hour. They only accept regular potatoes and black potatoes. They need 20,000 jin of regular potatoes and ideally 5,000 jin of black potatoes. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. He had expected them to choose the size and shape, but he hadn't anticipated that they would specifically specify the color. Although his family's 3 mu of colored potatoes could yield a total of 25,000 jin, he had never actually counted the exact percentage of black potatoes. Are purple potatoes considered black? Lin Feng asked. After all, the black potatoes sold on the market are essentially a variant of purple potatoes. The reason they have such a deep purple-black color is simply because they have an extremely high anthocyanin content. If you count it, 5,000 caddies should be enough. If you don't, then it's basically hopeless. Yes, that makes sense. Yuan Zhen nodded immediately. He was surprised by the requirement to choose a color, and guessed that it was probably a special instruction from the military nutritionist. But as procurement staff, they can only try their best to meet the demands. No problem. Lin Feng simply pointed to the pile of potatoes covered with a tarpaulin outside the yard. The students from the agricultural university should be arriving soon. Just tell them what sorting requirements you have. I'll take this opportunity to set aside some potato seeds for next year. Last year, he kept 300 jin of potato seeds per mu, and ended up with quite a lot left over. However, we still plan to keep this amount this year. We're not worried about wasting any extra. We can just give some to Zhang Ming's group so they can use it for breeding experiments. You should know that these are premium grade plus potatoes that can sell for 80 yuan per kilogram, making them perfect for use as seed potatoes. Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang had come in a truck, and the truck bed was already stocked with turnover boxes, making sorting very convenient. Their criteria for selecting potatoes are similar to Lin Feng's. They must be of uniform size, have smooth skin, and be free from insect infestation and disease. The only difference is that when Lin Feng saves seeds, he chooses those with many buds to make it easier for them to sprout the following year. They prefer potatoes with fewer sprouts, since they are meant to be eaten, and potatoes with fewer sprouts have a firmer texture. If the Ministry of Agriculture were to come and collect them, they would probably prefer potatoes with more sprouts, as these are easier to save for seed or research. But since they haven't made any moves yet, we can only wait until the last few potatoes are picked over. While the military was busily sorting potatoes, Yu Jian from the Ministry of Agriculture neither answered the phone nor replied to messages, causing the village secretary to pace anxiously to the side. If this drags on, let alone keeping 15,000 jin, the military might even take away the remaining potatoes. Seeing the village secretary pacing anxiously, Lin Feng quickly comforted him. "Uncle, don't worry, it's all right. Even if the Ministry of Agriculture decides not to take it in the end, I can just call Manager Zheng and their people will come over immediately. They can take the rest, let alone 15,000 jin." He wasn't bragging. He could even imagine that if Manager Zheng saw the potatoes test report, he wouldn't even need to contact him. A whole string of pleading emojis would be sent over. After all, premium grade plus potatoes are the highest grade ingredients that Manager Zheng and his team can access on their platform. They would normally be unable to obtain them even if they begged for them. On the other hand, the Ministry of Agriculture has many high-quality crops to choose from, and may not be as fond of potatoes as Manager Zheng. At noon, everyone ate a potato feast around the table. Steamed potatoes, stewed potatoes with meat, and potato pancakes. These dishes bring out the soft, sweet, and savory qualities of premium plus potatoes to their fullest potential. Just as I put down my chopsticks, the people from the Ministry of Agriculture finally arrived, albeit late. When the group met at the village canteen, Lin Feng and Professor Li, who happened to be there, were both stunned. "Hey, they've changed people." Of the three people who came, Yu Jian was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The leader was replaced by a man who looked exceptionally serious and earnest, possessing both the refined elegance of a scholar and the simple honesty of an old farmer. Although her hair was still black, the deep wrinkles on her face couldn't hide her age. Lin Feng estimated that this person must be at least 50 years old. Lin Feng turned to look at the village secretary, his eyes hinting, "Who is this? Can you introduce him/her?" The village party secretary shook his head. He didn't recognize him either. He could only stand up with a puzzled look on his face and walk towards the person who had come from there. At this moment, a man who looked like a secretary came over and introduced the man. "Hello, we are from the Ministry of Agriculture. This is Vice Minister Lu Fengxiao, and I am his secretary, Li Nian. May I ask who Lin Feng is? He's from the Ministry of Agriculture, and he's even the vice minister." The village party secretary was shocked and quickly reached out his hands. "Minister Lu, hello. I am Lin Jun, the party secretary of Shita village. Lin Feng, come quickly." After getting to know each other, the group realized that the vice minister's visit also included an investigation into public sentiment, which was why he hadn't given prior notice. The village party secretary scratched his head, not daring to ask whether the villagers were satisfied with the situation, and said somewhat helplessly, "Have you eaten yet? Would you like some of our food?" "No, no need." Minister Lu waved his hand and smiled. "We've already eaten in the county town, so you should eat first. Don't be shy." "Ah, okay. The village party secretary never expected that he would meet such an important person, whom he had only ever seen on television, in the canteen of Stone Village. For a moment, the potato pancakes on the chopsticks were so hard that they couldn't be held firmly. Lin Feng, on the other hand, very casually added a chair for Minister Lu. "Minister, please have a seat." Good, young man, you're very promising." Lin Feng felt the slap on his back, and to be honest, it didn't hurt. You can even sense Minister Liu's goodwill, which is completely different from Yu Jian's arrogant and disdainful attitude. The impression, even without any apparent reason, is already 3 points better. So he relaxed and said directly, "Minister Lu, your arrival is just in time. Please try the potato pancakes made with the new potatoes from my family this year. The taste is quite good." It turned out that Lin Feng had made extra potato pancakes at noon. "I had planned to save it to eat when I got hungry during the afternoon work, but now it's perfect for entertaining the people from the Ministry of Agriculture." Seeing them take the potato pancakes, Lin Feng felt at ease enough to continue eating. He couldn't just eat there while the guests stood and watched. Minister Lu hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so practical. He was taken aback for a moment, then noticed the barely touched plate in front of Lin Feng and immediately understood, unable to help but burst out laughing. "Haha, that's fine. I'll also try the potato pancakes from your farm and see how delicious they are. Even he only gets to eat potatoes of this quality very occasionally. Lin Feng turned and went to the kitchen, where he put 2 potato pancakes on clean plates for each of the 3 people who came. The village secretary then led them to sit down at an empty table next to him. He ate later than others because he had gone to get his food, so he could savor the food while chatting with Minister Lu and the others about agricultural matters. The potato pancakes were made by frying, with a golden brown, crispy exterior. Inside, they were soft and tender, full of the sweet aroma of potatoes. Even though it had been sitting for a while and cooled down a bit, it didn't affect the taste at all. On the contrary, it had a richer, more robust aroma. Minister Lu glanced at the agricultural university students enjoying their meal in the cafeteria, then gestured with his chin to the 2 people behind him, indicating that they should try some too. Try them all, don't be shy. As he spoke, he picked up a card and took a bite. Snap! After the crisp sound, the aroma of the potato pancake exploded in your mouth. Minister Liu's eyes widened instantly. He carefully savored the taste in his mouth, and after a long while, he turned to the village party secretary, his tone slightly uncertain. Is this potato pancake so delicious because of the potatoes themselves, or because of the chef's excellent skills? The village party secretary smiled so broadly his eyes narrowed, and waved his hand. Both. Both. Good potatoes and good cooking skills complement each other perfectly, you can't do without either one. The potatoes themselves are undoubtedly excellent, but no one can deny that Lin Feng's cooking skills are also top-notch. If either one is missing, the flavor won't be there. Minister Lu nodded in agreement, deeply agreeing with the sentiment. The taste of this potato pancake is so good that even the best restaurants in Kyoto probably couldn't replicate it. Yet it also exudes a simple, down-to-earth charm, and students and teachers in the cafeteria can eat there anytime. This contrast between top-quality ingredients and home-style flavors is particularly touching. He suddenly remembered that when he chatted with Professor Li last year, Professor Li had boasted to him that he had eaten Lin Feng's premium pumpkin, as well as giant cabbage and radish of the special grade level. At the time, he thought it was just a casual sharing between old friends and didn't take it too seriously, but now that he has tasted the potato pancakes himself, he is really a little envious. With so many good ingredients to eat, Old Li is living a very comfortable life. After all, food is the most important thing for people, and who can resist such top-quality delicacies that have just been harvested from the ground? Seeing the unconscious smile on Minister Liu's lips, Lin Feng smiled as well. Being recognized by knowledgeable people is more gratifying than making more money. The village party secretary, who was not spoken to much throughout the meeting and had only shaken hands with Minister Lu, could not hide his excitement. He leaned closer to Lin Feng and asked in a low voice, "Do you know why this big shot is here?" He had recently heard some rumors about Stone Village, and he felt uneasy about it. Now that even someone of this caliber has quietly arrived, the rumors seem to have become more credible. Lin Feng glanced at him and said frankly, "My family's potatoes yield 16,000 jin per mu. He's probably here to buy seeds." Anyway, apart from the village secretary and the village doctor who has already left, most of the other students and teachers in the canteen know about this, so there's no point in hiding it. How many kilograms? The village party secretary's eyes widened in an instant, as big and round as the potato pancakes on the table, clearly conveying the message, "You're probably just kidding me." 16,000 catties. Lin Feng nodded, his tone certain, to confirm that he hadn't misheard. The village party secretary stared at Lin Feng, his face filled with shock, almost speechless. Grandpa Zhang from their village was all smiles this year because his potato yield was 6,000 jin per mu, and he boasted about it to everyone he met. But when Lin Feng got his hands on those 6,000 catties, it was nothing at all. The difference is too big, it's like listening to a fairy tale. The village party secretary gripped the plate in his hand, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder again, and said in a solemn tone, "Don't tell anyone about this in the village, or your family's farm will never have a peaceful day again." After saying that, he picked up the plate and walked towards the sink. He had to quickly suppress this shock, otherwise he would be rambling on and on. Last year, Lin Feng's potato harvest was high, but not to an outrageous degree, and the villagers could barely accept it. But this year's yield of 16,000 jin per mu is like a dream, not to mention the villagers, even he, the village party secretary, feels like it's a dream. Goodness, 16,000. How many potatoes would that be? They'd be a small mountain if piled up in the yard. As the village party secretary washed the dishes, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. No wonder even the Ministry of Agriculture was alarmed. If this could be promoted, it would be a great thing. I just don't know if our stone village can benefit from it. After the meal, Lin Feng led Minister Lu and his entourage toward his own farm. Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen had already informed Minister Lu, and were now leading the students to continue sorting potatoes. Their standards are very clear, they only accept people of average height, and their shoe size is roughly between 36 and 39. They don't accept people who are too big or too small. What's even more interesting is that each potato was placed in the turnover box and arranged neatly, with even the orientation being as consistent as possible. After working for a while, the students couldn't help but mutter under their breath, "No wonder they're from the military, they even pack potatoes like they're folding tofu blocks, so meticulous. Look at the potatoes in this box. It's a godsend for people with OCD, they're so neatly arranged." Minister Liu showed no particular expression when he saw this, clearly indicating that he already knew about the military region's procurement. He didn't linger and followed Lin Feng into the courtyard, preparing to begin formal negotiations with the Ministry of Agriculture. However, before the negotiations began, Minister Liu brought up Yu Jian first, his tone apologetic regarding what happened with Yu Jian before. "I must apologize to you first. He seems like a reliable person at work, but once he gets to the grassroots level, his true colors are revealed, and he almost caused you trouble." He paused, then added, "If Professor Li hadn't called me later to complain, we really wouldn't have known that some people's conduct was so improper. They say one thing to your face and another behind your back, they are completely unfit for the work of the Ministry of Agriculture." Minister Liu spoke in a serious tone. "Speaking of which, we should thank you. You've helped us remove a malignant tumor this time. If this kind of person stayed in the Ministry of Agriculture, he would cause big problems sooner or later. After all, agriculture is the foundation of the nation, and there is no room for selfishness." Seeing that Minister Liu was about to bow and apologize, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward to stop him, speaking sincerely. "Please don't do that, I can't accept it. I just really dislike Yu Jian's way of doing things, but I have always trusted the country and the Ministry of Agriculture." He paused, then added, "The 15,000 jin of potatoes we agreed on last time are fine with me, I've already set them aside." Seeing the genuine sincerity in Lin Feng's eyes, Minister Liu nodded slightly, but didn't immediately respond. Instead, he changed the subject. "So how many kilograms did you prepare for the military region?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, scratched his cheek, and looked a little confused. "Well, it's normal for the quantities to be different, right? How are they different?" Minister Liu sat down in the chair next to him and asked questions with great interest, clearly wanting to hear his thoughts. Lin Feng glanced at him and decided to be blunt. "They want ingredients, you want seeds. When selecting potatoes, the military prefers those with smooth skin and no sprouts whatsoever. This way, the potatoes can be stored for a long time and won't become inedible due to sprouting. However, if the Ministry of Agriculture wants to use seeds, the more buds and the fuller they are, the better, so that the germination rate will be high the following year." He suddenly remembered something and added, "Moreover, at most 300 caddies of potatoes are used per unit of land area, so the amount used is different." Ah! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng realized what was happening. Assuming 300 jin of seed potatoes per 15,000 jin of potatoes would only be enough to plant 50 mu of land. "You've realized it now?" Minister Liu looked at his suddenly widened eyes and couldn't help but laugh, his tone slightly teasing. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, silently making plans in his mind. 50 mu, approximately 3.3 hectares, is indeed too little for the Ministry of Agriculture, which aims to promote high-quality crops. It's not even enough for a pilot project. But he had no choice but to look up at the pile of potatoes in the yard, his tone somewhat innocent. "It's not that I don't want to give more, it's just that this year's production is limited. My family harvested a total of 48,000 jin of regular potatoes. We still need to keep some for next year's seeds, and the rest we need to keep for our own consumption and for the farm animals as feed. There's really not much left over." As Lin Feng spoke, he himself began to feel a little guilty. A yield of 48,000 jin from 3 mu of land is already a high yield that others wouldn't even dare to dream of, but the Ministry of Agriculture wants to use it as seeds, so the situation becomes extremely tight. Minister Liu tapped the stone table lightly with his fingertips and said in a calm tone, "The military region gives you a certain price per kilogram, and our Ministry of Agriculture gives you the same price. But our requirements must be completely consistent with theirs. The standards for selection and the quantities required must be in accordance with theirs." In his view, this request was not excessive. Of the 48,000 jin of potatoes, 8,000 jin were reserved for Lin Feng and the Agricultural University, which was enough for both seed production and personal consumption. As for eating potatoes regularly, it's okay to eat a little bit. After all, these are premium plus potatoes with a yield of over 16,000 jin per mu, only a little short of premium plus. Keeping them for seed promotion is much more valuable than eating them now. He thought that after making such a concession, Lin Feng would no longer refuse. But the next second, Lin Feng shook his head. "It's probably still not feasible to be exactly the same as the military region." Seeing Minister Liu's face darken instantly, Lin Feng quickly explained, "Giving 20,000 jin of regular potatoes is no problem, but the military wants colored potatoes, specifically black and purple ones. If you also take this standard, even if I give you all the black and purple potatoes in my family, it probably won't be enough for them, let alone give you a portion." Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, the two subordinates behind Minister Lu, who had been preparing to play the bad cop, were so choked by this outrageous request that they coughed violently several times. Buying potatoes based on color? That's incredibly particular. Minister Lu was stunned for a long time before he found his voice. He reached out and pressed his temples with his thumb and forefinger, pausing for a while before asking. The military region even specifically chose the color. When Lin Feng refused outright, a flicker of doubt did cross his mind. Was Yu Jian right? Was Lin Feng really just a money-grubbing, short-sighted person? There's nothing wrong with loving money, everyone wants to earn more. But if someone deliberately makes things difficult in order to raise prices, then the nature of the problem changes. Moreover, in the short time he had interacted with Lin Feng, he clearly felt that Lin Feng was reliable and honest, which did not match Yu Jian's description of him as unbearable. He thought he had mistaken the person, but he never expected that the military's demands were really that outrageous. Lin Feng nodded, his tone tinged with helplessness. They made it clear that they only wanted black and purple-colored potatoes. Since no one had come to you or heard from you before, I agreed to their request. So it's not that I'm not cooperating, it's just that the reality doesn't allow it. There are only so many black and purple potatoes, it's really impossible to distribute them to both sides using the same standard. Minister Lu adjusted his expression, looked at Lin Feng again, and said in a calm tone, "It's okay, we don't care about the color, as long as they are colorful potatoes, we want 10,000 jin of colorful ones." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused in his half-rising motion, a hint of cautious expectation in his eyes, and tentatively asked, "So, the price is the same as the military regions?" You see, the military had deliberately raised the price by 5 yuan per unit because they specifically chose black and purple-colored potatoes. He thought the Ministry of Agriculture would lower the price, or at least charge the higher price. Minister Lu nodded readily. "It's the same, let's calculate it based on the price of 80 yuan per kilogram that you negotiated with the military region." After saying that, he casually asked another question. "By the way, besides the black ones, what other colors do your colored potatoes come in?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's action of calling the students to distribute the colored potatoes was stuck in mid-air. He looked intently at Minister Lu, and couldn't help but ponder. How important is the color of a potato? If the military, the Ministry of Agriculture, or the market really value color so much, shouldn't they consider supply and demand next year and grow more popular varieties like black and purple? Despite his thoughts, he answered truthfully, "The colored potatoes we have at home are yellow, red, pink, purple, and black. Some of the dark purple ones look almost the same as the black ones, and you can't tell them apart unless you look closely." After saying that, Lin Feng waited for this bigwig from the Ministry of Agriculture to give some instructions. For example, which color is more suitable for promotion, or which color the market needs more. Although he and the students at the Agricultural University agreed that black potatoes are highly nutritious, their dark color when stir-fried or stewed does affect their appetite. But if the market accepts it well and it can fetch a good price, he could plant an acre of black potatoes on his own next year. To everyone's surprise, after listening, Minister Lu simply nodded to indicate that he understood, without saying another word. He neither commented on whether the color was good or bad, nor did he mention which one he preferred. Even when the students helped the Ministry of Agriculture pack boxes later, although they sorted them by color, the amount of each color packed was about the same, and no one specifically asked for more of any particular color. Lin Feng was even more puzzled. So, does it seem that only the military has a preference for black potatoes? Compared to the military region's high standards, which required choosing shoes by size and arranging them like tofu blocks, the Ministry of Agriculture's packing and crating process was significantly simpler. It's not that the requirements are low, but rather that they must be related to one's major. The agricultural university students responsible for packing potatoes for the Ministry of Agriculture were whispering amongst themselves as they sorted them out. "Isn't this the same process we used to follow when selecting potato seeds in the lab? As long as the sprouts are plump, the skin is undamaged, and the size is uniform, it's a familiar routine." During the packing process, Minister Lu did not keep an eye on the progress of the potato packing. Instead, he suggested visiting Lin Feng's farm. Zhang Ming immediately stepped forward to lead the team, explaining the layout of the farm and the habits of the poultry to Minister Lu as they walked. They can clearly explain what crops were planted last year and what new crops were added this year. Lin Feng was happy to relax, following behind and occasionally adding a few words, without having to bother entertaining them himself. Reaching the edge of the farm's wheat field, Minister Lu stopped, looked at the thriving wheat with its thick stalks, and turned to ask Zhang Ming, "Is this the wheat that yielded a whopping 1,800 jin per mu last year?" When this production figure was first reported to the Ministry of Agriculture, the entire department was shocked. Wheat is grown in all provinces across the country, with an average yield of around 800 jin per mu. Although it is not uncommon for yields to exceed 1,000 jin per mu in recent years, there are also occasional experimental fields that can exceed 1,500 jin per mu. But a family like Lin Feng's, with an average yield of 1,800 jin per mu on 10 mu of land and the ability to maintain high-quality products, is a first in China. Although they later learned that this was a new variant variety and that an agricultural university team was tracking and cultivating it, they temporarily suppressed their intention to promote it and chose to wait and see what the results would be. After all, everyone is hoping that if this high-yield wheat can be stably cultivated and widely promoted, China's position in the international food sector may be even more secure. Now, standing by the field in person, Minister Lu couldn't help but nod in approval. This wheat was stronger and more abundant than the wheat he had seen in many major grain-producing provinces, and even grew better than the wheat in some high-tech professional planting experimental bases. His gaze swept across the field, noticing several familiar brown paper bags placed beside the wheat rows. He then turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Did Professor Li also give you this year's special pumpkin variety?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and then invited, "Would you like to go take a look at the pumpkin patch? Small pumpkins are already growing on the vines." When pumpkins were mentioned, the group headed towards the pumpkin field on the other side of the farm. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the field, Minister Lu noticed something was different. When a regular pumpkin bears fruit, the fruit grows close to the ground and is easily soiled over time. Even though Lin Feng's giant pumpkin is only the size of a basketball now, it is held high in the air by its thick stem, like a small lantern hanging on a vine, without touching the ground at all, clean and vibrant. Lin Feng explained, the reason for letting the pumpkin grow suspended in the air is to protect the tender pumpkin body to the greatest extent possible before the skin thickens and can prevent insects. Otherwise, if it stays on the ground, it will easily be eaten by insects in the soil and will also get covered in mud. He pointed to the wooden planks and sand piled up along the edge of the field, and added with a smile, "I prepared these beforehand, intending to use them as padding for the pumpkins once they grew bigger, but now they're completely useless. If the pumpkins get bigger in a few days and still don't fall to the ground, we'll put up a protective net under them. This pumpkin is visibly getting bigger every day, and I'm worried that it will become too heavy and break the tender stem." This wasn't Minister Liu's first encounter with giant pumpkins. He had also seen many pumpkin plants at cultivation bases. This was the first time he had ever seen a pumpkin with leaves bigger than a wash basin and a fruiting pattern that was completely unconventional. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lin Feng is truly skilled at farming. He not only achieves high crop yields but also devises numerous ingenious methods for protecting seedlings. But he still had one question: what does this new type of pumpkin taste like? You know, when ordinary people in China choose ingredients, besides considering the yield, the most important thing is the taste. Even if the yield is high, it will be difficult to promote if the taste is bad, unless there is a shortage of food. Zhang Ming and Lin Feng had already guessed that Minister Lu would be concerned about this point. After all, people who had never tasted it before would inevitably worry that high yield and deliciousness could not be achieved at the same time. Zhang Ming was the first to respond with a smile. "Minister, we haven't tasted the flavor of a fully ripe pumpkin yet, but the flavor of a young pumpkin is definitely no problem. We've made pumpkin buns with tender pumpkins before. They're sweet, smooth, and have a great texture. Judging from this quality, the taste will definitely be good once the pumpkin is ripe." As he spoke, he couldn't help but swallow, his greedy expression amusing Minister Lu, who silently thought to himself, "Just describe it properly. Why are you swallowing your saliva like that? If your teacher, Professor Li, were here and saw you looking so pathetic, he'd probably knock you on the head." Zhang Ming realized that Minister Lu had caught him secretly swallowing, and he immediately felt embarrassed. He quickly turned to look at the pumpkins in Lin Feng's field. He avoided Minister Liu's gaze and, feigning composure, added, "Think about it, once these pumpkins are ripe, each one will weigh at least 100 pounds. As long as the taste isn't bad and the planting techniques aren't difficult, will it be hard to promote them?" He paused, then seemed to remember something. "Moreover, the leaves and stems of this pumpkin are also edible, but we haven't dared to pick them to try in order to ensure that all the nutrients go to the pumpkin. Maybe we can try it later when the pumpkin has fully developed." Minister Lu took a deep breath and began to seriously consider the matter. He knew perfectly well that the yield of ordinary pumpkins was about 3,000 jin per mu. If special planting techniques are used and soil fertility is ensured, it is not difficult to achieve a yield of tens of thousands of kilograms per mu. Occasionally, yields can reach tens of thousands of kilograms per mu. The key point is that pumpkins could be eaten as food during famine years. They are easy to store and have a strong feeling of fullness, making them a real, life-saving crop. These giant pumpkins weigh as much as a dozen or 20 ordinary pumpkins, and their yield potential per acre is immeasurable. If it can be successfully cultivated, it will almost surpass all current pumpkin varieties, and even be more cost-effective than many grain crops. Thinking of this, Minister Liu's smile faded, and he said to Lin Feng with a solemn expression, "Please treat these pumpkins with utmost care. Once the seeds are harvested, be sure to select the best-looking and plump ones and allocate some to the Ministry of Agriculture. We want to use it for cultivation experiments to see if it can be promoted as soon as possible." "No problem, no problem." Lin Feng nodded immediately. Once the melons are ripe, I'll check the yield and quality of the seeds. If there are enough, I'll definitely give you priority. After looking at the pumpkin field, the group walked towards the corn field. The reason I looked at the corn first was because those 3 acres of corn were growing so conspicuously. The stalks were more than twice as tall as the ordinary corn next to them, and the stems were as thick as a child's arm. Even with a 1-meter wide gap between the rows, the dense leaves were still crowded together. From a distance, the entire cornfield exuded a vibrant and overflowing vitality. What's even more striking is that nearly half an acre of corn ears are all covered with familiar craft paper bags. Minister Lu immediately recognized that these were seed ears that had been reserved in advance to prevent pollen contamination and ensure seed purity, in preparation for sowing the following year. Is it another new variety of corn? Minister Lu walked to the edge of the cornfield, gently touched the thick stalks, and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is it really okay for it to grow so tall?" In his mind, corn stalks growing too tall is not a good thing. It can easily affect the quality and quantity of the nuts. Like some trees, they look lush and leafy, but their trunks are hollow, beautiful but useless. The total amount of nutrients that plants can absorb is limited. If most of the nutrients are used to support the growth of the stem, there will naturally be less nutrients left for the corn cob and seeds. In the end, it's very likely that they'll just grow tall but not bear fruit. Zhang Ning shook his head and explained with certainty. So far there seems to be no problem. All the plants are growing normally and there is no sign of malnutrition. And it's not just tall, that's its characteristic. You can touch it, its stem is not only thick but also exceptionally sturdy. He paused, then added. So unless there is a typhoon of level 10 or above that can uproot roadside trees, the corn is unlikely to be flattened or broken by the wind. Lodging resistance is an important characteristic of corn cultivation. In the past, agricultural scientists mostly avoided lodging by reducing the height of the plants. It now seems that thickening the stems and increasing their strength is also a viable new approach. Whether it will work in the end depends on the final corn yield. Minister Lu looked at the corn stalks, which were almost as thick as banana trees, with a complicated expression. He finally nodded and asked, "What about its characteristics? A new variety can't just be new in that it's thick and big enough, can it?" "The specific characteristics are still under study," Zhang Ning answered truthfully. "However, what can be observed at present is that its female inflorescence, that is, the part that will grow into corn cob, is much larger than that of ordinary corn. Even the newly sprouted corn silks look longer than usual, and their length will probably increase further after they mature." He added, "This is a new variety, and everything is still in the observation stage. Many characteristics are still unknown." In fact, Lin Feng had described it to them before, saying that when the corn matures, the corn cob can be more than half a meter long, and the corn silk can even grow up to a meter long, like a whisk. But Professor Xue didn't believe it at all. Where do corn silks grow so exaggeratedly? They wouldn't believe it until the corn was ripe and they saw it with their own eyes. So there's no point in saying anything now, the results will be clear when the harvest comes. Minister Lu had already noticed that Lin Feng's farm had many new varieties of crops, but he didn't ask a single question about why there are so many new varieties. Having worked in the central government for many years, he knows more inside information than anyone here. Some things don't need to be pointed out, it's enough to confirm that these crops can grow stably and have promotional value. After looking at the plants in the field, the group walked together to the poultry shed on the other side of the farm, ready to see Lin Feng's famous poultry. Just as Minister Lu and his group reached the vicinity of the poultry shed, they saw Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qiang, along with several soldiers, loading the last box of potatoes onto a truck. They've already finished packing it up. The two wiped their sweat and walked towards Lin Feng with smiles on their faces. "Thanks, bro. The potatoes this time were top-notch. We should head back to the team now, we'll come find you again next time." Lin Feng nodded, turned around, dragged 2 cardboard boxes out of the storage room next to him, and handed them to them. "I have some new type of chives grown on my own farm. It's a variety that I just tried planting this year. It's a bit old, but it's still suitable for making dumplings in chive boxes." Yuan Zhen looked down at the chives in the box and was instantly stunned. This was indeed a variety he had never seen before. The leaves were as white as small bok choy, the tips were barely green, but the parts near the roots were almost black, which looked somewhat eerie. But when you get closer and smell it, the pungent aroma of the chives is exceptionally strong, much more fragrant than ordinary chives. He and Zhao Qiang exchanged a glance, both with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. "This color is so unique, is it really edible?" Lin Feng could tell what they were worried about just by looking at their eyes, so he quickly stepped forward to explain. "Although it hasn't been sent to a testing agency for evaluation yet, the professors at the Agricultural University have already confirmed that it's a safe and edible variety, so you can rest assured." He paused, then added, half-jokingly, "Do you think I can take 2 large boxes of leeks and poison your entire independent battalion? I still want to farm properly, I don't want to become an antisocial element." These words made Yuan Zhen and the other man laugh, and their tense emotions relaxed a bit. Lin Feng glanced again at the half-acre leek field in the corner of the farm, lowering his voice so that only the three of them could hear him. Well, this chive is a bit too potent, but I was thinking it might be just right for people like you who often do high-intensity training, to help replenish your energy. He added in a low voice. This batch was harvested late and is a bit old, so it can only be chopped into filling, but the effect is not diminished at all. Actually, Lin Feng had wanted to try these chives when they were tender, but the thought of their special effects made him suppress the idea. The farm is mostly populated by bachelors, and there are also quite a few male students from agricultural universities. If they actually eat it, and the effects are too strong, it could have a bad impact. So he didn't do anything, planning to send a batch for testing after the potatoes were harvested, and then contact Manager Zhang after the potatoes were graded. He was certain that many people on Manager Zhang's side would be interested in this kind of all-natural chives with special properties. After all natural vegetables are much healthier and safer than those artificially synthesized XX Brother products. Lin Feng patted Yuan Zhen and Zhao Qian on the shoulder, his tone sincere. Don't worry, I'll send the leak samples for testing tonight. If you're still worried, you can store them in the refrigerator until the test results are in before eating them, that's safer. Yuan Zhen already trusted Lin Feng, and with the added connection to Tang Ji and Lu Wei, he immediately accepted the gift with a smile. Hey, don't be so polite. As long as it's edible, it's free food, why be picky? This kind of good deal might only happen once. He wasn't too conflicted about it. When they ate in the team, whether it was dumplings or pies, they mostly stuffed them into their mouths with their eyes closed, without paying any attention to what the filling looked like. Even if the color was a little strange, it didn't affect their eating. Lin Feng then turned and went to the poultry shed, picked up 3 glossy black bone chickens, and handed them to the 2 of them. I know this amount isn't enough for your whole team to eat my chicken, but take these 3 back and make some soup for the guys to help them recover. That should be fine. Thank you so much. Zhao Qian quickly took it, his face full of surprise. Black bone chicken is a very nourishing food. He originally thought that Lin Feng would give him at most 2 ordinary free-range chickens, enough for them to show respect to their old leader. He didn't expect that he would give him 3 black bone chickens directly. In this way, maybe all the brothers in the team can benefit from it and have a bowl of black chicken soup. Because the people from the Ministry of Agriculture were still at the farm, Lin Feng didn't take them too far, only dropping Yuan Zhen and the other person off at the gate of the yard. Tang Ji and Lu Wei accompanied them all the way to the truck, and even loaded the spicy diced chicken they had prepared earlier onto the truck. It weighed almost 10 pounds in total. They said with a smile, "Go back and make some side dishes for the younger guys in the team, so they can try something new." They both know this feeling all too well. Back when we were in the team, we couldn't go out freely at all. We looked forward to someone going out on business and bringing back some good food from outside. Even a small bag of snacks could make the whole team happy for half a day. Before lunch, all the potatoes from the Ministry of Agriculture had been loaded onto the trucks. Before leaving, Minister Lu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, his tone solemn. "Xiao Lin, keep up the good work. Your farm has great potential, it'll definitely produce even more great things in the future. Don't worry, I'll definitely plant it well." Lin Feng smiled and agreed. His impression of Minister Lu was that he was a down-to-earth, practical leader who also understood agriculture. His words and actions were always sincere. Lin Feng just couldn't help but find the secretary named Li Nian, who was working for Minister Lu, a bit strange. I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong, but there's a sense that he and Minister Lu don't get along. On the surface, it's the attitude of a subordinate towards a leader, but there's a lack of reverence in his eyes, and his demeanor carries an inexplicable sense of distance, unlike an ordinary secretary who gets close to the leader. In fact, Lin Feng had already noticed this, but he couldn't figure out why, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, it's someone else's business. He just needs to manage his own farm and cultivate his own land. Anyway, the 3 people from the Ministry of Agriculture only stayed at his house for half a day before leaving. Lin Feng figured that even if they had some ulterior motives, they might not be able to discover the farm's special features. Even Zhang Ming and his group, who had been there for so long, only felt that something was wrong but couldn't find the root cause, let alone outsiders who had only been there for half a day. After the 2 super buyers, the military region and the Ministry of Agriculture, left, Lin Feng's potato inventory decreased by more than half, but the remaining quantity was still considerable, especially the colored potatoes. Although the black and dark purple ones were almost completely bought up by the military, there were still nearly 8,000 kilograms of red, pink, and yellow varieties left, after deducting the portion reserved for seed. Looking at the potatoes piled up in the yard, Lin Feng said to Tang Ji and the village secretary, who were carrying potatoes to the warehouse, "First, move the seeds we're saving and the ones we'll eat inside and store them properly. If the agricultural university decides they don't want the remaining goods, I'll call Manager Zhang and have him come and pick them up." Tang Ji and Lu Wei responded with okay as they sped up the process of moving the goods. Not long after, Jiang Ming sent a message. The agricultural university does need potatoes, but not in large quantities, only 500 jin in total. After all, they are not only studying potatoes as a crop, and the area of the experimental field is limited. Planting 1 acre of potatoes of each color for observation is enough, and 500 jin is sufficient. Lin Feng immediately called Manager Zheng. Less than an hour later, Manager Zheng rushed over, and upon seeing Lin Feng, he immediately grabbed his hand excitedly. "Brother Lin, thank you so much. I thought our platform wouldn't get a turn this year." Manager Zheng and his colleagues had already heard that Lin Feng's potatoes had caught the eye of the military region and the Ministry of Agriculture. He didn't have any hope at first. After all, they were 2 official giants. Let alone Lin Feng, even their platform couldn't compete with these 2 mountains for goods. Moreover, these potatoes are of the highest grade, almost 3 pluses, making them a first in the country. It's no wonder they were chosen by the authorities. To his utter surprise, Lin Feng actually contacted him on his own initiative. Manager Zhang's eyes lit up when he saw the remaining colorful potatoes in the yard. So what if it's the last one picked? The quality of the premium grade plus remains the same, and the title of the first in the country remains the same. Fearing Lin Feng might change his mind, he quickly added, "Although it's only a few thousand kilograms in total, I don't mind at all even if it's only a few hundred kilograms, our platform will still take it." "Calm down first. I have a business opportunity here, and I'd like to ask if you're interested." As Lin Feng spoke, he handed Manager Zhang and his assistant Zhang Changjun each a glass of cold water with mint added. The cool minty flavor always helps people calm down faster. Manager Zhang gratefully accepted the water glass and took a large gulp. The instant burst of coolness in his mouth made him shiver slightly, finally calming him down from the excitement of snatching the premium plus potatoes. He no longer looked as anxious as before, but instead displayed the composure expected of a seasoned professional, no longer the flustered young man who would panic at the sight of good news. Seeing that he had calmed down, Lin Feng slowly took out a report from the drawer and pushed it in front of Manager Zhang. "Take a look at this. This is the test report for the new type of leeks. He delivered it overnight and picked it up this morning. The results were a pleasant surprise. The world's first premium grade chives, with all nutritional indicators far exceeding those of ordinary chives." Lin Feng watched as Manager Zhang reached for the report, and recalling its contents, a knowing smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Leeks have always been known as yang-raising grass or aphrodisiac grass. Although modern medicine attributes this effect to zinc and vitamin A, the zinc and vitamin A content of his leeks is several times higher than that of ordinary leeks, and even rivals that of oysters, which are famous for their nutritional properties. In addition, leeks themselves have the effect of tonifying the kidneys and boosting yang energy, and they also contain iron, which is needed by the human body, and can improve anemia and restore vitality. The effect is self-evident and needs no further explanation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng even had a moment of distraction. "I wonder if Yuan Zhen and the others ate the chives when they got back? As one of the first people to try out this high-intensity training, it would be great if I could share my experience with him. Sigh, I'm really curious." Manager Zhang flipped through the report quickly, his eyes finally fixed on the summary section at the end, especially the bold words "remarkably effective in tonifying the kidneys and strengthening virility." His eyes practically glued to them. Having lived this long, this was the first time he felt that the formal song typeface on the white paper had an indescribable unconventional quality. He quickly covered his chin with his fist, coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, and looked up to meet Lin Feng's gaze. The two instantly exchanged a knowing smile, a smile that was both sly and perfectly in sync. Some of its effects are self-evident and don't need to be explicitly stated. "So, how do we negotiate this cooperation with the leeks?" Manager Zhang tried his best to make his smile look serious, but he couldn't hide the eagerness in his eyes. To be honest, he was much more interested in the premium chives with their special effects than in potatoes. The market potential of this thing might be even more astonishing than that of potatoes. Lin Feng also curled the corners of his mouth and said up front, "There's one thing I need to make clear to you, this batch of chives has a fatal flaw. They're a bit old." He paused, then explained in more detail. "It might get stuck in your teeth if you stir-fry or grill it, but it's definitely fine if you use it to make dumplings or chive boxes, which are chopped up as filling. The taste won't be affected much." He glanced up at his own solid wood roof, pursed his lips, and said with a hint of helplessness in his voice, "After all, no one here needs the special effects of these chives, so I forgot to harvest them in time. You can understand, right? This isn't something I made up. There was no other way." He didn't have a girlfriend and lived with 3 grown men, Tang Ji and Lu Wei. The cafeteria was full of single male students in their 20s. If they really served the chives and overdid it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The chives they usually eat are either common varieties grown in the experimental fields of the agricultural university or regular chives bought at the market, so they have never had any problems. Manager Zhang nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, completely ignoring the fact that he was old. His mind was filled with the nutritional data in the report and the summary that it had miraculous effects on tonifying the kidneys and strengthening virility, and he immediately patted his chest and said, "Name your price. Being a bit older is fine, I guarantee my buyers will be extremely interested." Fearing that Lin Feng might not have grasped the weight of his words, he emphasized the word very, his tone full of certainty. How could people who always order a large lamb kidney separately when eating barbecue and always pair their beer with chive blossoms not be interested in this natural supplement? So what if you get old? Maybe some people will think, I'm old in a cool way. He'd already started brainstorming advertising slogans. If the application is approved, he will definitely enlarge and bold the words tonify the kidneys and enhance male virility and underline them in red to ensure that they will immediately grab the buyer's attention. When Zhang Changjun put down the report, his expression was somewhat unnatural. He himself didn't need it, but upon hearing Manager Zhang's words, he nodded vigorously in agreement. These pure natural vegetables, which have some medicinal value and are of such a high grade, have no trouble selling. They might even sell out as soon as they hit the shelves. How many kilograms do you have left? Manager Zhang pressed on, afraid that if he hesitated even a moment longer, the chives would be pre-ordered by someone else. Lin Feng thought for a moment. I planted half an acre of land. I didn't want to harvest it before, but now I still have 3/10 of an acre left. I estimate I can harvest 200 or 300 caddies. How about 100 yuan per jin? It's a bit old after all, let's test the waters first. Lin Feng offered a price and then added, you know how chives are, they can grow back very quickly after being cut. If they sell well this time, we can talk about a new price next time when there are tender ones. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's mouth stretched from ear to ear, and he nodded hastily. Yes, let's do it your way. If the results are really as good as the report says, then raising prices later will be easy. We'll treat these 3/10 of an acre of chives as a special product to test the waters and see how the market reacts. Since the previous cooperation with potatoes had been changed to a revenue-sharing model, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to settle accounts with Manager Zhang on the spot. The money that belongs to him is not going anywhere, unless Manager Zhang decides not to cooperate anymore. He was willing to give up subsequent high-yield crops, but Manager Zhang was not. Moreover, he tacitly approved of Manager Zhang's little scheme. They used a portion of this batch of chives to do favors. After all, if you want to attract big clients, you have to be willing to put in the bait first. If influential people get a taste of success, subsequent promotion will be smoother. When Manager Zhang left, he was in such a good mood that he almost started humming a song, his mind already filled with fantasies about the future. The scene of customers on the platform fighting tooth and nail for a pound of chives, with his underlings surrounding him begging to buy them, is exhilarating. Lin Feng was also very happy. The old leeks that I thought would rot in the ground were sold so easily and I made money. How could I not be happy? That evening, after dinner, Tang Ji and Lu Wei suddenly came over mysteriously with their phones, shoving the screen right in front of Lin Feng as soon as they entered. Look at this. Lu Wei couldn't suppress the smile in his eyes and winked at Lin Feng. Didn't you give Yuan Zhen and his group 2 boxes of chives? They took advantage of their numbers and made dumplings as soon as the test results came out. Guess what happened? Lin Feng didn't even look at the chat history, and went straight to asking, what's wrong? Did you eat something that made you sick? That can't be, right? The test report clearly states that everything is normal, and it's even the only one in the world with a premium grade of leeks. Unless someone is allergic to leeks, there shouldn't be any problems. Tang Ji grinned, his tone full of teasing. They were so overworked last night that they couldn't sleep at all. In the end, the whole battalion had to run 10 kilometers before they calmed down. I heard that even their old leader, who usually goes to bed early and gets up early, gets up in the middle of the night to practice Tai Chi on the playground, going round and round without stopping. Lin Feng looked bewildered and stammered. You can't blame my chives, can you? While his chives are said to have stronger health benefits than regular chives, it's not that exaggerated. It really isn't. Well, it's not really the leek's fault. Lu Wei recalled Zhao Qiang and Yuan Zhen's account over the phone and almost burst out laughing again. He explained to Lin Feng. They distributed 2 large boxes of chives to the entire battalion. After all, chives don't keep well and spoil easily if left out for too long. If there weren't enough, we mixed in regular chives. Anyway, all the soldiers in the battalion had chive dumplings for dinner. At first, everyone's feedback was quite normal. They said that after eating it, they felt warm all over. Even though it was summer, they didn't feel hot at all, but rather very comfortable. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. That's more like it. The warming and nourishing effects of chives have reached their limit here, no problem. Tang Ji picked up the conversation and continued. They both came from the special forces, so they had some selfish motives. They left all the black bone chicken you gave them to their old leader. They even made sure to leave enough pure leeks for the teams I used to be in, without mixing in the regular kind. As it turned out, the old leader was quite honest. He simply offered up the black bone chicken and had the cooks make chicken soup for everyone to nourish themselves. Guess what happened? Tang Ji paused deliberately, watching Lin Feng's reaction. The head cook in the mess hall was a very honest man. On a whim, even though he was up quite late that night, the last thing he served to the special forces was wontons with chive filling cooked in black chicken soup. Puff dash. Seeing the knowing looks on Tang Ji and Lu Wei's faces, Lin Feng spat out the water he had just drunk. Everyone knows that the main benefits of black bone chicken are to replenish deficiencies, nourish qi and blood, and improve physiological functions, making it an excellent food for strengthening the body. Not to mention that his black bone chicken is carefully raised on a farm, and its nutritional value is twice that of ordinary black bone chickens, making it a top quality product among top quality products. The Special Forces soldiers are already strong and healthy, with a large amount of daily training and adequate nutrition. Now, things are really going well. The energizing properties of premium chives, combined with the nourishing effects of top-grade black chicken soup, and a group of energetic young men. With these three factors combined, it's no wonder they were so exhausted from the extra nutrition that they couldn't sleep and could only rely on grueling training in Tai Chi to burn off their energy. Tang Ji and Lu Wei nodded seriously, but their tone couldn't hide their amusement. Yes, just like you think. It's said that several soldiers got nosebleeds from being hit so hard that night. Their captain and senior leader were so frightened that they immediately called for the army doctor. Zhao Qiang and the cook were even more terrified, thinking there was something wrong with the ingredients, and almost had to write a self-criticism. Lu Wei continued. When the military doctor asked what they had eaten that night, he laughed and didn't prescribe any medicine. Instead, he gave them a 10-kilometer weighted march to help them burn off the excess energy they had been replenishing. Tang Ji added. Even Yuan Zhen, Zhao Qiang, and the cook who made wontons, none of them escaped. They ran 10 kilometers with the whole team, and when they came back, they were all so exhausted that they collapsed on the ground. They never dared to take supplements again. Lin Feng listened to their words, his tone full of sympathy, but he couldn't hide the gloating expression on his face. Lu Wei, in particular, was grinning from ear to ear. After Lu Wei finished laughing, he suddenly turned to look at Lin Feng, his eyes showing a hint of understanding. No wonder when I asked you before why you didn't eat the chives, you always said, too tender, wait a little longer. Now it seems you already knew about the power of these chives, didn't you? Lin Feng didn't hide anything and simply nodded in agreement. If I didn't know, would I dare to plant it? Would I dare to keep it and not sell it? Leeks are known for their warming and nourishing properties, not to mention that these leeks, irrigated with spiritual spring water and nourished with spiritual fertilizer, have clearly mutated. It would be strange if they weren't nourishing. As for the quality of the black bone chicken, it goes without saying. But I really didn't expect that someone would dare to cook leek wontons in black chicken soup. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. I've been a chef for so long, and I've never dared to put these ingredients together like this before. This is an absolutely amazing combination that's like adding the finishing touches. The three laughed for a while longer, then Lin Feng suddenly added. Luckily, the chef didn't add any tonics like ginseng or goji berries to the black chicken soup, otherwise, tisk tisk. The consequences would be unimaginable, and the effect would have to be at least doubled. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about that scene made Tang Ji and Lu Wei laugh until they cried. Then it probably won't be 10 kilometers, it'll be a 20-kilometer weighted training run. The training volume definitely needs to be doubled, otherwise we won't be able to burn off that energy. The two chatted back and forth, finding each other increasingly amusing, and Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh along. It seems that Yuan Zhen and his team's experience of overdoing it will likely become a laughingstock for the entire independent battalion. Before Manager Zheng could report any market feedback on the chives, Lin Feng received a severe rainstorm warning for the area near Stone Village. When a red alert popped up on his phone, he, Tang Ji, and Lu Wei were organizing the list of harvested chives. The three of them instantly lost their leisure time and immediately got busy. The weather this year has been really unusual. Either it doesn't rain for a long time, and the ground cracks from drought, or it comes with extreme weather like hail or torrential rain, which is hard to guard against. The warning dampened even the initial joy of entering July, and the whole village sprang into action. Those who needed to inspect the roof tiles climbed ladders, those who needed to clean the yard drains carried shovels, and even the livestock sheds had to be checked with extra care, for fear that leaks would make the poultry and livestock sick. Of all these, Lin Feng's family is the most troublesome. His family's farm is known for its uneven terrain. The higher areas resemble small mounds, while the lower areas can retain water. If there is heavy rain and the drainage system is inadequate, the crops in the fields are likely to be flooded. During lunch, Jiang Ming specifically sought out Lin Feng and, taking a break, explained flood prevention precautions to him. We need to pay attention not only to low-lying areas, but also to areas with steep slopes. After a long drought, a sudden downpour loosens the topsoil, making it particularly prone to soil erosion. In severe cases, it could even trigger small-scale landslides, which would destroy all the crops in the fields. He paused, then added, "For agriculture, rain after a long drought is not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes it can turn into another disaster. If the soil absorbs water too quickly and too intensely, it can easily rot the roots of crops and wash away the nutrients on the surface." Lin Feng nodded. He was aware of all of this. The two biggest problems on his family farm. First, there is a lack of stable water sources, and second, the land is uneven. Normally, things are fine on sunny days, but once a short-term torrential rain occurs, drainage becomes the biggest problem. In previous years, several vegetable plots have been lost due to untimely drainage. So after the warning was issued, he immediately decided that he must seize every minute and, under the guidance of Zhang Ming and the students from the Agricultural University, improve the drainage system of the farmland. In fact, drainage ditches had been dug on the farm long ago, but there was too little rain this year. In order to prevent the lake water used for irrigation from flowing away and being wasted, he had blocked some of the drainage ditches. The situation is urgent. He has to dig up all the blocked ditches and clear them carefully to ensure that when the rain comes, the rainwater can drain out in time and not flood the roots of the crops. That afternoon, Lin Feng, along with Tang Ji, Lu Wei, and several agricultural university students who volunteered to help, went to the fields carrying hoes and shovels. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for digging up the blocked ditches, some were responsible for clearing weeds and pebbles from the ditches, and others were responsible for tamping down the edges of the ditches with shovels to prevent them from collapsing due to rainwater erosion. Before sunset, all the drainage ditches were finally cleared. Seeing the unobstructed ditches, Lin Feng finally felt a little relieved. This will at least minimize the damage caused by the heavy rain. The rain came sooner than anyone expected. Just after the drainage ditch was cleared, the sky suddenly darkened, and then large raindrops began to fall. The raindrops were bigger than a 1 yuan coin, hitting the ground with a loud pitter-patter, and splashing water up to half a finger's height. Fortunately, the rain was just a downpour, without hail or strong winds. Lin Feng, wearing a raincoat, ran northwards into the heavy rain. Several pigs lived there, and his biggest worry was that the pigsty leaked when it rained. He was completely reassured that the ordinary pigsty in the pigpen had just been reinforced with cement last year. But the pig's dwelling was built by him using wooden planks. Although he tried his best to make it sturdy, he still had to be prepared for such heavy rain. The rain was heavy and torrential. Even the hog, which usually loves to roll in the mud and is resistant to dampness, couldn't stand being outside for more than a few minutes and grunted as it ran back to its den to hide. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly found a large piece of plastic sheeting and carefully covered the wooden pigsty with it. He then used stones to press the edges down to ensure that rainwater could not seep in. After doing all this, he couldn't hold on any longer. The heavy rain pounded on his raincoat, making his shoulders ache, and the rainwater on his face made it impossible for him to open his eyes. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and ran into the house with his head down. By the time he rushed back to the eaves, his clothes were soaked through and clung heavily to his body. Lin Feng stood under the eaves, wringing the water from his clothes, and looked at Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who were also soaking wet, and asked, "How's it going? Is everything done on the farmland?" The two nodded in unison. Tang Ji wiped the rain off his face and said loudly, "All the drainage ditches have been dredged and cleaned, and the silt at the bottom of the ditches has been removed to ensure that the water can flow away smoothly." Lu Wei added, "We've also checked the chicken coop. The roof tiles aren't loose, and the ground has been raised. Even if rainwater gets in, it won't flood the chicken coop." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "That's good. We've done what we were supposed to do. Now let's do our best and leave the rest to fate." Looking up, the thick, dark clouds in the sky were still rolling and pressing in. Although there was no rumbling thunder, the gloomy and oppressive scene still made people feel uneasy. The rain poured down from the sky, but the beauty of pearls falling on a jade plate was gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if an invisible force wanted to use the boundless rain to completely destroy this land. The three of them went back to their room, took a hot shower, changed into dry clothes, and brewed a pot of hot tea. Once they warmed up, they moved chairs to sit under the veranda and watched the rain pouring down. The rain was so dense it resembled a white curtain, shrouding the distant farmland and orchards in mist, making only their blurry outlines visible, creating a rare sense of tranquility. The rain was heavy, but it finally started. Tang Ji leaned against a pillar in the veranda, looking at the impenetrable rain curtain before him, and murmured to himself. Lu Wei nodded, his tone full of relief. "That's right. If the drought continues, I'm afraid the village's wells will be drained dry. Before, when Grandpa Zhang was irrigating his land, the water level in the well would drop visibly." He suddenly couldn't help but laugh. "Our giant panda is so smart, it's already hiding on the living room sofa. Look at those silly dogs again. They were running around in the rain just now, and now they're soaking wet, rushing into the house like drowned rats." No sooner had he finished speaking than a small dog wagged its tail and rushed into the veranda, shaking off the water and splashing Lu Wei's pants wet. "Holy crap, don't flinch. Lu Wei jumped up to dodge, both amused and exasperated. Damn it, I just took a shower. This long-awaited heavy rainfall ultimately brought a full 40 centimeters of precipitation. Behind this number lies a shocking picture of the disaster. In the village, houses in low-lying areas were flooded, with water even reaching the roofs of cars parked in front of their doors. Residents had to use stools to move to the second floor. The county's sewer system was completely paralyzed, the roads were flooded, many vehicles stalled in the floodwaters, and cars with only their roofs visible could be seen everywhere on the roadside. Several surrounding villages experienced flash floods. Although no large-scale landslides occurred, the orchards on the hillsides were damaged. Large tracts of fruit trees were washed away by the flood, resulting in heavy losses. Even the blueberry farms in the northeast of Stone Village were not spared. At least a third of the blueberry bushes were washed away and are now lying in the mud and water, their survival uncertain. This year's blueberry yield will definitely be greatly reduced. Strangely, Lin Feng's house, located in a dangerous location, was not affected at all. Except for a few particularly low-lying plots of farmland that had some water accumulation, the rest of the land was almost no different from before the rain. The wheat fields weren't flooded, the pumpkin vines didn't fall, and even the wooden kennels of the pigs didn't leak. Lin Feng knew in his heart that this was thanks to the soil-covering crops that were spread all over the farm. The weeds and vines creeping along the ground, along with the specially planted soil-protecting plants, absorbed tens of thousands of cubic meters of rainwater like sponges. Only excess water that plants cannot absorb will flow away through drainage ditches or seep back into the underground aquifer, thus preventing waterlogging and protecting the soil from erosion. Even more surprisingly, the heavy rain also did a small favor. The rat holes underground in the farm were all flooded. In order to survive, the rats hiding deep in the holes rushed out of the ground as soon as the rain stopped and fled in all directions in a panic. Now, crested goshawks, barn owls, and even peregrine falcons, all these predatory birds have come out in force, circling and swooping over the farm, busy catching mice on the ground. Lin Feng was then surprised to realize that, without his knowledge, his farm had attracted so many birds of prey. Even the bird nests that had been hastily built in the forest came in handy. The peregrine falcon family has grown considerably, with several more fluffy chicks. Looking at the birds of prey circling overhead, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that diligently maintaining the farm's ecosystem can indeed yield unexpected rewards. The next morning, as the sun shone brightly on the earth again, Lin Feng, Tang Ji, and Lu Wei, who had gotten up early, were completely stunned by the sight of the farm as soon as they opened their door. Yesterday's torrential rain and strong winds seemed to have never happened. The sky was as clean as if it had been washed, clear and bright. The distant nature reserve has shed its usual hustle and bustle, shrouded in a thin layer of moisture, its lush greenery almost overflowing, exuding a tranquil serenity. A huge rainbow stretched high between the mountains and forests, with 7 colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple layered upon each other, so dazzling that it was impossible to look away, and so magnificent that it seemed to touch the sky. The changes on the ground are even more astonishing. Overnight, the grass by the roadside seemed to have been dyed, becoming exceptionally lush and vibrant. The tips of each leaf are adorned with water droplets that have not yet dissipated. When the sunlight shines on them, these droplets resemble precious gems embellishing the leaf tips, refracting a rainbow of colors. With a gentle touch, it fell into the soil with a drip, splashing up tiny water droplets. This is so beautiful. Tang Ji stood at the door, his eyes filled with shock, and couldn't help but exclaim. The magnificence of nature is truly unmatched and unattainable by any human skill, no matter how exquisite. This was the first time he had calmed down and appreciated the scenery of the mountains and forests after the rain. In the past, when I was in the army, it was either high-intensity training or emergency missions. I never had such leisure time. Looking at the beautiful scenery before him, he suddenly realized how many breathtaking views he had missed before. But it doesn't matter. Tang Ji looked up at the sky, then glanced at Lin Feng and Lu Wei beside him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. From now on, he will have plenty of time to see and appreciate the magnificent landscapes of his motherland. This time, what he saw was undoubtedly the most vibrant and beautiful side. Lu Wei was much more practical than Tang Ji. He had already taken out his phone and was taking pictures non-stop. Although his photography skills are not very good, the pictures are sometimes blurry, and the angles are not particularly exquisite. He firmly believes that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If you take enough photos, you can always pick out a few good ones from hundreds and share them with your teammates. Lin Feng didn't rush to take pictures, but instead turned around and went back into the house to get the drone. He felt that the scene before him was too rare to pass by, and that he should take the time to edit it into a video and post it online so that more people could see it. He even secretly resolved to polish every frame to perfection, striving to make any frame a usable phone wallpaper. As the drone slowly ascended, the scene captured on camera became increasingly magnificent. The farm under the rainbow is like an emerald embedded in the mountains and forests. The wheat fields gleam with an oily sheen, the pumpkin vines are faintly visible in the moisture, and wisps of smoke rise from the poultry houses in the distance. Even the birds of prey circling low in the sky become lively embellishments in the picture. Lin Feng controlled the drone, slowly adjusting the angle to record the vitality and magnificence after the rain, frame by frame. Upon hearing that Lin Feng's farm had almost no damage, Jiang Ming and his group, forgetting even their own experimental fields, rushed to Lin Feng's farm in a large group, carrying laptops and measuring tools. They wanted to investigate for themselves. They simply couldn't believe that this heart-wrenching downpour would have no impact on Lin Feng's family. It should be noted that a third of the blueberry orchards next door, which had much better terrain than Lin Feng's, were destroyed by the flood. 2 houses in the village were flooded, and many villagers' farmland is still submerged in water, with water reaching up to the ankle when stepped on. Not to mention Lin Feng's land, which is all pits and hollows. It should have been doomed by this 40 centimeters of rainfall. More importantly, there is an invisible river on the edge of Lin Feng's farm. It is usually hidden in the ditch and cannot be seen. Every time there is a heavy rain, it will be filled with rainwater and become a rapid current. Given the amount of rainfall this time, it's already fortunate that the river didn't develop into a small flash flood like the one in the east. How could it be that it had no impact at all? The more a group of people thought about it, the more they felt something was wrong. Lin Feng must have deliberately downplayed the losses to avoid making them worry. After all, if the farm is really destroyed, they won't be able to help much by coming over. Instead, it will only add to the sadness. But a sliver of hope lingered in my heart. What if a miracle really happened? As soon as they stepped through the gate of Lin Feng's farm, all the students were stunned. The horrific scene they imagined included mud flying everywhere, lawns washed away, and crops lying crookedly, with no trace of them. Lin Feng's farm is still the same as he remembers it. The wheat stalks in the wheat field remained upright, unbent by the rain. The pumpkin vines climbed up the trellis, and the small pumpkins hanging on them were intact. Even the weeds along the edge of the field were still neatly lying on the ground, not scattered by the rushing water. The only change is that someone seems to have switched the filter on the image from late spring to midsummer. All the plants exuded a vibrant, water-soaked energy. The leaves are more open and their color is a bit deeper than a few days ago. Even the water droplets left on the leaves look vibrant and full of life. If it weren't for the muddy, not yet dried sludge still clinging to the roadside, and the murky water slowly flowing in the roadside ditch, they would have thought that the terrifying downpour was just an illusion. This is too outrageous. A student couldn't help but mutter aloud, squatting down to touch the soil on the ridge of the field. It's moist but not muddy. You can feel the looseness of the soil when you poke it with your finger, without any of the sticky feeling of being soaked by rainwater. The soil in our experimental field is a bit compacted. How come the soil in his field is still so breathable? Jiang Ming also squatted down to inspect the drainage ditch and found that the water in the ditch had been mostly drained, and the ditch walls were washed very clean, but there were no signs of collapse. Didn't you say before that you blocked part of the drainage ditch? How come you cleared it so thoroughly? You even cleaned away the silt at the bottom of the ditch? Lin Feng smiled and pointed to the soil-covering plants in the field. It wasn't just the drainage ditches that were cleared, but mainly these plants. They absorbed a lot of water like sponges and protected the topsoil, preventing the rainwater from washing it away. A group of people walked around the farmland, becoming increasingly surprised as they looked. There was no water accumulation in the low-lying areas, no soil erosion on the steep slopes, and even the soil under the vines in the pumpkin fields, which are most prone to flooding, remained dry. This is not suffering any losses at all. It's clearly getting better thanks to this rain. This is so possible. Jiang Ming could hardly believe his eyes. In their flat experimental field, some crops were knocked down, and much of the water had not yet receded. Surprisingly, apart from a few particularly low-lying areas where some rainwater could still be seen, the entire farm was basically dry. Jiang Ming didn't even care about the mud and walked straight into the field. The wet feeling under his feet told him that there had indeed been a heavy rain yesterday. He crouched down and, after careful observation, still discovered the difference. It can't be said that this rain had absolutely no impact on Lin Feng's farm. However, upon closer inspection, Jiang Ming and his team noticed a slight change. Some of the corn plants in the field have exposed roots compared to the day before yesterday. A small amount of soil was washed away by the rain, revealing fine fibrous roots. This indicates that the topsoil of Lin Feng's house suffered slight damage. However, this loss is negligible when considering the overall size of the farm. It would even be perfectly reasonable to say that Lin Feng's most precious topsoil has been basically preserved. But why is this happening? Jiang Ming stared at the lush farm before him, his face full of doubt, his gaze sweeping over the orchard, pigsty, and field ridges. His gaze quickly settled on the ground, where he found the answer. Every corner of Lin Feng's house, whether under the trees in the orchard, outside the pigsty, or between the ridges of the farmland, was covered with thick weeds. They covered the entire farm like a green carpet. In some places, the weeds have even grown up to knee-high. They had mentioned to Lin Feng more than once that, apart from dairy farms needing weeds as feed, there was no need to leave so many weeds elsewhere. It not only consumes soil nutrients, but also affects crop ventilation. But Lin Feng always just smiled and waved his hand. What does it matter? It doesn't bother us. The little blue and yellow flowers are quite pretty too. Therefore, in the entire farm, only around the brick-paved paths is the area where Lin Feng regularly uses a lawnmower to clear the weeds. The weeds in other areas grow almost naturally. At this moment, these weeds are like sponges that have absorbed a lot of water. When you step on it, you can feel the dampness under your feet, as if water is about to seep out from between the grass blades. But when you look down, there is no obvious standing water in the grass. These very weeds, which they would repeatedly eliminate in the experimental fields, became the farm's guardians during this torrential rain. They absorbed most of the rainwater, slowing down the rate at which the water flowed across the ground, thus protecting the crops in the fields. It also preserved the precious topsoil layer beneath the weeds. Having figured this out, Jiang Ming quickly gathered his juniors around, pointed to the weeds on the ground, and explained in detail the main reason why Lin Feng's farm had escaped disaster. Look at these weeds. Their roots are coiled in the topsoil, like a net holding the soil in place. The leaves and stems can cushion the impact of rainwater and also store water. We used to think that weeds were stealing nutrients, but we overlooked their role in conserving water and soil. We've really learned a lot this time. As soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, all the students fell into deep thought. They learned the theory of vegetation for soil and water conservation in class, but when it came to practice, they subconsciously categorized weeds as harmful substances. It wasn't until I saw firsthand the role that the weeds in Lin Feng's yard played in the torrential rain that I truly understood the meaning of ecological balance. Those seemingly useless weeds are actually an indispensable part of the farm's ecosystem. A female student squatted down, gently parted the weeds, looked at the moist but firm soil below, and whispered, "It turns out that not all weeds need to be removed." Brother Lin used the most simple method to do the most effective soil and water conservation. The others nodded in agreement. I used to think Lin Feng farmed as he pleased, but now I realize that behind his seemingly indifferent attitude lies a respect for the laws of nature. Yu Suwang frowned and thought for a long time before finally speaking, her tone full of confusion. So, are weeds good or bad? His question echoed the sentiments of everyone. What they just saw and heard was almost completely contrary to what they learned in class. The farmland they usually come into contact with, and the agricultural theories taught by their teachers, all emphasize removing weeds from the fields as much as possible. Weeds compete with crops for nutrients, air, sunlight, and water, and may even breed pests. The wide variety of herbicides on the market exist precisely to eliminate weeds. But now look at Lin Feng's farm. Those weeds that they once regarded as farmland pests have played an irreplaceable role in the torrential rain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they saved the farm. This stark contrast completely confused their understanding of weeds. Looking at the bewildered juniors around him, Jiang Ming's tone became exceptionally serious. In fact, every living thing in nature, whether it's weeds, insects, or the crops we grow, has its value. There is no absolute good or bad. The key is in what environment it is placed in and how it is utilized. He squatted down, gently brushed aside the weeds at his feet, and continued to explain. We hate weeds in our experimental field because the goal of the experimental field is very clear. It means concentrating nutrients on specific crops to pursue high yields of a single variety. Weeds do take away from the living space of crops and affect the experimental data, so it is correct to remove them. But our brother Feng's farm follows an ecological route. He needs all sorts of weeds, some of which can fix nitrogen and help replenish nutrients in the soil. Some weeds have well-developed root systems that can stabilize the soil and conserve water in soil. Some weeds can attract bees and butterflies after they bloom, which helps pollinate crops. These weeds together form a small ecological cycle, which can actually make the farm more stable. At this point, Jiang Ming paused, then changed the subject. The concept of ecological farms has been around for a long time, and you should have seen it in your textbooks. But why is it that after so many years, there are so few farms that have actually managed to stick with it? Looking at the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, a hint of melancholy crept into his voice. It's simple, because the wait for ecological balance is too long. From planting the first grass and the first tree to forming a stable ecological cycle, it may take 3 to 5 years, or even 8 to 10 years. During this period, the farm's output may be low and the income may be unstable. Few people can withstand this slow pace. Actually, the right direction was pointed out a long time ago. If more farms are willing to take the ecological route, not only will the farms themselves be able to achieve sustainable development, but the surrounding soil, water, air, and the ecology of the entire region will also improve. Jiang Ming's voice softened, but carried a heavy sense of helplessness. But in this world, 99% of people can't let go of their immediate short-term interests. They prefer to use herbicides to achieve a high yield this year and use fertilizers for quick profits. instead of gambling on a better tomorrow that may take a long time to achieve. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying the fresh scent of weeds and earth. Looking at the lush farm before them, and recalling the theories of ecological agriculture from their textbooks, the students truly understood for the first time. It turns out that agriculture is not just about growing crops and harvesting grains, but also about interacting with nature. Respecting the laws of nature is sometimes more important than transforming nature. Moreover, they also thought of themselves. When they first came to help at Lin Feng's farm with Zhang Ming, each of them harbored an ecological dream. I want to create a completely natural farm that doesn't use chemical fertilizers or pesticides, and that fully simulates the natural ecosystem, allowing crops to grow according to natural laws. But after seeing so many high yields in the experimental fields and the market's pursuit of quick returns, this original intention was gradually buried deep in his heart. It wasn't until I saw Lin Feng's farm after the rainstorm today that I suddenly remembered my original wish. The farm before us has already quietly completed its first step of evolution. It is no longer simply a place to grow crops, but has formed a small ecosystem that can self-regulate and self-protect. The group silently followed Lin Feng, slowly walking through the farm. Their eyes swept over the tall wheat, the pumpkin leaves with water droplets, and the weeds growing wildly by the roadside, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the edge of the orchard. As we approached the orchard, we heard a lively commotion. Lin Feng's rooster was walking proudly ahead, followed by a flock of geese and ducks, strutting about exploring the orchard. The small insects washed out by the torrential rain and the wild fruits that fell to the ground became their trophies. The entire flock of poultry was in high spirits. The quacking of ducks and the honking of geese mingled together, creating a shrill and lively sound that even echoed through the mountains and forests. This vibrant life instantly dissipated much of the heavy atmosphere from before. When Zhang Ming saw Lin Feng walking towards him, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Feng, your farm is truly amazing. This rainstorm is a litmus test, it will reveal who's good and who's bad." Lin Feng smiled broadly. The farm being alright was the best thing ever. He scratched his head, a hint of relief in his voice. "This is the first time I felt that the plan I spent a lot of money to hire an ecological planner to do before I came back to open the farm was really worth it. If I hadn't followed that plan to leave weeds and dig drainage ditches, I definitely wouldn't have been able to survive this time." Zhang Ming shook his head, his eyes unusually serious. "No matter how good the plan is, someone has to stick to it. Even if someone else has the exact same plan, they might not be able to do it as well as you have." He paused, then pointed to the birds flitting about in the orchard, and added, "Take those insects, mice, and birds that fly around everywhere. In the beginning, they must have ruined a lot of crops, right? If it were someone else, their first reaction in the face of a headache would be to spray pesticides or put out rat poison to get some peace and quiet. But as soon as pesticides are used, the ecological balance that has just begun to emerge will immediately collapse. Weeds will die, bees will leave, and even the microorganisms in the soil will be killed, and all the previous efforts will be in vain." The students around them nodded in agreement. They also remember that when the farm was just starting out, they often saw vegetable leaves riddled with holes by insects, and ripe tomatoes pecked and mangled by birds. They were all very anxious at that time and tried to persuade Lin Feng more than once. "Why don't we stop focusing on ecological farms and use some low-toxicity pesticides? That would reduce the losses significantly." But each time, Lin Feng would just smile and say, "Wait a little longer, give them some more time, and give the farm some more time too." Looking back now, it was this persistence of waiting a little longer that made the farm what it is today. With more insects, birds are naturally attracted, and with more birds, birds of prey are attracted, gradually creating a closed ecological cycle. Even the weeds in the fields became guardians during the rainstorm. Looking at the orchard before him, Lin Feng recalled the hardships of the past, but his tone remained light. "Actually, I panicked too, especially when I saw that the peach trees that had just started to bear fruit had been gnawed at the roots by rats. But then I thought, ecology is something that requires giving before receiving, and everyone needs time to adapt." Now it seems that the panic I felt back then wasn't in vain. Lin Feng turned to look at the students beside him and said sincerely, "Actually, I should be thanking you all." He paused, recalling the early days of last year, his eyes filled with emotion. "When I first came back last year, apart from that ecological planning document, I knew absolutely nothing about farming or the actual operation of an ecological farm. If it weren't for your help, teaching me how to identify pests and diseases, how to adjust crop spacing, and how to observe soil fertility, this farm would never have become what it is today. In fact, everything I planted might have died long ago because of my reckless tinkering." After speaking, Lin Feng bowed deeply to all the students from the agricultural university. This sudden downpour not only showed him the resilience of the ecological farm, but also made him understand the importance of gratitude and reverence. Being grateful for the help of those around you and respecting the laws of nature are more important than any planting techniques. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The students were deeply moved as they watched Lin Feng bow deeply. They were just doing their job, but they were remembered. This recognition is more heartwarming than any reward. But this feeling of being moved didn't last long. They knew in their hearts that just because Lin Feng's farm was safe did not mean that their experimental fields were also safe. After inspecting the farm, everyone immediately shifted their focus to rescuing the experimental field. Although the experimental field was relatively flat, relatively only meant compared to Lin Feng's land, which was full of potholes. There were still many low-lying areas in the field, which were currently filled with water half a foot deep. Many corn and soybean plants were knocked down by the rain and lay flat on the ground. Those that could be propped up should be quickly supported and secured with bamboo poles. If the seedlings are truly beyond saving, we can only try replanting them later, or transplant seedlings from areas where they are growing well. What's more troublesome is that the experimental field is completely different from Lin Feng's family farm. 70% of the ground in Lin Feng's house is covered with weeds, which can still be walked on after absorbing water without worrying about sinking into the mud. However, in order to ensure the nutrients for the crops, the experimental fields had long since been cleared of weeds, and the bare land, after absorbing enough rainwater, turned into a muddy pond. As soon as you step into the mud, your shoes will sink in, and it takes a lot of effort to pull them out. Even so, not a single student complained, and no one said give up. Everyone rolled up their trousers and sleeves, wading into the muddy ground. Some bent down to support the crops, some carried bamboo poles to secure them, and some used shovels to dig temporary drainage ditches. Seeing that they were too busy, Tang Ji and Lu Wei also volunteered to help, carrying bamboo poles and handing over tools. The worst part was that the experimental field was too muddy, and tractors and harvesters couldn't get in at all, so all the work had to be done by hand, bit by bit. They worked from morning till sunset, their trousers and shoes covered in mud, but their faces were full of stubbornness. The experimental field is their battlefield, and even if it's tiring and dirty, they have to minimize the losses. Lin Feng shared a video of his farm after the rain on his WeChat Moments. In the video, a rainbow hangs among the mountains and forests, crops stretch out their emerald green leaves, geese stroll leisurely in the orchards, and even the air feels fresh. Everyone who was following the farm breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and left comments expressing their concern. Professor Sun called immediately, his voice full of relief. "It's good that your farm is all right. I just heard from the County Agricultural Bureau that many areas in our county were affected by the disaster, and greenhouses in several villages were washed away, resulting in significant losses." He leaned back in his chair, reached for the desk calendar on the table, flipped through it, and then said, "Let me see. I'm going to a neighboring county tomorrow to provide guidance on epidemic prevention. How about the day after tomorrow? I'll make a special trip to your farm the day after tomorrow to check on your poultry and livestock and see if they've been affected by the rain, such as getting colds or diarrhea." After a pause, Professor Sun specifically instructed, "Keep a close eye on them these next couple of days. If you notice any animals acting strangely, not eating, or having a fever, don't hesitate to isolate them immediately and call me right away. Infectious diseases are most likely to break out during the rainy season, so we need to take precautions in advance." "Understood, Professor Sun, don't worry," Lin Feng replied with a smile. In fact, as soon as the rain stopped, he went to check all the poultry houses and pigsties. Although the chicken coop was a bit damp, there was no standing water, and the hens were still laying eggs as usual. The duck and goose houses are located near drainage ditches, which makes them drier. Even the pigs in the pig pen were still lying there lazily, showing no signs of anything amiss. He also specifically mentioned a little anecdote to Professor Sun. "I think they're all fine, eating well, and even seem to like the rain. My lazy bones at home actually took advantage of the rain to expand their usual mud pit more than twice as big today, and they're rolling around in the new mud pit now. They're obviously just looking for a life of comfort." Professor Sun couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Lin Feng's round, chubby pigs, almost like balls. "Your pigs are treated better than many people, so they don't get sick so easily." After laughing, he glanced at the calendar again, then suddenly remembered something and asked uncertainly, "By the way, are your pregnant sows due soon? I remember calculating it to be from late July to mid-August, right?" Lin Feng scratched his head and said somewhat helplessly, "It was around that time, the dates were accurate. But I can't fathom what a pig is thinking. It might be a few days earlier or a few days later. I can't say for sure if you ask me that. He's not a veterinarian. He's good at growing crops and managing farms, but how would he know how to determine when a sow will give birth? We can only keep a close eye on them and call Professor Sun as soon as we notice any signs of agitation or lying down." Professor Sun knew this couldn't be rushed, and said with a smile, "Okay, keep a close eye on things then, and contact me anytime if anything seems amiss. When I go the day after tomorrow, I'll bring you some medicine to prevent postpartum infection. It's always good to be prepared in advance." Professor Sun sighed, his tone tinged with helplessness. "It's all right. I'll come over the day after tomorrow and take a closer look. I'll feel the sow's fetal movements, observe their feeding and defecation, and then I'll have a better understanding." If you understand the situation in advance, you won't be caught off guard when production actually starts. Okay, thank you, Professor Sun. Lin Feng listened very attentively, without the slightest perfunctory attitude. He knew that Professor Sun was genuinely concerned for him. After all, a sow giving birth is a major event, and if something went wrong, the losses could be considerable. After exchanging a few more words about precautions for animal disease prevention during the rainy season, the two hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Feng put his phone down, it rang again. Manager Zheng's phone calls were remarkably seamless. As soon as the call connected, Manager Zheng's voice sounded urgent. Brother Lin, is your farm really all right? The crops in the fields, and all the poultry and livestock, are they all fine? They weren't flooded by the torrential rain, were they? Lin Feng. He was both amused and exasperated. Was this person concerned about his family's farm, or about the small amount of money behind his leek business? Don't worry, everything is fine. Lin Feng still managed to reassure them. After all, they are long-term partners, there's no need to pretend not to understand. The drainage ditches were cleared in time, so the crops weren't flooded, and the animals are all in good spirits. Sure enough, a clear whoosh came through the receiver, as if Manager Zheng had finally breathed a sigh of relief. After 2 seconds, his voice suddenly lowered, carrying a hint of mystery. Nothing else really matters. The important thing is that you have to protect our batch of leeks, a metaphor for inexperienced investors. They're a treasure, we can't afford to have anything go wrong with them. Let me tell you, the feedback from the leeks is in, wow. Manager Zheng's tone instantly became excited again. My phone is practically bursting with messages asking me when are you going to restock the chives, these past few days. Just wait and you'll make money. If we can catch the next wave of tender produce, we can definitely raise the price, and there will be a scramble to buy it. Lin Feng touched his nose. Even though he wasn't in Manager Zheng's presence, he could feel the overflowing excitement emanating from him through the phone. I'm much more excited than when I sold premium plus potatoes. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice. That chives, are they really that popular? You should know that Manager Zheng had never given him such good news about the previous batch of potatoes that were very close to being rated 3+. Manager Zheng seemed to be affected by his tone, lowering his voice even further, with a hint of unspoken understanding. It's incredibly popular. But as you know, this stuff has rather special effects, so people are too embarrassed to ask about it openly. They all come to me privately to discuss it, you know what I mean. He then changed the subject and added, oh, right, there's something else I wanted to tell you on this call. There may be a few negative reviews about leaks on our platform's app recently. If you see them, just ignore them and don't take them to heart. After all, people who buy this stuff care about their image. They can't openly praise chives are good, so they can only use not tasty or too old as excuses to avoid letting others see their true needs. Lin Feng, app reviews? He'd almost forgotten about it. When he's busy, he simply doesn't think of it. Besides, Lin Feng has always had confidence in his family's vegetables and fruits. Putting everything else aside, the solid Premium Plus rating report is right there, and the taste and nutrition can withstand scrutiny. How could there really be so many bad reviews? Lin Feng clicked on the app's comments section with some skepticism, but was stunned as soon as he entered. The chives were really old and tough, they were difficult to chew and practically inedible. Thumbs down. The color is too strange, and the base is black. It looks unappetizing and greatly affects one's appetite. I do not recommend buying it. This is nowhere near as good as the regular chives from the supermarket. It doesn't taste good at all, and even when chopped into dumpling filling, it's still hard. Don't buy it. After flipping through several pages, I found that apart from the system's default positive reviews, the rest of the comments section were all negative reviews like these. There wasn't a single genuine positive review. Lin Feng stared at the top-rated negative reviews and casually opened the reviewers' shopping records. Sure enough, the IDs that gave negative reviews all looked very familiar. He flipped back a few more pages and, unsurprisingly, found these people who say it tastes awful and don't buy it clearly have repurchase of leaks written in their shopping records. Some even repurchased more than once, and their order speed was astonishingly fast each time they restocked. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself, if you're so capable of giving a bad review, then at least don't buy it again. What's even more interesting is that he also saw from the customer service feedback sent by Manager Zheng that almost none of those who gave negative reviews were idle. While posting negative reviews in the comments section, they also secretly messaged customer service, asking anxiously, when will the leeks be available again? Will there be any tender ones in the next batch? And can I reserve some first, afraid of missing out? What is this? Saying no with your mouth, but your body tells you otherwise and you keep buying it again and again? Looking at those contradictory actions, even Lin Feng, a grown man, couldn't help but feel contempt for these people. It's just buying chives with special effects, right? Why are you hiding it like this, giving bad reviews to disassociate yourself while simultaneously being afraid someone else will steal your share? But despite his complaints, he understood their ulterior motives. After all, the matter of tonifying the kidneys and enhancing virility is too private, and no one wants others to know that they bought leeks. They could only use unpalatable and too tough as excuses to save face and quietly repurchase the product. Having figured this out, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It seems that manager Zheng's statement that bad reviews don't need to be addressed was not just empty talk. These seemingly insincere negative reviews have ironically become another form of proof that leaks, a metaphor for retail investors, are popular. A short while later, Dong Han called. He lowered his voice as soon as he spoke, his tone carrying a hint of accusation. If you have such a good thing, why don't you think of sharing it with everyone first? I have to find it myself. Lin Feng was filled with questions. What good stuff haven't I shared? Explain yourself. When it comes to taking things, you've taken the most, haven't you? Dong Han cleared his throat, lowering his voice even further, as if he had done something wrong. It's that, chives. Upon hearing those two words, Lin Feng fell silent instantly. He choked for a moment, wanting to laugh but feeling it was inappropriate, so he quickly looked around to make sure Tang Ji and Lu Wei were busy in the kitchen and no one was around before he suppressed a laugh and asked, "You need it?" If that's the case, then he's really overthinking things. Unexpectedly, Dong Han, a muscular man who works out regularly, actually needs to nourish himself with chives. This is truly all show and no substance, all style and no substance. Tisk tisk. What do you mean I need? Dong Han immediately bristled, his voice rising several decibels, then quickly lowered it, retorting seriously and earnestly. You need evidence to prove that. I don't use that stuff. I'm asking for my dad, you know, he's getting old, he needs it occasionally. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng suddenly heard a slightly aged but powerful voice on the phone. What do I need? How old am I? Even your mother doesn't mind my age, so what nonsense are you spouting? Immediately following was Dong Han's panicked voice. Dad, I wasn't talking about you. It's about those chives. Didn't you tell me a few days ago that you wanted some more, but you were too quick to grab them last time? No, Dad. What are you doing with the feather duster? Dad, we have to be reasonable. You're the one who asked me to ask for you, so why are you blaming me? Chaos erupted on the other end of the phone. There was Dong Han's explanation, Old Master Dong's roar, the whooshing sound of a feather duster, and the noise of tables and chairs being moved. Lin Feng could easily picture Dong Han being chased and beaten by the old man just by imagining it. Lin Feng quickly hung up the phone, but couldn't help but smile. He should stay out of this internal family conflict and avoid getting involved outside the farm, lest Dong Han take his anger out on him and come back to the farm to freeload and take even more things. And Dong Han has completely mastered this one trick to get beaten up every day. He's in his late 30s, almost 40, yet he can still accurately hit every single one of his father's trigger points. That skill is truly something else. Furthermore, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Once Dong Han has had his fill of being beaten by the old man, if he really needs something from him, he'll definitely call again. It won't make a difference if he calls again a little later. To Lin Feng's surprise, his phone became so hot after the rainstorm. I had just hung up with Dong Han when my phone rang again. The caller ID showed it was John Liu. What does busy lawyer John want from me again? Lin Feng answered the phone, still puzzled, his mind preoccupied with the earlier incident involving Dong Han and Juicy AI. He casually asked, "You're here to ask about chives too?" John Liu visibly choked for a moment, his tone instantly turning irritable. What do you mean by leaks? Why would I ask about that stuff? He paused, then changed the subject, his tone tinged with helplessness. I'm asking you, did you leave my contact information with the military region? Lin Feng readily admitted it, and his tone was quite frank. Yes, I asked you before, and you agreed to it yourself, have you forgotten? John Liu rubbed his throbbing temples. I've been so busy with several tricky cases lately that I completely forgot about this one. What surprised him even more was that Lin Feng actually managed to make connections with the military region. John Liu still felt lingering fear when he recalled receiving the call from the military region yesterday. You have no idea, I got a call from the military region yesterday, and I was so scared I almost dropped my phone. I thought it was because I had accidentally stepped on some red line in a recent case, or that one of my agents had made a big blunder that even involved the military region. If that happens, I'll be implicated. When the call connected, it turned out to be about Lin Feng's situation. It's just a small potato purchase contract. Attorney John was also at a loss for words. Who would have thought the military region would be so direct, bypassing you and coming straight to me? I'm not your authorized representative. But despite the criticisms, John Liu's professionalism is undeniable. Since I've taken on this task, I'm determined to do it well. Let me make this clear to you, so that when the military region talks to me again, I'll have a better understanding of the situation and won't miss any crucial information. John Liu's tone became serious. Although I can barely be considered a figure in the legal profession, this is the first time I've ever discussed cooperation with a military region. Even if it's just a procurement contract, it's a significant achievement on my resume, and I have to make sure it's done well. Lin Feng also knew the importance of this matter, so he listened very carefully, and would occasionally ask a few more questions. What if the delivery is delayed due to this kind of torrential rain? Should we add a force majeure clause to the contract? Does the military region have any special requirements for potato storage? If they can't use them all right away, who is responsible for storage? As Lin Feng discussed the details with Lawyer Zhang, he felt much more at ease. With a professional like Lawyer Zhang overseeing things, the cooperation with the military region shouldn't go wrong. Lin Feng really wanted to hold on tightly to the military region, this big leg, and didn't want to make any mistakes. Therefore, when discussing the details of the collaboration with Lawyer Zhang, he was extremely meticulous, leaving no room for ambiguity, from the supply cycle to contingency plans. So much so that the phone call lasted almost an hour, long enough for Tang Ji to come out of the kitchen with a basin of vegetables in his hand and gesture to him, "If you don't leave now, you'll miss dinner." Lin Feng suddenly remembered his own business, hurriedly said goodbye to Zhang Lu, hung up the phone and rushed to the kitchen. "Oh no," he muttered as he ran, "I left the rice noodles soaking in the kitchen, don't let them get overcooked." On the other hand, although the heavy rain brought a lot of disasters to the surrounding area, it also provided Lin Feng's farm with a sufficient supply of water. The groundwater level has also risen, and even the crops in the fields look fresh and vibrant, as if they have drunk on water. Professor Sun arrived at the farm as agreed and inspected everything from the chicken coop to the pigsty and the free-range geese in the orchard. After walking around, he discovered that the heavy rain had absolutely no effect on Lin Feng's livestock. The hens continued to lay eggs as usual, the pigs rolled around in the mud, and even the most delicate chicks were lively and energetic, with none showing signs of lethargy or diarrhea. Thinking of the pheasant farm run by his nephew Sun Mingchen, Professor Sun couldn't help but sigh. "My nephew's pheasant farm got rained on this time, and nearly 100 chickens died, which is a considerable loss. The fact that your animals are so healthy is inseparable from your usual feeding methods and the ecological environment of the farm." He wiped the sweat from his brow and shifted his focus back to the sow. "The other animals are fine, but you'll need to keep a closer eye on these 4 pregnant sows. You can adjust their diet a bit and reduce their protein intake recently. Too much protein can make piglets grow too fast, which can lead to dystocia during childbirth." Lin Feng quickly took out his phone to write it down, and then asked the question he was most concerned about. "So, can we roughly determine their due date?" Professor Sun recalled the examination he had just undergone and slowly said, "The fattest ermine pig should be the first to give birth, probably within 2 weeks, or at the latest within 3 weeks. Then there's another ermine pig and that Hebeo pig, their due dates are only a few days apart from the first one. Especially this ermine pig, it might be caused to give birth prematurely. After all, if there is a birthing activity in the herd, the other pregnant sows are easily stimulated." At this point, Professor Sun didn't forget to praise Lin Feng. "You've raised these sows well, the piglets in their bellies look very healthy, so it's normal for them to give birth a few days early. Don't be too surprised. And the last piglet, its due date is probably in early August. Don't rush it, just let it take its natural course. Its belly doesn't look that big, so there probably aren't many piglets. The pressure of giving birth is low, and it's safer to give birth later." Lin Feng nodded quickly, indicating that he had memorized the due date and the dietary adjustments. Then, remembering another matter that needed to be prepared in advance, he asked, "Should piglets be castrated around 20 days after birth?" His farm isn't very big, and he doesn't have a dedicated veterinarian. This kind of work requires booking in advance. You can't wait until the piglets grow up before panicking. Professor Sun nodded, his tone decisive. "Yes, about 20 days is the best time. If it's too early, the piglet will be too weak, and if it's too late, the wound will heal slowly and it will be more prone to stress. If I have time then, I'll come and help you with it myself. If I happen to be away on a business trip, I can recommend someone to you. That master craftsman's skills are even better than mine. He can castrate a young male pig in 30 seconds. He's fast and steady, so you can rest assured." As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Sun seemed to suddenly remember something, glanced at Lin Feng with a hint of regret, and said with a smile, "What a pity, the agricultural university has already started its final exams, otherwise you could have gotten a bunch of free labor." Mentioning the agricultural university, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and said to Professor Sun, "By the way, the mushroom growing expert that Professor Li and the others introduced to me should be arriving in the next few days. I heard he was a graduate student from a poor family, but he had solid knowledge and planned to pursue a doctorate. He wanted to work part-time here while studying, and his salary requirements weren't high, so I agreed." His tone carried a hint of expectation. "The mushroom greenhouse has been built long ago, and the culture medium and spawn are all in place. We're just waiting for him to get started. I was worried before that I didn't know anything about mushroom cultivation and that I would abandon the greenhouse. Now that someone is here to take care of it, I can finally rest assured." After all, mushroom cultivation has high requirements for temperature, humidity, and ventilation. It's not something that can be achieved by simply sprinkling some spawn. Only with professional personnel overseeing the process can the yield and quality be guaranteed. Professor Sun was also happy for him when he heard this. That's great. Having professionals manage the mushroom sheds is much better than trying to figure it out on your own. Since this graduate student plans to pursue a doctorate, he must be willing to study hard. He might even be able to help you improve your planting techniques and develop some new varieties. Then your farm will have another source of income. Just as Lin Feng and Professor Sun were chatting enthusiastically around the Sao, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing was receiving a barrage of questions from the United States regarding the extra-grade potatoes. This edited video of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs press conference was specifically sent to Lin Feng by Wu Yang. In the video, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with a refined and scholarly appearance and gentle demeanor, maintained a smile throughout when faced with sharp questions from reporters, yet his tone carried an undeniable composure. Yes, as everyone knows, our farmers have indeed grown potatoes with a grade of 2+. He paused, his eyes filled with pride. I must say that our country's farmers are very capable. They use their wisdom and hard work to make breakthroughs in the agricultural field. I am proud of them. No sooner had he finished speaking than a U.S. journalist immediately followed up with a question. There are reports that your country's premium potato seeds originated from our country and were cultivated after our seeds were stolen. What is your opinion on this? The spokesperson's smile remained unchanged, but his tone became more candid and questioning. Stealing seeds? That's utter nonsense. The potatoes we grow are the most common native potato varieties in my country, and the relevant test reports have already clearly indicated the source of the seeds. Didn't you read them carefully? He looked at the reporter, his tone carrying a hint of friendly reminder. If you have any questions about the report's content, or if you don't understand the technical data, I suggest you consult a more professional agricultural technician for help to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings due to misinterpretation of information. Next, another reporter stood up and pressed for an answer. Now that your country has cultivated high-quality potatoes, would you be willing to share your seeds and planting techniques to promote global agricultural development? The spokesperson remained calm and composed. Sharing publicly is certainly a good thing, but before that, I would like to ask the United States to set an example. Your country has potato varieties with 3+ grades, why not share the seeds with the world first? If your country is willing to take the first step, we, the Chinese nation, will naturally follow suit and will never lag behind. He then changed the subject, adding a touch of gentle teasing. Furthermore, please rest assured, America, we have absolutely no interest in the title Potato Empire, and we will certainly not try to seize such a strange-sounding title. You know, we flower-growing countries value letting 100 flowers bloom, and this is especially true in the agricultural field. For us, potatoes are just an ordinary dish on the table. Whether it's stir-fried potato shreds, stewed potato chunks, or mashed potatoes, it's just a part of enriching our diet. I believe anyone who has ever eaten Chinese food will understand this. Lin Feng sat under the veranda watching the video and felt completely refreshed. The diplomat in the video, with his kind smile yet composed demeanor, upheld the country's stance while maintaining the composure of a great power. He was incredibly dashing. This is the confidence and attitude that a nation like China should have. He was just a little puzzled as to why the reporters in the audience, especially those from the United States, all looked so grim. Some frowned, some bit their lips, and some secretly rolled their eyes, as if they were speechless because of the diplomat's words. But then he thought about it again and understood. After all, the United States first made unfounded accusations of stealing seeds, and then tried to morally blackmail China into disclosing its technology. However, it was silenced by a few words from a diplomat and couldn't even save face for the potato empire. It's no wonder they looked unhappy. Lin Feng couldn't help but send Wu Yang a message. This spokesperson is amazing. He got me so excited. A few seconds later, Wu Yang replied, absolutely. Our diplomats from China are always reasonable, assertive, and neither servile nor arrogant. There's no way they can gain the upper hand here. By the way, your potatoes are now famous. Maybe you'll even get international orders in the future. During lunch, Lin Feng couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and made a special call to Professor Li, asking as soon as he opened his mouth, Professor, are those extra-large potatoes really that important to the United States? How did they end up in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Professor Li chuckled on the other end of the phone and patiently explained. Our staple food in China is mainly rice, wheat, as well as corn, millet, and other grains. Therefore, we attach great importance to the breeding and yield of rice and wheat. But many countries in the world are different. For example, many European countries and the United States regard potatoes as one of their most important staple foods, or even strategic reserve food. He paused, then specifically listed the core advantages of potatoes. Think about the characteristics of potatoes. First, they are high-yielding. On the same land, potatoes yield much more per acre than wheat or corn. Secondly, potatoes are filling. They contain a lot of starch and dietary fiber, so eating a little can keep you full. Third, they are easy to store. As long as the temperature and humidity are well controlled, potatoes can be stored for more than half a year, making them very suitable for reserve grain. For countries that rely on potatoes, high-quality potato seeds and planting techniques are like a lifeline. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously asked, "So, did I accidentally pry open America's staple food pie? And with just my few potatoes?" You could say that. Professor Lee couldn't help but give Lin Feng a thumbs up, and a smile crept onto his face. If your country produces 2 super-grade potatoes, America will definitely feel a sense of crisis. They've always wanted to maintain their monopoly in the premium potato market. Now, suddenly a variety that can rival their top-grade plus has emerged, and it's even grown by us Chinese. How can they not panic? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng mentally shouted 666 to himself. How could an ordinary Chinese citizen who just wanted to farm peacefully cause a crisis in the United States? How should I put it? It's kind of exhilarating. Professor Lee seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and added, "But don't be too smug. The main reason is that your family only planted 3 mu of potatoes, so it only caused them a crisis, not panic. If you had 300 acres of land that could grow these premium potatoes, the situation would be quite different." Professor Lee deliberately dragged out his words. At that time, the higher UPS might send someone to protect your farm and treat your potatoes like a precious treasure. After all, that is a strategic resource that can affect food security, and its treatment should definitely not be like this now. Lin Feng knew perfectly well that 3 mu of land was not enough in agriculture. Even if all of it was made into seeds, it wouldn't be enough to plant several hundred mu. Moreover, previous attempts have shown that the quality and yield of second-generation potatoes have declined, and a stable breeding system has not yet been established. Therefore, although the Ministry of Agriculture attaches importance to this, it has not reached the point of strict prevention and control. If these potatoes were truly considered a top-tier resource, the military region might not be able to get half of them, and manager Zheng would have even less chance of getting the goods to sell. Professor Lee continued. But the United States will still panic, because what they fear is not your 3 acres of potatoes, but the agricultural strength of our China. We have a 5,000-year-old agricultural civilization. As long as we master the stable planting technology of premium 2+ potatoes, with our agricultural foundation, it won't be long before we can promote it on a large scale. At that time, it will be impossible for them to control the world food market with high-quality potatoes. We will even bring down the high price they previously set in US dollars. After all, if we can produce high-quality potatoes in large quantities, who would pay a high price to buy theirs? That's what they're really worried about. The group of people on Professor Lee's side exchanged glances, their eyes revealing expressions of approval that said well done. Lin Feng was also excited, and jokingly pretended to be a little scared. Oh dear, so what if the US secretly sends someone to deal with me because of this premium potato? After all, I'm the man who owns the exclusive potato. As soon as he finished speaking, several agricultural university interns who had been eavesdropping on phone calls in the corner of the cafeteria immediately let out a chorus of eek sounds. Lin Feng could tell that everyone's tone was full of teasing, like, "Don't try to make yourself look good." Lin Feng wasn't annoyed. Instead, he lowered his hand, slowly turned to look at the group of students, and spoke in a voice that wasn't loud but was just loud enough for everyone to hear. "What's this little bit I have? It's just a handful of seeds. If we're really talking about the key, you are the core talents who have mastered the entire set of planting techniques." He paused, deliberately drawing out his words. After all, everyone knows that the real treasure is the technology that can reliably grow premium potatoes, rather than 1 or 2 special seeds. So, if someone were to try and take advantage of potatoes, who would they target first? Upon hearing this, the students who had been jeering just moments before froze instantly. Everyone looked at each other, their smiles slowly fading, replaced by expressions of utter astonishment, as if to say, "No way." One boy even subconsciously touched the back of his neck and muttered to himself, "Why does my neck suddenly feel so cold?" Professor Lee, who was on the other end of the phone, had already heard the commotion. He was leaning back in his office chair with an undisguised smile on his lips and had no intention of interrupting the lively interaction. In his view, it is something to be proud of that these young people worked together to develop potatoes that could make the capital of a beautiful country nervous. If the yield from these 3 acres of land weren't so low, making it a special case, he would have flown over and held a celebration party with his team. Time flies, and July has arrived in the blink of an eye. The crops in Lin Feng's field seem to have been put on fast forward, all moving towards maturity. Cucumbers, peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, loofahs, and other crops have all reached the peak fruiting stage, with the branches laden with fruit. Tang Ji saw that many fruits had been ruined by the birds and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He picked up a chili pepper with a large hole pecked out of it by a bird and couldn't help but complain to Lin Feng. Aren't these birds afraid of spicy food? They even eat chili peppers. In his understanding, the spiciness of chili peppers is a form of pain, and living beings usually instinctively avoid spicy tastes. Even insects don't like eating chili peppers, but these little birds eat chili peppers just like they eat any other ordinary fruit. Lin Feng sighed and explained to him, "That's normal. Capsaicin doesn't actually work on birds, and the smell and color of chili peppers are particularly attractive to birds, so they often choose to eat chili peppers first." Lin Feng mentioned that he was also curious about this matter last year and even asked Professor Li about it. Professor Li told him some interesting related information at the time. He shared with Tang Ji and Lu Wei with great interest. Did you know that chili peppers seem to have evolved specifically for birds? Birds can't feel the spiciness of chili peppers. Moreover, unlike mammals, birds cannot digest chili seeds. It's like a symbiotic relationship between birds and chili peppers. When the birds eat the chili peppers, they also help spread the seeds. Even after hearing the explanation, Lu Wei still found it difficult to agree with Lin Feng's attitude. He understood the concept of animal protection, but looking at the scene before him, he frowned and said, "But we can't just let them eat like that." Looking at the large pile of chilies that the three of them had picked out of the chili field, which had been pecked by birds, he felt really sorry for them, since these fruits represented real profits. "There's nothing we can do about it, that's just how ecological farms are." Lin Feng spread his hands, his tone tinged with helplessness, yet also revealing a resigned acceptance of his fate. What else could he do? "Last year, to keep birds away, we made more than a dozen scarecrows. It was tiring, but the effect was barely noticeable. Later, I figured it out, why not let them eat freely? As the birds eat more and get fatter, the crested goshawks and peregrine falcons on the farm will naturally come to their aid. When a bird senses danger, it will gradually become more cautious, saving the bird from having to exert itself." He sighed and recounted the events of last year to Tang Ji and Lu Wei. "You guys didn't see how exaggerated it was last year. Manager Zheng came to collect vegetables every day. I could fill a basket every day just by picking out the peppers that had been pecked by birds. This year is much better. Now, it takes half a day to pick up half a basket, which is an improvement. More importantly, there might be protected animals among these birds, so he wouldn't dare to kill them. Moreover, he also had to rely on these little birds to help get rid of pests in the fields. In summer, there are many insects, and it is impossible to keep up with the chickens and manual labor alone. While the birds are pecking at the fruit, they also eat a lot of pests, so the benefits and harms can be considered equal. Besides, it's not all bad." Lin Feng added, "If our farm weren't next to a nature reserve, it wouldn't be easy to find so many free pest control workers. I've always hoped that one day we, the farm, and these little creatures in nature could truly live in peace." He shook the basket of spoiled chili peppers in his hand, smiling to ease their distress. "These aren't really a waste. Even though the chili pepper has a hole in it, it's not spoiled. We can cut off the bad part, wash it, and make it into chili sauce. It'll still taste good. Have you two forgotten the chili sauce we ate last winter? Half of it was made with these surviving chilies, and it tasted just as good as the good ones. So, let's let them off this time, since they can still catch insects." Tang Ji and Lu Wei exchanged a glance and could only sigh helplessly. The farmer has already said that, what can the two employees say? Moreover, even if Lin Feng hadn't given the order, they wouldn't have dared to act rashly. Who doesn't know the saying that catching 20 sparrows can earn you a silver bracelet? I recently heard that the police station upgraded its equipment, and now you can even choose the color of your bracelet, which shows how determined they are to punish crime. If you really make a mistake, it's no laughing matter. Lu Wei scratched his head and threw the rotten chili peppers in his hand into the basket. Okay, I'll do as you say. But you have to put extra garlic in the chili sauce. Last year's jar was really spicy, I'm waiting for this year's." Tang Ji nodded in agreement. "Yes, making it into chili sauce would be good too, so as not to waste it. I'll help you wash the chilies when we get back, and I'm good at chopping garlic." Seeing that the two had relented, Lin Feng smiled and patted the basket. "No problem. We'll make 2 more cans this year, so you can eat your fill. Aren't you selling to Manager Zheng this year?" Looking at the garden full of vegetables ready for harvest, Tang Ji couldn't help but ask a question. The chili peppers, green beans, and cucumbers in the field are all in their peak production season, but Manager Zheng, who usually comes to pick up goods every day at this time, has recently disappeared. He had a worry in his heart. Chili peppers are fine, they can be made into chili sauce, but once the green beans and cucumbers get old, the taste will be poor, and they won't fetch a good price then. Lin Feng sighed and explained, "We will definitely sell, but we need to see what the military region decides first. We already agreed with Yuan Zhen that the military region would be given priority, and we can't go back on our word." He shook the basket containing cucumbers and peppers in his hand, and added, "I need to send these samples for testing first. Once the report comes out, the military region will determine how many and which types they need. Only then can the rest be reserved for Manager Zheng. Yuan Zhen said that if he can't come tomorrow, he will definitely come to coordinate the day after tomorrow. Tang Ji and Lu Wei both nodded in understanding. The military region's orders are more important, and cooperating with the military region would also be a long-term benefit for the farm. As they were talking, Lu Wei turned to clean up the fruit that had been pecked by birds, but saw Wu Yong standing by the bean field, frowning and staring blankly at the vines, as if he was pondering something important. He walked over curiously and patted Wu Yong on the shoulder. "What are you looking at? You seem so engrossed." Wu Yong was lost in his thoughts when he was suddenly interrupted, which startled him so much that he almost dropped his notebook. Only after recognizing Lu Wei did he breathe a sigh of relief and pat his chest to calm himself. But when his gaze fell on the string beans in Lin Feng's hand, his eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly walked to Lin Feng's side, his tone urgent. Brother Feng, are your string beans normal?" Lin Feng didn't even glance at the string beans in the field, and shook his head directly. "This is not normal." He paused, then recalled. "I measured it yesterday, and the longest one is already 1.3 meters long. Judging from its growth today, it has probably grown quite a bit longer." Wu Yong nodded vigorously, his face full of disbelief. "I knew it. I studied at the Agricultural University for 4 years, and I've never seen such long string beans, either in textbooks or in the lab. Even my professors have never mentioned this variety." He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and asked with a hint of expectation, "Brother Feng, is this a new variety you introduced?" "Have no idea." Lin Feng shook his head honestly, his tone quite frank. "It's just ordinary string bean seeds that I sowed last year, and this year they've grown like this, and I don't understand why." Wu Yong was nearly driven mad by his answer, and he gesticulated wildly, saying, "This is your land, and these are your beans. How could you not know?" He had originally thought he could uncover the secret of new variety breeding from Lin Feng, but instead he received an "I don't know," which was even more frustrating than not finding the answer at all. Seeing his anxious and hopping mad, Lin Feng smiled instead and slowly said, "Isn't it your responsibility as agricultural students to figure out whether this is a new variety?" He patted Wu Yong on the shoulder, his tone a mix of teasing and encouragement. "Keep it up, young man. I bet if Professor Li knew, he would be willing to entrust this glorious and great task to you." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something Zhang Ming had joked with him before, and added, "If it is indeed confirmed to be a new variety in the end, as the first person to discover it, you might even be able to get the naming rights. You could even name it after yourself." "Name it after me?" These words were like a pebble thrown into Wu Yong's heart, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. He stared at the string beans in his hand, his mind already filled with fantasies. Wu Yong brand string beans. Just reciting it in my mind made me feel hot all over, and even my voice trembled. The next second, his eyes suddenly shone with an astonishing brightness, like two brightly lit searchlights on a truck, staring straight at Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could react, he had already clasped his hands together, leaned forward slightly, and solemnly pleaded, "Brother Feng, please, tell Professor Li to let me handle this task of confirming the new variety. If it really works out, I've already thought of a name, Wu Yong's extra long-term bean. What do you think? Isn't it a really nice and fitting name?" Lin Feng was taken aback by his enthusiasm and subconsciously fell silent. He pondered the phrase Wu Yong's extra long line bean repeatedly in his mind, feeling that something was off, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed fitting. This string bean from my own farm is truly extra long, and naming it after the person who discovered it is in line with academic convention. But he was still taken aback by the bluntness of today's young people. If it were him, even if he had the chance, he would never have the nerve to directly associate his name with crops. He would always feel a bit awkward. Wu Yong not only spoke with conviction, but he had even thought of a name in advance, and the anticipation in his eyes was impossible to hide. Do agricultural students really consider it a tremendous honor to name a new species after themselves? Lin Feng watched Wu Yong carrying a string bean and running quickly out of the farm, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He suddenly felt a little envious of this kind of passion for one's profession, which was simple and pure, and even made one's back view shine. After checking on the growth of the string beans, Tang Ji walked over, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you standing here in a daze?" Lin Feng looked up at him, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. "I'm wondering if I'm really getting old and there's a generation gap between me and these students." He pointed in the direction Wu Yong had run off in. "That kid just now wanted to use his advantage in researching new varieties to name our string beans Wu Yong extra long string beans. Wu Yong super long line bean. Wu Yong super long." Tang Ji muttered it twice, then suddenly realized what he meant, burst out laughing, slapped his thigh, and said, "This kid's got a sharp mind. So he was hiding something there. Next time you see him, tease him and ask him if it's okay to be called Wu Yong Tai Duan Xiando, a nickname, and see if he gets anxious." Lin Feng's eyes widened suddenly, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Holy crap." He was so focused on whether the name was appropriate or not that he didn't even consider the homophones. He never expected that there was such a clever detail hidden in the name. Today's students are indeed much smarter than he was back then. Seeing that the sample vegetables in the field were almost ready, Lin Feng shook the basket of vegetables in his hand and called out to Lu Wei, who was not far away. "Lu Wei, could you help me send a package later? These fresh fruits and vegetables need to be sent out as soon as possible, before they spoil." Lu Wei was squatting on the ground tidying up the chili peppers that had been pecked by birds when he heard this, and immediately responded, "No problem. I'll go to town and mail it as soon as I replace the memory card in the surveillance camera by the woods." Lin Feng nodded and carried the basket home. Besides keeping some of the chili peppers to eat fresh, most of the rest are made into chopped chili sauce, which can be preserved and still has a strong flavor. The same goes for tomatoes. Just cut off the dry scars and small wounds on the surface, and as long as they're not rotten, they're edible. Make some sugared tomatoes for lunch to cool off in the summer heat, and then cook the leftovers into tomato sauce. Bottle it up and seal it well. You can use it for stews or noodles in winter. As for the bad parts that are cut off, they are not wasted. The chickens and pigs at home love to eat them, so they can be used as feed. He stood in the kitchen doorway, rubbing his slightly sore neck, and thought back to this time last year. He processed fresh fruits and vegetables every day, pickling cucumbers, making pickled peppers, and making canned tomatoes, accumulating enough to last him the whole winter. A short while later, Tang Ji returned from the field. He went straight to the basket of tomatoes as soon as he entered the door, picked up a tomato with a dried scar without any hesitation, rinsed it under the tap, and took a bite. The crisp flesh, coated in sweet and sour juice, made him squint his eyes as he ate it. "Our tomatoes are still the best. They taste much better than the ones from the supermarket." Tang Ji chewed on a tomato and sighed to Lin Feng. "It's better not to use pesticides and fertilizers. You can just rinse the fruit and eat it without worrying about residues. Homegrown fruit is so reassuring, and most importantly, the taste is so much better than those hard and tasteless ones in the supermarket." Lin Feng looked at him with a smirk, then pointed to another basket next to him. "Try the peppers in that basket that look like small pumpkins and see if you can accept them." Tang Ji finished showing off the tomatoes in his hand, wiped his mouth, and walked over. The chili peppers in the basket were colorful, red, yellow, and orange, each about the size of his palm. They didn't look like the pointed chili peppers commonly found in the field, but rather like round cartoon pumpkins from an animated film, which looked quite cute. He picked one up and asked somewhat uncertainly, "Just eat it like this?" Although he can usually eat spicy food on its own, he usually dips it in soybean paste and then rolls it in a thin pancake or wraps it in a piece of dried tofu. This is the first time he has ever eaten chili peppers raw like this. It's sweet, and you can eat it after washing it. Lin Feng was busy arranging the cucumbers he had just picked and didn't notice the hesitation in Tang Ji's words. He thought Tang Ji thought the way of eating them was too rough and then added, "If you think eating it this way is not refined, you can cut it into small pieces with a fruit knife and eat it with toothpicks, just like eating fruit." After listening, Tang Ji couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng. Cutting with a fruit knife and stabbing with toothpicks? Is it really necessary to be so refined? In the past, he would just rub a cucumber on the corner of his clothes and eat it without even rinsing it under the tap. He wasn't so particular. Tang Ji took a bite of the red pumpkin chili with some skepticism, and the taste made him frown instantly. It wasn't exactly strange, but it completely exceeded his understanding of chili peppers. It's really crispy, you can hear a soft crunch when you bite into it, and the thick chili flesh is filled with plenty of juice. But the taste wasn't spicy as I expected. Instead, it had a refreshing sweetness. It's noticeably sweeter than cucumber, and has a subtle freshness that's more pronounced than tomato. It was indeed delicious, but what he was holding in his hand was clearly chili peppers, yet what he tasted in his mouth was fruity. This contrast left him feeling inexplicably conflicted. How about it? Seeing the conflicted expression on his face, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is it not good? I thought it was alright when I ate it last year." After chewing the fruit in his mouth, Tang Ji carefully considered his evaluation. "Well, if you hadn't told me it was chili pepper, I would definitely have thought it was delicious, crisp, and sweet, and I could even eat it like fruit. But once I found out it was chili pepper, I always felt something was wrong and I couldn't accept it. This is probably the psychological discomfort caused by the disruption of conventional cognition. In his mind, chili peppers should be spicy, at most categorized as extra spicy, mildly spicy, or not very spicy. I never imagined that chili peppers could be sweet, let alone this kind of sweet that you can eat on its own." He couldn't help but sigh. "I've never seen anything like this before. Nature is so amazing. Even chili peppers can taste sweet. If that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised if spicy cucumbers grow in the future." Lin Feng nodded knowingly and explained the origin of the chili pepper to him. "This is a new variety that Professor Li and his team discovered last year. They specially saved the seeds for me to try planting. Although it is sweet, it contains a lot of the nutrients that chili peppers should have, and its sugar content is just between that of cucumbers and tomatoes, so it won't be too cloying. He paused, then added. The professor who participated in the research last year said that this variety is quite valuable. Most children are afraid of spicy food. This kind of sweet pepper can not only supplement nutrition, but also make it acceptable to them. Maybe it can be promoted to kindergartens or family meals in the future. I planted 1 acre this year to test the waters and see if the yield and taste are stable. As for sales channels, Lin Feng had a good idea. Yuan Zhen's side is a military procurement agency, which most likely values varieties that are easy to store and can be used in cooking, and may not be interested in this kind of snack-type sweet pepper. But manager Zheng will definitely be envious. These chilies are visually appealing and have a unique taste. If packaged and sold as specialty fruit peppers, they might fetch a good price. But another thought popped into Lin Feng's mind. He turned to Tang Ji, seeking his opinion. What do you think about me selling these sweet peppers at that little shop at the trade fair? Selling them individually for 5 yuan each, or 3 for 10 yuan, should work, right? Tang Ji frowned and thought for a moment, then told the truth. The idea is feasible, but do you think many people will buy it? Most people who come to visit buy ready-made snacks like flour cakes and grilled sausages to fill their stomachs. Who would specifically buy a chili pepper to try something new? He paused, then added. Some people are definitely curious about the truth, but it probably won't amount to much. After all, it's called chili pepper. Have you ever seen anyone casually eating a chili pepper on the street? Even cucumbers and tomatoes are rarely eaten directly on the street, let alone something that has the name chili pepper. Lin Feng was taken aback after hearing this, and after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it made sense. Tourists at scenic spots are drawn to convenience and familiarity. This counterintuitive sweet chili pepper may not attract many people. He carefully considered Tang Ji's suggestion and nodded, saying, then let's contact manager Zheng. He's most interested in these novel crops. As long as the taste is good, even if it's just average, he'll probably be willing to buy it. If you're really only at the average level, I'll be the first to despise you. Tang Ji rolled his eyes at him, his tone full of disbelief. Last year, all your chili peppers were of good quality. How could they only be of ordinary quality this year? Other farms might be able to, but yours, not to mention potatoes and chives. Just look at the cucumbers and eggplants that were submitted for testing this year. Which one is below the premium grade? Lin Feng chuckled and didn't offer any explanation. He was just saying it casually, but he knew exactly what he was doing. With a year of nurturing the soil and the technical support from the agricultural university team, these sweet peppers should at least be top grade, not just ordinary. Oh right, I almost forgot something. Lin Feng put down the tomato in his hand, wiped his hands on the rag next to him, and walked over to Tang Ji and said, when Lu Wei comes back from town, you two take 2 big baskets and go to the orchard to pick our apricots. The heavy rain a few days ago knocked down a lot of the nearly ripe apricots from the branches. Our orchard was not spared either. If we don't pick them soon, the rest will probably all fall off. So making apricot jam this year is basically out of the question. Lin Feng can only hope that the apricot strong ones on the branches will ripen a little more so that everyone can at least have a taste of the fresh fruit. Just then, Lu Wei returned from outside and overheard this, and couldn't help but purse his lips. Those apricots were a bit sour, but they actually tasted pretty good. It's a pity that most of them ended up going to pigs. Lin Feng was taken aback and asked in surprise, you've tried it? When was that? How come I didn't know? When he went to check the orchard after the rain, the trees were mostly covered with unripe green fruit, which looked sour that his teeth ached. At the time, he only felt it was a pity and never thought of picking one to try. Lu Wei scratched his face, a little embarrassed, and said, a few days ago, I saw De Tuanzi and Nai Tuanzi picking up fallen fruit under the tree and eating it. I also picked up a fruit that wasn't broken and tried it. It's really sour, but the aftertaste is sweet and quite refreshing. Lin Feng almost slapped his thigh. He was so preoccupied with feeling sorry for the fallen fruit scattered all over the ground that he didn't even think to pick one up and try it. It was only the second day after the rain, and there were still many half-ripe fruits on the ground that were green with a hint of yellow. They must have tasted better than the completely green ones, but he still gave Lu Wei a speechless look. If you want to eat them, just pick them from the tree. Although there aren't many ripe ones, there are still 10 trees, so you can always pick out a few that are somewhat ripe, right? These apricots change every day. If they weren't ripe yesterday, they might be soft today. He then recalled the temperament of his own giant panda and couldn't help but tease it. Or are you saying that now that you're familiar with the giant pandas, you feel like you have a good relationship with them and that they won't think you're stealing their food and then turn around and slap you? Lin Feng usually doesn't let the little dumplings climb the trees to pick fruit, because he's afraid their weight of over 100 kilograms will collapse the fruit trees. But Lu Wei is a human being, and he knows what he's doing. He should know that picking fruit from the tree is more reliable than collecting fallen fruit. After hearing this, Lu Wei suddenly looked up at the sky, blinked, and didn't dare to reply. You can't exactly say that when you saw a panda rummaging for food on the ground, you just had a brain fart and squatted down to pick it up too, right? That would be too silly. Besides, when the little dumpling saw him, not only did she not attack him, but when she noticed that he was also picking up fruit to eat, she even moved aside to make room for him. He could secretly rejoice at this friendly gesture from the panda. He turned around and saw that Tang Ji had already come out with a basket. He quickly pointed to Tang Ji's back, waved to Lin Feng, indicating that he wanted to go pick apricots with him, and then quickly chased after him. Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any further questions. The vegetables piled up at home were waiting to be processed, the tomatoes needed to be chopped and the peppers washed. They would definitely spoil if left overnight, so he had to hurry back to the kitchen to get things done. As for that orchard, ever since they started raising free-range pigs and occasionally letting ducks in to remove pests and weeds, they haven't had to put much effort into it. The advantage is that it saves a lot of manpower, but the disadvantage is that you have to be extra careful when entering the orchard. You have to watch out for the bombs that pigs poop on the ground under your feet, and you also have to be careful that ripe fruit doesn't fall down and hit your head. Although they had gotten used to it after living on the farm for a long time, no one wanted to go back covered in poop, so they had to watch their step and move slowly. When the pigs in the orchard saw Lu Wei, they were not afraid at all, but instead surrounded him with great enthusiasm, rubbing their round bodies against his legs and grunting as if they were being affectionate. Several pigs that were grazing in the distance heard their companions call and came running back, surrounding Lu Wei. In the not-so-big heads of these piglets, after so long of getting along, Lu Wei had long been equated with delicious pig feed. Every time Lu Wei came to the orchard, he would bring some leftovers. Over time, the animals learned that as soon as they saw Lu Wei, they knew there was food. Besides Lu Wei, only the farm owner Lin Feng could enjoy this treatment. Go away, go away. I didn't bring any food today. Lu Wei dodged and shoved the piglets that surrounded him, both amused and exasperated. Although these piglets are not yet fully grown, they still weigh several dozen kilograms. With them nudging him like that, he could barely take a step, let alone have the mind to pick apricots. Human joys and sorrows are indeed not shared. Thanks to Lu Wei, Tang Ji walked with incredible speed and agility beside him. The piglets' attention was entirely on Lu Wei, and they ignored him completely. He only needed to focus on watching his feet to avoid stepping in pig droppings. Before long, he reached the apricot tree and began to pick the half-ripe apricots. Walking under the apricot tree, Tang Ji parted the dense branches and leaves to see what was on the tree. The apricots that should have been hanging all over the branches are now reduced to a few scattered among the leaves. To say very few would be an understatement. Oh dear, what a pity. Tang Ji couldn't help but sigh, and turned to Lu Wei, who had just escaped from the pigs, and said, "That rain came at the worst possible time. Judging by the current situation, even 10 trees might not be enough to make a basket of fruit. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought one basket, but I even brought two." Lu Wei walked over, stood under another apricot tree, and glanced up at the branches. "I just passed by the plum trees and took a look. The situation is a bit better than here, there are more fruits, but compared to before, quite a few have fallen. Now I'm just hoping that when the plums ripen, it won't rain like that again." "That's right," Tang Ji echoed with lingering fear. "If there's another flood, not only will the fruit be destroyed, but the vegetable gardens next door might also be flooded." Fearing he might jinx the situation, he quickly changed the subject, holding up a reddish apricot to show Lu Wei. "But speaking of which, the apricots at Lin Feng's house are really big. Look at this one, the skin is smooth, it hasn't been pecked by birds, and there are no wormholes. People would believe it if you said it was a small yellow peach, right?" Lu Wei nodded and reached out to pick an apricot from his own tree. "They are indeed big, and the fruits on my tree are the same. I guess the rain helped to thin out the fruit, too many fell off, so the remaining fruits could absorb all the nutrients, which is why they are so big. The quantity is just too small." He shook the apricots in his hand and said helplessly, "Can you believe it? I searched the entire tree from top to bottom and only found 21 fruits. I couldn't find a single one more." Tang Ji looked down at the few apricots scattered in his basket and sighed as well. "Absolutely. These apricots are big and good. If they hadn't been knocked down by the rain, we could have harvested a lot this year. We can dry some apricots and make some apricot jam so we can enjoy them slowly throughout the winter. Wouldn't that be great?" Tang Ji's face was full of longing, but his tone carried a hint of regret. The students from the agricultural university knew that apricot season was approaching and kept telling me about the apricot delicacies they had last year, not only apricot jam and dried apricots, but also bread made with apricot flesh, saying that they all tasted particularly good. I was hoping to try them this year, but now it seems that's out of the question. Lu Wei couldn't help but swallow hard after hearing what he said. He had heard his students mention these ways of eating as well. Although people often say that apricots are harmful and that eating too many can easily cause stomach upset, with Lin Feng, the chef, at the farm, the apricots will definitely be handled just right, so there will be no problem of them being harmful. No, I'll try one first to satisfy my craving. Lu Wei couldn't resist any longer. He picked an apricot with an orange-red skin, wiped it casually on his clothes, broke it open, and stuffed half of it into his mouth. The moment the fruit entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. It's sweet and chewy, but the skin is a bit sour. If I leave it at home for a couple of days, it'll probably be purely sweet. He chewed on the fruit and mumbled. The fruit from our own trees tastes the best, it's fragrant no matter what we grow. Tang Ji also picked an apricot and tasted it, but he didn't quite agree with Lu Wei's words. It's not that homegrown makes it taste better, it's mainly because Lin Feng is skilled. Go to the market and see, don't all the vendors claim their fruit is homegrown? But the taste is just so-so, some aren't even as sweet as the ones sold in supermarkets. He paused, then, recalling what he had heard before, added, I've also heard that many orchard owners never eat the fruit from their own orchards, saying they've eaten enough. Tisk, even the best food can't be enough to eat, right? I think they probably know how much pesticide and fertilizer they used, so they're just making up an excuse because they're afraid to eat it. After Lu Wei finished chewing the last bite of apricot, he waved his hand dismissively. Who cares about them? As long as we eat Lin Feng's food, it's safe and delicious. We're just two employees, we don't have the energy to meddle in other people's business. He glanced at the surrounding fruit trees and found that although the orchard was sparsely planted, it had all kinds of varieties. Apricot trees, plum trees, peach trees, apple trees, and so on, are scattered among each other, and my heart is no longer troubled. Besides, even if there are fewer apricots this year, there will be plums and peaches later. What's there to worry about? When you are successful, you should help others. We haven't reached that point yet. Let's just take care of our own mouths first. When the two returned to the farm carrying a small basket of apricots, Lin Feng had already gone to the canteen to prepare lunch. After a heavy rain, the weather got hotter and hotter, so Lin Feng made sure to prepare extra cold dishes when cooking. Today I made a tomato salad with sugar, and also chopped up some pumpkin and bell peppers that I picked earlier, sprinkled them with some salt and sesame oil as a side dish. During lunch, Professor Li made a special call to Lin Feng to talk about growing cabbages and radishes. The seeds of the new types of cabbage and radish cultivated by the Agricultural University last year have been successfully saved. Although the quantity is not large, it should be enough to give you 1 or 2 acres of seeds. Would you like to give it a try? Upon hearing cabbage and radish, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Oh dear, that's right. I completely forgot. After the potatoes are harvested, it's time to plant cabbages and radishes. The rain a few days ago completely ruined that. He thought for a moment, then spoke first, refusing the seeds. Professor, I don't need you to share the seeds. I happen to have some seeds from my cabbage and radish harvest last year, and I might be able to share some with the Agricultural University. Then he asked the question he cared about most. My main question is, if we want to increase production, when is the best time to start planting cabbages? Professor Li explained over the phone. We can start raising seedlings now. By mid to late July, when the seedlings have grown 4 or 5 leaves, they will be ready to be transplanted into the ground. The temperature and humidity will be just right, so it won't delay their subsequent growth. Okay, then I'll go back today and start preparing the seedlings. Lin Feng nodded, having a plan in mind. Having previous experience cultivating potatoes and long beans, seedling cultivation was already a piece of cake for him. It was simply a matter of soaking the seeds in spiritual water, mixing spiritual soil, watering them thoroughly with spiritual water, and then finding a shady place to wait for them to sprout. It wasn't complicated at all. He then changed the subject and brought up the seeds again. By the way, Professor, I have a lot of cabbage seeds here. Would you like to take them from the Agricultural University? It's free, but there's one small condition. Apart from the cabbages and radishes you keep for your own consumption or research, the rest that grow into finished products can be mine. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Professor Li and his 2 colleagues on the other end of the phone immediately brightened up and quickly asked, Really? How many seeds do you have, and how much land can you plant? Lin Feng mentally estimated. It can probably be planted on more than 6 acres. If we can ensure that not a single seedling is wasted during the seedling stage, it can be planted on a maximum of 7 acres. Professor Li agreed without much hesitation. 6 or 7 acres of land is neither too much nor too little, just right for him to manage. Moreover, the seeds that the Agricultural University kept could be planted on 2 more acres, making a total of 8 acres, which was just right for a comparative experiment. Let's compare the cabbages and radishes grown from the seeds Lin Feng saved himself with those grown from the seeds cultivated in the Agricultural University's laboratory. Do they differ in yield, size, and taste? This is a decent set of research data. Dinner that evening was Lin Feng's specialty, noodles with chopped chili sauce. Bright red chopped chili peppers coated the chewy noodles, making each bite both spicy and fragrant. The students ate until they were sweating profusely, but they couldn't stop eating. The fruit served after the meal was naturally apricots picked from the orchard that afternoon. Each person received 2 apricots, and they looked much bigger than the ones you can buy outside. Brother Feng, are these really apricots from your orchard? Jiang Ming held up the apricot in his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. He used to grow apricot trees in his hometown and knew that the diameter of ordinary apricots was mostly around 2.5 centimeters, and better varieties could reach 4 centimeters at most. But the apricots at Lin Feng's house look at least 6 centimeters long, or even close to 7 centimeters. They feel heavy in your hand, like a small fist. Lin Feng nodded and pointed to Lu Wei and Tang Ji, who were eating apricots beside him. That's right, your brother Lu and brother Tang picked them this afternoon. You can ask them. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered what he had discovered while eating apricots that afternoon, and quickly added, "By the way, we never use pesticides on our fruit trees, as you all know, so there might be bugs in the apricots. I suggest you break it open and check to make sure there are no bugs before eating it, don't bite into it directly." In the afternoon, while he was sorting apricots at home, he casually broke open a few and discovered that many of them contained small worms. On average, 1 in 5 apricots carries a worm, which is not a low probability. You know, that heavy rain had already knocked down the nearly ripe apricots, which are most susceptible to insects. What's left on the tree now are the ones that the insects left behind, but it's still so easy to get the prize. What made Lin Feng both amused and exasperated was that the apricots targeted by insects were often the sweetest. Even insects know to pick the sweet ones to eat, and the fruits that were pecked by birds before also tasted the best. It's practically proof of deliciousness. Upon hearing this, the students who were about to bite into the apricots immediately stopped, their expectant expressions turning into a mixture of anticipation and caution. A girl muttered to herself, "The apricots at Brother Feng's house are so much bigger than other people's, so will the insects there be bigger too? If you're not careful, you might bite into half a worm." Even though people always say it's high in protein, it's a psychological hurdle that's hard to overcome. Just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. Several students carefully peeled the apricots while making some complaints. Why are there insects in this world? They've ruined all the perfectly good fruit. After Lu Wei finished eating an apricot without any worms, he wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "Be content. The fruit has bugs because it wasn't sprayed with pesticides, which means it's natural. Those smooth, bug-free fruits outside are probably sprayed with a lot of pesticides, you wouldn't dare eat them even if you wanted to." The students thought it made sense. Although they were afraid of insects, they felt safe eating them, so they resigned themselves to slowly breaking off the apricots and carefully inspecting them. If they found a worm in a piece of meat, they would frown and toss it to the chickens waiting nearby. Soon, the chickens would gather around them, chattering away, which became a little fun after the meal. The day the test results for Lin Feng's vegetables came out, the entire agricultural industry felt like it had been hit by a bombshell. The shockwaves not only swept across China, but as the news spread, even related fields abroad began to pay attention. All the crops submitted for testing reached the highest grade or above. What does that mean? Not only is it impossible to find another one like it in the country, but it's also a unique record in the world. It's important to understand that if an ordinary farm can produce half of its crops at the premium grade, it's already considered to be at the top level in the industry. Lin Feng's crops are not only all of top grade, but some varieties have even reached top grade plus, which has completely shattered everyone's understanding of the upper limit of crop quality. When the news reached the farm, the agricultural university interns who had previously helped out all stood up straight, their faces beaming with pride. Although these crops are not theirs, every step from sowing, watering, fertilizing to pest control bears the mark of their hard work. Even if we dare not call it merit, the hard work is undeniable. One student excitedly told his classmate, "When I write my resume after graduation, I'll just add participated in the planting and cultivation of multiple top-grade crops. This is more valuable than winning a scholarship or being named an outstanding party member." Those around them nodded in agreement. Those with experience in cultivating special grade crops would be the most sought-after graduates this year, whether they were applying to agricultural companies, research institutions, or taking related exams. After receiving the rating report, Yuan Zhen and manager Zhang rushed to Lin Feng's house more than twice as fast as Lin Feng had expected. Especially manager Zhang. Lin Feng had just finished breakfast in the cafeteria when he returned to the courtyard and saw that manager Zhang had already arrived and was standing next to Yuan Zhen with an exceptionally warm smile on his face. His fawning manner could easily lead an unsuspecting person to mistakenly believe that he harbored any improper thoughts towards Yuan Zhen, but Lin Feng understood immediately after thinking about it. Manager Zhang wasn't being enthusiastic towards Yuan Zhen at all, he was clearly just waiting to find a bargain. He wanted all the top-grade agricultural products that the military region didn't want, whether it was chili peppers, cucumbers, or bell peppers. In the words that manager Zhang said to Lin Feng in private, As long as there are no major flaws, even if the size is uneven or the shape is a bit ugly, it doesn't matter, we're really not picky. They're all top grade or even top grade plus, we're already making a profit if we can get them, what more could we ask for? Yuan Zhen's trip was naturally also for Lin Feng's family's crops. As we all know, the higher the grade of a crop, the better its taste and flavor, the richer its nutritional content, and the greater its health benefits. He didn't make any excessive demands, knowing that Lin Feng's family only had about 100 acres of land, more than half of which were planted with grain crops such as wheat and soybeans, making it impossible to supply the entire military region or even the entire battalion. But their special operations team only has about 10 people, and Lin Feng can definitely supply them with the vegetables they need daily, which is also the core purpose of his trip. Yuan Zhen and manager Zhang both knew perfectly well. As Lin Feng's family's reputation for all premium grade crops spreads further, it will only become more difficult to obtain the goods, and there may be even more people vying for the resources. Therefore, we must strike first and finalize the cooperation as soon as possible to stabilize the supply. Lin Feng agreed readily. Priority supply to the military region's special operations teams was something they had agreed upon beforehand. He also specifically mentioned the situation at the agricultural university to the two of them, explaining, "Selling to you now is definitely not a problem, but the total quantity will not be too large, especially for manager Zhang's side. Because the agricultural university needs to reserve a lot of fruit for seeds, we must prioritize the quantity and quality of the seeds." Yuan Zhen understood immediately. He didn't ask for much, he just wanted to meet the team's daily needs. Manager Zhang wasn't picky at all, and waved his hand with a smile. It's all right. I'm content with getting dozens of kilograms a day now. Even if I only get a few kilograms left in the future, it's still a profit." In his view, the reputation of all premium crops and its unique brand are far more important than temporary sales volume. As long as we can get the goods, even in small quantities, we can retain the store's high-end customers, which is the long-term benefit. The contract was quickly finalized, and the group prepared to go to the fields to select goods. Manager Zhang, also wanting to take this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with the military region, proactively suggested, "I'll arrange for people to do the picking and sorting, so you don't need to bother." But as soon as he finished speaking, a group of agricultural university students came over carrying baskets and notebooks. It turned out that Professor Lee had already made arrangements, and the more than 20 students in Stone Village had taken on the task of picking and sorting. Professor Lee's reasons given on the phone were quite valid. "We need to record data throughout the process, such as the size, shape, weight of a single fruit, and yield per acre, to facilitate subsequent research and analysis." Lin Feng watched as the students skillfully labeled each chili pepper and cucumber and recorded the data, but he felt that it wasn't that simple. The recorded data is real, but Professor Lee and his team probably also wanted to control the quality of the crops themselves through harvesting and sorting, so as to avoid damaging the fruits when outsiders harvest them and to more accurately select high-quality fruits for seed preservation. After all, the experience in cultivating this all-supergrade crop is too valuable, and they certainly don't want to make any mistakes. As the days went by, the crops in Lin Feng's fields grew more and more promisingly. The giant pumpkin vines spread wider and wider on the ground, and the pumpkin itself swelled day by day. Its green skin was covered with dark stripes, giving it a vibrant and lively appearance. The long-haired corn is even more eye-catching, with the beautiful silks hanging down from the top of the corn stalks. The natural green-pink gradient color flutters gently in the wind, exuding a unique ethereal charm. Many students gathered at the edge of the cornfield and sighed. "These corn silk hairs are so smooth. They're even shinier than my hair after using conditioner." Even the village doctor, who came to the farm to see the mulberry leaves, roses, and herbs, was captivated by the corn silk and couldn't help but be curious. It's important to know that corn silk is a common ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine. It can lower blood sugar, blood lipids, and blood pressure, and it also promotes urination and bile secretion. Crucially, it has almost no toxic side effects and is a very mild food and medicine homology material. However, in recent years, most corn on the market has been treated with pesticides, and corn silk inevitably has residues, so it is no longer 100% safe. But Lin Feng's family is different. No pesticides or fertilizers are used throughout the entire process. The farm is located in a mountainous area with a good ecological environment, so the corn silk is simply a natural and excellent material. The eldest disciple specifically consulted with Professor Li and, after obtaining his permission, carefully collected some corn silk and said to Lin Feng, "I'll take it back first to do some component testing and see how the quality is. After the corn is ripe and the kernels are harvested, I'll bring people back to collect the remaining corn silk, and then I'll calculate the purchase price for you." Lin Feng knew exactly what was going on. It's highly likely that this senior apprentice came to check on the matter because he had mentioned corn silk to the village doctor beforehand. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the village doctor told him out. But any extra income is always good, and besides, the corn silk is useless if left in the ground. He smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, just come directly when the time comes. I'll have the students help prepare in advance. In contrast, he kept the corn husks, finding them useful. When steaming buns or steamed dumplings, you can use it as a lining in the steamer. It's even better than cheesecloth, and it's natural and healthy. That day, Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who were helping to sort vegetables in the field, suddenly received a call from their former leader, asking them to return to the team immediately for a meeting. The two looked at each other, their faces completely bewildered. They were officially retired, all the procedures were completed long ago, and even their files were transferred to the local authorities. Why would they be called back to the team for a meeting? But the voice on the phone was definitely that of my former boss. It was definitely not a scam. Even more coincidentally, Yuan Zhen, who had come to buy vegetables and also wanted to pick up this batch of goods, overheard their conversation and took the initiative to step forward to confirm. It's definitely a team notification. Pack your things and come with me in a bit, it's on the way. When Lin Feng heard that the two wanted to ask for leave to return to their team, he was a little surprised, but he readily approved their leave. Okay, you guys go back quickly. The team's affairs are definitely more important than the farm work. There are students and I keeping an eye on things here, no problem. Tang Ji and Lu Wei quickly thanked him, packed a few changes of clothes, and left in Yuan Zhen's car. Even after getting on the bus, the two were still pondering. Having been retired for so long, why is the team suddenly calling them back? What's going on? Watching the two of them pack their things, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, how long will it take you to attend the meeting? Tang Ji and Lu Wei shook their heads simultaneously, their faces full of confusion. I don't know. They didn't even say what they were going back to do, so how would I know how long I'd be staying? Seeing Lin Feng's worry, Yuan Zhen thought for a moment and said, if things go smoothly, I can come back in my car tomorrow. If things go slowly, it will take at most 3 days. If there's any unexpected situation, I'll come and talk to you personally. Don't worry, I'll definitely send them both back to the farm safe and sound. Lin Feng nodded and replied, I understand. He wasn't actually worried about their safety, but he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. However, he swallowed his words and didn't ask any more questions. Seeing the lingering hesitation in his eyes, Yuan Zhen walked over and patted him on the shoulder, softening his tone. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yuan Zhen's words clearly indicated that he knew the inside story, but he wisely refrained from asking further. After all, it involves military matters, and there may be some information that is not convenient to disclose to an ordinary person like him. Asking further questions would be inappropriate. The sudden summoning of 2 retired Special Forces soldiers was bound to raise suspicions, but now that he knew it wasn't a bad thing, he felt much more at ease. Even if the two of them are gone for a few days, the farm work can still be managed. Before Tang Ji and Lu Wei arrived, he had handled all the work himself, except for the 100+ acres of land where he occasionally needed help. It was just a matter of working a little harder for a couple of days. But if it's going to be a few months away, then he really needs to consider hiring a short-term worker. Not to mention the crops in the fields, the number of animals at home is increasing. Just feeding the pigs and chickens, and taking care of the South China tiger and panda dens is enough to keep us busy. More importantly, 4 sows are about to give birth, and people will be needed to assist with the delivery and care of the piglets. Then please be careful on the road, and contact us anytime if anything happens. Lin Feng saw the 3 of them to the door and gave them one last piece of advice. Tang Ji and Lu Wei smiled and agreed, don't worry, Brother Feng, we'll be back soon. Watching Yuan Zhen's car drive away, Lin Feng turned and went back to the farm. First, I went to the pigsty to check on the sows about to give birth, then I added feed for the chickens, and started thinking, in the next 3 days, I'll sort and organize the peppers and bell peppers that I'm saving for seed, and then pick the remaining plums in the orchard. That should be enough to last until the 2 of them come back. After leaving Stone Village in Yuan Zhen's car, Tang Ji and Lu Wei felt much more uneasy than Lin Feng. As soon as the car drove out of the village, Tang Ji couldn't help but ask, Captain Yuan, has something happened? Otherwise, why would they recall even 2 of us who are retired? Lu Wei nodded in agreement, his tone full of doubt. It looks like they're short-handed. Is there an urgent mission? Having been away from the army for so long, they had long been accustomed to the peaceful life on the farm. Their sudden recall inevitably made them think about big things. Yuan Zhen glanced at the rearview mirror and, seeing the tense expressions on their faces, smiled and explained, don't overthink it. It's nothing serious. We just need you 2 to go back and get a physical exam. Just follow the instructions of your old boss. There's no need to be so nervous. A medical checkup? Tang Ji subconsciously touched his stomach. He'd clearly gained a lot of weight since leaving the army, his old training uniforms were now a bit tight. He paused, somewhat bewildered. Why do you suddenly need a physical exam? Lu Wei also looked down at his waist, and wondered to himself. He felt that he was in very good health, especially after Lin Feng had found an old Chinese medicine doctor to treat them. The old injuries from his previous training had not recurred. During the last heavy rain, even the fractures in his bones, which had been severely injured, didn't hurt. Sometimes he even felt no different from an ordinary person who wasn't injured. Is it because they've both gained weight? Lu Wei glanced furtively at Tang Ji's stomach, then touched his own waist, suddenly feeling a little guilty. Indeed, both of them had become noticeably thicker than when they first arrived at the farm. But then he thought again, the discharge agreement didn't say you can't get fat after discharge. But in reality, the two people were called back for a medical examination, which had absolutely nothing to do with whether they were fat or not. Their previous Special Forces unit had a strict medical examination system, with team members undergoing a comprehensive checkup almost every 2 weeks. There are 3 key reasons behind this. One purpose is to monitor the effects of high-intensity training on the body in a timely manner. By checking whether the training over the past 2 weeks has caused muscle strain, joint damage, or other problems, military doctors can adjust the intensity of the next phase of training based on the results, thus preventing soldiers from getting injured due to overtraining. Secondly, it provides data support for nutritionists, enabling them to customize exclusive diets based on each person's physical indicators, ensuring that nutrition is precisely matched to training needs. Thirdly, it allows the medical department to keep track of each soldier's physical condition in real time, so that in case of an emergency, they can immediately come up with the most suitable treatment or recovery plan. While this process is not as meticulous as that of professional athletes, it is still crucial for maintaining the physical functions of Special Forces members and ensuring their mission capabilities. 2 days ago, when the latest physical examination results from the military came out, everyone was shocked. It's not a problem with the training, nor is it due to insufficient nutrition. Instead, the result was abnormally good. It's important to understand that the team members' training during this period has been designed according to the standards of their physical limits or close to their limits. Even if it doesn't cause serious injury, minor problems such as muscle strain and mild inflammation should occur to some extent. This is also an important basis for adjusting the training plan in the past. But this time it's different. Not only did everyone's bodies perfectly withstand the high-intensity training, but even the minor hidden injuries that some team members had previously suffered from and were almost impossible to cure have improved and are recovering in the direction of complete recovery. Military doctors and nutritionists repeatedly checked all the variables over the past 2 weeks. The training plan and daily routine remained unchanged. The only difference was that the Special Forces team's daily vegetables and fruits were all replaced with premium-grade ingredients supplied by Lin Feng's family. Even the team members themselves clearly felt this, and they said in private discussions, "Before, after training, I was so tired that I wanted to lie down on the ground and didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. But after the new ingredients were introduced, sometimes after training, I still feel quite energetic and even want to go out and play a game of basketball before resting." That's why the military specifically recalled Tang Ji and Lu Wei, the 2 veteran team members who were the first to regularly eat food from Lin Feng's family, for a physical examination. We aim to further confirm the role of premium ingredients in physical recovery and functional enhancement by comparing their physical data. This is not only about the squad's daily training, but could also be a significant breakthrough for the logistical support of the entire Special Forces. In order to thoroughly confirm whether Lin Feng's vegetables really worked, the troops specifically thought of Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who had been staying at the farm for a long time and eating these ingredients every day. Even though the 2 had already retired, they were still brought back for comparative testing. Once the link between the food and the improvement in health is confirmed, the importance of Lin Feng's fruits and vegetables will be immeasurable. Lu Wei and Tang Ji had just returned to their familiar camp. Looking at their comrades, who were both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar, and the familiar equipment on the training ground, they were quite excited. Just as they were about to greet their old acquaintances, they were intercepted by the medical department staff. "Stop talking, come with us to get checked out." Over the next few hours, the 2 underwent a thorough, comprehensive physical examination. Blood was drawn, X-rays were taken, and CT scans were performed. Sensors were attached all over my body to monitor my heart rate and muscle tension. Finally, I was forced to do a set of basic physical training exercises and even run a 1,000-meter obstacle course. Data was recorded throughout the entire process. After all the tests were finished, Tang Ji and Lu Wei sat panting in the middle of the training field, their faces filled with relief. Fortunately, they didn't completely let themselves go. Ever since they ate Lin Feng's cooking at the farm, fearing that their ABS would turn into a belly and be laughed at by their old comrades, the 2 of them have been going for morning runs and boxing every day. Recently, they have also been occasionally teaching Lin Feng fighting techniques, so their physical fitness and skills have not suffered. If we really let our guard down, we'll be incredibly embarrassed after today's tests. Who gets pulled back for training after retiring? Tang Ji rubbed his arm and complained, while Lu Wei nodded in agreement, finding it both infuriating and amusing. Just then, a familiar figure walked over. It was their former trainer, Lao Zhou. Old Joe patted the two of them on the shoulders, his eyes filled with approval. Not bad, not bad, you haven't lost your job, and your obstacle course speed isn't much different from before. He paused, his gaze lingering on their knees and waists, then asked, what about your old injuries? I saw you two running the obstacle course just now, and your movements were quite agile, unlike before when you were stiff. When Lu Wei saw Lao Zhou, he couldn't help but grin foolishly. Thanks to our current boss, Lin Feng specially found an old Chinese medicine doctor to treat us. I don't know if we're fully recovered yet, but we feel really good right now. A few days ago, it rained heavily in Shida village. My back used to hurt so badly that I couldn't stand up straight when it was cloudy, but this time I didn't feel it at all, and I could run and jump with ease. Tang Ji added, yes, before, I would be sore all over the day after training, but now after a day's work on the farm, I recover after a good night's sleep. I guess it's related to what I eat and how I take care of myself. Old Joe listened and nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the ingredients from Lin Feng's family might really be the key to the soldiers' improved health. Once their medical reports come out, we'll be able to confirm it for sure. Lu Wei retired back then precisely because of those old injuries he carried. His arms, legs, lumbar vertebrae, and even ribs were fractured during missions, and once the best time for treatment was delayed because of the urgency of the mission. Although the bones were eventually set, the injury left a lasting ailment. Whenever the weather changed, especially in the cold and damp winter, the old injury would ache terribly, sometimes making it impossible to even stand up straight. One of the main reasons he agreed to work at Lin Feng's farm was that there was less work to do in the winter, he could find a warm place to stay and suffer less. Tang Ji's situation is similar. Neither of them is very old. If their bodies can handle it, who would want to retire from the army early? But who would have thought that what they thought was just an ordinary job to escape the winter would lead Lin Feng to find them such a powerful traditional Chinese medicine expert? The traditional Chinese medicine doctor not only treated them carefully each time, but also prescribed medicines based on their constitutions. Although the Chinese medicine was so bitter that it made people frown, the effects were truly amazing. After taking a few doses of medicine, the pain from the old injury lessened considerably on rainy days. In addition, there was little rainfall in Stone Village this year, so the two of them suffered much less. When trainer Lao Zhou heard about such a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, his eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly asked, is it really that miraculous? Which traditional Chinese medicine doctor is it? I'd like to go and have a look when I have time. Although my injuries are not as serious as yours, years of training have left me with hidden injuries to my waist and knees. I also feel uncomfortable on rainy days, so I try to be as comfortable as possible. It's Dr. Sun from the provincial capital. Tang Ji spoke while gesturing. He has a very large traditional Chinese medicine clinic, a very grand Chinese-style building, the kind that restores the style of an old house. It's very famous in our province. Fearing that Lao Zhou might think luxurious architecture is just a way to seek fame and fortune, he quickly added, don't think that a fancy restaurant means it's unreliable, it's not like that at all. Dr. Sun himself, as well as his students and their descendants, are all truly skilled. Many people come from other places to see him for treatment, and some retired professors and leaders also seek his help to improve their health. Lu Wei and I were initially worried about the price, but Lin Feng said he knew Dr. Sun and gave us a price that was at cost, without ripping us off at all. Lu Wei nodded in agreement. It's true, after taking the medicine for more than half a year, I can now exert myself in obstacle courses. I never dared to do that before, for fear that my back would suddenly start to hurt. I highly recommend you check it out. Trainer Lao Zhou listened with a complicated expression. How could he not know about Mr. Sun's medical skills? But Dr. Sun's appointment number isn't something you can just book whenever you want. Besides, even if he manages to get it, he can't guarantee he'll have time to go. He couldn't help but pat Tang Ji and Lu Wei on the shoulders hard, feeling both envious and impressed. These two guys are really lucky. But I'm mostly happy for them, at least they won't have to suffer from old injuries that make them unable to stand up straight anymore, and they can live comfortably now. Meanwhile, the military medical room had already descended into a state of madness. Because it was an expedited special test for Tang Ji and Lu Wei, all data were processed and results were obtained as quickly as possible. How is this possible? A military doctor, holding the test report, spoke with obvious shock. These two have recovered so much in just 6 months. Look at these muscle injuries, you could clearly see the strain when they left the team, but now they basically disappeared. And this old fracture, compare it to the x-rays from before they left the team. He placed 2 CT scans side by side on the light box and pointed to one of them. There was a minor bone fracture here before, but now you can't see any problem at all. This recovery speed is equivalent to 3 years for others in 6 months. Another military doctor rolled his eyes at him, his tone even more serious. 3 years? You're talking about our team's young and strong soldiers who have been carefully cared for. If it were an ordinary person outside, such an old injury might not show such a big change even after 10 years. At this rate, if they continue to maintain their current condition, it will not be a problem for them to recover to the same health as normal people. So, it really was thanks to those premium-grade vegetables and fruits? Someone couldn't help but speak up, voicing the question that was on everyone's mind. If this conclusion holds true, its significance will be immense. But then, an even more crucial question was raised. Do you think only Lin Feng's vegetables and fruits have this effect, or is it the same for all top-grade and above crops worldwide? The infirmary fell silent instantly upon hearing this. If it's only Lin Feng's family that possesses it, then as long as they keep the secret and firmly guarantee Lin Feng's family's supply, they can bring a huge advantage to the army. But if all the world's premium crops have this ability, were they kept in the dark about China before? How long was it kept hidden? No one can answer this question. Before this year, top-grade crops were extremely scarce, not only in the military region but throughout the entire country. The occasional premium-grade tea and rice are either produced in extremely small quantities or are exclusively supplied through special channels, making them inaccessible to ordinary people, let alone used for comparative testing. Don't think that far ahead. An older military doctor broke the silence. First, we'll compare Tang Ji and Lu Wei's test data with the physical examination reports of the soldiers and the team to confirm the correlation between the ingredients and physical recovery. As for whether it's unique, there will be plenty of opportunities to verify that later. After purchasing more ingredients from Lin Feng's family, we can find an opportunity to compare them with premium crops from other places and eventually find the answer. Everyone nodded. The most important thing right now is to confirm the core conclusion that Lin Feng's ingredients are effective. Did any tests reveal anything unusual about the batch of ingredients that came from Lin Feng's house? Another military doctor pressed further. Since the body's changes are so obvious, the ingredients must have something special about them. Most of the military doctors shook their heads, their tone tinged with helplessness. We can only confirm that the ingredients are all qualified, with no pesticide residues, and that their nutritional content is higher than that of ordinary vegetables, but we can't say exactly why they are higher or why they can promote recovery. They are doctors, after all, and their expertise lies in orthopedics, emergency care, and sports injury rehabilitation. They know nothing about agricultural planting or plant component analysis, and even with test reports, they cannot see the key reasons behind the high nutritional value. While the military doctors were racking their brains over the changes in the two men's health, Lu Wei and Tang Ji, the two individuals involved, were living a carefree life in the camp. Apart from a few new recruits who were not very familiar with the area, everyone around me was an old comrade in arms with whom I had gone through thick and thin together. Because of their return, the team specially adjusted the tasks. Apart from basic training, no extra tasks were assigned. The comrades also organized a basketball game, saying it was to celebrate that the two brothers who were once almost broken are now able to run, jump, and are healthy. It wasn't until evening that the two finally met their former leader. The old leader didn't say anything else, but first asked, "What do you think is different about Lin Feng's farm?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei exchanged a puzzled look. "Nothing's different, it's just an ordinary farm. His family's 300 mu of land was smaller than the military camp. The land was planted with corn and vegetables, and chickens, ducks, and pigs were raised in the pen. It looked no different from an ordinary farm. Even Lin Feng himself is just an ordinary young man. Although they didn't keep an eye on him 24 hours a day, they saw him at least half the day and never discovered that Lin Feng was hiding any secrets, nor did they see him do anything unusual." Lu Wei also added, "The chickens, ducks, geese, and cows at home are all fed by Tang Ji and me in turns. The feed is beans and corn grown on the farm itself. There is absolutely no problem. We have never added anything else." In their view, everything on the farm was simple and transparent, and they couldn't understand why their former leader would ask this question. Tang Ji counted on his fingers and told his old leader everything that had happened on the farm. Lu Wei was in charge of feeding the pigs and cooking their feed. Even if I didn't help out the whole time, I was basically just watching from the sidelines and I never saw him add anything else. The farmland is mainly managed by students from the agricultural university. Lin Feng doesn't go to the fields much anymore. He's responsible for picking up eggs, cooking 3 meals a day, and occasionally baking some flour cakes. Recently, he's also been busy pickling vegetables. He only takes a walk around the farm after meals to check on the crop growth. He paused, then, remembering the special member of his family, added, "Oh, by the way, he also plays with the South China tiger and giant panda at home every day." After speaking, Tang Ji looked earnestly at his former leader, his tone resolute. "I really didn't find anything wrong with him. Lin Feng is just an ordinary person, and his farm is just an ordinary farm. At most, there are more insects and birds. Because he keeps tigers and pandas, it looks like a small zoo. Other than that, there's nothing special about him." He simply couldn't believe that Lin Feng could hide a secret under his and Lu Wei's noses for so long without leaving a single flaw. Lu Wei nodded vigorously beside him, and even helped to add evidence. If Lin Feng tampered with the crops, even if we didn't notice, the students at the agricultural university definitely would. The students who are stationed there are always in the fields, and there are also many people coming and going for short-term internships. He can't possibly have bribed them all, can he? If I had really done something wrong, I would have been discovered long ago. How could I have been able to stay safe until now? As the two men spoke, the old leader, Mr. Li, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering for a long time. The farm operates with complete transparency, and with students and animals watching over it, there's simply no room for secrets. He thought of his old friend Lao Feng again. Old Feng was a natural scout, with a much sharper sense of observation than the average person. He had visited Lin Feng's farm several times before, but when he came back, he only said, "The air there is good, and it's comfortable to stay there," without noticing anything unusual. Old Master Li couldn't help but smile to himself. Stone Village is a rural area, next to a nature reserve. How could the air be bad? It can't be compared to the air in the city, which is full of car exhaust fumes, can it? From this perspective, Lin Feng's farm really didn't have any tricks up its sleeve. The special effects of those ingredients are most likely due to the characteristics of the seeds themselves, coupled with Lin Feng's careful cultivation without using pesticides or fertilizers. Old Master Li relaxed his tense expression, turned to look at Tang Ji and Lu Wei, and instructed them, "You two stay with the team for a day. If the military doctor needs any further examinations, cooperate to complete them. I'll explain the specific arrangements to you after I get back from the meeting tomorrow." Although Tang Ji and Lu Wei were full of doubts, obeying orders was a soldier's nature ingrained in their bones, so they nodded in agreement and turned to find the trainer to arrange accommodation. They were actually prepared to just make do with what they had. After all, they've already retired, so it's against the rules for them to live with active players. They'd even consider it normal to sleep on the floor in the indoor training area. But who would have thought that in the end they would receive 2 private beds from the military medical department, in the temporary restroom next to the medical room. Looking at the clean bed and the medical monitoring equipment next to it, the two suddenly felt a deep sense of worry about the future. After closing the door, Lu Wei swallowed hard, his voice slightly weak. "Brother Ji, are we going to be used as guinea pigs like this? Otherwise, why were we placed next to the infirmary?" Tang Ji couldn't help but look himself up and down several times, frowning and muttering to himself. "What do you think is wrong with you? Did we secretly gain superpowers after staying at Lin Feng's house for a few months? Like wearing our underwear on the outside?" But when he touched his whole body, he couldn't find any trace of superpowers. Apart from feeling more comfortable and stronger than before, his body was no different from that of an ordinary person. On the other side, Lin Feng didn't see Tang Ji and Lu Wei return the next day, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Without any help, all the farm work fell on his shoulders, and he was momentarily overwhelmed. The first to protest were the pigs in the pigsty. Normally, dinner would be served by now, but today there was no sign of anyone. The pigs were grunting and circling in their pen, occasionally nudging the pen door with their snouts, making quite a commotion. Lin Feng rushed over carrying a bucket of pig feed. Looking at the commotion of the pigs, he yelled irritably, "Eat if you want, don't eat if you don't. You dare throw a tantrum at me? I'll spoil you." Without help, even the wind on the farm seems busier than usual. While feeding the chickens, Lin Feng was also thinking about the unharvested sweet peppers in the field, and he also needed to find time to check on the sow about to give birth. He secretly hoped for the best. They should be back by tomorrow, right? After having breakfast and baking the flour cakes to sell that day, Lin Feng would usually be able to sit under the shade of a tree, take a break, have a cup of tea, and read a book by this time. But not today. He has to drive the bulldozer himself to shovel out the dirty bedding from the chicken and duck coops and transport it to the composting area. Then bring the new hay bedding back and spread it evenly with a rake to ensure that the chickens and ducks can lay their eggs comfortably. After finishing with the poultry house, I still have to turn over the manure pile. Compost mixed with straw and manure, after a summer of high-temperature decomposition and a winter of settling, becomes the best organic fertilizer in the spring. It must be turned over regularly to ensure even fermentation. Lin Feng drove the bulldozer back and forth across the farm, making trip after trip. Only 2 days after leaving, I already missed Tang Ji and Lu Wei terribly. Only then did I truly realize the importance of employees. It's really impossible for him to handle such a large farm all by himself. Exhausted to the extreme, Lin Feng slept exceptionally soundly that night, the most comfortable sleep he had had in a long time. If it weren't for the alarm clock beside his pillow ringing incessantly, he would have almost forgotten about making breakfast for the agricultural university interns. While Lin Feng was busy at the farm, Lu Wei and Tang Ji woke up completely bewildered. They stared at the mission notice in their hands, stamped with a red seal and complete with all the necessary paperwork, and remained speechless for a long time. Why are these two retired soldiers still receiving official military assignments? And judging from the level of the assignments, they are of a fairly high priority. No, There are so many young men in the team, all strong and healthy, which one of them isn't stronger than us now? Lu Wei clutched the mission sheet, his tone full of confusion. Even if there are missions, it's not our turn to retire. Tang Ji also frowned, repeatedly looking at the contents of the mission manual. The document only stated cooperate with relevant departments to complete subsequent monitoring work, without specifying what exactly needs to be done. He had a vague guess in his mind, but he wasn't sure. Could it be related to the ingredients Lin Feng's family uses, or our medical test results? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei realized what was happening. Otherwise, why would they suddenly be assigned official tasks? The two looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. It seems that returning to the farm peacefully after this trip won't be so easy. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was someone from the medical department. Gentlemen, please tidy up and come with us for a follow-up examination. Leader Li will come to see you after his meeting. Lu Wei and Tang Ji had no choice but to agree, muttering to themselves as they packed up. Hopefully they won't really treat us as key observation subjects, otherwise Lin Feng is waiting for us to come back and feed the pigs. Tang Ji opened the mission file, and when his eyes swept to the core content, he couldn't help but read it aloud. Protect Lin Feng's farm and protect Lin Feng. As soon as the words were spoken, the confusion on their faces deepened. How can we protect it now? When they were at the farm, they were always on the lookout for thieves or intruders, and the farm was surrounded by a fence, so they didn't feel there was anything that needed extra protection. As for protecting Lin Feng, that left them even more baffled. Does Lin Feng need our protection? Tang Ji muttered subconsciously, if something really happens, his giant panda or South China tiger would be much more effective than the two of us. They could scare people away without even lifting a finger. Moreover, this task is too formal, with all the stamping and filing, which makes people uneasy. This time, Lu Wei unusually remained calm and didn't join in the complaints. Instead, he read the document word by word. His intuition told him that this was definitely not a simple matter, and that something must have happened that they were unaware of. As soon as old Master Li came in, he asked directly, "Boss, has something happened? Is someone causing trouble at the farm?" He couldn't help but think the worst. What if, while they were away for the past 2 days, criminals had attacked the farm and were targeting Lin Feng? If Lin Feng gets injured, who will take over the work on the farm? Thinking about this, Lu Wei's heart tightened. Old Master Li glanced at the two anxious-looking people, coughed lightly, and first drew their attention back. Well, something has indeed happened and it might be more than that. But we'll have to wait until we've completed the personnel and resource allocation before someone takes over from you. We can't go into details right now. He paused, then finally revealed the key information. What I can tell you right now is that Lin Feng's crops are not only beneficial to agricultural development. Based on the physical examination data, the military doctors speculate that those premium crops may have the effect of promoting wound healing and assisting in the treatment of old injuries. However, this is only a preliminary guess and needs further verification by the medical team. Grandpa Li added, "Before we complete all the allocation and officially take over the relevant support work, we'll ask you two to take on the task first. After all, you are most familiar with the farm and Lin Feng's situation. We feel at ease having you keep an eye on things first." Tang Ji and Lu Wei were stunned on the spot after hearing what old Master Li said. The doubts that had been weighing on my mind for several days suddenly became clear, like a knot being untied in an instant. No wonder they had to recall them to the army for no reason, and then immediately subjected them to all sorts of rigorous checks. No wonder I always feel like my body is getting better and better, my old injuries don't hurt anymore, and I haven't even had a minor cold. It turns out that it wasn't just the traditional Chinese medicine doctor's treatment that helped, but also the agricultural products from Lin Feng's family. Thinking about it this way, many details I hadn't paid attention to before suddenly connected. Before they went to the farm, their old injuries would always ache on rainy days, but after they arrived at the farm, even in heavy rain, they no longer felt pain. The elderly people in Shida village occasionally go to the village doctor to get cold and cough medicine, but the two of them and the students from the agricultural university, apart from muscle soreness from working hard, never even had a headache or fever. Of course, the students secretly keeping digestive aids are an exception. Even the animals on the farm are like that. Professor Sun comes to the farm every month to give the animals a physical examination. He always says that these animals are too healthy, and textbooks don't even dare to write such standard indicators. Tang Ji felt increasingly ashamed as he thought about it. In the past, whenever he saw birds pecking at fruit or insects nibbling at vegetable leaves, he would mutter to himself, "Pesticides were invented for human use, but Lin Feng refuses to use them, which is just asking for trouble." Now I realize that Lin Feng's decision not to use pesticides and fertilizers wasn't a lack of foresight, but rather a sign of foresight. Who would have thought that naturally grown crops could have the ability to promote wound healing and regulate the body? This is truly eye-opening. Lu Wei nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with admiration. I used to think Brother Feng was just an ordinary farmer, but now it seems his farm is a treasure trove. The two men were filled with mixed emotions, while old Masterly rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew that the two of them didn't fully understand the deeper meaning of the mission, but he couldn't explain it to them right now, as even he himself only had a vague understanding. He only gave the order to protect the farm after receiving a sudden call from above yesterday afternoon, saying only that Lin Feng's crops are of great importance and must be protected in advance. When asked about the specifics of its importance and what to do next, he was only told that someone would be sent to explain in detail, and he didn't ask any further questions at the time. Looking at his two subordinates' expressions of ice mixed with incredulity, old Masterly felt utterly exhausted. Once the specialists arrive and clarify things, they'll likely understand that this Guardian mission is far more important than they initially thought. He waved his hand, interrupting their thoughts. Alright, stop standing there and hurry up and pack your things. We're going back to the farm this afternoon. Remember, once we get back, do what you're supposed to do, don't slack off, and contact me anytime if anything happens. Yes. The two immediately composed themselves and agreed in unison. Regardless of the deeper meaning behind the mission, as long as they could return to the farm sooner and protect Lin Feng and that treasure land, they felt at ease. Seeing that the two still hadn't fully grasped the point, old Masterly simply waved his hand and offered a more straightforward explanation. Let me put it this way, you all know about Lin Feng's potatoes, right? It even got to the point where foreign journalists questioned the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The moment the topic of potatoes came up, Tang Ji and Lu Wei immediately became serious. How could they forget this? Back then, Lin Feng had joked in the cafeteria, saying, the US might send someone to assassinate me and the students. Everyone took it as a joke then, but now that their old leader had brought it up specifically, their hearts skipped a beat. Could Lin Feng's jinx have really come true? Is the United States really going to take action against him or his farm? If that's the case, then protecting the farm is no small matter. They had long known that anything targeted by the United States had to be treated with utmost care and vigilance, with no room for negligence. The two nodded silently to themselves, saying it's a potato makes a lot of sense, and it's much more practical than crops can heal wounds. In truth, they didn't really believe that vegetables and fruits can help heal injuries. If purely organic crops really had this effect, why would they be replaced by chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and all sorts of high-tech methods? It's highly likely that the former leader deliberately exaggerated the situation to make them take the task seriously. But regardless, protecting Lin Feng and the farm was a real priority, so the two immediately straightened their backs and solemnly accepted the mission. Don't worry, we will definitely protect Lin Feng and guard the farm. As soon as he agreed, Tang Ji remembered the key issue and frowned, saying, Old leader, if we really face the people from the US, the two of us are definitely not enough. Besides, we've both retired, and we've already handed over our guns and equipment. We don't even have any controlled knives left. We can't just go in with kitchen knives when they come armed with guns, can we? Hearing this, old Masterly couldn't help but rub his temples again, his tone tinged with helplessness. The equipment will be prepared for you, but not now. The procedures will take time, and we can't rush it. Seeing that the two wanted to press further, he simply waved his hand, giving them a look that said, a scholar encountering a soldier reason is useless, and shooed them away. Get out of here. Go back to the farm with Yuan Zhen tomorrow. Just focus on the current tasks and keep a close eye on Lin Feng and the farm. After the two left, old Masterly looked at the empty office and couldn't help but mutter to himself. How could someone as smart as him have produced two such stubborn subordinates? It's definitely not his problem. We should arrange more cultural classes for the team, at least to give them some overall awareness. He never expected that because of Tang Ji and Lu Wei's two honest remarks, the young men in the team would have to attend several more academic classes. Grandpa Li was determined to make everyone understand the importance of knowledge and stop being like these two, only recognizing weapons and swords and not deeper risks. Tang Ji and Lu Wei had no idea that their casual concerns had actually earned their teammates an extra lesson in academics, and they were excitedly discussing it while packing their things. Do you think we might actually run into people from America if we go back? It's hard to say, but we need to circle around the farm a few times beforehand to see if there are any suspicious people. The two were so preoccupied with defending against external enemies that they didn't think about the efficacy of crops at all. After packing their things, they were looking forward to returning to the farm the next day. They were also worried about the pigs at home that hadn't been fed and the bedding in the chicken coop that hadn't been changed, and they were even more concerned that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to manage everything by himself. That evening, Tang Ji and Lu Wei packed their simple luggage in the infirmary, waiting to return to the farm with Yuan Zhen early the next morning. The thought of seeing Lin Feng soon and helping him with farm work kept them awake all night. The next day, as soon as the car entered the farm, Lin Feng hurried over. The moment he saw them, his eyes almost welled up with tears, and he grabbed their hands. You two are finally back. I've been working like crazy these past 2 days. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were startled by his excited reaction. Then, remembering what their old leader had said about protecting Lin Feng, their eyes, which had been squinting from the sun, widened instantly. They grabbed Lin Feng's arm and looked him over from left to right, not even missing the wrinkles in his clothes, and asked eagerly, "Brother Feng, are you all right? Did anyone try to cause trouble? Are you hurt?" Lin Feng was initially overjoyed that finally someone will help with the work, but their checkup-style questioning dampened his enthusiasm instantly. He rolled his eyes. "What assassination? What injury? Can't you wish me well for once? I've been so tired these past 2 days, I almost burned the pig feed." He had originally planned to let the two of them rest for half a day, have a hot meal, and then get back to work. But seeing their overactive imaginations, Lin Feng instantly switched to ruthless capitalist mode, his tone turning cold. "It's good that you're back. Don't just stand there, get to work. The cow sheet hasn't been cleaned yet, the pig manure hasn't been removed, and the bedding in the chicken coop needs to be changed. Go ahead, I'll wait for you at the cafeteria for your meal." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and left, displaying the capriciousness of a capitalist. Yuan Zhen, who had been watching the whole thing from the sidelines, couldn't hold back his laughter any longer and walked over to pat the two of them on the shoulder. "You two are so clever when you're on the team, how come your brains just disconnect when you're with Lin Feng? Can't you see that Brother Feng is just exhausted?" Tang Ji and Lu Wei didn't feel embarrassed at all. They knew when they signed the contract that the farm work involved working non-stop during busy periods and taking long vacations during slow periods. This sudden departure for a few days was not in the plan, so it's only natural for me to come back and catch up on the work. The two men shrugged at Yuan Zhen, picked up the tools from the corner of the wall, and headed towards the cowshed. "Brother Feng is right. Let's get to work first, and then we'll eat." Watching the two of them expertly clean the cowshed, Yuan Zhen smiled and shook his head. These two, having spent a lot of time with Lin Feng, have become somewhat down to earth, but their protective instincts are a bit misplaced. He turned to find Lin Feng, and he still needed to talk to him about the specific arrangements for the protection farm afterward. However, he had to bring this up slowly and not scare him. After collecting the goose eggs, Lin Feng returned to the warehouse and immediately noticed that Yuan Zhen's purchasing basket was much fuller than yesterday. Upon closer inspection, he realized the quantity was a full 50% more, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are we ordering so much more goods today? Did they get a new member on the team?" Yuan Zhen felt there was no need to hide this from him, so he briefly explained the military doctor's discovery. "It's not about adding more people. The team's tests found that your crops may have the effect of promoting wound healing and treating old injuries. We want to buy more for the team members to eat daily and see the long-term effects. Can my crops promote wound healing and improve hidden injuries?" Lin Feng frowned immediately, his tone full of doubt. He only knew that his crops grew well and tasted good because the soil had spiritual energy, but he never thought that spiritual energy could have this effect. After a moment of doubt, he vaguely understood. Perhaps it's due to the nourishment from spiritual energy? But he himself wasn't sure exactly how much of an effect this spiritual energy could have. Seeing his puzzled expression, Yuan Zhen knew that even the farmer himself didn't know the special features of the crops, so he patted him on the shoulder. "It's not a definitive conclusion yet, we still need to wait for further medical verification. Don't worry, we'll definitely let you know as soon as we have clear results." Lin Feng stared at Yuan Zhen for a few seconds, his tone becoming serious. "Please, thank you." He really wanted to know how many other benefits his spiritually imbued crops still had that he hadn't yet discovered. Yuan Zhen waved his hand, picked up the basket full of vegetables, goose eggs, and duck eggs, and left. After everyone left, Lin Feng stared at the calendar on the wall, his brows furrowing again, muttering to himself, "That's strange." Tang Ji, who was cleaning farm tools nearby, heard this and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Feng, what's wrong? What happened?" In his view, the farm has been operating normally these past few days. Apart from the growing bellies of the sows and cows waiting to give birth, everything else was the same as usual, and it was hard to imagine what Lin Feng was worried about. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his tone filled with doubt and a hint of worry. "Professor Li introduced me to a mushroom growing expert named Qian Rui before, do you remember him? We made an appointment over the phone, and he was supposed to arrive at the farm the night before last, but he hasn't come yet, and we can't get through to him on the phone. Do you think something might have happened to him on the way? Didn't you ask Professor Li and the others?" Tang Ji immediately pressed. He actually knew about this. Lin Feng and Dong Han's bibimbap sauce factory was about to open and needed a lot of mushrooms. Buying them on the market was not as good as growing them themselves, so Lin Feng had been making arrangements to grow mushrooms and even consulted Professor Li about it. Professor Li readily introduced a talent in this field. "Look, 3 large greenhouses specifically for growing mushrooms have been built on the north side of the farm. This person seems to be quite important." I asked. Lin Feng nodded, his tone still a little uncertain. "The professor told me to wait a little longer, saying that there might have been a delay on the way." He paused, then added, "It's the peak season for returning home during the summer vacation, so traffic jams are normal. But even if it's congested, it shouldn't be so bad that we can't contact each other for 2 days, right? Tang Ji thought about it for a moment and advised. It should be nothing serious. A grown man can't just lose himself. Maybe something unexpected happened, like his car broke down on the way, or he was delayed by an emergency. Wait a little longer, it hasn't even been 48 hours yet, they might call you today or tomorrow. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that there was some truth to it. That's true. If his phone breaks on the way, or if he gets robbed, it will take time to call the police, get a replacement SIM card, and complete the necessary procedures. It's impossible to contact him in a timely manner. Thinking about it this way, his worries lessened considerably. After all, Qian Rui is a man in his 20s, and he is better able to handle unexpected situations than a girl. Forget it, I'll try calling again tonight. If I still can't get through, I'll go to the police station to ask. As Lin Feng spoke, another possibility came to mind. What if they found a better job and don't want to come to my farm anymore, but are just too embarrassed to say so they deliberately don't answer the phone? After all, his farm was in a remote location, and compared to jobs in the city, it didn't really have many advantages. He glanced at the wall clock, then clapped his hands. I'm not going to say anything more. It's time. I have to go to the cafeteria to make breakfast. The students should get up. Tang Ji nodded, watching Lin Feng turn and walk towards the cafeteria, silently saying I'm sorry in his heart. He probably knew why Qian Rui hadn't come. If I'm not mistaken, Qian Rui, who was supposed to stay and work at Linfen Farm long-term, should be under investigation right now. Moreover, it is a more rigorous review than a regular political vetting process. After all, Lin Feng's farm is now a key focus of the military region, and anyone who has long-term contact with it must undergo layers of screening, which is why it has taken so long. However, he also knew that the investigation was almost over and Qian Rui would be able to come to the farm soon. However, this matter involves the military's arrangements, so it cannot be told to Lin Fengming and can only be kept from him for the time being. As Lin Feng walked toward the village canteen, he casually admired the pastoral scenery along the roadside. To the left are the villagers' houses, arranged in a neat and orderly fashion, with wisps of smoke rising from between the red tiles and white walls. To the right are vast, lush farmlands, where the cornstalks in mid-July are taller than a person, and the wind creates green waves. The roses and impatiens in front of and behind the house were blooming in a lively and vibrant manner, which was the most fresh and prosperous time of the year and also his favorite sight. But today, a strange atmosphere permeated the air in Stone Village. The atmosphere was both solemn and filled with excited whispers, completely different from the usual peaceful and lively atmosphere. The villagers we encountered on the road were gathered in twos and threes, speaking in hushed tones, their eyes filled with excitement and hesitation, clearly discussing something important. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Feng deliberately slowed down as he passed a group of elderly men and women chatting by the edge of the field, pretending to straighten his clothes, and quietly listened. Have you heard? Our village might be relocated. An older woman spoke first, her tone full of uncertainty. What? Relocation? Our village? The old man next to him immediately frowned, looking incredulous. That can't be right, can it? Our village isn't near the city, and there are no plans to build roads or factories. What place would be worth relocating? Yeah, did they say where the relocation is going? Will they arrange accommodation for everyone, or will they give us money to buy our own? Another older woman pressed for answers, forgetting to put down her hoe. I don't know the specifics, but I heard from old Wang at the village entrance that the developer came to negotiate and offered cash compensation, saying that we can buy a house wherever we want. The first woman to speak lowered her voice. I also heard him say that the compensation was quite substantial. How much money can you give me? I definitely won't leave if you don't give me enough. An old man patted his leg, his tone confident. I just built this spacious and bright cement house last year, why should I just move out like this? Don't be stubborn. A person nearby joked with a laugh, if the money is right, are you leaving or not? The old man paused for a moment, then chuckled. If the money's in, of course I'll go. Who would turn down money? Lin Feng stood not far away, listening with a shocked expression. Stone Village is going to be demolished? How come he hasn't heard a thing about it? What alarmed him even more was what would happen to his farm if it were demolished. We can't just demolish those 100+ acres of land, the newly built poultry sheds and pigsties, and the mushroom greenhouses, can we? Moreover, didn't the developers know that the agricultural university set up experimental fields in the village this year? The cooperation agreement signed between the agricultural university and the village clearly stated that the land use shall not be changed arbitrarily during the trial period. There are also clauses drafted with the help of Attorney Zhang. The amount of compensation for breach of contract alone is probably enough for the developer to buy another piece of land elsewhere. Why would they still have designs on Stone Village? Lin Feng became increasingly puzzled, so he decided to stop eavesdropping and wait for the village secretary and the others to come over before asking them directly. The village secretary looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. He nodded first, then quickly added, "It's true, but don't worry, it won't affect your farm. If you're really curious, come to my office after breakfast, and the village chief and I will tell you in detail." The village party secretary patted him on the shoulder, his tone reassuring. Looking at Lin Feng's puzzled expression, Zhang Ming, standing beside him, was also wondering to himself. He never expected that Lin Feng, as the most crucial link in this matter, would still be kept in the dark. Lin Feng was even more confused. "They can't touch me?" These words left him momentarily unsure whether to feel fortunate or disappointed. Fortunately, the farm was saved, and there was no need to find new land or go through the hassle of relocation. Disappointingly, it seems like the opportunity to get rich overnight has been missed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Ever since Tang Ji and Lu Wei were called back to the army, strange things have been happening in the village one after another. First, Qian Rui didn't come, and now there's news of relocation, but it won't affect him. These things seem to have nothing to do with him, yet they subtly circled around him, leaving him full of questions, and even his breakfast lost its flavor. After finally finishing a bowl of porridge, Lin Feng forgot to even take the egg and followed the village secretary and village chief to the office. He had to figure out what exactly was going on with this relocation. National Level Agricultural Testing Center? Lin Feng's voice rose slightly with surprise. Right. The village party secretary nodded, and seeing that Lin Feng didn't understand, he explained in detail. In the past 2 years, many mutated crops have appeared in your family's crops, such as potatoes, chives, and cabbage. Not only that, but all of your crops this year are of the highest grade or above. It's not good to keep having Zhang Ming and a group of students helping out here all the time. The key issue is that it's not safe either. It's easy for information to be leaked, or for samples to be lost along the way, which would be losses that agriculture cannot afford. Therefore, the higher UPS proposed to establish a dedicated testing base directly in Stone Village. With this explanation, Lin Feng understood. Even when he knew almost nothing about agriculture, he didn't know that a new crop variety would take at least several years of observation, cultivation, and domestication from its emergence to its full market availability. The product will only be released to the market once the genes are stable. This cycle, 10 years, is probably one of the shorter periods in the time frame. The hardships involved are unimaginable. Moreover, after he started farming, he learned that the seeds that could be found everywhere on the streets were also important strategic resources. Its importance is no less than that of white sugar. However, there was one thing he didn't understand: if establishing an experimental center was acceptable, was it really necessary to relocate the entire Stone Village? The village party secretary explained the problem to him. He said, for the sake of secrecy, and also to facilitate the implementation of stricter militarized management. Actually, the plan wasn't this strict at the beginning. The initial idea of the agricultural university was simple: to take the lead and work with several national-level agricultural laboratories to establish a provincial-level experimental unit in Shida village. No major undertaking is needed, simply utilize the existing experimental fields, purchase a plot of land from the village, and build a dedicated experimental building. The building houses testing instruments and stores planting data, with perhaps a few additional dormitories for researchers. The whole plan is simple yet pragmatic. But this small plan was repeatedly postponed after it was submitted. The authorities kept stalling, citing reasons such as insufficient funding or existing laboratories can meet the needs, so there is no need to build a new one. The professors at the agricultural university were extremely anxious, but they had no choice but to put the matter on hold for the time being. No one expected that this matter would later come to the attention of higher-level departments. Upon hearing that Shida village had plots of land capable of consistently producing crops of top grade or higher, and that new varieties had been cultivated, their attitude changed instantly. They not only agreed to build the experimental center, but also raised the bar, proposing to relocate the entire Stone Village and build a national-level agricultural experimental center. But just as the plan was getting underway, it got stuck again. The issue is Lin Feng's future. Some people think he should be moved out to prevent non-research personnel from accessing the core cultivation technology. Some insisted that Lin Feng is the key to crop cultivation, and leaving him may affect subsequent output. Both sides held their own opinions, and neither could convince the other, so the plan stalled again. The matter took a breakthrough after Lin Feng grew that batch of potatoes that were top grade ++, almost top grade +++. It was as if an accelerator had been pressed. Starting a week ago, all processes were incredibly fast. Lin Feng was no longer the point of conflict, but instead became the core figure of the testing center. The military region intervened directly and forcefully, taking over the security work for the entire area and conducting strict political vetting of all relevant personnel. Even medical support was replaced by military doctors and their affiliated units, for fear that someone's health problems would affect scientific research. Even more surprisingly, after hearing about it, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine master, Mr. Sun, also volunteered to participate. We plan to establish an area in the experimental center specifically to study the correlation between high-grade crops and the cultivation of Chinese medicinal herbs, in order to see if we can cultivate medicinal materials with better efficacy. Although the whole process had a somewhat fantastical feel to it. From provincial-level planning to national-level center, from being shelved to receiving the green light all the way, even the military region and the traditional Chinese medicine community got involved. But for the professors at the agricultural university, this is definitely a great thing. With the experimental center completed as soon as possible, they can finally study Lin Feng's crops with peace of mind, without worrying about leaks or lost samples, and can even explore more possibilities in the agricultural field. Lin Feng was stunned for a long time after hearing this long explanation. He originally thought he was just an ordinary farmer, but how did he unknowingly become the core of the national-level experimental center? Even the military region is here to protect them? This development is even more unexpected than his ability to grow mutated chives. However, this is also a good thing. At least, it allows us to truly contribute to the country. The village party secretary and village head had long assumed that Lin Feng should know about this. After all, the plan had progressed to this point, with even the military region involved. They assumed that Yuan Zhen or Professor Li had already revealed the details to Lin Feng, so they didn't specifically contact him immediately after finalizing the plan. The village chief glanced at Lin Feng, who was still in a daze, and felt both amused and relieved. If this kid hadn't come to ask today, he probably wouldn't have wondered why so many people suddenly came to the village until a few days later, when the excavators and construction teams had already arrived. Fearing that Lin Feng might feel disappointed, the village secretary quickly made things clear. So you understand now, right? It's true that Stone Village will be demolished, but it's also true that your farm won't be affected. He paused, then added, I reckon that after the autumn harvest, the villagers will move away one after another, first to the resettlement area in the town, where the new houses have been prepared for a long time. In fact, they had discussed it privately, noting that young people online were hoping for their homes to be demolished and redeveloped, as it was seen as a chance to get rich overnight. Lin Feng is so young, he missed out on the demolition and relocation, he might feel uncomfortable about it. Thinking of this, he comforted her again. Don't feel disappointed. Although you won't receive any demolition compensation, the benefits of the Agricultural Experiment Center after its completion will far outweigh the demolition compensation. The village party secretary counted on his fingers for Lin Feng. At that time, at least 6,000 mu of land will be allocated in this area. Apart from the special experimental land, the land use rights of the rest will basically belong to you. Whether you want to grow corn, vegetables, or continue growing your premium potatoes is entirely up to you. Moreover, apart from a portion that is kept for laboratory research, the rest of the crops produced are yours. Even if it's not all yours, at least the lion's share is yours. These words made Lin Feng's eyes light up slightly. Seeing this, the village secretary added an even more practical comment. And another thing, when the time comes, the students and professors from the agricultural university, including the agricultural experts we invite, will be doing scientific research in name only, but in reality they'll just be working for you, won't they? They help you with breeding, managing the fields, and monitoring crop conditions. The key point is that you don't have to pay a single penny of their salaries. The experimental center covers all of it. The village chief nodded in agreement. Yes, think about it, you used to have to pay Tang Ji and Lu Wei wages. With so many professionals flocking to your farm, you won't even have to spend a penny. This is much more cost-effective than demolition and relocation. Moreover, with the experimental center here, you won't have to worry about selling your crops in the future. Military regions, research institutions, and even higher-level procurement agencies will give you priority. It's much more worry-free than selling them yourself. Lin Feng slowly came to his senses. It turned out that he had missed the chance to get rich overnight, but he had gained a long-term meal ticket and a professional team, the right to use 6,000 acres of land, a free research team, and stable sales channels. All things considered, it seems much better than demolition and relocation. But when Lin Feng thought about the number 6,000 mu of land again, he panicked. Everything else is fine, but can we forget about the 6,000 mu? My family's current 300 mu is enough, really. He was overwhelmed when he thought about how he had to rely on Tang Ji and Lu Wei to help manage his 300 mu of land, and also on the help of students from the agricultural university. Without their help, he would be in a panic. If you were in charge of 6,000 mu, that's not farming, it's deadly. What's more, Dong Han called him a few days ago and said that the bibimbap sauce factory was almost finished and the machinery was almost debugged, and it would be put into production this fall. He felt overwhelmed just keeping an eye on the farm and the soy sauce factory that was about to start construction, so how could he have the energy to manage anything else? He admitted that he was a bit ambitious and wanted to make the farm better and earn more money. But ambitions vary in size, and 6,000 mu far exceeded his capacity. Who would want to make a fuss if they could just lie down? He wished he could do less work each day and spend more time playing with the pandas and South China tigers, instead of being tied down to the fields. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, cautiously looking at the village secretary and Professor Li, and extended his index and middle fingers, making a small gap between them. If my request is too much, then, just give me 100 acres, that's really all I need, I can't manage more than that. Fearing the other party might think 100 acres is too little, he quickly added, that's enough. 100 new plus my original 300 new, that's a total of 400 new. I'll take good care of it. We can supply the research center with materials and also supply the sauce factory. We really can't handle any more than that. We don't want to delay our main business. The village secretary couldn't help but laugh when he saw the way the man looked like he was afraid of asking for too much. While others are hoping for more land, this kid is different. He wouldn't even take 6,000 new, only daring to ask for 100 new, and repeatedly emphasizing that he can't manage it all. The village chief spoke first. Don't rush to refuse. The 6,000 new won't be managed by you alone. A dedicated planting team will be assigned. You only need to control the direction, such as what varieties to plant and what cultivation methods to use. The specific farm work will be done by others. The village party secretary also joined in the persuasion. That's right, you don't need to worry about being too busy. Besides, this matter isn't urgent, we can discuss it slowly. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's good that he doesn't have to do it himself. He just wants to farm his land peacefully, earn a little money, and occasionally relax. That's the life he desires. People who have never done farm work can never imagine how tiring it is. Even though 60% of the work is now done by machines, the remaining 40% of manual tasks can still exhaust even the strongest young men. Think of bending over to plant rice seedlings and weeding with bare hands during spring plowing, and think of harvesting rice and moving corn under the scorching sun during autumn harvest. If it's a rainy day, the machines get stuck in the mud and can't move in order to harvest the grain, so they have to cut it by hand and carry it on their shoulders. The feeling was unbearable. His face clearly showed his fear of the 6,000 mu of land, and even the village secretary and village head couldn't help but burst out laughing. The village chief took a sip of tea, put down his cup, and reassured the villagers. We're just letting you know today so you have a general idea. As for the specific arrangements, someone will discuss them with you in detail later. We promise you won't suffer any losses or be overworked. Lin Feng nodded, saying I understand, but he still wasn't completely at ease. As he walked home from the village office, his steps became unsteady, and the words National Level Agricultural Experimental Center and Military-Style Management kept popping into his mind, making him feel increasingly unreal. As he walked, Lin Feng suddenly looked up, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could this be related to the military region? Thinking about it this way, many things that seemed wrong before suddenly made sense. Yuan Zhen suddenly increased the amount of ingredients he purchased, Qian Rui was late in arriving, and Lu Wei and Tang Ji suddenly started patrolling. It turns out it wasn't a coincidence, it was something that had been planned and implemented for a long time. Lin Feng shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with Lu Wei and the others, the most important thing right now is to finish the autumn harvest first, and then wait for the specific arrangements from the experimental center. As for the rest, he figured that if the sky fell, the higher UPS would hold it up. He just needed to protect his farm. Lin Feng, who was still pondering the experimental center and military management in his mind, was stunned by the lively scene in front of him as soon as he stepped into the farm gate. All his doubts vanished, leaving him only with a bewildered and exasperated feeling about the reality before him. Yuan Zhen and manager Zheng were being chased around by a flock of poultry. Yuan Zhen remained relatively calm. Relying on his agility, he grabbed the lead rooster by the body and held its beak firmly with his other hand, preventing the tyrant rooster that usually roamed the farm from pecking at people or breaking free. Even so, he didn't get any credit. All he could hear were the sounds of chickens, ducks, and geese, especially the goose's sharp and loud voice, which was like all-around surround sound, giving Yuan Zhen a headache. He could only hold onto the rooster tightly, hoping that Lin Feng would come to the rescue. Manager Zheng on the other side fared much worse. Lacking Yuan Zhen's ability to capture the king first, he could only be chased all over the farm by the remaining poultry, sometimes hiding near the chicken coop, sometimes running around the pig pen, all the while apologizing profusely. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched your eggs. As he ran, he stumbled, his voice trembling with tears, sounding like a broken fan spinning. Holy crap. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. Until he spotted Lin Feng at the door, as if seeing a savior, he immediately turned around and scrambled towards Lin Feng, crying out at the top of his lungs. Lin Feng, you're finally back. Why are your poultry so fierce? All I wanted to do was check how big the freshly laid goose eggs were. Why did they have to chase after me and bite me? Lin Feng ignored manager Zheng, who was still panting, and carefully took the rooster from Yuan Zhen's arms. This chicken, which usually roams the farm like a tyrant, was listless and its neck was drooping. He gently stroked the chicken's neck feathers with his fingers to soothe it, while lecturing it with feigned seriousness. I told you not to mess with him, but you wouldn't listen. I told you before, he could snap your neck in one hand. Now you know how dangerous he is, right? Cough. The rooster responded softly, its voice low and weak, completely devoid of its previous domineering air. It took tiny steps to rub against Lin Feng's back, trying to use Lin Feng's long legs to block its own muscular body. It even stretched its neck and rubbed its furry head against Lin Feng's trouser leg. Its fawning manner was as blatant as could be. Lin Feng was amused by it, and deliberately put on a serious face. You've spoiled yourselves rotten. Take your henchmen and leave now, don't stand around here. If you don't leave, I'll really stew you all in one pot. Giggle. Upon hearing the words stewed in an iron pot, the rooster immediately bristled, shaking its feathers violently, clearly frightened. It looked up at the sky and cried out "oh" twice. That was a call to the chickens, ducks, and geese still chasing after Manager Zhang. Get out of there. The farmer is angry. After shouting, it took the lead and ran towards the orchard. Its short legs moved incredibly fast, as if it was afraid that if it was too slow, it would really be thrown into the pot. The chickens, ducks, and geese that had been chasing after Manager Zhang and pecking at him stopped immediately upon hearing their leader's call and ran off in a flurry after the rooster. Manager Zhang finally shook off his pursuers. He stood there, leaning on his knees and bending over, panting heavily, his face flushed. He laboriously raised one hand, waving it as he spoke to Lin Feng. Let me catch my breath, I really can't run anymore. The voice was dry and hoarse, making Lin Feng wonder if he should have a bottle of cough syrup to soothe his throat. On the other side, Yuan Zhen struck a victorious pose, flicking off non-existent dust from his military green clothes. Watching the rooster run off into the distance, he suddenly said to Lin Feng in a serious tone, "Whenever your family really wants to eat stew in an iron pot, no matter what you're cooking, you must let me know. Even if I'm on duty at the team, I'll take leave to come over." No sooner had these words been spoken than the rooster, which was running towards the orchard in the distance, seemed to have heard them, quickening its pace as if it were fleeing for its life. In its eyes, Yuan Zhen was simply a devil. Lin Feng smiled and glanced at Yuan Zhen. Stewed rooster is out of the question, but other chickens, ducks, and geese are possible. Just wait and see. After a few jokes, Lin Feng became serious and said with a hint of apology, "However, I still want to apologize to you. I'm sorry I got back late. Did I delay your business?" Manager Zhang and Yuan Zhen both waved their hands, saying nonchalantly, "It's okay, there's no rush." Lin Feng was even more puzzled. Since they had enough time, why did they bother to collect the eggs and anger the rooster? He was all too familiar with this scene, especially Yuan Zhen, who had just experienced it once before. Yuan Zhen seemed to see through his thoughts and explained casually, "Manager Zhang said he wanted to try collecting eggs, and I thought it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, so I went with him." He paused, then gave himself an unassailable reason. "Besides, if you don't come back for a long time and we don't know what's causing the delay, we can't just keep waiting. It's reasonable to help you collect some eggs first." Lin Feng. He realized that Yuan Zhen was clearly watching the show and enjoying the drama, and was also trying to shift the blame onto Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, standing to the side, was utterly speechless, like someone swallowing a bitter pill. It was clearly Yuan Zhen who encouraged him to try collecting goose eggs, saying that Lin Feng's poultry look fierce, but they don't actually bite, but now it's become that he's the one who wanted to try it. He muttered to himself, feeling wronged. Who would have thought that Lin Feng's poultry could be so fierce? When they flapped their wings and pecked at him, he thought he was going to die here. Fortunately, after he became familiar with Lin Feng, he stopped wearing a suit when he came to pick up the goods. Looking back now, I'm so grateful. If I had worn a suit today, I would have been unable to move around easily and might have been pinned to the ground and pecked by those poultry. In that case, I wouldn't have been able to do business, and I would have lost all face. Just as he was feeling aggrieved, Manager Zhang caught sight of Tang Ji and Lu Wei slowly walking out of the yard with their dog, as if they had just woken up, and he immediately became furious. He glared at him directly, his tone full of accusation. "Why didn't you two come and help? I came to your farm to pick up some goods, and you just watched me get chased by poultry? That's so unethical. I'm your customer." Tang Ji spread his hands, looking at Manager Zhang with an innocent expression. "We told you before, didn't we? Don't touch the eggs on the farm, but you didn't listen. Whose fault is that?" While helping Tang Ji brush the mud and grass off his clothes, Lu Wei slowly added insult to injury. "Sometimes you have to experience things firsthand to know what hurts and what you can and can't mess with. We can't even beat Lin Feng's poultry, let alone you." "You do not say." Tang Ji nodded in agreement, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness from someone who had been through it all. "If you really expect us to help you, in the end you'll only have 2 more victims, and you'll still be being chased around." Manager Zhang grew angrier as he listened, his chest heaving, but upon closer reflection, he realized he really was to blame. Tang Ji and Lu Wei had clearly warned him, but he thought, they're just a few poultry, how fierce can they be? And insisted on trying. Now he's being chased so hard his legs are weak and he can't even find a word to refute them. Just then, Yuan Zhen glanced at Lin Feng, then at the still sulking manager Zhang, and suddenly spoke. Lin Feng, you really need to keep a closer eye on these poultry. If they break through the fence and run away, you don't want to see any trouble, do you? He didn't say it explicitly, but he already had a plan in mind. Once the experimental center is completed, a large number of researchers who sit in offices will come. Those people rarely even see chickens. If they encounter these poultry with their strong sense of territory and protectiveness of their young, they might be chased all over the farm. The soldiers weren't afraid, but how could those researchers who were thin-skinned and tender and couldn't run fast withstand such torment? Lin Feng didn't react at first and looked at Yuan Zhen with some surprise. I don't understand why he suddenly brought up house poultry, but then I remembered what the village secretary and Professor Li had said about the National-Level Agricultural Experimental Center, and I instantly understood. Yuan Zhen was paving the way for the researchers in advance. It seems that the military region already knew about the test center, and only he and Manager Zhang were kept in the dark. Of the 4 people present, Manager Zhang, the only one who was still unaware of the situation, was nodding in agreement, his face showing complete approval. Yes, yes, yes. We must do something about it. Seeing Manager Zhang's foolishly agreeing expression, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then said to Manager Zhang, okay, I got it. I'll figure out how to deal with them later. Don't be angry. I'll stew a whole old hen for you tonight to help make up for your tired legs from running around all day. Upon hearing that there would be an old hen to eat, Manager Zhang's anger subsided considerably, and he quickly nodded. That's more like it. But please don't let me run into those poultry again. I'm afraid of even seeing the shadow of a goose now. Yuan Zhen, Tang Ji, and Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh at his forgetful attitude. This Manager Zhang was even easier to coax than a big dumpling. After Yuan Zhen and Manager Zhang left, Lin Feng turned to look at Tang Ji and Lu Wei, who were still packing up their farm tools, and spoke calmly but with certainty. You two actually knew all along, didn't you? Know what? Lu Wei was stunned for a moment, not yet realizing what Lin Feng was talking about. Lin Feng uttered only 3 words, Stone Village. Seeing Lin Feng's knowing look, Tang Ji decided to stop hiding it and simply admitted it. Yes, we know. But we didn't deliberately hide it from you. The higher UPS said someone would come to talk to you about the details in person, and told us not to say anything too much so as not to make things unclear. Besides, this matter will have basically no impact on you or the farm, it will just make things a bit more lively in the future. Lin Feng nodded, and the slight frustration of being the last one to know quickly dissipated. He wasn't one to dwell on these things. Now that things had come to this point, he just needed to focus on farming and helping to develop agriculture. Besides, as long as he doesn't do anything to betray the country will protect him. What is there to be afraid of? That evening, Qian Rui, who had disappeared for 2 days, finally appeared at the farm gate, carrying 2 large suitcases, his eyes filled with lingering bewilderment and shock. I just wanted to find a job where I could focus on studying mushrooms and earn some tuition money on the side, but I was taken away as soon as I got off the train. Not only did they investigate almost his entire family history, but they also detained him in the military region for 2 days, making him fill out forms, have interviews, and finally sign a confidentiality agreement before sending a car to bring him over. It was originally just an ordinary job recommended by Professor Li. How did it suddenly become a formal employee of the National Agricultural Experimentation Center? In the future, he might lead his own team and become the person in charge of the mushroom cultivation project. Qian Rui became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his hands even trembled a little. This is like winning the lottery. We must do a good job. Lin Feng naturally gave Qian Rui, a professional mushroom grower, a warm welcome. However, he was too busy to attend to the ceremony, so he handed it over to Tang Ji and Lu Wei. They were asked to take Qian Rui to visit 3 high-tech mushroom greenhouses that had already been built, and they were specifically instructed to tell him about the high-quality mushroom bed materials we've prepared, and let him know that we have everything we need here, which is very thoughtful of us. Tang Ji and Lu Wei received their assignment and immediately led Qian Rui, who had just put down his luggage, toward the greenhouse. Qian Rui was initially quite excited, thinking to himself, Lin Feng Farm is indeed reliable, they've already built the greenhouse before I even started working there. But the further he walked, the more uneasy he became. Along the way, Tang Ji and Lu Wei kept saying things like the greenhouse is over there and the materials are inside. He didn't say another word about mushroom cultivation. When asked about the ratio of the mushroom bed and the temperature and humidity control in the greenhouse, the two looked at each other and couldn't answer for a long time. Qian Rui then belatedly realized, these 2 guys, do they know absolutely nothing about mushroom cultivation? Do they need to be trained by themselves or what? Upon entering the greenhouse, Qian Rui was completely dumbfounded. The 3 greenhouses together cover a total of 15 acres, and the temperature control equipment, ventilation system, and irrigation devices inside are all the most advanced models on the market, even better than the equipment he used in the school laboratory. But when Tang Ji told him, "These 3 greenhouses will be your workplace from now on," the shock in Qian Rui's eyes gradually faded, replaced by deep fear. He swallowed hard, looking at the endless greenhouses before him, and suddenly had the illusion that he was overwhelmed as soon as he started the job. Could it be that he accidentally transmigrated into the body of a miserable working-class person who has been employed for many years and has a mountain of work piled up when he comes back after taking 2 days off? Qian Rui slowly extended his index finger, the fingertip trembling as he pointed to his unremarkable face, his voice trembling. "Brother Tang, Brother Lu, you're not kidding me, are you? 3 greenhouses this big, and I'm the only one managing them." Tang Ji and Lu Wei, failing to grasp Qian Rui's deeper meaning, nodded earnestly. "Yeah, we don't know how." Heavens above! Qian Rui suddenly felt dizzy and on the verge of collapse. How could he possibly manage 15 acres of high-tech mushroom greenhouses all by himself? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't work this long hours. Overwhelmed by the enormous workload that was about to begin, Qian Rui later forgot how she followed Tang Ji and Lu Wei back to the farm. She had forgotten how Lu Wei had shoved the bowl and chopsticks into her hands, until the aroma of food in the cafeteria brought her back to her senses, her legs still trembling involuntarily. He looked up at Lin Feng, who was standing at the window getting his food, his eyes full of accusation. "This is completely different from what we agreed on. I originally thought it would just be doing research while working and studying, but I ended up with the heavy responsibility of managing a 15-acre greenhouse. Let alone finding time to do his own research, he'd be lucky to even manage to grow the mushrooms, he might even exhaust himself." Lin Feng was bewildered by Qian Rui's "the sky has fallen" look and couldn't help but glance at Tang Ji and Lu Wei beside him, his eyes full of confusion. What's going on? Did they say something harsh to Qian Rui, or engage in workplace bullying? But then I thought about it again and realized something was wrong. Tang Ji and Lu Wei aren't those kinds of people. Besides, they're in charge of farm work, which has nothing to do with Qian Rui's mushroom cultivation. There's no need to make things difficult for him. Lin Feng wondered again, could it be that Qian Rui didn't like those high-tech greenhouses? Or did he feel that the mushroom bed materials did not meet his requirements? But that doesn't make sense either. The greenhouse was built according to the standards provided by Zhang Ming and his team. When Zhang Ming came to inspect it, he kept praising the advanced equipment. He even consulted Professor Li about the optimal ratio for the mushroom bed materials, so how could they be bad? After thinking it over and over, Lin Feng couldn't find any other reason, and finally could only attribute Qian Rui's unusual behavior to not being used to the local environment. Because he suspected Qian Rui was not adjusting well to the local environment, Lin Feng paid extra attention when getting his food. For the first time in her life, she subconsciously shook the rice ladle, scooping out less food than usual, before handing it to Qian Rui, and gently instructing him, "If you don't like the food, or if you feel unwell anywhere, be sure to tell me. Our village doctors are very good at treating minor ailments, so don't try to tough it out." The students in the cafeteria were making a lot of noise, and Lin Feng was wearing a mask, so his voice carried far away and Qian Rui couldn't hear him at all. He looked down and saw that the food in his bowl was a full third less than what Tang Ji and Lu Wei had in their bowls, and he was instantly shocked. Recalling what he had just heard, "You're managing 15 mu of greenhouses all by yourself," 3 words popped into Qian Rui's mind. Huang Shiren. With so much work to do and still not enough to eat, what else could he be but a cruel landlord like Huang Shiren? His eyes welled up with tears as he looked at Lin Feng through the window, his expression full of grievance. Why is it different from what the professor said? Where did the promised easygoing and generous nature go? The reality is far from it. Can you give me back the feeling I had when I first arrived? Then, in a flash, Qian Rui panicked. Is the boss deliberately making things difficult for him because he was 2 days late? The food in this bowl is the evidence. But he was late because he was investigated by the military region, not because it was intentional. He gripped his chopsticks tightly, determined to explain to the owner after finishing his meal that first impressions were crucial and that the owner had noticed the discriminatory treatment. Qian Rui looked at the mountains of meat piled up in Tang Ji and Lu Wei's bowls and felt extremely envious. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were genuinely surprised when they glanced at the food in Qian Rui's bowl. It was less than half the amount they had eaten together. How can you not have enough to eat while working on a farm? Especially the vegetables on the farm recently, even the military doctor has certified that they are good for your health, and you'll need to eat more to have the strength. Lu Wei glanced at the overflowing food in his bowl and felt that as a senior employee, he should give his new colleague a heads up. He leaned closer, his tone sincere. "You're naturally so small-minded? Don't be shy, eat more. Our boss's cooking is second to none around here, it would be a shame to miss it." He was thinking to himself, with so little food, how tempting it would be to watch others eat after we've finished. Seeing that Qian Rui's expression was off, Tang Ji quickly tugged at Lu Wei's arm and gestured to him with his eyes. If you can't say anything, then don't say anything more. He then turned to Qian Rui and comforted him gently. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just eat until you're full. Don't force yourself to eat. It's not worth it if you overeat. He paused, then added. But don't worry about the boss being unhappy if you eat too much. The farm's vegetables and fruits are all grown by themselves, and they are also supported by the agricultural university. As long as you don't waste them, there will definitely be enough for you. Qian Rui felt a warm feeling in his heart as he listened to their conversation. This is genuine concern, completely different from the harsh colleague he had just imagined. He was already confused about the farm, and now he was even more bewildered. Are the people here good or bad? Mingming and Professor Li's statement that everyone is easygoing seemed to match, but there were always some details that surprised him. For example, the workload of 15 mu of greenhouses, or the vegetables that were missing from the bowl earlier. He suddenly remembered what his seniors at school often said, you'll know when you enter society that it's completely different from school. Is this what they call society? It's complex and real, not as black and white as in textbooks, you have to figure it out yourself. But one thing Qian Ruineng is certain of. The new boss's cooking is really delicious, exactly as the younger students praised on the campus forum. It's so fresh that he almost swallowed his tongue. But even the most delicious food can't be served in such small portions. After finishing the last bite of rice, Qian Rui was even more certain. The boss is making things difficult for him, probably because he arrived 2 days late. He clenched his fist as a new era professional. Even if he couldn't reform the workplace, he had to clear up any misunderstandings and at least keep his job. I don't expect to have as many as Tang Ji and Lu Wei, but at least I should have about the same amount as the students, right? After the meal, as they walked towards the farm with everyone, Qian Rui deliberately sidled up to Lin Feng and shared his thoughts. What? You're making things difficult for me? Lin Feng turned to look at him blankly. When did I make things difficult for you? I didn't even know that. Tang Ji and Lu Wei also came over, their eyes full of surprise. In their eyes, Lin Feng was never the kind of person who would discriminate against others. When Qian Rui stammered out that the vegetables were served too little, Lin Feng felt even more wronged and quickly explained. I didn't mean to give you less. I thought you were having trouble adjusting to the new environment and weren't feeling well. I was worried that eating too much would worsen your condition and cause you to vomit or have diarrhea at night, so I deliberately gave you a smaller portion so you could have something to eat first. As he spoke, he gestured earnestly. When you walked to the window just now, you were pale, your eyes were red, you kept your hand on your stomach, and you were trembling a little, but you still insisted on queuing. I thought you had an upset stomach and were afraid of eating too much, but it turns out it wasn't just a stomachache from the change in environment. Qian Rui was completely dumbfounded. When did he become unaccustomed to the local environment? Lin Feng's symptoms did seem similar, but he was actually terrified by the workload of managing 15 acres of greenhouses all by himself. It wasn't that he was feeling unwell. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he could only stammer out, I don't have any water or soil acclimatization issues, and I don't have an upset stomach. I just heard that I have to manage 3 greenhouses, and I'm a little panicked. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly, his tone full of innocence. You're definitely right that the daily management of the 15 mu greenhouse will mainly depend on you from now on. But when you have no foundation at the beginning, how can you rely on just one person? Even Superman can't handle it. Not to mention the initial preparations, there will be people to lend a hand during the harvest. He truly felt wronged. He was neither a heartless capitalist nor a boss who mistreated his employees, so how could he have done something like making one person carry 15 acres of greenhouses? Lin Feng pointed to the 3 large greenhouses to the north, his tone still carrying a hint of grievance, as if he had been misunderstood for showing off. I just wanted Tang Ji and Lu Wei to take you to see the high-tech greenhouse that I built specifically for growing mushrooms. Zhang Ming said that my greenhouse was built at a great value, and even the one currently used by the agricultural university is not as good as mine. Professor Li said it looked good after seeing the pictures. I just wanted to show the new employees how great the future work environment would be. Is that wrong? He paused, then added. Besides, if you had paid attention to the amount of substrate in the mushroom bed, you would have known something was wrong. That little bit of substrate is barely enough to cover 1 acre, not 15 acres. Qian Rui was completely stunned as he listened to his boss's aggrieved explanation. So the new boss wasn't trying to exploit him, but just wanted to show off the new greenhouse? Is this the difference in mindset between ordinary workers and godlike bosses? Just like when a professor casually compliments you, saying the mushrooms I ate last night were delicious, it might just be a simple compliment, with no intention of having them replicate the research. But you can't help but think of it as having to work overtime. Realizing he had misunderstood, Qian Rui quickly and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Feng. I was overthinking it. I thought you really wanted me to manage 15 acres of mushroom fields all at once. I was so scared that I couldn't recover for a long time. Qian Rui finally felt relieved. Although it's not entirely impossible to manage 15 mu of greenhouses, growing mushrooms is different from farming. The window of opportunity for preparing the mushroom beds is very short. If the time is really tight, he will definitely have to work day and night. Now that I know it was a misunderstanding, I feel like I've gotten a great deal, and my steps are even lighter. Lin Feng, however, didn't relax. He turned and glared at Tang Ji and Lu Wei beside him. These two still have the nerve to laugh. He knew perfectly well that the reason Qian Rui mistook him for a heartless boss who exploited his employees as soon as he joined the company and felt that he was being mistreated was because these two people had definitely played a key role in the middle. They must have misspoken when they introduced it, only mentioning 15 mu of greenhouses and not mentioning trial planting or having someone help at all. Lin Feng grew angrier the more he thought about it, and secretly plotted he would definitely find an opportunity to teach them a lesson later. For example, stuff their size 44 feet into size 36 shoes, so they can experience what it's like to wear shoes that are too small. Tang Ji and Lu Wei, receiving Lin Feng's glare, immediately suppressed their smiles and quickly turned around to pretend to walk towards the farm, not daring to even glance in their direction. But his shoulders couldn't hide anything, they would twitch uncontrollably every now and then. I'm trying so hard to hold back my laughter. This new employee is really something else. First, he thought watching the greenhouse was being assigned heavy work, and then he thought giving less vegetables was being given a hard time. His thought process is more convoluted than the paths on the farm. I'm sure I'll have a lot of fun to come. The two were secretly pleased, but they didn't dare slow down, for fear that Lin Feng would find another handle against them. Lin Feng couldn't really argue with Tang Ji and Lu Wei, so he could only put the matter aside for now and waved his hand at Qian Rui, saying, "No rush, let's develop slowly at first, there's no need to rush the progress." He then changed the subject and brought up the matter of accommodation. "I forgot to ask you before, do you want to stay at my house, or stay in the village like Zhang Ming and the others? If you want to stay with the students from the agricultural university, I'll go to the village and find you a clean room. I've also reserved a separate guest room at my home. You can choose whichever is most convenient for you." Actually, he made this arrangement because he felt that Qian Rui hadn't fully graduated yet, and might be more used to interacting with younger students. Moreover, whether it's Tang Ji, Lu Wei, or these students, they will all move to dedicated dormitories once the experimental center is built. This is just a transitional period, so we should consider as much as possible. After thinking it over, Qian Rui decided to stay at Lin Feng's house. "I'm already working now. Although I'm still a student, it's better to live separately from them. We have different research directions, so we don't disturb each other." Lin Feng nodded, respecting his choice. "That's fine too. You don't need to rush into work. After traveling such a long distance, take a couple of days to rest and get familiar with the farm environment. From now on, the materials for the mushroom beds will be supplied by the farm, unless there are some particularly rare varieties. You don't need to worry about it." Qian Rui quickly nodded in agreement. Lin Feng added, "Of the 3 greenhouses, I haven't decided on a use for one yet. If you have any mushroom varieties you'd like to try growing, just let me know. As long as they're not poisonous, you can use them for experiments. This is what we agreed on at the beginning. The profits from a successful experiment will be divided according to the previously agreed ratio. What to plant in the other 2 greenhouses. Once you've rested, just come here and get the basic information and mycelium." Although he had crammed some theoretical knowledge about growing mushrooms, he wasn't sure if it would actually work in practice. According to online sources, even cultivating mycelium in a laboratory is difficult, let alone large-scale cultivation. Now that we have a professional like Qian Rui, it's natural to entrust the task to a professional. He has always trusted the people he employs. As Qian Rui listened to the well-organized arrangements, his last bit of anxiety disappeared, and he nodded repeatedly. The misunderstanding was thus cleared up, and Qian Rui smoothly became a member of Lin Feng's farm. During dinner that evening, Qian Rui casually mentioned his experience of being taken away by the military region for political review after getting off the bus. From background checks on 3 generations of ancestors to repeated confirmation of research motives, it took 2 days of back and forth before the application was approved. After hearing this, Lin Feng immediately made a decision. There's no need for a probationary period, you can be considered a formal employee directly. If someone can pass this level of screening, their character and knowledge must be excellent. There's absolutely no need for further evaluation. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking and the sun was still out in the eastern sky, Lin Feng's farm was already bustling with activity. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were tidying up farm tools in the yard, while Lin Feng was walking towards the kitchen to prepare pig feed. Qian Rui stood in the yard, completely bewildered, his eyes still wet with sleep, his mind filled with shock. It's not even 5 a.m., is it really necessary to be up so early? Will he have to get up this early every day from now on? Seeing that even the big boss Lin Feng was personally involved in the work, He, a night owl genius and a person who has trouble getting up, suddenly felt that the future was bleak. Lin Feng was also taken aback when he saw him, and casually asked, "Why are you up so early? Did you not sleep well because you're not used to the bed?" Qian Rui shook his head, his voice still hoarse from just waking up, and asked with a hint of trepidation, "I heard a noise outside, so I got up to check. Does our farm start work this early every day?" Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, and waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to get up so early. We have different responsibilities. You just need to take care of the mushroom greenhouse. You can get up whenever you want. You don't need to follow our lead." He explained, "We get up early because it's cool in the morning, so we don't suffer while working, especially since I have to use a big pot to cook pig feed. We have to finish it quickly before it gets hot so we can rest a bit when the sun gets strong at noon." Tang Ji and Lu Wei also joined in with smiles and echoed, "That's how farmers are. They get up early and work for half a day, take a break at noon, and then work a little more in the evening, trying to keep up with the sun's pace." Qian Rui then suddenly realized, "I see. It's the same principle as when they grow mushrooms in the lab. Sometimes they have to adjust the temperature and humidity in the middle of the night and observe the mycelium in the early morning. It's all about following the rhythm of the work, not about forcing people to get up early." Now that he was awake, Qian Rui didn't plan to go back to sleep. He went to the well outside the courtyard and washed his face with cold water, instantly sobering him up. He turned to Lin Feng and said, "Brother Feng, is there anything I can help with? I'd like to get familiar with the farm as soon as possible." He had long been curious about this farm, which was highly praised by the agricultural university professors, and decided to take the opportunity to explore it more in the morning. Lin Feng did not refuse Qian Rui's request and directly asked Tang Ji to show him around the farm. With Lu Wei helping him cook the pig feed, the job was simple and hot, and there wasn't much to see. On the contrary, the place Tang Ji was going to was much more lively. Tang Ji didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up an empty bucket from the corner and handed it to Qian Rui, then turned and walked deeper into the farm, giving the new employee a lesson as he went. "Although our farm raises giant pandas and South China tigers, remember, the most dangerous animals are not these wild beasts, but those domestic poultry. I'll point out the big rooster that's the leader to you in a bit. If you see it in the future, stay far away from it and protect yourself." Qian Rui's CPU almost burned out on the spot. Are there giant pandas on the farm? And South China tigers too? What's even more absurd is that with such a powerful beast guarding the place, how come a rooster became the boss instead? He replied, puzzled, "It's okay, I'm not afraid of chickens." Back in his school days, he even beat up the black swan that chased people and pecked at them in the artificial lake. How could a mere rooster be so powerful? Upon hearing this, Tang Ji wore it's hard to explain expression. The last person to say that was chased by poultry and almost died. No problem, after a good beating from the rooster, you'll naturally come to terms with reality. Tang Ji sized Qian Rui up and down. The young man's skin was pale from spending a long time in the laboratory. He didn't look particularly strong, but you could see some muscle definition on his exposed arms. He shouldn't be slow when he ran, and even if he was chased, he wouldn't be as disheveled as Manager Zhang. He didn't say anything more, only quickened his pace. "Let me take you to see the chicken coop first. We'll catch them feeding the chickens, so you can see for yourself." Qian Rui squeezed the bucket in his hand, not yet taking the rooster danger seriously, and just followed Tang Ji out of curiosity. Tang Ji added another word of advice. "Even if you're not afraid of chickens, try not to mess with that big rooster. Also, don't go to collect the eggs, especially when Lin Feng isn't around. Absolutely do not touch those eggs." Qian Rui nodded obediently, but whether he actually listened or not, only he himself probably knows. Tang Ji didn't delve into it further. Some people always need to experience a social beating to recognize reality, and it's better to experience it sooner rather than later, so as to avoid suffering even greater losses in the future. At first, Qian Rui followed Tang Ji somewhat awkwardly, watching Tang Ji lead the farm dog, open the doors of the chicken and duck coops, and release the vast army of poultry. He couldn't help but praise him. "That dog is so handsome." Tang Ji nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "It's half wolf, not only handsome, but also very intelligent." He paused, then added, "It's said that some people in the team have already set their sights on these dogs, not that they want to take them, but rather that they want to wait for their offspring and train them. They're just worried that the wolf genes are too uncontrollable, so they're still observing." Qian Rui's mouth dropped open. "Half wolf blood? Does that mean there are wolves on the farm?" Then he followed Tang Ji to the cowshed. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw insulation materials and ventilation devices similar to those in his mushroom greenhouse in the corner, and immediately guessed 7 or 8 parts of the truth. These must have been purchased from the same supplier. Only then did he truly realize that Lin Feng was really willing to spend money on farm facilities. That makes sense. A good greenhouse can last for more than 10 years once it's built. Instead of repairing and frequently updating it every year, it's better to get it right the first time, which is much more worry-free. As he was pondering this, his gaze swept to the other side of the cowshed, and he suddenly froze, pointing stammeringly to two patterned animals. No, how come there are even deer here? Do deer roam in the cowshed of a normal farm? He even began to doubt whether he was seeing things. Tang Ji was already used to this reaction. He reached out and touched the heads of the two sika deer, explaining, Lin Feng has a legal breeding license. These two are farmed deer given to him by someone else. They are very docile. He then changed the subject, sounding somewhat amused and exasperated. These two little guys have it tough. Every time the South China tigers come back, I have to lie outside the enclosure and drool over them, which scares them so much that they tremble. Qian Rui was stunned. When Qian Rui arrived at the cowshed, he found that Tang Ji used small agricultural machinery to clean up the manure, which was very different from the scene he remembered of manually wielding hose to shovel manure. He couldn't help but ask questions out of curiosity. Tang Ji smiled and said, I'll take you somewhere later. Lin Feng specially set up a small agricultural machinery warehouse. It's fully equipped and looks really interesting. Like this small bulldozer in front of us, it's basically only used in the cowshed to prevent cross-contamination with machinery from other places, which could affect crops and poultry. Qian Rui nodded, instantly understanding. Hygiene and isolation are indeed important for planting and breeding. Just as he stepped out of the cowshed, he pointed to a straight pillar standing to the west of Lin Feng's house and asked, What is this device? It looks like a monitoring system, but it also looks a bit like a weather station. A small pavilion-like structure was built on top of the pillar, giving it a unique feel. Oh, that's not a machine, it's a crested goshawk's nest. Tang Ji's tone revealed his fondness for crested eagles whenever they were mentioned. They are a pair of incredibly intelligent eagles. This year, the crested eagle couple hatched 3 chicks, and amazingly, all 3 survived. He paused, then added, Our farm has plenty of food, and Lin Feng and I occasionally add some minced meat to their food. Unlike in previous years, the couple didn't abandon their cubs and raised all 3 to be strong and healthy. He also specifically told Qian Rui, In the woods to the west, there are still many artificial bird nests that Lin Feng built himself, and now several kinds of birds live there: owls, kestrels, peregrine falcons, and so on. If you're interested, you can go take a look when you're free, but don't get too close, or you'll startle them. But don't bother with the birds in the orchard to the north. Tang Ji changed the subject, his tone tinged with helplessness. Those little guys are unhygienic. They often shed feathers and poop everywhere, and sometimes they peck at ripe fruit. It's a real nuisance. Qian Rui didn't say much throughout, but his mind was in turmoil. This is so different from the farm he had imagined. With machinery, birds of prey, and birds cared for by dedicated staff, it doesn't look like a place that only grows crops and raises livestock. Later, when he went to the cafeteria with Tang Ji and Lu Wei, he finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him all morning. Our boss, Brother Lin, did he used to work at the zoo? He paused, then added something even more practical. This place is a legitimate farm, right? Not some zoo disguised as a farm or something? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Qian Rui's question, Tang Ji and Lu Wei burst into laughter. They understand that feeling all too well. Even after spending so much time on the farm, and knowing that most of the animals came on their own, I still occasionally wonder, is this really a farm? After all, this place is more like a bustling zoo than a farming area. But Lu Wei still patted Qian Rui on the shoulder and explained earnestly, Don't worry, this is a legitimate farm, just built on the outskirts of a protected area. It doesn't use any pesticides or fertilizers from start to finish, it's all natural. Tang Ji added, It's probably because of Lin Feng's philosophy. He wanted to create a farm that simulates a natural ecosystem, which is why it's so popular with the animals in the reserve. In addition, he treated these little guys well and never hurt them, so over time, more and more animals came. Qian Rui turned to look at the mushroom greenhouse not far away, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. A completely natural farm that simulates a natural ecosystem. This perfectly aligned with his idea of cultivating monkey head mushrooms in a simulated natural environment. He suddenly felt incredibly lucky to have encountered such a suitable working environment, and secretly made up his mind. We must work hard and live up to the expectations Lin Feng has placed on this place. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Qian Rui originally wanted to talk to Lin Feng about mushroom cultivation. He can't wait to start planning. But as soon as he stepped out of the cafeteria, he saw Lin Feng carrying a basket to collect eggs. He remembered Tang Ji's instructions, but didn't take it too seriously, thinking, I'll just take a look. As soon as they got close to the chicken coop, the lead rooster and a flock of poultry chased them halfway around the farm, leaving them almost breathless. Having finally gotten rid of the poultry, Qian Rui thought Lin Feng would rest after collecting the eggs. Just as he was about to go over, he found that the farm owner was busier than the 2 employees. Tang Ji and Lu Wei had finished tidying up their farm tools and were about to rest when Lin Feng turned around and went into the kitchen. He brought out a basket of freshly picked roses and flour, and was actually going to start making flour cakes. Qian Rui was too embarrassed to approach and interrupt, so he could only watch from the sidelines, silently postponing the topic of discussing mushroom cultivation. Let's wait until the boss is done with this busy period, so as not to delay his work. But when Qian Rui looked at it, his eyes widened in surprise. The air was filled with the rich scent of roses as Lin Feng kneaded dough, filled it with fillings, and shaped it. In no time, the baking tray was filled with round, almost identical flour cakes. His movements were so practiced, as if he had done them 1,000 times. It looked quite therapeutic, but once again, he couldn't get a word in edgewise when he tried to talk about mushroom cultivation. Tang Ji, who was standing nearby, noticed his thoughts and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't rush. Making flour cakes is usually Lin Feng's last task in the morning. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll have time once he puts the cakes in the oven. The person who came to pick up the flour cakes today was the village party secretary, who had just returned from a meeting in the city. The demolition and relocation arrangements have been finalized. Time flies. The village secretary walked up to Lin Feng, looked at the flour cakes being brushed with egg wash, and spoke with a tone full of emotion, as if he were talking to Lin Feng, or as if he were talking to himself. Lin Feng looked up at him and said with a smile, "Isn't this a good thing? The villagers can move to places with more convenient transportation and better living conditions, which is much better than staying in the village and guarding a few acres of barren land. That's the logic." The village party secretary sighed, pulled up a stool and sat down, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the folder. "I just felt empty and a bit lost. I was thinking of making good use of the agricultural products in Shida village and living up to my position as the party secretary, but the plan was cut short by the demolition." Uncle. Lin Feng looked up at the village secretary, his tone relaxed yet firm. "Don't worry, a tree dies if it's moved, but a person thrives. Everyone in our stone village is hardworking and capable. With this relocation, the house and compensation are all in place, and we can even move to a better place. What's there to be afraid of not living a good life?" The village party secretary paused for a moment, pondered these words, and couldn't help but nod. That does seem to make sense. As he spoke, he deliberately put on a stern face and looked at Lin Feng with displeasure. "You brat, can't you show any sign of being reluctant to part with me? I'm still your elder, you still call me uncle." Lin Feng laughed heartily, and followed up on his words. "Of course I'll miss you, but it's not like we'll never see each other again. Putting everything else aside, when we slaughter pigs at the end of this year, I'll definitely invite you back to eat pork. It just depends on whether you're willing to make the trip." "Run! We must run." Upon hearing pork, the village secretary's answer was resolute, his eyes lighting up. "Even if it's raining knives, I'll still rush back, let alone on a normal day." He felt regret whenever he thought about the past. The first 2 times Lin Feng's family slaughtered pigs, he felt it was too casual to eat with young people and couldn't bring himself to do it, so he didn't get to eat a single bite. Especially that pork belly from last time. Tang Ji said the meat was so tender it could melt in your mouth. He regrets it so much now. The village party secretary looked up, blinked, and quickly swallowed back the drool that was about to spill from his mouth. Even if you're a failure, you can't lose face in front of the younger generation. The mere mention of pork banished all the sadness of parting from him. He started counting the days on his fingers. The next time Lin Feng's family slaughters a pig, he shouldn't have completely moved away from Stone Village yet, so he'll definitely be able to make it. After Lin Feng handed him the box containing the flour cakes, the village secretary took it and, before leaving, turned back to give him some final words of advice. "It's a promise. Don't forget to call me when you're slaughtering the pig, I'll come no matter what." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, uncle, I won't forget. Walk slowly on the road, don't be so focused on the pork that you'll drop the flour cake." The village party secretary sighed, tucked the flour cakes into his pocket, and walked out the door with light steps. His back view showed no trace of the confusion and sadness from before, but was full of anticipation for the pig-killing feast. As a new employee, Qian Rui had just finished eating the flour cake Lin Feng had given him and was about to seize the opportunity to ask about mushroom cultivation. "The sooner we get the information, the sooner we can start construction, and maybe this time next year we'll be able to eat the mushrooms we grew ourselves." He had just brushed the crumbs off his clothes and hadn't even spoken when Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Qian Rui had no choice but to swallow his words. Lin Feng glanced at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow. It was Zhou Cheng. He and Zhou Cheng usually communicate mainly through messages and rarely make phone calls. When they do make a phone call, it's usually because of an emergency. He gestured for Qian Rui to wait a moment, then answered the phone. "Hey, what's wrong?" After listening for only a couple of sentences, Lin Feng's tone changed instantly. "What did you say? What happened to the little dumpling? Did it get stuck in the drainage ditch next to the curb?" He suddenly stood up straight and asked. Where exactly is it? I'm coming right away. After hanging up the phone, before Lin Feng could explain to Qian Rui, Lu Wei quickly walked over, looking worried, and asked, "What happened to the little dumpling? You just said something seemed to have happened." Lin Feng said quickly, looking at Lu Wei. Zhou Cheng said that the little dumpling got stuck in the drain ditch somehow, and it stuck pretty tightly. The big dumpling is protecting it and is already stressed, not letting anyone get close. A passing villager called the police, and Professor Sun recognized it as one of our farm's pandas and asked me to go over and see if I could help. He paused, then asked, "Do you have time now? Can you come with me?" Lu Wei's expression changed from worried to something that was hard to describe. Getting stuck in the drainage ditch next to the curb? This little dumpling really knows how to pull off some pretty difficult moves. He immediately nodded, "Let's go together when we have time." Turning his head, Lu Wei shouted into the house, "Tang Ji, you and Qian Rui watch the house. I'm going out with Lin Feng." "Oh," Tang Ji's response came quickly from inside the house, and a few seconds later, Tang Ji appeared at the door. But at this moment, Lin Feng and Lu Wei had already walked quickly out of the courtyard, their backs flashing to the gate, leaving only a gesture of "hurry up and follow." Tang Ji stood there, stunned. He turned to look at Qian Rui, who had been listening the whole time and was still in shock, and asked in bewilderment, "What happened? Why are they running so fast?" Qian Rui still had a bewildered expression on his face, his tone somewhat fantastical. "Someone just called and said that a giant panda is stuck in a drainage ditch, and asked the boss to come and help." His mind was full of questions. What kind of bizarre development is this? Why is his question time gone again? His boss is clearly a farmer, so why was he asked to rescue pandas? Also, how did the panda get stuck in the drainage ditch when it was perfectly fine? Why would a panda get stuck in a drainage ditch? Lin Feng and Lu Wei had been pondering this the whole way, and it just seemed so absurd. The place where the milk dumpling got stuck was on the only road leading from the county town to Stone Village. The drainage ditch along this road used to be filled with fallen leaves washed down from the hillside all year round, and it would only be cleaned once before or after the fire season. The last major rainstorm flooded the roads, and only then did the authorities take it seriously, changing the schedule to sending people to clean them every week or two. Who would have thought that the clean drainage ditch would trap the panda inside? When Lin Feng and Lu Wei arrived, a large crowd had already gathered at the scene. Police cars and ambulances were parked on the roadside, and Zhou Cheng and Professor Sun were guarding the drainage ditch. The little dumpling was stuck in the drain, while the big dumpling paced restlessly by the roadside, occasionally growling at the onlookers. It would adopt an aggressive posture if anyone approached, clearly already stressed. Judging from the big dumpling's condition, the milk dumpling has probably been stuck for quite some time. Professor Sun was the only person who could barely get close. He was holding a stick that was nearly 2 meters long, with a water bottle tied to the end of the stick, and he was carefully feeding the baby water. The asphalt road was scorching hot under the sun. Although there was still some shade in the drainage ditch, the sun was rising higher and higher, and the shade would soon disappear. If this continued, the little dumpling might get heat stroke. If all else fails, let's use a tranquilizer gun. Zhou Cheng glanced at his watch, then looked at the listless little dumpling, and stamped his feet anxiously. Waiting any longer is not a solution. Professor Sun shook his head, his tone firm. Anesthesia is bad for its body, and the little panda is still in a good condition. Let's wait for Lin Feng. He's familiar with these two pandas. If he can't do anything either, then we can use anesthesia. He paused, then added, "It's said that humans should not undergo general anesthesia more than 3 times in their lifetime, as the risks increase. The same principle applies to animals. The baby is still young, so we should minimize his suffering." Zhou Cheng sighed, knowing that Professor Sun was right, and could only nod, his eyes constantly glancing toward Stone Village, wishing Lin Feng could appear before him immediately. Zhou Cheng didn't forget to remind the traffic police officer maintaining order nearby. "Could you please ask the traffic police to move any unrelated vehicles away immediately, and also persuade the onlookers not to gather in groups? Pandas are bears too. If they get pushed too far and go berserk, it's no joke." He was actually worried that Lin Feng's car wouldn't be able to get in, which would delay the rescue. The traffic police knew that the giant panda lingering by the drainage ditch was sturdy and had a wary look in its eyes, so they immediately turned around to direct traffic. Just as he had persuaded the car in the middle of the road to move, he saw a pickup truck parked directly on the side of the road. Thinking it was another one coming to join the fun, he quickly walked over. "Hello, parking is not allowed here. Please drive forward." The car door clicked open, and Lin Feng poked his head out. "Excuse me, I was called here to help with the rescue." On the other side, Lu Wei also opened the car door and walked around. At this moment, the big dumpling, which had been pacing anxiously by the drainage ditch, suddenly twitched its nose. Upon smelling Lin Feng's familiar scent, it instantly forgot its vigilance and charged towards the pickup truck, making urgent woof-woof sounds. What a kind person, saving the bear's life. Its charge immediately caused an uproar among the onlookers. Danger! Back off! The panda is charging. Should we prepare a tranquilizer gun? Amidst gasps of surprise, Lin Feng didn't back down at all. Instead, he stepped forward and firmly held down the large ball of fluff that was rushing towards him. Okay, I'm here. I know the little dumpling is stuck. Don't worry. The big dumpling excitedly pawed at his arm and tried to rub against him. Its paw accidentally hooked onto his trouser leg, almost tearing the pants. Lin Feng quickly pried its paws open, both amused and exasperated. Don't pull. Your pants will tear soon, and we need them to save the baby. As he stroked the big ball of fur to soothe it, it pulled him toward the drainage ditch, and he didn't forget to snatch his trouser leg back from its claws. Professor Sun, relieved to see Lin Feng arrive, quickly stepped forward to greet him, but before getting closer, he asked again to confirm. I'm not mistaken, am I? These two really are your pandas, right? Lin Feng nodded and gestured with his chin toward the little dumpling in the drainage ditch. No doubt about it. On this road near the village, besides the mother and daughter, who else would dare to swagger around like this? Only the two of them would treat this place like their own backyard. Lin Feng reached out and moved the large, round dumpling that was still rubbing against him and getting in his way, aside, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. Sit down and wait here. Don't come over and cause trouble. Turning his head, he looked at Zhou Cheng and asked loudly, Zhou Cheng, did you bring any fruit? A cucumber would be fine too, hand one to it. I brought it. Zhou Cheng quickly pulled a plastic bag out of the car. When they received the news, they made special preparations for this, firstly because they were worried that the pandas would get hungry if they were trapped for too long, and secondly because they thought that if they had to use a tranquilizer gun, they could distract them first. He walked over quickly, took an apple out of the bag, and handed it to the well-behaved little dumpling. Those around were so stunned by the scene that they didn't recover for a long time. This is the rescue method recommended by the Forestry Bureau and animal experts? That's outrageous. That big ball of fur looked to weigh at least 400 pounds. It was incredibly fierce just now, slapping the rescue vehicle door so hard it dented it. Now, she's acting all cute and cuddly towards Lin Feng, obediently sitting down when asked to sit, and eagerly munching on an apple when handed to her. The contrast is so stark it's hard to believe. They're all men, how come there's such a big difference? Some people muttered to themselves, but most felt admiration and envy. That's so cool to be able to subdue such a big beast with one hand. If I had that ability, I would definitely post 9-grid photos on my WeChat moments for half a month straight, wanting the whole world to know. Lin Feng didn't care what others thought. He, Lu Wei, and Professor Sun squatted down by the drainage ditch and carefully observed the baby's condition. He gently patted the baby's head while softly soothing it. All right, don't be afraid, I'm here. Come on, let Professor Sun take a look at you. You know him, he used to feed you delicious food on the farm. The little dumpling, which was in pain and frightened from being stuck, finally stopped its indiscriminate threatening attack when it heard the familiar voice. It just whimpered pitifully and let Lin Feng stroke its head. Professor Sun seized the opportunity to step forward and carefully examine the little dumpling's body, finally giving a ruthless conclusion, it's fat. He explained. Judging from the marks, it must have rolled down the mountain by accident and landed right in the drainage ditch. As a result, he was too fat, and his buttocks were stuck too tightly, so he couldn't exert any force on himself and could only put his forelimbs on the edge of the ditch and wait for rescue. Fortunately, it is afraid of pain and has barely moved since it got stuck. There is no blood on the cement surface, so it is a blessing that it is not injured. It was quite a coincidence, actually. If it were that big, fluffy, it wouldn't be able to fit into the drain at all. If it were a slimmer panda, even if it got stuck, it could climb out on its own. Unfortunately, the little dumpling was just the right size, stuck in the middle, neither too big nor too small, encountering even the 1 in 10,000 chance. Lin Feng was both angry and amused, and reached out to pat the little dumpling's head. It's a bad review, we're not listening to it. The little dumpling seemed to understand, and it nuzzled its head against his hand, its cries becoming even softer. Seeing that the little dumpling's emotions had stabilized considerably, Lin Feng turned to Professor Sun and asked, "What do you think, should we just pull it out?" Professor Sun stretched out his finger and probed around the baby's body, which was stuck in the groove, and pondered. Theoretically it's possible, but the problem is that it might struggle and resist when it's in pain. You know, no matter how thick a panda's skin is, it can easily get scratched when it rubs against a cement wall. And if you don't pull it out in one go, it might get stuck even tighter if it struggles. In addition, it takes quite a bit of force to pull it out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng, who was standing nearby, immediately suggested, "Should I call a crane? If that doesn't work, I can contact the municipal government to demolish a section of the road and widen the drainage ditch. What else can we do? We can't keep blocking the road indefinitely." Lin Feng didn't rush to answer. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then stretched his arms and legs. During this period of time, he worked on the farm and exercised with Lu Wei and the others. He ate well and built up his strength. He felt that with his current strength, he might be able to give it a try. It would be easier than calling a crane or dismantling the road. He winked at Lu Wei, signaling him to stand behind the little dumpling and help keep it steady. He rubbed his hands together, walked over to the little dumpling, squatted down, and gently comforted it, even trying to reason with it. Don't struggle for a moment. I'll try to pull you out. Let's not damage the drainage ditch that the municipality just installed, okay? It will only hurt for a little while, just bear with it and it will pass. But if you struggle, you might get hurt a couple of times, understand? If you cooperate, we'll go home and eat honey. The little dumpling blinked its round eyes, stretched out its two front paws towards Lin Feng, and whimpered pitifully. Okay, I want a hug. The big dumpling next to it also took a few steps with concern, went to the edge of the drainage ditch, and licked the baby dumpling's face with its tongue to help soothe it. What's unusual is that it held the apple Zhou Cheng had just given it tightly in its arms, even though it was practically drooling, and didn't eat it. It was clearly waiting to give it the milk ball after it was born. Lin Feng took the opportunity to rub the big dumpling's head and praised it with a smile. Well done, you're finally acting like a mother. But I still gently pushed it to the side. Concern can lead to confusion. If the baby cries out in pain, the older child might not be able to control their protective instincts and slap him, which would be troublesome. Seeing the little dumpling obediently retreat to a distance, Lin Feng bent down and tried to slip his hand under the dumpling's armpits. He couldn't help but complain as soon as he touched its round belly. Oh dear, this little guy doesn't even have a waist, he's all flesh. Lu Wei, who was behind the little dumpling, burst out laughing when he heard this. Hearing the laughter, Lin Feng shook his head and said to him, I'll lift it by its armpits, and you can support its belly from below and give it some extra support, okay? Lu Wei nodded and gave Lin Feng a ready gesture. Lin Feng bent down as much as possible, placed the little dumpling's front paws on his shoulders, and gently coaxed it. Sweetie, don't exert yourself too much later. My shoulders can't withstand a claw from you. The little dumpling whimpered twice, and Lin Feng took it as a response. He simply brought his head close to the baby's head, his neck directly exposed to the baby's sharp canine teeth. The scene left onlookers holding their breath, their palms sweating. How much trust must one have in animals to dare to do something like this? Even zookeepers who have raised pandas since they were pandas might not dare to put their necks close to a panda's mouth. Not to mention that if we try to pull it out now, it will definitely hurt the baby. If it gets out of control from the pain, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Feng, however, still had the mind to turn around and warn the person next to him who was filming with their phone. Don't you dare try this. It won't work for ordinary people, not even the most ordinary ones. My relationship with this panda is something you can't compare to, so don't try to imitate me. Zhou Cheng quickly chimed in. Yes, a normal person would never do that. Didn't you see? He can even pick up and play with a South China tiger. He's not like us ordinary people. Professor Sun didn't speak, but silently gripped the medical kit in his hand until his fingertips turned white. In case the baby gets out of control and hurts someone, he hoped his emergency medical services could arrive in time. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and forced his hand through the gap between the baby and the cement wall. Fortunately, the baby's flesh was soft, and rubbing against it could create some space, except that the hip bone area was particularly tight. He and Lu Wei exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted, 1, 2, 3, go! Let's go! They were straining so hard that everyone watching was stunned. They even clearly heard a pop sound, as if something sealed had been pulled open. The panda that was stuck so tightly was actually pulled out of the narrow gap by the two people, their movements as quick and decisive as pulling up a radish from the ground. That must be some terrifying arm strength. And that must be some incredible daring. But surprisingly, these two actually succeeded. Hiss dash. Lin Feng had just held the baby in his arms when a sharp pain suddenly shot through his back, causing him to gasp in shock. He instantly understood that the little dumpling must have been in so much pain that it had unconsciously stuck out its fingernails. I just don't know how many holes there are on his back, or how serious they are. He tried moving his shoulder and didn't feel any bone pain, which relieved him a little. Are you all right? As soon as Lu Wei let go, he noticed blood seeping through Lin Feng's short-sleeved shirt. He quickly stepped forward to support him, his voice full of concern. The little dumpling scratched you with its paw, and it's bleeding. Lin Feng waved his hand and handed the little dumpling towards Professor Sun. I'm fine, it's just a superficial injury. I'll get a rabies vaccine later. Professor Sun, please take a look at the little dumpling first. Its hip is stuck tightly, so you might actually hurt it. In his eyes, the little dumpling is the farm's precious treasure, and he can't let the little guy suffer any injustice. Professor Sun quickly took the baby and carefully examined its body, especially its hips and belly, for fear of any abrasions. Zhou Cheng also walked over quickly, carrying a medical kit in his hand. This box is different from Professor Sun's veterinary medical box, it's for human use. He had anticipated that people might get injured during the rescue, so he took it out of the car specifically for simple emergency treatment. Let me treat your wound first, to prevent infection. As Zhou Cheng spoke, he tried to pull Lin Feng to sit down next to him. The little baby, held by Professor Sun, twitched its nose, smelled the blood in the air, and immediately wilted. It shyly hid its paws behind its back, its little head drooping. Wah-ah-ah. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. It hurt so much in my back just now, it was burning, I couldn't help it. The guilt in its eyes was almost overflowing, and its little paws would occasionally lift up and tug at Lin Feng, but it didn't dare to actually touch him. Lin Feng smiled at it nonchalantly, it's okay, be good. As he comforted the little dumpling, everyone around him was stunned. Giant pandas can actually cooperate with humans. It may even have gone against its biological instincts, retracting its claws the instant it smelled blood and choosing to trust Lin Feng. Moreover, what's with that almost tangible guilt in its eyes? Lin Feng was still comforting the little dumpling, indicating that he was alright. A panda is still a bear, and it's already a good thing that the bloody smell on its body hasn't aggravated it again. The child is so sensible, what more could you ask for? Zhou Cheng quickly gestured to his colleague who had come with him. Make a call back quickly. There's no need to arrange the crane, and we don't need to bother the municipal government either. After giving his instructions, he picked up the medical kit and prepared to treat Lin Feng's wounds. At least clean up the dust and stop the bleeding. Before he could even step forward, Lu Wei, who had already removed his gloves, had already taken the medical kit. When it came to treating wounds, Lu Wei, a former Special Forces soldier, was far more skilled than Zhou Cheng. He had Lin Feng sit down sideways, quickly cut open the bleeding short-sleeved shirt, rinsed the wound with saline solution, sprinkled hemostatic powder, and applied gauze. The whole process was very fast, taking less than a minute. Only then did the onlookers realize how dangerous it had been, and they truly cheered for the success of this human-powered panda pluck. The applause, which started sparsely, gradually grew into a loud and enthusiastic ovation, even echoing through the surrounding mountains and forests. Wow, that's awesome, bro. You're truly amazing. Can you share your animal taming tips? How do you get a panda to obey you like this? Lin Feng was a little embarrassed by the praise. He waved his hand and smiled at everyone, without saying much. Professor Sun, however, was far less polite. While continuing his examination of the baby, he coldly glared at the noisy crowd and warned in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid of disturbing these two giant pandas by making such a commotion?" He paused, his tone becoming more serious. "Didn't you see Lin Feng is injured? Besides him, no one here can control these two. If you really piss them off and get slapped, that's your own fault." Having worked as a veterinarian for so many years, Professor Sun knows best. Don't try to reason with an injured animal. People become irritable when they are injured, let alone pandas, which are more sensitive to danger. The fact that the little dumpling didn't immediately explode was entirely due to Lin Feng's human calming effect. If it had been agitated by noise again, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon hearing this, the lively applause, whistles, and cheers that had been playing just moments before vanished as if a pause button had been pressed. The crowd exchanged glances, then slowed their pace, barely daring to speak loudly. Nobody wants to actually get slapped by a panda. Lu Wei was completely unaffected by what was happening. He walked up behind Lin Feng and said directly to him, "I cut the clothes open." Lin Feng nodded, feeling the tearing sound of scissors ripping his clothes behind him. Unable to turn around, he could only ask, "How many eyes are there?" 5. Lu Wei frowned slightly as he looked at the 5 wounds on Lin Feng's shoulder blade. Although, in his judgment, it was not serious. But it will hurt, it definitely will hurt. As he helped Lin Feng, he gave him some instructions. "Wait a minute, you should go to the hospital and see a doctor to treat it. You know that pandas have barbs on their claws, as well as dirt and food scraps. I can only try my best to rinse it, disinfect it, and then bandage it to stop the bleeding." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'll go in a bit. I'll get my shot while I'm at it." He can't see, but according to Lu Wei's description, he may need not only a rabies vaccine but also a tetanus shot. "I'll go with you, and I'll get reimbursed while I'm at it." Zhou Cheng walked over at this moment and said, "After all, without Lin Feng, they might not have had to pay for medical treatment, but rather for rebuilding the drainage ditches and roads." At this moment, Professor Sun's expression was not so good. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Don't be stubborn, tell me honestly, are you still okay? I'm in a bit of trouble here. We'd better take the baby back and get an X-ray and ultrasound." Although he is currently examining mostly superficial injuries, or rather, abrasions. However, when he pressed on the pelvis, the bear felt obvious pain, but when he pressed on the legs, it didn't feel anything. It's very likely that something has happened to the lower limbs due to being stuck for so long. Early detection and early treatment might just save the baby. Lin Feng nodded and quickly finalized the plan. "Okay. I'll take the baby to your veterinary hospital first, then I'll go to the human hospital to treat its wounds. I'll have Lu Wei stay with you to help out. It should be fine. The little dumpling is now familiar with Lu Wei, and they often play together on the farm. Lu Wei would even occasionally wrestle with the big dumpling, just as closely as he was with Tang Ji and the crested eagle. He can keep things in order if he leaves for a while occasionally. Lu Wei was a little uneasy, worried that the panda wouldn't recognize him in the unfamiliar environment. But she nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. Professor Sun nodded in agreement. That works too, as long as someone can keep them in check, it doesn't matter who it is. Zhou Cheng, listening nearby, couldn't help but feel his expression darken. Giant pandas are national treasures, and each one is extremely precious. If the little dumpling really has a problem with its lower limbs, not to mention whether it can contribute to the reproduction of the species when it grows up, even its future home is a problem. It's heartbreaking to think about. But who would have thought that, just when everyone was worried, the little dumpling that Professor Sun was concerned about possibly becoming paralyzed in the lower limbs suddenly rolled over on the ground, used its paws to support itself on his arm, and actually got up on its own. Everyone, including Lin Feng, was startled by this sudden action. Look at how the little dumpling walks. Although his hind legs are a little lame and his steps are not very steady, he doesn't look paralyzed at all. He looked like he had been stuck for a long time, his legs were numb from being pressed down, and he had just recovered. Lin Feng slowly shifted his gaze from the little dumpling to Professor Sun's face, his eyes full of accusation, his tone tinged with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Professor Sun, is this what you called lower limb paralysis? I was so scared my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Professor Sun was speechless for a moment, his face flushing slightly. He had been repeatedly checking the baby's lower limbs, but no matter how he touched them, the baby didn't react at all, even basic reflexes seemed to have disappeared. That's when he started to think of the worst-case scenario. Who would have thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly? He had just made the judgment that the person might be paralyzed when he got up on his own. He coughed awkwardly twice and explained. There was no reaction just now. It was probably because I was stuck for too long and my nerves were temporarily numb. I just recovered. Luckily it was a false alarm. Fortunately, this is a panda, so there's no such thing as a medical dispute. If it were a human, he would probably be surrounded by the patient's family arguing with him today. Zhou Cheng and Lu Wei's eyes followed the little dumpling intently, both of them curious. This little guy had been lying flat for a while, then suddenly got up. What was he trying to do? What is the little dumpling trying to do? It wants to get revenge for itself. It was on all fours, its hind legs slightly lame, but that didn't diminish its imposing presence at all. It wobbled to the edge of the drainage ditch, where it bristled and roared angrily. Woof! Roar! Bad road! I'll beat you up! I'll beat you up! The little dumpling raised its thick padded paw and slammed it hard on the curb with a smack. The scene fell silent instantly, everyone was stunned. Whether the enemy was injured or not is unknown, but it's certain that the enemy suffered heavy losses. Sure enough, the next second, the little dumpling was stimulated by the pain in its hand, and its roar suddenly rose. It tilted its head back and howled loudly, and you could see its throat from any angle. Lin Feng looked at the silly look on the baby's face and was so embarrassed that his shoulders were shaking from trying not to laugh. But many people behind him were shocked by the baby's angry confrontation with the curb and quietly shivered. They even lowered their voices by more than half. The big dumpling was also aroused by the baby dumpling's roar and wanted to step over to help teach the drainage ditch a lesson, as if it wanted to lift the entire edge of the ditch. Lin Feng couldn't stand it any longer and suddenly raised his voice, shouting, "Come back!" The voice was extremely loud, not only stopping the big dumpling but also startling Lu Wei behind him, and Lin Feng himself gasped in pain. The wound on my back was throbbing with pain from the shock. But he couldn't speak softly, the baby was too loud, and if he spoke softly, the big baby might pretend not to hear. The little dumpling was also startled by the roar, its paws raised in mid-air freezing in place. Taking the opportunity, Lin Feng quickly walked over and ruffled its head. "Sweetie, stay away from this ditch. If you get stuck again, no one will pull you out. And doesn't your bare paw hurt from hitting me so hard?" Upon hearing the word pain, the little dumpling, who was about to swat at the drain again, suddenly stopped, turned around, and sadly withdrew its paw. It then trotted over to Lin Feng, snuggled into his arms, and even held up its paw which had hurt from hitting the curb to Lin Feng's face, its little voice so soft it seemed to drip with tenderness. "Wah-ah-ah. Ouch, ouch, the bear's paws hurt, I need to yelp." Lin Feng was used to this scene, after all, the little dumpling always acted this way, but the onlookers had never seen it before. Puffed. This panda is so clever. Good heavens, who would believe this cat wasn't raised by a human? Lin Feng blushed as he comforted the little dumpling. It's hard to explain, it's really hard to explain. Well, let's take the panda to get checked out right away. Lin Feng changed the subject. Professor Sun grinned and said, "Okay, so how do we get there?" To be on the safe side, we should have a detailed ultrasound or even an x-ray of the baby's injury. But this means we have no choice but to take the little dumpling to the county's veterinary hospital for treatment. If you bring the baby girl, you definitely need to bring the older one too, otherwise the mother and daughter will be separated and might experience stress. Lin Feng looked at his pickup truck, which had a carrying capacity of about 1 ton. It would be more than enough to take 2 pandas with you. Lin Feng pointed to the bed of his pickup truck and said, "Just find a strap and put them in my truck bed." Zhou Cheng was taken aback, pointing at the truck bed with a look of unease. "Just leave it here? Is that okay?" Lin Feng glanced at the 2 little dumplings sitting obediently to his side and explained, "It should be fine. My pickup truck has a high-strength frame, and it's been widened and thickened. The combined weight of the 2 of them can't exceed 1 ton, right? It's definitely heavy enough." Zhou Cheng was taken aback. He wasn't asking about the load-bearing capacity at all. He said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "I'm not worried that the truck can't hold up, I'm worried that the 2 of them might get restless and fall out of the truck bed. If they fall, it would be a serious accident. With the weight of these 2, they could even tip the truck over." Lin Feng then realized what was happening and scratched his head. "Then, tie it tighter? If you brought a cage, you can use a cage to put it in." Zhou Cheng did bring a cage, but no one expected that they would have to transport 2 pandas at once. The cage they brought could only hold 1 panda, and it was impossible for the 2 to be squeezed together. He estimated the size of the cage. If all the pandas, big and small, were stuffed in together, their flesh would probably squeeze out of the cage gaps. "Let's use a strap to secure it a little." Lin Feng turned to the traffic policeman next to him and said, "Could you please clear a path for us? It's only a 20-minute walk from here to Professor Sun's veterinary hospital. They should be able to hold on." Lin Feng was confident once his children got into the car and started moving, they definitely wouldn't try to jump out. Zhou Cheng was still uneasy, but he didn't have a better solution. "If we notify the Forestry Bureau to send another cage, it will take at least an hour, and the baby will suffer even more." Before Zhou Cheng could finish his thought, Lin Feng had already lured the 2 little creatures into the pickup truck bed with fruit, and then took out the wide straps he had used to secure the cage, placing them in 2 rows in front of them. The main purpose is to prevent these 2 silly creatures from being thrown off when the car starts, brakes, or turns, and also to prevent them from standing up and swaying around randomly. Once it was secured, everyone burst into laughter upon seeing it. The 2 little ones sat side by side against the glass behind the truck bed, half lying down and sunbathing, with the big one even leisurely resting one paw on the side panel. If you ignore the 2 straps, they look exactly like 2 big shots riding around in a convertible sports car, very dashing. "Lu Wei, drive," Lin Feng instructed. "Zhou Cheng, you follow behind. If anything happens, just call us. We can slow down and pull over at any time. I'll lead the way." Professor Sun raised his hand. "Let's go." As a result, many passers-by in the county witnessed an outrageous yet amusing scene that day. A pickup truck was driving slowly, with 2 giant pandas lying in the back, enjoying the breeze. One of them would occasionally raise its paw, as if waving to people on the roadside. As for why the other person didn't wave, Lin Feng knew perfectly well why. It must be the after effect of the pain in its paw from hitting the curb earlier. It doesn't want to move. Zhou Cheng, who was following behind, almost twitched at the corner of his mouth as he watched the 2 pandas acting silly in the truck bed. They refused to allow animal performances, but these 2 pandas insisted on working on their own. The group arrived safely at Professor Sun's veterinary hospital. Although Professor Sun had given prior notice, the arrival of the 2 giant pandas still caused quite a stir at the hospital. The key point is that these 2 national treasures weren't carried in cages, but rather swaggered in like 2 important figures inspecting the work. The dogs being fostered in the hospital cages were so frightened that they urinated on the spot, cowering in the corner of the cage, trembling and not daring to bark. Lin Feng watched as the little dumpling obediently followed Lu Wei and Professor Sun to film the movie before turning around to greet everyone. "I'll go to the hospital next door to get my wound treated first, and I'll be back in a bit." No one had any reason to stop them, but Zhou Cheng was still worried. Looking at the doctor in the white coat at the hospital entrance, he asked Lin Feng again, "Are you sure you don't want me to go in with you? Just in case we need any help." Lin Feng turned to look at him, almost asking, "Are you serious? He's a grown man, why does he need someone to accompany him to see a doctor for a minor injury? It's not like he has difficulty walking." Seeing the genuine worry in Zhou Cheng's eyes, he didn't have the heart to dampen his spirits, and instead smiled and said, "Instead of coming in with me, you can do me a more important favor. Why don't I go to the clothing store next door and buy a top? I can't exactly walk around the streets in this backless dress." The short-sleeved shirt he was wearing had been cut open by Lu Wei to treat his wound, and now the back was empty, leaving only the front hanging down, which was really inappropriate. Upon hearing this, the nurse guarding the emergency room entrance couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lin Feng's back. The gauze wrapping wasn't very neat, and there was still some blood seeping from the edges. The exposed skin was covered in dust and blood stains, but the lines of his broad shoulders and narrow waist, coupled with his slightly taut back, inexplicably exuded a battle-worn charm. Adding to that Lin Feng's handsome face, the nurse couldn't help but scream inwardly, "This guy is absolutely the ultimate battle-damaged handsome guy." The young nurse had an exceptionally kind smile as she spoke to Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng. "Don't worry, we'll make sure you get a nice bandage. I'll also tell the doctor to try not to hurt him." The tone of his voice was so gentle, as if he were comforting a parent worried about their child, leaving Lin Feng, Zhou Cheng, and the doctor who had just arrived all looking on with puzzled expressions. Lin Feng turned his head expressionlessly, said no more, and walked into the examination room without looking back. He sat down in the chair at the doctor's signal. "How did you do that?" When the doctor lifted the gauze from his back and saw 5 bloody holes of varying depths, he was instantly stunned. In all his years in the profession, this was the first time he had ever seen a wound like this. It didn't look like it was cut by a sharp weapon, nor did it look like it was scratched by an ordinary animal. It had a strange quality to it. It was caught by a giant panda. Lin Feng spoke casually, as if he were saying, "I got bitten by a mosquito." The doctor paused, his hands gripping the tweezers, his mind filled with questions. How could a perfectly healthy person be captured by a giant panda? Did they climb over the wall and get into the zoo? But there's no zoo in their county. Even if they go to another city, if someone were to trespass on a zoo, shouldn't the person who brought them in first contact the police? But the doctor didn't ask many questions. Everyone who came was a patient, and treating the wounds was the priority. He handled the relatively minor injury with skill and confidence, quickly preparing disinfectant and needles and thread. While the doctor was preparing the medication, Lin Feng quickly made a phone call to Zhang Ming. "I promised to cook for them at noon, but now it seems I definitely won't have time." He told Zhang Ming that the ingredients for cooking were all in the service station canteen. If they didn't mind, he could ask the auntie who helped clean up the canteen to cook a meal temporarily. That auntie was quite good at home cooking. "Brother Feng, are you all right?" Zhang Ming's voice was urgent on the other end of the phone. "I saw you rushing out this morning, and I asked Tang Ji and found out you were going to rescue pandas. Judging from the noise, are you at the hospital?" Zhang Ming had always admired Lin Feng, and his heart immediately jumped when he heard that Lin Feng was injured. "I'm fine, just some minor scratches." As Lin Feng spoke, he couldn't help but frown. The doctor just asked him if he was afraid of pain, and he said he wasn't. As a result, the doctor didn't give him much anesthetic and said, using less anesthetic won't affect wound healing. Only when the doctor started stitching him up did he begin to experience a strange feeling. It doesn't really hurt, but you can clearly feel the threads pulling inside your skin. It gave him even more goosebumps than when he was grabbed by a panda. He knew his expression must be terrible, so he tried to distract himself and said into the phone, "I'm sorry to have kept you from having lunch." "Hey, lunch is nothing." Zhang Ming quickly said, "Don't worry about that, we can handle it ourselves, no need to trouble your aunt. If the injury is serious, don't cook for a while, take good care of your injury and don't affect the healing process." Lin Feng felt the strange pulling sensation behind him finally disappear. He turned to look at the doctor and asked, "Doctor, will my injury affect my cooking? I'm a part-time cook, I usually cook for people." The doctor, who had just removed his medical gloves, paused upon hearing this and couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng a few more times. It's strange enough that this young man was scratched by a panda, but is he a chef by profession? But his professional ethics quickly quelled his curiosity, and he answered seriously, "Just keep the wound dry. If you can bear the pain, you can cook." He got up, pulled over a computer chair, and sat down, adding details as he wrote the prescription. "I'll prescribe another bottle of disinfectant for you. If you sweat while cooking, ask your colleague to help you disinfect and bandage yourself again. By the way, the person who treated your wound at the beginning, although their technique was a bit rough, was quite professional and prevented the wound from getting infected." After speaking, the doctor glanced at Lin Feng again, a complex look in his eyes. Young people these days have it tough. Even with such a serious injury, they're still thinking about work. Indeed, given the current job market, who dares to take a break? Which can be stopped, a mortgage or a car loan? Like their hospital, when performing surgery on young people, they try to recommend minimally invasive procedures, not only because the wounds are smaller, but also because the recovery is faster, allowing them to go back to work a day earlier. He himself is the same. He has elderly parents and young children to support, and even when he's exhausted, he doesn't dare to take a day off. Lin Feng was unaware of the doctor's thoughts, and even less aware that the doctor had already mentally constructed a whole scenario of the hardships of working people's lives. He was only concerned about the doctor saying cooking is no problem, so he quickly took out his phone to message Zhang Ming, saying that he could cook normally that night and that they didn't need to worry. After sending the message, he simply threw away the tattered short-sleeved shirt he was wearing, leaving his upper body bare and the gauze on his back conspicuous. He sat down in the chair in the examination room, waiting for the doctor to prescribe medication. The doctor had just finished writing the prescription when the nurse who was helping to hand over the medical equipment stepped forward, blushing, her voice so soft it could melt your heart. "Mr. Lin, shall I go get your medicine?" Upon hearing this, the emergency room doctor who had worked with her for a long time couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times. This girl usually speaks so crisply, why is she suddenly so gentle today? Did the sun rise in the west? Until the doctor caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's face, he instantly realized, wow, that's the power of good looks. He touched his dark circles and subconsciously tugged at his receding hairline, silently lamenting. Back in his youth, he was the hospital's most handsome man, and the nurses would blush whenever he passed by the nurses' station. Now, time waits for no one, and the signs of aging are etched on his face. I need to ask my wife for a face mask later. I know most of them are just a waste of money and only moisturize, but seeing how radiant she looks after using one makes it all worthwhile. Before Lin Feng could respond to the nurse, Zhou Cheng returned carrying a bag and handed him a light blue old-style shirt. "Just wear this. There's only one clothing store around here, and I had to ask a delivery person to get it for me." Lin Feng took the clothes without the slightest disdain. "Thank you, this dress fits perfectly." Given his current back injury, a button-down shirt is definitely more convenient than a pullover short-sleeved shirt. And having any clothes to wear is good enough, he doesn't need to be picky about the style. Just as Zhou Cheng was about to speak, the nurse pointed in the direction of the pharmacy and instructed him, "The medicine is over there. Remember to pay first before picking up your medicine." Her tone remained gentle, but her eyes couldn't help but glance towards Lin Feng. Zhou Cheng smiled knowingly and turned to complete the formalities. The nurse stayed where she was, watching Lin Feng button up his shirt little by little. Her fingers were long and slender, her movements were graceful, and even the way she buttoned her clothes was dazzlingly beautiful. Her cheeks flushed even more, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "There's someone this handsome in our county? How come I've never heard of this before? Don't handsome guys ever get sick?" Actually, if Lin Feng had asked, she could have easily helped him button up his shirt. She's just that helpful, and it's definitely not because she's lusting after his slender abs. This world really does judge by appearance. Anyone else wearing this shapeless old man's shirt would look like an old man, but Lin Feng wearing it exudes a refreshing youthful vibe. Even the bulging gauze on his back doesn't detract from his handsomeness. Lin Feng put on his shirt, said goodbye to the doctor seriously, and was so preoccupied with getting vaccinated at the CDC that he didn't notice the nurse next to him was already in a state of turmoil, nor did he notice the feverish temperature on her cheeks. The CDC is only a few dozen meters from the hospital, so he planned to walk there and get some exercise. The young nurse watched Lin Feng's figure disappear through the door, stunned for a while before snapping out of her daze. Turning around, she noticed the doctor was still staring blankly at the ceiling and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Doctor, what's wrong? Could it be that male doctors also flirt with male patients?" After saying that, she secretly shuddered just imagining that scene was a bit outrageous. The emergency room doctor then snapped out of his daze, ignoring her comment, and instead asked the question that had been troubling him ever since he learned of Lin Feng's profession. How could a cook get scratched by a giant panda? He even wondered if he had encountered some kind of special case. After all, pandas are national treasures, and ordinary people can't just come into contact with them casually. But with the police cracking down so hard these past 2 years, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with them. But cook and panda are completely incompatible. The nurse was taken aback and instinctively retorted, "No way. He's so handsome, why would he provoke protected wild animals? Besides, he seems so carefree, not like someone who's hiding something." She thought about it for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Maybe he went to the mountains to pick mushrooms and just happened to run into a panda? Look at the injury on his back, could it be from a shoulder throw with the panda? The moment those words left her mouth, the young nurse screamed inwardly. Imagine a handsome guy giving Kung Fu Panda an over-the-shoulder throw, how cool would that be? After listening, the doctor remained silent for a few seconds, then his lips twitched slightly. "If that's the case, I suggest he get vaccinated and then make an appointment with a neurologist or neurosurgeon. What normal person would encounter a panda and throw it over their shoulder? Even Russians aren't that brave." In other words, these two people are so busy with work that they basically have no time to check their phones. In the short half hour that Lin Feng was treating his wounds, the video of him and Lu Wei pulling pandas out of the road with their bare hands had already gone viral in the local group chat of the small county town, and quickly spread to major video platforms, with its popularity soaring. When Lin Feng and Zhou Cheng returned to the veterinary hospital, it was almost noon, and the baby's test results had just come out. Professor Sun was casually handing out jerky to the two little ones, who were sitting obediently on the office floor, while Lu Wei was grooming the larger one's fur. The two pandas were munching on snacks and being waited on hand and foot. They were living a life of unparalleled comfort. "Are you all right?" As soon as Professor Sun saw Lin Feng, he immediately came to greet him, his eyes fixed on the shirt on Lin Feng's back, full of concern. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I just got 3 rabies shots." Professor Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief and, without beating around the bush, handed over the examination report directly. The little dumpling is fine, just a few minor scratches. Given the panda's healing speed, it won't even have a mark left in 3 days. Lin Feng took the report, glanced at it, and after confirming there were no problems, turned to look at Zhou Cheng. These 2 pandas didn't trigger any release procedures or similar regulations, right? If not, I'll just take them back with me. Zhou Cheng nodded without hesitation. No problem. Who doesn't know that their permanent nest is on your farm? Besides, even if I were to hand them over to you, I might not be able to control them. If you're willing to take it back, you'll save us a lot of trouble. As he spoke, he seemed a little embarrassed. You've had a tough time, getting injured and still having to worry about them. Hey, it's nothing. Lin Feng waved his hand. My farm is peaceful, no one has any bad intentions towards them, it's much safer than in the county town, I feel at ease taking them back. After discussing it, Lin Feng and Lu Wei prepared to take the little ones back to the farm for another meal. There are too many people and too much attention in the county town, and I can't eat in peace with 2 pandas with me. It's better to go home and grab a quick bite. As soon as the car entered the village and passed the canteen, a rich aroma of instant noodles wafted in through the half-open car window. Lin Feng subconsciously swallowed. Although instant noodles aren't very nutritious, the enticing aroma was making him quite hungry. Lu Wei, in the passenger seat, also swallowed hard. He hadn't had instant noodles in a long time. Seeing a hint of interest in Lin Feng's eyes, Lu Wei turned and asked, "How about I go buy 2 bags? We can go home, boil them, and add a couple of eggs. It'll be delicious." The dumplings, big and small, in the truck bed were also attracted by the aroma. They all raised their heads, clung to the truck bed partition, and looked towards the canteen, forgetting to chew the jerky in their mouths. Clearly, the unfamiliar fragrance piqued their curiosity. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and without objecting to the suggestion, nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll take 2 packets of braised beef noodles. When we get home, we can add an egg and some leafy greens when we cook it. It'll be more satisfying." Lu Wei responded with an okay, and then said, "I'll take you and the panda home first, and then come back to buy them. He's driving now, and Lin Feng is injured, so it's not good to let him go through all that trouble." But Lin Feng simply waved his hand. "No need for all that trouble. Just park the car on the side of the road, and I'll drive the rest of the way. It's just a minor scratch, nothing serious." After thinking for a while, Lu Wei saw that Lin Feng was adamant and stopped arguing, slowly parking the car on the side of the road. As he got off the bus and walked towards the convenience store, he didn't forget to give some instructions. "Drive slowly, don't rush." Lin Feng nodded and first went around to the side of the truck bed to check on the condition of the 2 pandas. The 2 little bears were comfortably leaning against the barrier, their noses twitching occasionally as they sniffed the air. The bears were practically sprawled out like bear pancakes. While he felt relieved, he couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. These 2 are too carefree. If they hadn't eaten enough at Professor Sun's place, they might have actually tried to climb onto the truck bed and rush to the cafeteria to rob some food. After Lu Wei returned with the noodles, the 2 continued driving towards the farm. As soon as they entered the farm gate, Lin Feng noticed it was eerily quiet. Even the dog, who usually loves to wander around, hid in the shade. When it heard the car, it poked its head out for a glance, and when it saw it was him, it slowly shrank back and lay down. "It's really hot, the sun is so strong that the ground is burning hot." He figured that Tang Ji and Qian Rui should be at the cafeteria by now, having their instant noodle feast, which was why the farm was so quiet. After the vehicle came to a complete stop, Lin Feng slowly untied the protective strap securing the panda, then returned to the driver's seat and pressed the unloading button. The truck bed slowly lifted up, and the 2 pandas, who had been lying flat, were caught off guard and slid down onto the grass with a gurgle. The sudden landing startled the 2 pandas, who instinctively tried to get up and be alert. However, upon smelling the familiar scent of grass from the farm, they immediately relaxed and continued to lie sprawled on the sun-baked grass, only giving Lin Feng a disgruntled glance. They haven't recovered from the lightning speed they just experienced. Running on your own and being carried by iron blocks are completely different experiences. A gentle breeze whistled through the thick bear fur, brushing against its body with a cool, comfortable sensation that made the bear almost squint its eyes. It would take them ages to walk back to the farm on their own, but riding the iron block got us there so quickly, we didn't get to enjoy it enough. What a kind person. They're so mean, just putting them on the ground. Even if you don't put them in the shade, at least let them get some fresh air. The 2 pandas smacked their lips, their hearts filled with resentment. Didn't you see that their black fur absorbs heat the most? The sun is so strong, their fur is practically burning hot. Lin Feng didn't care whether the 2 lazy pandas wanted to move or not. He threw them on the grass like unloading cargo and drove off to the garage, his car belching exhaust fumes. The little dumpling had only been in the sun for 2 minutes when its entire black fur felt hot, and it finally couldn't take it anymore. "If I lay down any longer, I'd probably get sunburned and turn into a bear pancake," so I could only reluctantly and slowly make my way to the orchard. It's cool there and has fresh fruit, it's practically a summer paradise. When Lu Wei returned from the convenience store, Lin Feng was already busy. Not only did they pick the vegetables from the field, but they also put the kettle on the stove to boil water. However, what Lu Wei was carrying was not the braised beef noodles that Lin Feng wanted to eat, but 4 packs of chicken stew with mushrooms in green packaging. Don't even mention it, Lu Wei said helplessly. The shop already has a lot of stock, and today all the other flavors were sold out by the students. All that's left is chicken stew with mushrooms and seafood noodles. I thought you can't eat seafood, so I bought this. Lin Feng picked up a packet of noodles, looked at it, and seriously suggested, how about we skip the soup packet and just cook it with flatbread? He often drinks soup made with chicken raised at home, but the taste of the seasoning packet just doesn't feel right to him. Sure, why not? Lu Wei nodded immediately. Lin Feng turned around, took 2 fresh tomatoes from the basket, and quickly stir-fried them in a pot to make a thick tomato soup. Then he put in instant noodle cakes and added 2 golden poached eggs. Because of his back injury, he couldn't eat spicy or stimulating foods, so he didn't add chili oil, but simply handed the oil packet to Lu Wei. Add some if you want, we have all of these at home. The two had just sat down face to face, slurping noodles, when Tang Ji and Qian Rui returned from outside. Seeing the scene, they were both stunned. I never expected to come back and see my boss and Lu Wei eating instant noodles. Didn't you two have a meal in the county town? Tang Ji stepped forward, his tone full of disbelief. They asked you two to rescue pandas, but they didn't even provide you with food. Lu Wei put down his chopsticks and explained on Lin Feng's behalf. It's not that we don't care, it's just that no restaurant is willing to take in someone with 2 pandas. We didn't feel comfortable leaving the pandas in the county town, so we just came back. When we passed a service station, we smelled instant noodles and got hungry, so we bought 2 packs to cook. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Tang Ji and Qian Rui immediately felt a little guilty. When the students heard that Lin Feng couldn't come back to cook, they gave him 2 options. They could either ask the cafeteria lady to cook them a home-cooked meal, or they could eat instant noodles, which they hadn't had in ages. As a result, everyone unanimously chose instant noodles, and now, looking at Lin Feng's bowl of noodles with both egg and vegetables, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. Qian Rui stared at Lin Feng's bowl and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of noodles are you eating?" "Tomato and egg noodles. It looks similar, but it feels different from what I usually eat." He remembered the shopkeeper saying that the store didn't have any tomato and egg flavored instant noodles, only chicken stew with mushrooms and seafood flavors. Thinking about it this way, I still feel a little angry. Why is it that Lu Wei can buy delicious food while he can only eat spicy beef noodles? It's chicken stew with mushrooms noodles. Lu Wei didn't even look up, slurped up a big mouthful of noodles, and the soup splashed onto the corners of his mouth. Qian Rui was even more bewildered. Chicken stew with mushrooms noodles can taste like tomatoes? I even saw tomatoes. This sweet and sour aroma is much more tempting than his spicy beef noodles with sausage and egg. Lin Feng had just finished slurping up the last bite of noodles, lifted the bowl, took a sip of soup, and wiped his mouth contentedly. I cooked it without using soup packets, I just stir-fried tomatoes to make the soup base. Tang Ji and Qian Rui understood instantly. It turns out that it was Lin Feng's cooking skills that made ordinary instant noodles taste so good. Wait a minute. Tang Ji suddenly realized, kicked Lu Wei's foot, and said with a hint of reproach, "Didn't you say Lin Feng was injured? Why did you still make him cook?" Lin Feng stretched his shoulders and said with a smile, "It's just a minor injury, it won't affect my cooking, I can still make dinner. But don't even think about making hand-pulled noodles lately, kneading and rolling dough is too strenuous, I'm afraid it will aggravate the wound." Tang Ji was relieved and sat down next to the two of them, winking and saying, "Congratulations to you two. You've really gone viral this time. Now our county's group chat is full of videos of you two pulling up the panda, and everyone's calling you the people's panda-pulling heroes." Lin Feng and Lu Wei were stunned upon hearing this, their faces filled with exasperation. What a strange title. Lin Feng and Lu Wei's decision to directly pull the bear was indeed the best solution at the time, as it was quick and easy. Not only did they successfully rescue the baby, but they also saved the Forestry Bureau and the county government the trouble of calling in a crane and dismantling the road. However, the aftereffects of this incident were quite severe. For a long time afterward, whether it was the students on the farm or the villagers who kept up with current events, whenever they saw the two of them, especially Lin Feng, they either couldn't help but laugh or wanted to ask him for a few questions. After all, heroes emerge every year, but pulling pandas out of drainage ditches is a unique occurrence. Even when Professor Sun came to help after receiving news that Lin Feng So was about to give birth, his first words upon entering the room didn't mention the sow at all. He couldn't help but tease her. The Forestry Bureau originally wanted to send you two a banner that read "People's Heroes Who Pulled the Bear," but luckily Zhou Cheng argued with them and helped you refuse. Otherwise, you would have had those 4 words on your wall. Lin Feng was so frustrated he almost dug his toes out of the courtyard house, and only breathed a huge sigh of relief when he heard the banner was rejected. He really didn't want a banner that read "Hero who pulled the bear" hanging on the wall of his house. That would be too embarrassing, and if guests saw it, he would have to explain the whole story of pulling the bear for ages. After the jokes, everyone's attention finally turned to the sow about to give birth. This ermine pig is in good physical condition and has already started labor on its own. It lies obediently in the birthing bed without needing any help. "Professor Sun, how many kittens do you think will be born this time?" Lin Feng squatted beside the farrowing bed, looking at the sow's belly, and casually asked a question. By this time, the wounds on his back had mostly healed, the stitches had been removed, and only a few scabs remained. Only then did the farm workers dare to let him into the pig pen. Speaking of which, when he went to the CDC to get his last rabies vaccine shot, he also went back to the emergency room for a follow-up appointment, and the doctors were all stunned. "In all my years of practice, I have never seen an external injury recover so quickly." The doctor said that if the stitches had been removed 2 days later, the wound would probably have been just a faint mark, and the scar would have been much lighter than others. The nurses nearby listened with envy and asked him if he had any secrets to healing injuries. In the end, the doctor could only sigh, "It's so good to be young." He knew that this was mostly due to his physical constitution, something others couldn't envy. The topic then returned to the pigsty. Professor Sun squatted beside the farrowing bed, touched the sow's round belly, and said to Lin Feng, "I estimate there are about 15 or 16 chicks in this litter, not much more or less. Fortunately, once these piglets grow a bit bigger, your previous batch of adult pigs will also be ready for market, so it will be a good start and won't cause any delays." He had barely finished speaking when the sow suddenly let out a low grunt, interrupting their conversation. Professor Sun immediately turned his attention back to the sow and observed her intently for a while. Seeing that the sow's breathing was steady, her birth canal had begun to contract slightly, and her movements were relatively calm, I stood aside reassured and continued to watch over her. Given the good health of Lin Feng's animals, the sows could give birth on their own without any problems. He stayed here mainly to prevent any unexpected situations and to provide initial postpartum care. Lin Feng looked around for a while longer, and seeing that there was nothing he could help with, he stood up and said, "Professor Sun, you stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll go cook some food. It's hot and humid tonight, and it looks like it's going to rain. I'll make some cold noodles to cool it down." While it's important for the sow to give birth, the people on the farm also need to eat on time, so his responsibility as a half-cook cannot be forgotten. The sow's labor continued until 8 p.m., and she ultimately gave birth to 16 piglets, exactly as Professor Sun had predicted. Even more coincidentally, from that day on, Lin Feng's sows seemed to have had their production switch pressed, and one after another they entered the labor preparation mode, keeping Professor Sun busy so much that he had to run to the farm every few days. The day the last sow gave birth happened to be the evening the construction team arrived in Stone Village. Professor Sun was still guarding the pigsty, while Lin Feng had just finished eating when the village secretary called him to a meeting. "There's nothing we can do about it. During the busy farming season, the only time we can gather all the villagers together is after dinner, as those who go to work in the county have all returned to the village." The content of this meeting drew the attention of the entire village. The relevant regulations for the village's demolition and relocation have finally been issued. How good were the conditions? 90% of the villagers made their decision on the spot after hearing it. "No problem, I can move it. You should know that this demolition compensation is a direct cash payment. With the money, you can buy a house wherever you want. Who wouldn't be happy with such a good deal?" The village party secretary also specifically emphasized, "As long as everyone signs readily on the day the demolition office arrives, the compensation will be deposited into your bank account in the afternoon or evening, without any delays. Whether it's homestead land or farmland in the village, the compensation standard is calculated based on the highest price in the county." Many people immediately started calculating the costs. With the money in hand, let alone buying a house in the county, even if you buy a small, ordinary house in the city, the remaining money will be enough for retirement. "This is a good opportunity to move closer to my children, so it will be easier to see my grandchildren in the future. Moreover, most people in the village are not yet too old to move. Even if they go to the city to find a job sweeping the streets as a sanitation worker, they can earn 2,000 yuan a month. With the demolition compensation, they live a much more comfortable life than toiling in the fields. No matter how good the relocation conditions are, there will always be people who are unwilling to move during each relocation." The village party secretary, sitting in the main seat of the meeting room, took in everyone's expressions. He and the old village chief, Lao Wang, had anticipated this situation. The two exchanged a quick glance, and the village secretary winked mischievously. "Look, the list of people who might not sign, which we checked in the office before, is exactly the same, isn't it?" The village party secretary had no intention of wasting words or trying to persuade those with ulterior motives. He simply and slowly packed up the documents in his hands, his gaze sweeping across the room, his tone calm yet weighty. "Whether you sign or not is your own business. Anyway, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I've already secured the best terms for you. As for the rest, I can't control that. Don't think that I haven't done anything for you all in all these years. As the village secretary go ask around in the surrounding villages and towns about these demolition conditions. They're unprecedented and unlikely to be seen again. Old village chief Wang immediately chimed in, his words carrying a sincere admonition. While the party secretary and I are still in office, let's finalize this matter, sign the papers, and get the money in our pockets. Only then will we feel at ease. If we don't sign now, it's not impossible that when the new village officials come in, they might renege on the agreement, refuse to pay, and simply assign you a piece of land in a neighboring village to move to. Although the village-town merger has been going on for several years, there are still quite a few villages that can resettle you. It's just that no one can say for sure whether the location will be good or not. He paused, then addressed those who couldn't bear to leave their homeland. Stop saying you can't bear to farm. If you really want to farm, sign the contract, get the money, and put most of it in the bank for retirement and to subsidize your children and grandchildren, while also earning interest. As for the rest, rent some land or a house in a neighboring village, and life will be the same as before, right? How much money could that cost? Think about it yourselves. After old Wang finished speaking, the village secretary changed the subject, his tone turning slightly cold as he offered a reminder. By the way, there's someone in our village who wasn't originally in the demolition area. As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. I assured the higher UPS that our village would relocate without hesitation, which is why we got such good terms. If one or two people refuse to sign, it might alarm the higher UPS and they might change the demolition plan. Actually, that experimental center doesn't necessarily need to take up such a large area, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the conference room turned their gaze to Lin Feng, their eyes filled with sympathy. They only knew that there was going to be a demolition, but they didn't know that the real reason for the demolition was to build an experimental center, and they didn't know that Lin Feng's farm was not even within the scope of the demolition. Lin Feng's lips twitched violently, and he felt nothing but helplessness. Oh, how could he forget? He knows the real reason for the demolition of Stone Village. The village secretary and the old village chief know it, but the villagers don't. Lin Feng could clearly sense that most of the gazes directed at him were filled with pity. But one gaze stood out. It first showed a hint of pity, but then quickly turned into a calculating and malicious scrutiny. When he looked up to find the source of that gaze, he was not surprised he met the eyes of the village's notorious troublemaker. The troublemaker even gave him a knowing smirk. Lin Feng's eye twitched, and his heart skipped a beat. He could already foresee that if he didn't handle things properly and got entangled with this guy, he wouldn't be able to have a peaceful life from now on. If he really gets entangled with them, he'll have to find a way to end it all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glare at the village secretary again. This person is using himself as a shield again. The pig slaughtering feast is about to disappear. The village secretary noticed Lin Feng's angry gaze, so he quickly forced a fawning smile and gestured to him with a barely perceptible movement, indicating that they should talk later. Lin Feng snorted softly, withdrew his gaze, and stopped glaring at him. However, it didn't take long for the villagers' attention to shift away from Lin Feng, because the village secretary's words just now made it very clear that no matter what the final outcome is for Lin Feng, it has nothing to do with their own interests. Instead of sympathizing with Lin Feng, those of us waiting to get our money should be keeping an eye on those who might hold us back and prevent us from getting our money. Many people were even secretly plotting in their hearts. If any of the village's dimwits dare to interfere, refuse to sign, and cut off their source of income, then they shouldn't blame us for being impolite. Smashing his head right into his stomach would be too lenient. Knock him unconscious and drag him away. As long as he can put even one finger on the signed paper, that's enough. Among the crowd, several elderly men who had long wanted to move to the city to live with their children but hadn't saved enough money had a more direct look in their eyes than the others. They stared intently at the troublemaker, their hands clenching unconsciously until their knuckles turned white. They looked like they were ready to fight, as if they could rush up and beat the other person up the moment they dared to cause trouble, and wouldn't stop until the other person gave in. Forget about stopping them. Even if a fight breaks out, the village chief can't control it, and calling the police probably won't help either. These old men were determined to get their compensation and move to the city. No one could stop them. That's why the calculating gaze that had been fixed on Lin Feng finally subsided under the increasingly fierce stares of the villagers. The troublemaker quietly lowered his head, no longer daring to glance around. Lin Feng silently gave these old men a thumbs up in his heart. Don't underestimate them because of their age. They have developed considerable strength from years of farm work. If they really hit someone, it would hurt so much that people would wince. More importantly, most of them have experience in beating their sons and grandsons, and have long since figured out the tricks of where to hit and where not to hurt, so they can strike accurately and with great restraint. He mentally gave the village secretary a thumbs up. This method of shifting the conflict and binding the interests of the majority together was truly brilliant. In this way, many problems disappear on their own without him or village chief Wang having to step in to solve them. They only need to focus on dealing with those few troublemakers, and naturally, someone will be specifically keeping an eye on these troublemakers. After all, a biological parent might not know as much about a villager's background or what they're thinking as their neighbors do. As everyone gradually dispersed, Lin Feng turned and headed home. Instead of meeting the village secretary he was supposed to meet, he bumped into someone he didn't want to see, the same troublemaker who had been staring at him with disgusting eyes. Lin Feng recognized the other person at a glance, not because of the gaze he had just received, but because of a not-so-distant past event. This troublemaker used to secretly incite hooligans from the neighboring village to steal cabbages from his house. As a result, those two petty thieves were so scared by Big Dumpling and his gang that they wet their pants on the spot. After the two petty thieves were released from the police station, the first thing they did was find an empty space, put the troublemaker who had instigated them in a sack, and beat him up. They didn't hold back. Lin Feng didn't get involved in the matter at the time, but the village was buzzing with it. Everyone, young and old, was talking about it, and the unanimous opinion was, well done. That's satisfying. Just from this incident, you can guess how unpopular this person is. And it seems like it hasn't even been a year since that incident happened, right? This person actually dared to come looking for him. Did he think he had long forgotten about these things? Lin Feng, wait a minute, your uncle needs to talk to you, and it's good news. When Lai Mei's loud voice boomed from behind, Lin Feng had already noticed that this person had been following him all along. He had originally decided to ignore it and go straight back to the farm to get busy. But the other person's voice was so loud that even the students who had just finished eating and were digesting their food in front of the service station were startled and looked over curiously with inquisitive eyes. Left with no other choice, Lin Feng had to stop and listen to what this person was trying to say, so he could figure out what kind of wicked scheme he was up to. What's wrong? Tell me. He turned around, his face expressionless. Although they lived in the same village and could be related by seniority, he and Lai Mei were, at best, strangers who happened to live in the same village. As for the word uncle, Lin Feng only used it as a polite address because the other person was older. It wasn't sincere at all. There are too many people here, let's go to my house to talk, it's quiet there. Seeing that Lin Feng had finally stopped, Lai Mei quickly caught up, reaching out to grab Lin Feng's arm enthusiastically, his tone full of self-praise as if he were thinking of you. But looking at his darting, cunning eyes, Lin Feng had absolutely no intention of going home with him. Putting everything else aside, if this were on an unfamiliar street, even a fake human trafficker would be more benign than Lai Mei is now. Not to mention what the village secretary had complained to him before: when you go to Lai Mei's house, it's normal to see a mouse scurrying across the kong, a heated brick bed. It's not surprising at all. Lai Mei's house looked quite decent from the outside. The cement brick house was well built, a two-story building, and the yard was kept clean. But what about the inside? This is how the village party secretary described it at the time. The village dogs that have nothing better to do than chase mice will stop and think about whether it's worth going in when they get to his doorstep. Upon thinking of this, Lin Feng refused without hesitation. Say it here if you have something to say. If you can't say it here, then forget it. I have a lot of work to do on my farm and I don't have time to waste with you. Lai Mei wasn't angry, as if he had expected him to say that. He chuckled twice, his face crinkling into wrinkles that revealed a shrewd calculation. In his view, the big things to be discussed right now were the most important, and there was no need to get angry with Lin Feng over such trivial matters. But when he glanced at the students who were still curiously looking around not far away, he couldn't help but reach out and pull Lin Feng to the side of the road. Only after the two had retreated to a secluded corner did he lower his voice and ask mysteriously, "Don't you have any other thoughts?" Lin Feng frowned, his face full of doubt, his tone tinged with confusion. "What are you thinking? I don't understand what you're talking about." "Hey!" Lai Mei stamped his feet in frustration, looking just like an old man who was disappointed in his son, and his voice unconsciously rose a little. "The whole village is going to be demolished, but your farm isn't included in the demolition area. Haven't you thought about this?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded as if suddenly realizing something, and the confusion in his eyes instantly disappeared. His mind raced, and he immediately guessed Lai Mei's thoughts. A sly glint flashed in his eyes, and he looked up at Lai Mei, deliberately drawing out his words with a hint of probing. "Uncle Lai, are you trying to tell me to cause trouble regarding the demolition?" Yes, that's it." When Lai Mei saw that Lin Feng had finally got it, his eyes lit up, and he nodded hurriedly, his wrinkles widening into a smile, while secretly calculating in his mind. "Once this kid really starts causing trouble, I'll chime in and say a few words in his defense. That way, I can reap the benefits without lifting a finger, and maybe even get the demolition compensation increased by another 20%. Even if it doesn't go up, this kid should at least give me some compensation for coming up with the idea, right? If I hadn't reminded him, this kid might still be in the dark, stuck with that dilapidated farm for the rest of his life, and would never have had the chance to make big money. Besides, what future can one have by farming? If you were truly successful, you would have made your fortune long ago with those few acres of land at home. Why would you need to waste your breath here? Lin Feng watched Lai Mei's frantic abacus calculations and felt as if unclean abacus beads had jumped onto his face, making him feel disgusted. He sneered inwardly, "You want to use me as a pawn? No way." Suppressing his nausea, Lin Feng suddenly grabbed Lai Mei's hand, pinching it so hard it left a red mark. He then put on an expression of deep gratitude and blatantly lied. "Uncle, so you wanted to lend me your compensation money from the demolition of your house? Thank you so much, I was just worried about that." He knew this kind of person's weakness. What they fear most is others borrowing money from them, because they know better than anyone that money lent out can never be recovered. "You wait for me. Once I open a new farm somewhere else and make money, I'll pay you back immediately, with interest." Lin Feng spoke with heartfelt sincerity, tightening his grip on Lai Mei's hand, causing Lai Mei's lips to twitch in pain, but he was too embarrassed to simply pull away. "Uncle, think about it. The whole village has been demolished and only my family is left. Although I can continue to run the farm here, with my limited skills, how can I compete with a professional testing center?" He changed the subject, his tone full of frankness, saying, "Fortunately, my family's land wasn't worth much anyway. After harvesting the crops this year, it's not a pity to abandon it. I was just thinking about how to ask the uncles and elders in the village to lend me some money to get by so I can start over in a new place. I think Xinquan village next door is pretty good, it's all flat land, perfect for starting a farm." Lin Feng became more and more serious as he spoke, his eyes filled with longing for the future. "I never expected you to be so considerate of me. I misunderstood you before. I really shouldn't listen to the rumors in the village that you're stingy. That's all nonsense. You're clearly kind and generous." He paused, as if considering something seriously, and then said, "I won't ask you for much. I'll just rent some slightly less desirable land in Xinquan village, the kind that costs 200 yuan per mu. I'll start by renting about 100 mu." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lai Mei's eyes instantly turned green as if they were about to spit fire. Why is the plot so different from what he expected? He originally wanted to instigate Lin Feng to cause trouble during the demolition so he could reap the benefits, but this kid actually asked him for money. He's already struggling to make ends meet with the demolition compensation he received, let alone expecting more money from him. No way, absolutely not. Lai Mei is a real miser, he only takes in money and never gives it back. He's the one who takes money from others, and no one should ever take money from his pocket. What's more, how come this kid has such a strong grip? Damn, my hand hurts terribly. Did I break the bone? Lai Mei abruptly pulled his hand back, quickly put it behind his back, and rubbed it vigorously, trying to relieve the soreness. He suppressed the urge to turn and run, silently chanting, "If you're going to do it properly," and forced a troubled yet kind expression onto his face as he began to make excuses for Lin Feng. "Xiao Lin, it's not that I don't want to lend you the money, it's just that my family's situation doesn't allow it. Think about it, I only have this little bit of compensation money. If I buy a house of about 100 square meters in the city, and then buy a car, and my grandson still needs to go to school, where would I find any extra money?" He sighed, his tone full of helplessness. "It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I don't have enough money myself. I'm thinking of talking to the higher UPS again to see if we can get some extra money. Even if we lose the land, we still need to make a living for the whole family, don't you think that makes sense?" At this point, Lai Mei changed the subject, rubbed his fingers together, and made a subtle money-making gesture. "Okay, don't say I won't help you, I'll give you some serious advice." Lin Feng pretended to be curious and lowered his head, but he could clearly see the black dirt embedded in his fingernails. He silently looked away and instead stared at the ants crawling on the ground. Although farmers inevitably get some mud on their hands that they can't wash off, he had reason to suspect that the stuff under Lai Mei's fingernails was of unknown origin. His family grows lazy corn that doesn't require much care, so they don't need to go to the fields frequently. Besides, Lai Mei is the kind of person who simply doesn't know how to do farm work properly. However, Lin Feng didn't expose him and decided to listen patiently a little longer. The opponent has already shown some signs of weakness. If we hold on a little longer and find their weakness, we can take them down in one fell swoop. Please speak, I'm listening. Lin Feng adopted a look of being all ears, but out of the corner of his eye, he secretly exchanged helpless glances with Zhang Ming, Wu Yang, and the others who had sneaked over from behind to eavesdrop. Their eyes were full of tacit understanding. "See, I knew I was right." Lai Mei, unaware that someone was behind him, continued rubbing his hands together and whispering encouragement. "Go ahead and make a scene. Why is the whole village being demolished, but your house is the only one left out? If you make a big scene, you won't have to worry about money. The demolition compensation and other payments will all have to be delivered to you obediently." Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, and he sneered inwardly. "Yeah, why is the whole village being demolished, but his house isn't? That's because he himself was the culprit behind the demolition of the entire stone village. Could this be told to Lai Mei? Of course not." Lin Feng immediately adopted a timid and cowardly demeanor, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum, his tone full of retreat. No, no, I dare not go. The older generation always says, the common people can't fight against the officials. I'm just an ordinary citizen, how can I possibly fight against the authorities? He lowered his eyes, looking rather unsure of himself. Besides, if they don't demolish my house, they must have their reasons. How could I dare to cause trouble? Lin Meizi was so angry upon hearing this that he almost jumped up and down. He truly understood the feeling of disappointment that someone is not living up to their potential. He looked Lin Feng up and down. This young man was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with muscles that were hard to hide. He looked very strong, so why was he so timid? It's absolutely nothing. He wished he could rush up, grab Lin Feng's shoulders, and shake him violently to shake all those cowardly and timid thoughts out of the other's mind. Back when he was young, he dared to cause trouble not only in the village, but also in the county and city. If he could really get something out of it, he would even cause trouble in the province. This is pure, unadulterated money. How can you not understand? Lin Meizi took a deep breath and repeatedly told himself, don't rush, don't rush. Not everyone is as smart and decisive as him. Young people always need a few more words of advice. He glanced greedily in the direction of Lin Feng's farm. Although the place was a bit remote, it was a full 300 acres, and he heard that the yard alone was several acres in size. If this money falls into his hands, how could he not shake it out? From now on, eating and drinking well will be no problem at all. He was determined to explain things to Lin Feng in a clear and detailed way, but inwardly he couldn't help but complain. Today's young people are really not as good as they were back then, each generation is worse than the last. Xiao Lin, you can't think about this like that. Lin Meizi leaned forward, his tone unusually serious, as if he were imparting some secret. There's an old saying, the bold get rich, the timid starve. He lowered his voice, deliberately speaking with an air of seriousness. Think about it, the whole village is being demolished, so why is your family the only one left out? It's because you're young, and you look too shy to do anything about it, making you seem easy to bully. They just want to force you to move out on your own so they can take your 300 acres of land for free. Think about it, doesn't that make sense? We can't let them do this. Lin Meizi became more and more agitated as he spoke, as if he were the one who should be fighting for his interests. Think about it, if you really get this money back, you can rent land in Qingquan village, or even in Kyoto or Shanghai to start a farm, right? He patted Lin Feng's arm, his tone seductive. Just make a scene, and with the help of the media these days, you're in the right, so what's there to be afraid of? Face is all fake, only the money in your own pocket is real. At this point, he changed the subject, a calculating smile appearing on his face. Of course, if this really works out, you can thank your uncle if you want. Zhang Ming and the others, who were eavesdropping nearby, almost burst out laughing when they heard this, and they all rolled their eyes. This guy is probably treating Brother Feng like a fool, trying to use him as a pawn, right? Why would they rent land in Kyoto and Shanghai? They had already heard about the amount of compensation for the demolition in the village. It was barely enough to buy an apartment in the city. If it were in a provincial capital, I could only afford a tiny house in a remote corner. If you actually go to Kyoto or Shanghai, you won't even have enough for a down payment. Don't you know who you're bragging to? Is Brother Feng the kind of person who hasn't seen much of the world? Pay a thank you fee? Thank you, Grandpa, for your leg. Lin Feng also took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Since you've already established a cowardly persona, you have to stick to it to the end and not give up halfway. He shook his head vigorously again, his voice filled with fear, even bordering on pleading. No, Uncle, I still can't. Think about it, what if I really cause trouble and get arrested? I've heard that it's a stain on one's record for life, and it will even affect the future employment of my children. I can't let my descendants suffer like that. The conversation then circled back to borrowing money, and he continued to persuade him with a touch of earnestness. Could you lend me some money? If I really can't make it here anymore, I'll rent a better farm. With the experience I've gained here, I'm sure I can easily make a comeback. As he spoke, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, mimicking Lin Meizi's gesture, and put on a "there's really no other way" expression. How about this? I won't borrow too much, 200,000 or 300,000 will be enough. What do you think? If you lend me 300,000, I'll find someone else to raise another 100,000 or 200,000, and that'll be enough for startup capital. Don't worry, I'll pay you back as soon as the new farm makes money. Lin Meizi's face was no longer green, it turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Why is this kid so stubborn? Not only did they ignore my advice, they were also determined to borrow money from me. He's lived this long, and he's always the one asking others for money. When did it become his turn to ask others for money? Lin Feng immediately noticed Lin Meizi's displeasure and, before he could refuse, quickly interrupted him. If 300,000 is too much, 250,000 will do. 250,000 is definitely not much to you, just consider it helping your nephew. Seeing that Lin Meizi's brows furrowed even more, he quickly reduced them further. 250,000 won't do, but 200,000 should be fine, right? I really can't go any lower. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lai Meizi turn to leave, and Lin Feng quickly chased after him, calling out, "Hey, uncle, don't go. If 200,000 isn't enough, we can negotiate 180,000. Your house is going to be demolished soon, do you really need this little bit of money?" Watching Lai Meizi's retreating figure, who seemed terrified of being pestered for money, and running away as fast as he could, Lin Feng pursed his lips, feeling a little regretful. This guy is so easily teased, he couldn't keep up after just a few sentences. But he knew very well that this was not over yet. If he wanted Lai Meizi to stay away from him and stop causing trouble before leaving Stone Village, he had to take something even tougher to completely extinguish any thoughts the other party might have. Once Lai Meizi's figure had completely disappeared at the end of the road, and he was sure that Lai Meizi could no longer see any movement in this direction, the village secretary straightened up from behind a group of students, gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, and looked at him with admiration in his eyes. There was movement in the bushes on the other side. Tang Ji and Qian Rui stood up one after the other, brushed the grass clippings off their clothes, and then gave Lin Feng a thumbs up with undisguised smiles on their faces. Lin Feng ignored the village secretary and instead looked at the two people who had just emerged from the bushes, his lips twitching involuntarily. It's the height of summer, and there are so many mosquitoes in the grass that you could carry a person away. Just how much do these two want to see something exciting? They've been able to squat there for so long. He glared at Tang Ji in particular. In just a few days, how did he manage to turn Qian Rui, who was originally a serious and hardworking high-achieving student, into this person who loves to join in the fun? These two retired soldiers are just too infectious. Qian Rui felt a little guilty under Lin Feng's gaze and quickly lowered his head to avoid his eyes. It's quite audacious of me to squat in the bushes with my colleagues and watch the boss make a scene like this. Tang Ji, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned, and even offered an explanation. Don't think we're just watching the show, we're actually protecting you. If Lai Meizi had any ulterior motives towards you, I can jump out of the bushes the moment I see him, scare him, and then deliver a critical hit on the spot. He paused, his tone becoming serious. You're the most sought-after person here now, your treatment is almost on par with that of a national treasure. Our team will be here soon and will take over the security management of Stone Village. Even construction teams will have to go through layers of review before they can enter. We're doing this entirely to ensure your safety and the safety of those new crops you're working on. We can't afford to make any mistakes. The village party secretary then approached, his mind racing, and suddenly spoke. I think it's like this, I'll go with you to Lai Meizi's house tomorrow to help you make the act more convincing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile, a sly glint in his eyes. That works too. I'll just go to the convenience store later to pick up a case of milk. It'll look proper to bring it over. Qian Rui, who had just been watching the commotion from the sidelines, quickly stepped forward and offered his loyalty. Brother Feng, leave this to me. I'll go get you the milk, just wait here. Lin Feng thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and even gave him special instructions. Thank you for your help. When the time comes, could you ask the uncle or aunt at the convenience store if they have any milk that's close to its expiration date, and if you can get it for a discount? Qian Rui nodded vigorously after listening, his mind perfectly clear. Even if it's just an act for Lai Meizi's benefit, we can't let that guy take advantage of us. We should try to squeeze out as much as we can. After arranging for Qian Rui to fetch the milk, Lin Feng and the village secretary walked back together, intending to discuss how to make the play realistic and exciting enough to completely scare Lai Meizi so that he would never dare to provoke him again. Tang Ji also took the initiative to follow, insisting on joining the discussion. After all, he was quite interested in these kinds of strategies. It's important to know that among these people, Tang Ji is knowledgeable in military strategy, the village secretary is quick-witted and familiar with the ways of the village, and Lin Feng is an old hand at dealing with people like Lai Meizi. Each of them has skills that can be put to use. When Qian Rui returned to the yard with the milk, he saw Lin Feng, the village secretary, and Tang Ji sitting around the table, all with strange smiles on their faces. Even Qian Rui, who was on the same side as them, couldn't help but shiver when he pushed open the door, feeling that the atmosphere in the courtyard was gloomy. The next morning, Lin Feng, with an undisguised smirk on his face, carrying the box of milk Qian Rui had bought the night before, followed by a string of followers, strolled leisurely with the village secretary to Lai Meizi's house and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and Lai Meizi's wife came out. This woman is indeed a well-known, remarkable person in the village. She had kept the yard spotless, even pulling out all the weeds from the cracks between the bricks, showing no trace of the rumored mess that attracted rats. She herself was also dressed up neatly, her hair was combed meticulously, her clothes were ironed flat, and her eyebrows were obviously tattooed, but the technique was not very good, and you could see that the color was a bit stiff if you looked closely. I just don't know how the house could be tidied up like the rumors suggest. However, now was not the time to think about it. Lin Feng proactively handed the milk in his hand to Lai Meizi's wife, his face plastered with an enthusiastic smile. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Lin Feng. I've come today to have a chat with Uncle." The village party secretary also smiled warmly and pointed to Lin Feng, adding, "I was dragged here by Xiaolin, and I also wanted to chat with your partner about the demolition and relocation. There's an old saying, you can't hit someone who's smiling, especially when the other party brings gifts." The reluctance on Lai Mei's wife's face when she opened the door vanished instantly, replaced by a warm smile as she politely declined. "You're here, why bring anything? It's too embarrassing." She deftly took the milk, turned around and carried it into the house, afraid of being even a fraction too slow. After putting down the milk, she specifically reassured the two of them. "Don't worry, your uncle is home. You've come too early, he hasn't gotten up yet. I'll go wake him up now." Lin Feng and the village secretary exchanged a glance, and couldn't help but look up at the sky together. Although there was no sun today and it wasn't particularly early to get light, the two of them had already finished breakfast. Lin Feng had even finished making the flour cakes that were supposed to be snacks for the students at the farm. How could that be considered too early? In 2 hours, it will be time to prepare lunch. The two sighed silently in their hearts. Lai Mei's lie probably means to stay in bed too long. However, Lai Mei's wife was reliable and didn't make them wait too long. Lai Mei's impatient grumbling came from inside the house, and then a sleepy-eyed figure swayed out. The man was shirtless, revealing his loose belly, and wore only a pair of loose shorts with 2 suspicious yellow stains on the cuffs. It was clear that he had been dragged out of bed by his wife and hadn't even had time to clean up. Lin Feng and the village secretary exchanged a secret glance, both wondering the same thing. How did Lai Mei, with his appearance, manage to find a partner in the first place? The thing is, his wife isn't bad looking. Who is it? Lai Mei's voice was shrouded in a thick drowsiness, as if he had a mouthful of cotton. He didn't even have the strength to fully open his eyelids, looking like he hadn't recovered from being in bed yet. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes hard, finally managing to rub off the eye boogers stuck to his eyelashes before his vision was able to return to normal. But when he saw that the person standing at the door was Lin Feng, he was instantly stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment at "Why are you here?" When his gaze fell on the village secretary next to Lin Feng, a strong sense of unease surged into his heart, causing cold sweat to break out on the back of his neck. Lin Feng didn't give Lai Mei a chance to react or back down at all, and took a step forward to grab his hand. As his fingertips touched the other person's skin, he muttered to himself, why does it feel a bit plumper than yesterday? Did it get swollen from sleeping?" However, the thought only flashed through his mind for a second. He immediately regained his composure, turned to look at Lai Mei, and his face was full of seriousness. "Uncle, about the loan we talked about yesterday, I specially invited the village secretary to be a witness today. You see, 300,000 yuan is really not much, just enough for my needs." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a sharp glimpse of Lai Mei's wife, who was hiding behind the curtain inside the house, peeking out. He then deliberately raised his voice and made his smile even brighter. Lai Mei's hand was grabbed by him, and he instantly remembered the pain from his hand being pinched red yesterday. He subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back. Lin Feng's strength was even greater than yesterday. He tugged twice, but his arm didn't budge. Lai Mei was completely stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. "This kid looks thin, how come he has such a strong grip?" What alarmed him even more was that, in his eyes, Lin Feng's gaze as he looked at his yard in the 2-story building was one of undisguised scrutiny and calculation, as if he were silently calculating how much money he would receive from the demolition compensation. That look in his eyes is exactly the same as when he used to be scheming how to squeeze benefits out of others. Lai Mei's mental alertness instantly spiked to its highest level. Borrow money? No way. He didn't even tell his wife the truth about the actual amount of his demolition compensation. He was just hoping to get the money and have a good time in the city. How could he possibly lend the money out? But Lin Feng didn't give him a moment to come to his senses, still smiling, but his tone carried an unavoidable question. "Uncle, your 2-story house must have earned you more compensation than the other houses in the village, right? And your yard looks quite big, so you must have received a lot of money in compensation for the demolition. In our village, is your compensation amount among the top 3? Lai Mei's wife, who was inside the house, was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She truly hadn't expected that Lin Feng, who usually looked respectable in the village, would come to her door for the first time to borrow money. And they're eyeing the demolition compensation her family hasn't even received yet. She hadn't even figured out how to spend the money herself, so why should she lend it to him? She was quite happy when she received that carton of milk, thinking the young man knew his manners. Now that she thinks about it, that milk was just a way to get a loan. Ugh, she was so blind. She clenched her fists, ready to rush out and help Lai Mei drive this debt collector away, but before she could even lift the curtain, she heard Lin Feng talking nonsense outside again. "Uncle, you're so kind-hearted. Knowing that my house wasn't affected by the demolition, you approached me right after the village meeting yesterday, offering to help me out. If you ask me, you're the one in our village who cares most about the younger generation. Lai Meizi was outside, shaking his head anxiously, his mouth opening and closing for a long time, but he didn't dare to utter a sound. How could he be so generous? He clearly wanted to instigate this kid to cause trouble for the demolition so he could reap the benefits. How did that get twisted into him actively offering to help? But Lin Feng didn't give anyone a chance to defend themselves, and kept talking to himself, trying to kill the issue. I was being naive yesterday, bringing up the matter of borrowing money without thinking, which didn't put your mind at ease. Today, I specially invited the village secretary to be a witness, just to put your mind at ease. I definitely won't renege on my debt. I'll pay you back as soon as I have the money. He changed the subject, his tone now carrying a hint of grievance. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. The farm is just starting out and requires investment. We definitely won't be able to recoup our costs in the first few years. Could you lend me the money for a few more years? Don't worry, it's just 300,000 yuan. I won't ask for more. His pitiful appearance would make an uninformed person think he was having a really tough time. The village secretary outside the door was so nervous that his shoulders were shaking, afraid that he would burst out laughing and ruin Lin Feng's performance. Lai Meizi's wife inside could no longer contain herself. She flung open the curtain and rushed out, grabbing Lai Meizi's ear and pulling him up sharply, giving him a vicious glare. That look clearly said, "How dare you agree to lend me money behind my back?" After grabbing her husband, she turned to look at Lin Feng, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Lin Feng, it's not that your uncle is unwilling to lend you the money, it's just that our family's compensation for the demolition is really not enough. Buying a school district house in the city will basically use up all the money, and my child still needs to go to school. We can't let the child suffer along with us, can we? Lin Feng also wore an expression of understanding but troubled, his tone so sincere it was almost sickening. Auntie, I understand your difficulties. I didn't expect the demolition to happen so suddenly. I've invested all my money in the greenhouses and I'm still in debt. I had no other choice but to come and bother you. He subtly changed the subject, as if mentioning it casually. I heard yesterday that uncle wants to buy a car worth around 500,000 yuan. Actually, your family doesn't need to be so particular. A car worth around 100,000 yuan is fine. You can lend me the extra money for emergencies, wouldn't that be perfect? Before Lai Meizi's wife could refute him, he quickly added, his tone full of flattery. Besides, uncle is a well-known capable man in the village. He can definitely earn back those hundreds of thousands with ease. It's not that I don't want to pay it back. Look, I've even brought in witnesses. I'll definitely give your family enough face. The village secretary immediately nodded and smiled in agreement, but in his heart he was giving Lin Feng a huge thumbs up. This move was brilliant. Lai Meizi completely missed the hidden meaning in Lin Feng's words. Even though his ears were being pulled painfully by his wife, he still couldn't help but stick his neck out and yell at Lin Feng. What kind of car is 100,000 yuan? It's not worthy of my status as a resident receiving compensation for demolition. He had already made his plans in mind. Once the demolition compensation arrived, he would secretly buy a prestigious luxury car and tell his wife that it was just a cheap car worth 100,000 yuan. Anyway, my wife knows nothing about cars, so she definitely won't be able to tell the difference. As soon as he said that, Lai Meizi's wife, who had already loosened her grip a little, clenched her fist again, even more tightly than before, her nails almost digging into his ear. These days, she's been preoccupied with saving money to buy her youngest son a house in the city for his wedding, but her husband, on the other hand, wants to spend 500,000 yuan on a car. Where did this spare money come from? In her opinion, buying a small electric scooter to pick up and drop off the children at school is enough. Her sensible eldest son certainly wouldn't care what kind of car his father drives to pick him up. At that moment, she was completely unaware that the key point was Lin Feng's borrowing money. Her mind was filled with anger at her husband's reckless spending. Ouch! That hurts. Lai Meizi was jolted back to his senses by the sharp pain in his ear, and only then did he belatedly realize that he had let something slip. He had actually shouted out his desire to buy a luxury car in public. He hurriedly begged his wife for mercy while grimacing, and frantically tried to drive Lin Feng and the village secretary out, following her glaring instructions. Finally, Lin Feng and the village secretary were pushed and shoved out of the house by Lai Meizi. As they were being pushed outside, Lin Feng still managed to peek into the house and shout, "Uncle! It doesn't have to be 300,000, 200,000 will do." Seeing no response from inside, she quickly reduced the number of lines. 180,000. 180,000 is not too little for my nephew. Get lost. I don't even have 20,000 yuan. From inside came Lai Meizi's furious roar, his voice filled with heartache. His dream of owning luxury cars, his four-ring logo, and his desire to show off in the city were all ruined by these two. After walking a long way from Lai Meizi's house and confirming that the other party could no longer hear them, Lin Feng and the village secretary smiled at each other, gave each other a fist bump in tacit agreement, and their faces were full of relief that their wish had been fulfilled. Those 2 lines you added inside the house just now were absolutely brilliant. Lin Feng smiled and gave the village secretary a thumbs up. If it weren't for the village secretary's well-timed support, Lai Mei's wife wouldn't have been so angry. In fact, Lai Mei's wife did not attend the village's demolition meeting, so she naturally did not know how much demolition compensation each family would receive. What's even more ingenious is that Lai Meiza didn't tell her the truth when he got home. He even deliberately complained, "I only got 2 cents, which isn't even enough for a down payment on a house in the city." He did this so that he could secretly save some money for himself and realize his dream of buying a luxury car. As it turned out, the village party secretary's visit, seemingly just to act as a witness to the loan, was like a precise knife, revealing the entire amount of demolition compensation that Lai Meiza had hidden. Lai Meiza's wife's face immediately darkened. What did the village party secretary say? "Oh, brother's wife, you're not right about that. I was involved in negotiating this demolition compensation. Do you think I don't know how much money each household will get?" "What? That deadbeat only told you he'd get this little bit of money? How is that possible? With such a small amount, how could most families in our village possibly agree to sign anything? We're not stupid, nobody's going to do something that puts them at a disadvantage." His words, though seemingly casual, completely exposed Lai Meiza's lies, leaving no room for reconciliation. Every word struck Lai Meiza's wife squarely in the heart. All she could think about was saving money for her youngest son's wedding house, while her husband was thinking about hiding money to buy a luxury car. Who could tolerate that? This not only eliminated the possibility of Lai Meiza hiding money from his wife, but also instilled a deep fear in the couple towards Lin Feng and the village secretary. They knew better than anyone how dissolute they were, and they also knew that once they lent money, it was impossible to get it back. So after that day, Lai Meiza and his wife were probably busy resolving their internal family conflict over hiding their private money while avoiding Lin Feng and the village secretary, hoping to get the demolition compensation immediately and pack their things to disappear from Stone Village as soon as possible. They weren't afraid that Lin Feng would actually come to borrow money, but rather that if word got out, their poor relatives in the village would come knocking, all wanting to borrow money and never repay it. They're not afraid of arguing, but they can't stand having too many people around. After this battle, the village party secretary had a better understanding of the situation. When the demolition office staff come to sign, Lai Meiza and his wife will definitely sign without hesitation and won't dare to delay for even a moment. If all else fails, he can arrange for Lin Feng to stand by and wait to borrow money, which will ensure that Lai Meiza won't even hesitate and will immediately sign the document. A light drizzle had just passed, and the air in Stone Village was still a bit damp, but the temperature rose rapidly like kindling, and soon it became so hot that it made people feel restless. Instead of the demolition office the villagers had been eagerly awaiting, a group of soldiers in military uniforms arrived first. Because the demolition work in Shida village has not yet officially started, these soldiers were temporarily placed in the village along with the students from the agricultural university. Well, the once spacious service station was now completely packed, with even a few cots temporarily added to the corridor at the entrance. When the villagers discovered that the young men in military uniforms had started patrolling the village, something must have triggered them. The loud voice that usually booms when chatting has inexplicably become gentler, and the person speaks and acts more cautiously, even walking much lighter. The village party secretary saw this and was secretly pleased. He clearly felt that the preparations for the demolition were easier than before, and the villagers were much more cooperative. That makes sense. Everyone is afraid of something going wrong at this crucial moment when they're waiting to receive their demolition compensation. If they really get into trouble and get taken away, they'll lose both their money and their house. Nobody dares to take that risk. Even the few families who had secretly planned to take the money and stay put immediately gave up on their plans. You can try to act tough with the police, but these are armed soldiers. Who would dare mess with them? They're truly not to be trifled with. Tang Ji and Lu Wei were overjoyed, because most of the soldiers who came were old acquaintances of theirs, and Su Yan, who led the team, was their former comrade in arms. "Why are you here?" When Tang Ji and Lu Wei saw Su Yan in Lin Feng's yard, they were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. They even straightened up a bit, instead of leaning lazily against the doorframe. Su Yan stood ramrod straight, his crisp military uniform perfectly pressed without a single wrinkle, making him look more pleasing to the eye than Tang Ji and Lu Wei. Having spent so much time with Lin Feng, these two had long since changed their military uniforms into faded old-fashioned shirts. It's said that Tang Jiguang owns 53 of the same old-fashioned shirts, and he dresses even more casually than the old men in the village. When Su Yan's gaze fell on Lin Feng, he didn't stop, snapping to attention and giving a crisp military salute, his voice loud and clear. "Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Su Yan. I am currently mainly responsible for the security work in Shida village. Once the test center is completed, I will be fully responsible for the security protection of the test center." Lin Feng had just taken the ice cream bucket he made out of the refrigerator, thinking of sharing it with the people in the yard so they could taste the rare cool sweetness on this hot day, when he was startled by Su Yan's loud salute, and his hand trembled, almost causing the ice cream bucket to fall to the ground. "Hey, watch out!" Lu Wei reacted quickly, reaching out to support the bottom of the bucket and barely managing to save the bucket of ice cream that had been painstakingly made. If it had fallen, all hope of cooling down today would have been lost. Qian Rui in the kitchen wasn't much better off. He was carrying a few bowls out when he heard the sudden salute. His hand trembled, and the bowls almost slipped from his grasp. He instinctively performed a dangerous acrobatic stunt, quickly grabbing the wrist of his other hand with one hand to firmly grasp the bowl, and patted his chest with lingering fear. Okay. Lin Feng hadn't yet recovered from the sudden serious atmosphere. He nodded blankly, slowly placing the ice cream bucket on the stone table, his mind still racing. Was it that sudden? And with such a formal military salute? He should have thought about how to respond beforehand. Now his mind is completely blank. He originally thought that having Tang Ji and Lu Wei by his side to watch over him was enough. After all, although his home is deep in the mountains, there is really no danger. Even the South China tiger and giant panda, which are most likely to appear nearby, have long been tamed by him. Why would he need to make such a big fuss? Tang Ji immediately noticed Lin Feng's bewilderment and quickly stepped forward to help his old comrade in arms sit down on the stone bench, smiling as he tried to smooth things over. No need to be so serious, Lao Su. Although Lin Feng is indeed a key protected person, this isn't the team. We don't need to follow so many rules. Just relax. As he spoke, he shouted towards the kitchen. Qian Rui, bring another bowl over, and give Captain Su a share of ice cream too, so he can taste Lin Feng's cooking. Ever since they moved into Lin Feng's house, they've never used a small spoon to eat ice cream. They always use a large bowl with a big stainless steel spoon, and each spoonful is more than half a scoop. Ice cream made with pure fresh milk and fresh fruit is cool and rich, and one bite is incredibly refreshing, perfect for cooling down in the summer heat. Okay, come on right away. A response came from the kitchen. Judging from the sound, he was squatting on the floor looking for a bowl. A moment later, he came running out carrying a new bowl. As soon as he looked up and saw Suyan sitting at the table, his eyes lit up, and words of praise spilled out. Wow, Captain Su, you look so handsome in your military uniform. After saying that, he turned his head and looked Tang Ji and Lu Wei up and down, his tone full of disdain. Look at Captain Su, and then look at the two of you, task. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words, and Tang Ji and Lu Wei immediately became unconvinced. The two of them almost simultaneously refuted. Hey, what do you know, kid? We're retired now, we don't have to follow the team's rules every day, we can do whatever we're comfortable with. Suyan hasn't retired yet, of course he has to wear his uniform to maintain his image. How can that be the same? As Lu Wei spoke, he tugged at his old-fashioned shirt, his tone tinged with smugness. Besides, this clothing is so comfortable, absorbent, and durable. It's much more comfortable than military uniforms. Do you think everyone is like you, only looking at the surface? Qian Rui pouted and didn't argue with them anymore. She just held her ice cream bowl and went to the table to wait for Lin Feng to share it with her. Lin Feng didn't join in their bickering. He just smiled and exchanged a few words with Suyan before picking up the large iron ladle to continue scooping ice cream, warmly serving his guest. Captain Su, ignore them and let's eat. This ice cream is homemade, made with the best ingredients. The whipping cream is freshly whipped from milk and butter, and the fruit inside is plums from my family's orchard. It's sweet and sour, and should suit your taste. As he spoke, he added another spoonful to Suyan's bowl, then continued. When you go back later, if there are no restrictions in the team, just take a bucket back and let all the brothers who came have a taste. We're all family, so don't be shy with me. Suyan held the slightly cold bowl in her hands, still somewhat stunned by Lin Feng's words. He came mainly to coordinate security work with Tang Ji and Lu Wei, and to meet this key person under protection. Unexpectedly, he was warmly treated to a bowl of ice cream and even allowed to take a bucket home before he could do anything. This treatment far exceeded his expectations. Eat it, it's good for your health. Tang Ji and Lu Wei didn't need Lin Feng to lift a finger. They picked up the iron spoons and scooped food into their bowls, spoonful after spoonful, eating with great relish, and even calling out to Suyan, "Don't be shy, Lao Su, eat up. It's cool and refreshing, perfect for cutting through the greasiness of summer." Lu Wei also specifically explained to Suyan, "Don't be polite with Lin Feng, that's just how he is. He's extremely generous when it comes to food. If you're polite and don't eat, he won't be happy. He often says, we can work, but we need to eat and drink well first so we have the energy to do our job. That's his philosophy." Upon hearing this, Suyan looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with a questioning gaze. Is this ice cream really good for your health? After all, in his mind, most icy things are cold in nature, and few people would say they are good for the body. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, explaining earnestly, "My butter is made from milk from our own cows last year, and the milk is freshly squeezed every day. Even the plums are naturally ripened in the orchard. There are no random additives. You can eat it with peace of mind. It's different from those powdered products outside. It's gentle on your body. Qian Rui nodded vigorously beside him, adding, "Exactly. Brother Feng's ice cream is made with the finest ingredients. It's worlds apart from the ones on the market. Those made with powder taste like artificial flavoring. How can they compare to this rich and mellow flavor? Even if it's not good for your health, at least I feel safe eating it, it won't do any harm." Regarding the black plum, Qian Rui harbors a small memory. There was a time when this fruit was extremely popular and sold for a very high price in fruit shops, earning it the title of the aristocrat among fruits. He was young then, and he would be envious when he saw others eating, but his family's financial situation was limited and they simply couldn't afford it. When he was finally able to earn money to buy it himself, he discovered that the fruit didn't taste like he had imagined at all. It's sour and astringent, and apart from being big and good-looking, it can't even compare to the banana plums that are more than half the price next to it. At that time, Qian Rui not only felt that he had been deceived by the taste, but also felt as if the whole world had poured cold water on him. He still doesn't understand why this fruit was so popular back then. Was it really because the tastes of the poor and the rich were different? That experience left him with considerable psychological trauma as a child, and he would feel apprehensive whenever he saw a black plum afterward. So when he saw those black plum trees in Lin Feng's orchard a few days ago, he wondered, why would Brother Feng even grow such good-looking but not tasty fruit? Especially when he saw those dark, almost fist-sized plums on the tree, his past traumas instantly resurfaced, and his mouth watered uncontrollably. It wasn't a craving, but a conditioned reflex of sourness. But who knew that after actually tasting it, I would understand what truly delicious meant. Black plums of the right variety, naturally ripened on the tree, are sweet and mellow, and refreshingly sour, fully deserving of the title of fruit aristocrat. Whether eaten directly, made into jam, or used to make ice cream, it's so delicious you can't stop eating it. While Qian Rui was lost in his memories, Suyan was already stunned by the taste of the ice cream. The creamy milk cream envelopes the sweet and sour taste of black plums, making it silky smooth on the palate without a trace of ice crystals. Even your breath carries a subtle fruity aroma. He had originally planned to coordinate the details of the security patrol with Tang Ji and Lu Wei while eating, but the taste was just too tempting. The sweetness in his mouth made him forget all about his work and only his eyes were on the ice cream in the bowl. Only when no more residue could be scraped from the bottom of the bowl did Suyan belatedly rub his stomach. Just as he was about to bring up the important matter, he discovered that Lin Feng had already disappeared. Lin Feng mainly assumed that Su Yan, dressed in a crisp military uniform, was there to see Tang Ji and Lu Wei, since they were old comrades in arms, and it was probably about coordinating security patrols, which had little to do with him. Not wanting to disturb their serious conversation, he thoughtfully took Qian Rui with him to give them some space. "Qian Rui, come with me, let's go to the watermelon patch and see if they're ripe." Upon hearing watermelon patch, Qian Rui's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't feel like he'd been sent away. Instead, he happily put down his bowl and followed Lin Feng eagerly. "Great, Brother Feng. I've been wanting to go see it for ages." His mind was filled with the watermelon he had tasted a couple of days ago. It wasn't fully ripe yet, and the flesh was a bit powdery, but its sweetness almost made him swallow his tongue. He was willing to give his life for it. He's not afraid of getting diarrhea from eating too much, he's just afraid of not being able to get any. Fang Ge's watermelons are in high demand. Not only are the purchasing department keeping a close eye on them every day, but even a traditional Chinese medicine doctor came to ask if they could try making watermelon frost with them. He secretly wondered, how many will I be able to eat this year? As I was thinking about it, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva and even made a slurp sound unconsciously. Suyan stared blankly at the empty bowl. Just because he ate a bowl of ice cream, the host family took Qian Rui away? He hasn't even had a proper chat with this person under special protection yet. But when he turned around and saw Tang Ji and Lu Wei sitting to the side, waiting for him to speak, he quickly felt relieved. Talking to these two is the same, maybe we can learn more about Lin Feng through them first. Since he's already arrived at Stone Village, there's plenty of time and opportunity to get to know him, so there's no rush. On the other side, Lin Feng had already led Qian Rui into his own 5-acre watermelon field. Last year, he only planted 1 mu of watermelons, and as a result, the purchasing department complained that there were not enough to sell, and he didn't even get to eat many before the season was over. This year, he simply cut off some unnecessary crops and expanded the planting area to 5 mu. Watermelons are delicious, and not only humans and giant pandas know this, but even the insects in the fields know it all too well. To protect the watermelons, Lin Feng spent a lot of money and effort, getting help from agricultural students to place stone slabs under each watermelon to isolate them from the moisture and insects in the soil. Even so, quite a few small insects still manage to climb over mountains and valleys to take a few bites off the watermelon rind. Once the rind is damaged, the watermelon cannot be sold. Sometimes, the problem is discovered too late, most of the watermelon has been eaten away by insects. Looking at the rotten watermelon scattered all over the ground, Lin Feng felt it was a pity that such good fruit had been wasted. Lin Feng squatted down, tapped a round watermelon at his feet, and instructed Qian Rui. Be careful when you're looking for watermelons later. If you find any that have been gnawed by insects and they're already ripe, pick them and take them home so we can minimize our losses." He paused, then added, "Whether we take them home and feed them to the little ones, or refrigerate them, or even make them into watermelon ice cream, it's better than leaving them in the ground to be completely ruined by insects." Qian Rui nodded vigorously, deeply agreeing. Since arriving at this farm that simulates a natural ecosystem, he has truly experienced the meaning of the word not easy. There are so many insects here. The sweeter and tastier the crops are, the more insects will be attracted to them. It's incredibly annoying. Just like the corn grown on the farm, he has never eaten a whole ear of corn. Almost every ear of corn has a piece cut off and is gnawed by insects. Yuan Zhen and the others didn't mind, thinking that this was inevitable in ecological farming, but Lin Feng felt bad about it and would always give the best corn that hadn't been bitten by insects to everyone first. Manager Zheng's side couldn't sell corn with worms in it either, since a single corn cob costs tens of yuan, which customers definitely wouldn't accept. Manager Zheng had previously suggested, "Should we process the insect-damaged corn into corn kernels and sell them?" But Lin Feng refused. He collected the corn that was badly bitten by insects, carefully removed the good kernels, and stored them in the refrigerator for everyone to eat in the winter. The remaining worm-eaten parts and corn cobs were happily eaten by the chickens and ducks in the house, and even the cows, sheep and pigs fought over them, so it wasn't a waste. Qian Rui was secretly relieved. Fortunately, the farm has exceptionally sweet crops that attract birds in the reserve, as well as beneficial birds that feed on insects. Thanks to these natural helpers, more than half of Lin Feng's crops have been preserved, especially the giant pumpkins planted next to it. Otherwise, this farm would probably not be an ecological farm, but a paradise for insects. No matter how many times Qian Rui comes to the field, his gaze is always involuntarily drawn to the giant pumpkin plant not far away. He now completely understands Jiang Ming and his friend's obsession with this kind of pumpkin. Even though he came from a mushroom-growing background, standing in the watermelon field, his attention couldn't help but be drawn to the giant pumpkins. What attracted him wasn't the pumpkins themselves, but the overwhelming, umbrella-sized leaves. Before this, who would have thought that pumpkin leaves could grow taller than a person? The thick stem supports the large leaves, and when it rains, at least 10 people can take shelter under a single leaf. These leaves also conveniently replace the shade cloth that had been erected, not only blocking the scorching sun but also protecting the abnormally large pumpkins under the leaves, allowing them to grow steadily. While Qian Rui was staring blankly at the giant pumpkin field, Lin Feng, with the help of the two little dumplings, had already found 2 watermelons whose skins had been gnawed open by insects. These 2 watermelons are quite badly damaged. You can already see the bright red flesh inside through the cracks. A refreshing watermelon scent wafted from the opening, so strong that it made you want to get closer and smell it. Even Lang Qing and Xiao He Lang noticed the commotion and rushed over to help. Dogs and bears have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, making it much easier and faster for them to locate things by distinguishing scents compared to humans who have to search for them one by one. To their noses, the smell of a bruised watermelon is naturally different from that of a whole watermelon, making it easy to distinguish. Urged on by the dogs barking, Qian Rui finally came to his senses. Wolf Green gave him a disdainful look, then dragged him by his trouser leg to a watermelon, barking twice as if to remind him, "There's something wrong with this melon, take a look." After shouting, it squatted down to the side, wagging its tail rapidly. The owner just promised that as long as they work hard, they can share a watermelon with the giant panda. Just thinking about a sweet and fragrant watermelon makes them happy. Well done. Qian Rui patted Lang Qing's head, squatted down to examine the watermelon, and found that it was indeed a ripe watermelon, with holes even gnawed by insects, revealing the red flesh. He reached out to hug the watermelon, but froze as soon as he tried to pull it in. The watermelon was quite heavy, probably weighing 30 or 40 pounds, and he couldn't lift it right away. It wasn't that he lacked strength, but rather that the watermelon was round like a cylinder, and its surface was slippery, making it difficult to grip. Lin Feng had the same problem. He could hold 2 watermelons at once, but it was difficult for him to control his strength. Even though these are late maturing varieties, those targeted by insects at this moment are basically ripe and can be cracked with a little force. Sure enough, he accidentally cracked a watermelon after holding it for a short while. There was nothing he could do but give one half to the 2 children and leave the other half by the edge of the field, waiting for the dogs to finish their work and share it. Having finally received the delicious food they had been longing for, the little dumplings immediately sat down by the field with happy faces and began to eat heartily, the sweet juices flowing down their lips. The dogs were drooling as they looked at the melon, but they still obediently continued searching for it without being distracted at all. They knew their owner would never mistreat them, and now their delicious meal was right there beside them. They couldn't escape it. Unable to concentrate amidst the incessant barking of the dogs, and driven to desperation by their urging, Qian Rui turned to look at Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, there are so many watermelons that have been bitten by bugs. We can't possibly carry them all back by hand. Shall I go home and get a basket and a small cart?" Lin Feng was bending down to examine a watermelon with a crack, and nodded upon hearing this. Okay, go and come back quickly. His family grows the popular red treasure watermelon, which has an oblong shape, a sweet and crisp taste, and can grow up to 30 jin, 15 kilograms. But this year, his watermelons are growing exceptionally well. So far, none of them weigh less than 30 pounds, they are all between 30 and 40 pounds, which is quite a challenge to lift. However, he didn't plan to bring back all the watermelons that had been bitten by insects. You have to leave a few open, expose the flesh on the field ridge as bait, attract most of the insects' attention, so that the remaining good watermelons will suffer less. Qian Rui turned and ran home, but when he returned, 3 people were following him. It was Tang Ji, Lu Wei, and Suyan chatting in the courtyard. It turned out that when Qian Rui went back to get his tools, he casually mentioned that Brother Feng is picking watermelons that are being eaten by insects in the field, and he can't carry them all by himself. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately came over to help. Lin Feng looked at the suddenly lively field ridge and couldn't help but smile. If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have let Qian Rui go back to push the cart. There are 5 of us here, each carrying 1 melon, and we can get these melons back first. Tang Ji walked to the pile of watermelons by the field, tapped each one with his knuckles, producing a deep thump-thump sound, and turned to ask, Brother Feng, have these watermelons been sent for testing yet? Judging by the sound, they must be really sweet. I delivered it. I just delivered it this morning. I even carried it there completely. Lin Feng nodded and explained, according to regulations, ordinary vegetables and fruits must be delivered in their entirety, and some even require multiple samples. But if the individual is too big, such as a winter melon weighing more than 10 pounds, just take a picture to record it and send a small section. I communicated with the testing agency, and when they heard about the variety and size of the watermelon, they were very happy to accept the whole watermelon and promised to take proper samples for testing. He paused, then added, the results should be available by tomorrow morning. Tang Ji nodded knowingly, his tone firm. I think it should be at least top tier plus level. Lu Wei didn't beat around the bush, he pointed directly at the watermelon on the ground and asked, Brother Feng, are we moving all of these back? Okay, bring everything edible back. Lin Feng replied, then turned to look at Su Yan, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Can you eat watermelon at this time of year in your unit? I remember the military has strict discipline, I'm afraid there might be regulations. Su Yan quickly nodded, it's edible, no problem. Lin Feng was relieved and said with a smile, it's good that it's edible. If you don't mind, take one back and share it with the brothers. It's just that most of these melons have been bitten by insects, so they don't look very good. No, I don't mind. How could I possibly mind? Su Yan shook his head vigorously. This watermelon was very likely to be rated as a top-grade watermelon, so even if it had wormholes, it was worth it. His gaze swept over the watermelon on the ground, finally settling on the half-watermelon Lin Feng had placed by the edge of the field, and he pointed to it. I'll just take this one, there's no need to carry the whole thing. Before he could finish speaking, and before Lin Feng could even open his mouth, the dogs nearby started barking. Several dogs suddenly leaped forward 2 steps and barked wildly at Su Yan. The shouts were fierce and urgent, and the manner of the shouts resembled street cursing. This half-melon was promised by the owner to be shared with them and the little dumpling. The little dumplings have already taken and eaten their half, so why is this human stealing their melon? Su Yan was startled by the dogs that suddenly rushed at him, and instinctively took half a step back. Looking at the yard full of angry dogs, he was a little confused. All I wanted was half a melon, so why did I upset these little guys? Lin Feng reached out and patted Lang Qing's head, then patted the backs of the other dogs, quickly calming them down. He then gave Tang Ji a wink, signaling him to quickly pick a whole watermelon for Su Yan, while he turned to Su Yan and explained apologetically, I'm so sorry, Captain Su. I specially saved this half watermelon for my dogs. They thought you were going to take the food from them, which is why they were making such a fuss and startling you. Su Yan was completely stunned, her eyes wide open. What the heck? He was startled when so many big dogs barked at him all at once. He thought they were just slow to react and had only just noticed him, a stranger, barking in. It turned out that it was because he had his eye on their half of the watermelon? He couldn't help but marvel, these dogs are so smart. They can even tell who's trying to steal their food. Tang Ji quickly received Lin Feng's signal, bent down and patted each watermelon on the ground, then, based on experience, selected the one with the deepest sound and the best sounding ripeness, and stuffed it directly into Su Yan's arms. Take it. We might not have another chance like this where you can just take the whole watermelon. He paused, then added meaningfully, next time we come, maybe there will only be watermelon flesh left, no rind. He hadn't forgotten what he'd heard before, the big names in traditional Chinese medicine wanted to use Lin Feng's watermelons to make watermelon frost. Although it wasn't exactly a waste, he still felt a little reluctant to use such a good watermelon as a medicinal ingredient. Fortunately, he vaguely remembered Lin Feng mentioning that when making watermelon frost, a portion of the watermelon flesh, specifically the sweetest part, would be scooped out. He figured they and the students would be able to share it, so it wouldn't be a complete waste. Suyin looked puzzled, not quite understanding why only watermelon flesh and no rind was a bad thing. Wouldn't it be more convenient to just eat the flesh? But he didn't ask any more questions, and tried it with the watermelon in his arms. Holding it in my arms was difficult, as the watermelon kept slipping down. Holding it in my hands felt awkward, so I finally just hoisted it onto my shoulder, which was the only stable way to carry it. When he returned to the camp carrying the watermelon, his teammates, who were playing basketball in the Stone Village Activity Center, were instantly stunned. They forgot to pass the ball and swarmed around him. At this moment, in the eyes of his teammates, Suyin was simply a hero. Wow, Captain, you're amazing. You went to see an old friend and brought back such a huge watermelon. My God, how many pounds does this watermelon weigh? Captain, do you even know? Quickly bring the scale over and let's weigh ourselves. Someone quickly ran back to the dormitory to bring a scale, put the watermelon on it, and weighed it. 18 kilograms. A whole 36 jin. My goodness, I've never seen such a big melon before. Captain, let's cut it open and have a taste. Suyin smiled and nodded. Go ahead and cut it. Whoever has the best hands can cut it, and it has to be split evenly, or I'll make a scene if it's less than an ounce. As he spoke, he watched his teammates' excited expressions and felt happy too. This trip was worthwhile. Not only did we get the work sorted out, but we also brought back this big guy so that the brothers can all have a taste. At this moment, the vice captain walked to Su Yan's side and asked, "Did Lin Feng give you this melon?" Su Yan nodded and replied, "He just picked it from the field, but the rind was gnawed by insects a little." The vice captain glanced at the shouting team members to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said, "What's the big deal? By the way, what's Lin Feng like? Is he as easy to get along with as the boss said?" Suyin didn't know how to evaluate it for a moment. He hadn't spent much time with Lin Feng, so he couldn't give a detailed description. After thinking for a moment, he could only give a simple answer: they're very enthusiastic. Lin Feng had just treated him to ice cream he made and even let him take a watermelon. These actions showed his politeness and sincerity. Upon hearing this answer, the vice captain looked slightly puzzled and subconsciously uttered a "hmm," as if he hadn't expected such a concise evaluation. On the other side, the team members didn't pay any attention to the conversation between the captain and the vice captain. They found a sharp knife and, with swift strokes, quickly divided the huge watermelon equally among everyone. As soon as the first bite was taken, exclamations of amazement rang out from the crowd. Captain, this melon tastes much better than the ones we usually buy." "Exactly. Are all freshly picked melons this sweet? It's so delicious. It's sweet and refreshing, and it feels so good to eat. No wonder the boss said this mission was a perk. Now I finally know why. It's so awesome." Looking at the satisfied expressions on his team members' faces, Su Yan's lips curled up slightly as he picked up a slice of watermelon and took a bite. How could the melons from Lin Feng's family be ordinary melons? In the special forces, the medical reports of many people were no secret among the leadership, especially the medical reports of Tang Ji and Lu Wei, which attracted the attention of many older leaders whose health was deteriorating. These former leaders have started making suggestions. Their demands are not high, they just ask to be able to stay in a small house in Stone Village. They don't expect to recover their health like the two young men, Tang Ji and Lu Wei. They just hope to live more comfortably in the last few years of their lives. Suyin looked up at the starry sky and pondered to himself. No one can predict what this small stone village will become when that time comes. They weren't being exiled to the frontier at all. On the contrary, they were carrying out a truly important mission. However, the danger level of this mission is not high. People used to say they had been abandoned, but now Suyin understands that those people were just jealous. This kind of good thing might only happen once in a lifetime. That evening, all the animals in Lin Feng's household ate watermelon rinds with a little bit of watermelon flesh, and they firmly remembered the taste of this delicacy, watermelon. As for why they only fed them watermelon rinds, it was because Lin Feng, Tang Ji, Lu Wei, and Qian worked together to scoop out all the flesh from the watermelons, made watermelon ice cream overnight, and put it in the freezer to freeze. Since the watermelon rind is already broken, it can't be stored for long, so it's best to deal with it as soon as possible to avoid waste. Moreover, many animals on the farm cannot consume too much sugar, so feeding them melon rinds with some pulp is a win-win solution that avoids waste and meets their dietary needs. Qian Rui looked at Lin Feng's house and saw that a room had been specially set aside and filled with freezers, and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Brother Feng, why do you have so many freezers in your house?" Lin Feng turned and glanced at the room, casually explaining, "It's for freezing meat and vegetables. We have a large family and consume a lot of food every day. Also, some ingredients at the cafeteria need to be frozen, so having a few more freezers is convenient." He paused, then added, his tone carrying a hint of experience. Besides, it's inconvenient to buy supplies in this place during winter, so we have to store as much food as possible if we live here. If a heavy snow closes the mountains and roads and supplies can't be brought in, we can't let people go hungry. Lin Feng knew that Qian Rui had just graduated from school and lacked life experience, so these details needed to be explained to him gradually. After spending the winter here, he naturally understood the necessity of these preparations. Qian Rui nodded repeatedly after listening, feeling that he had learned a lot. These are the kinds of knowledge points about life skills that teachers will never teach in school, but they are extremely important in real life. He even secretly planned, if he were to settle down here in the future, he would have to prepare in the same way and stock up on more freezers to store supplies. On the other hand, Lin Feng's premium watermelons were warmly welcomed by consumers as soon as they hit the market. Even though manager Zhang sold a melon weighing over 30 jin for over 10,000 yuan, the supply still couldn't meet the demand. Manager Zhang also explained to the customer that it was impossible to increase the supply volume because many of the watermelons from the farm were defective products. The melon rind was eaten by insects and could not be sold as a whole product. Even so, those wealthy people who often have slow internet speeds but slow reflexes and can't get a whole watermelon have started discussing with manager Zhang that they would be willing to take even a watermelon with only a small hole in the skin caused by insects. After tasting the sweet and refreshing taste of premium watermelon, other ordinary watermelons just don't seem so fragrant. People's palates have long been spoiled, they can never go back to that. The key point is that this premium grade watermelon has very few seeds, so you don't have to spit them out frequently, which is like doubling the satisfaction. Even the dumplings made with watermelon rind taste incredibly good. When shredded and mixed into a cold dish, the taste and flavor are just as good, and nothing is wasted. In the eyes of these consumers, it doesn't matter if such a good watermelon gets a couple of bites from insects. After all, these are naturally grown green vegetables and fruits, and the presence of insect bites only makes them more natural, which they can understand. However, manager Zhang, or rather Lin Feng, was adamant in his stance. If he said no, then no. Even if the customer was willing to pay more, he would never sell a worm-eaten, defective melon as a whole melon. Yuan Zhen, however, took a different approach. He didn't ask Lin Feng for those perfectly intact melons. Instead, they specifically asked for watermelons that were only slightly damaged, but whose flesh was still perfectly edible because these watermelons were cheaper. In order to get Lin Feng to agree, Yuan Zhen and the others made a special promise. After finishing the watermelon, she would carefully remove all the seeds and return them to Lin Feng. This makes watermelons even cheaper. It saves a lot of money and doesn't stop the soldiers from trying new things. Yuan Zhen always smiles broadly whenever he mentions this. Lin Feng had originally planned to collect seeds from his own watermelons to try planting next year. He felt that ordinary seeds bought from the market might not be as good as these watermelon seeds that grew on the farm, imbued with spiritual energy. The effects of spiritual energy may not be as simple as just making crops grow better. He vaguely felt that spiritual energy might still be subtly and silently driving living things to evolve in a better direction. This kind of evolutionary effect would likely take 5 or even 10 years to achieve through normal human selection and breeding. Ever since they ate the watermelon, the mother and daughter, De Tuanzi and Xiao Tuanzi, have consciously become the most loyal guardians of the watermelon patch, even more dedicated than their dog. They strictly followed Lin Feng's policy. It was perfectly fine for small birds to fly over and eat the insects in the field, but if they dared to peck at the watermelon, they would immediately be chased away, and they would make a hissing warning sound. The way he was so earnestly protecting his treasure made the students who came to observe the growth of the giant pumpkin, wheat, and corn laugh, and they all took out their phones to capture this amusing scene. As August arrives, most of the corn silks in the fields have completed their pollination process. Except for the long-haired corn, whose silks are still fluttering freely on the stalks, the silks of other varieties of corn have entered the withering period, gradually curling up and losing their luster. Just then, Mr. Sun and his disciples came to Lin Feng's house to harvest corn silk. Although corn silk is a very common Chinese herbal medicine, in recent years, with the increasing use of pesticides and fertilizers, it has become very difficult to find corn silk that is completely pollution-free and naturally grown like the kind Lin Feng grows. Mr. Sun was particularly interested in the exceptionally long silks of the long silk corn and had long wanted to harvest them himself. Coincidentally, now is also the perfect time to make watermelon frost. When the old man saw that the watermelons Lin Feng brought were all bitten by insects, he glanced at Lin Feng with a smile in his eyes. It's just a child's little thought. He's worried that good melons will be wasted on medicinal materials. Even so, these insect-damaged watermelons are perfectly usable, and are even of better quality than ordinary watermelons bought from outside. At this moment, Lin Feng's house was already surrounded by a sea of watermelons. The watermelons on the 5 acres of land are gradually ripening. Every day, the number of watermelons that are rejected due to insect bites or bruises is more than the number of intact watermelons that manager Zhang picks away. As a result, watermelons completely took over the family dining table. They ate fresh watermelon, froze watermelon ice cream and watermelon-flavored ice cream, pickled watermelon rinds, and drank freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Even with all the different ways they prepare it, the watermelon still can't be consumed. Lin Feng simply turned the extra watermelons into watermelon popsicles and watermelon ice cream, and sent quite a few to Zhang Lu, Dong Han, and Professor Sunday. Fresh watermelons are indeed difficult to transport. Even if Manager Zheng takes all the necessary precautions, he still has to be extremely careful during transportation. Ripe watermelons are too delicate, they easily crack when bumped, as if deliberately revealing their hearts to others. Moreover, once the skin is broken, the shelf life is greatly shortened, and it simply cannot withstand long-distance transportation. But it's different when it's made into ice cream or popsicles. As long as it's properly stored at low temperatures to prevent melting, there are no problems with transportation. The people who were fed by Lin Feng were overjoyed to receive these watermelon products, and all expressed that they wanted more and wished Lin Feng would send them even more. When Lin Feng was so full that even his burps tasted like watermelon, he finally couldn't help but speak up. How about we plant 3 mu of watermelons next year? We really can't keep up with the demand. If it weren't for the fact that he used some of it making watermelon frost, he would have surrendered long ago. This summer, watermelon has completely lost its mystique in his heart. After all, plums are sweet and peaches are fresh in season, so there's no need to fixate on watermelons. Upon learning that Lin Feng's family had more watermelons than they could eat, Professor Sun, who lived nearby, simply drove over. As soon as he entered, he grabbed a spoon and started scooping out watermelons to eat. He didn't miss out on anything, including ice cream and fresh watermelon, making the most of his close proximity advantage. Upon hearing Lin Feng's statement that watermelon planting would be reduced next year, a group of people nearby, who had also stuffed themselves full of watermelon and even occasionally drank ginger tea prescribed by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to counteract the cooling properties of watermelon, immediately and firmly shook their heads in unison. No, let's plant 5 mu. There will definitely be more people next year, we can definitely eat them all. Yes. 3 mu is definitely not enough to eat, and next year, even if we use the seeds we saved, the yield might not be as high as this year. It would be a real problem if there wasn't enough food. Lin Feng took a bite of the plum in his hand, the sweet taste spreading in his mouth. He pondered what everyone had said and felt that it seemed to make sense. He casually tossed the plum pit into the fruit bowl beside him and relented. Alright, 5 mu it is. After all, even the South China tiger family loves these watermelons, so we can't let them go without watermelons next year. The South China tiger's fondness for watermelons is quite obvious. It has been returning home more frequently these past few days. I used to only see him once every 2 weeks, but lately he comes back every 2 or 3 days to eat some melon, and then slowly leaves after he's done eating. And everyone is right, there will definitely be more people in Stone Village next year. Although the experimental center has only just started construction on an empty plot of land and the foundation is not even finished, according to Professor Lee and his colleagues, the HR's inbox has already been overflowing with resumes from all over the country. The key point is that after these resumes pass the initial screening, a background check still needs to be conducted. This is a meticulous process that cannot be rushed and must be done slowly. Thinking about it this way, Lin Feng felt that those of them who were currently staying in Stone Village were also benefiting from the advantageous location. After all, they had been involved in the project unconsciously since last year, and now they can be considered veterans. They don't have to compete like outsiders and have to go through layers of screening. While they were sitting around the table eating plums and chatting about planting melons next year, Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject and looked at Qian Rui. Qian Rui, how's your mushroom bed project going? As soon as he said that, anyone with a discerning eye could tell what he was thinking. He was clearly craving mushrooms. Qian Rui immediately swallowed the peach in his mouth, his eyes lit up, and he quickly answered. Almost there. After another week of aging, we can start cultivating the mycelium. He couldn't help but marvel at how amazing the results were of using materials from Brother Feng's farm to make mushroom beds. 80% of the materials come from here. In less than a month, the mushroom bed has reached the state that others take 3 months to achieve. The key is that all the data are exceptionally good, and it is also particularly rich in nutrients, with all the necessary components present. The results were so good that he almost misunderstood his own planting abilities, thinking that his skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Upon hearing that it can be cultivated in a week, Lin Feng replied without hesitation. When you're almost done, come find me. I'll look for the spores and mycelium I have stored away, and see if we can use them. After saying that, he sighed softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. I just don't know if these will work. Qian Rui then realized that the mycelium stored by Lin Feng was extraordinary. Some were common varieties purchased from the market, but most were wild fungi he had dug up from deep in the mountains. The activity level of these wild mycelia and whether they can adapt to artificial cultivation environments remains unknown, but Qian Rui had always blindly trusted Lin Feng, so he immediately nodded vigorously, his tone resolute. It will definitely work. Brother Feng, the mycelium you found can't be wrong. he was also filled with anticipation. It's too difficult to cultivate wild mushrooms artificially now. If we could successfully cultivate wild mycelium from deep in the mountains, that would be no small matter. They might even be able to write one or even several sci papers. Thinking about it this way, he became even more motivated and secretly resolved to do his best and not waste such a good opportunity. Before the others could react to the sudden shift in topic from mushroom cultivation to mushroom picking, Professor Sun quickly chimed in, looking up towards the forest farm and nature reserve to the west, and asked with a smile, "Is it safe to go into the mountains to pick mushrooms and collect wild produce at this time of year?" Lin Feng nodded and recalled. In previous years, by this time, the uncles and aunts in the village would have already carried bamboo baskets and run into the mountains. He paused, then added, "But everyone's been busy with demolition this year, so I don't think I've seen many families going into the mountains. I probably won't have much time to go, but if you want to go, you can leave after dinner." Lin Feng spoke casually. He had to cook and make flour cakes, so he couldn't spare the time, but others didn't have these restrictions and could go whenever they wanted. He immediately became serious and added, "But you must remember to travel in groups and never go alone. The mountain roads are complicated, and it would be difficult to deal with if something happened." These words instantly ignited the interest of Tang Ji and Professor Sun. Their eyes lit up, and they immediately expressed their interest. Qian Rui couldn't sit still any longer. He leaned forward, his face full of anticipation. The wild monkey head mushroom he longed to be the mother plant for was indeed growing in this forest. If you can pick them yourself, you won't have to buy them from the villagers at high prices. You can also select them strictly according to your own requirements. You can even record data such as the growth environment and soil moisture around the monkey head mushrooms. It's a win-win situation. After all, the monkey head mushrooms from the mountain people are not only expensive, but their quality is also not guaranteed, and they may not meet the needs of cultivation. So, Tang Ji, Professor Sun, and Qian Rui, without hiding anything from Lin Feng, immediately gathered together to discuss it. "Shall we go tomorrow morning? We need to prepare bamboo baskets and non-slip shoes, because it's damp in the mountains. Should we ask around the village to see which mountain has the most mushrooms?" They discussed the timing, equipment, and routes for mushroom picking. Lin Feng sat to the side listening, his lips twitching involuntarily. Picking mushrooms is not as simple as they think. With their inexperienced newbies like them, they probably wouldn't even notice a mushroom growing right next to their feet. Still thinking about Ganoderma lucidum? Except for the undeveloped old forests deep in the mountains, the foothill areas have long been turned upside down by the villagers who gobble up the mountains. Let alone 10-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, you probably can't even find last year's stock. But then I thought, newly grown Ganoderma lucidum is not bad either. If I pick it up and stew it with chicken, it will definitely taste delicious. At this time last year, the students who came to help could still find time to go mushroom picking in the mountains with the villagers, but this year they have no time for that at all. They were so busy they barely had time to breathe, running back and forth between Lin Feng's home and the experimental fields. They were so eager to use themselves that they wished they could split themselves into 8 pieces. They were the group of people who were most looking forward to the early completion of the experimental center. Professor Lee had told them long ago that as long as they were willing to continue their doctoral studies, they could directly become members of the experimental center after graduation. After graduating with a PhD, it's not impossible that I'll have the opportunity to lead my own projects. This is not just empty talk. Lin Feng's family has been involved in planting crops from the very beginning, from sowing to growth, and they have real, solid experience. These words even deeply moved Wang Li, a student from a well-off family. His family business wasn't something he absolutely had to inherit. Rather than going home to be an idle playboy, he'd rather stay here and make a real contribution to agriculture. As a result, these students became incredibly motivated and worked even harder than before. Lin Feng was surprised by how efficient this group of people were. Early the next morning, they went to the village store, bought bread and sausages, and also packed 2 boiled eggs. They then set off into the woods together with their bamboo baskets. This completely baffled Su Yan, who had been temporarily called in to protect Lin Feng's safety. "The plan we were discussing yesterday, how come it's being moved so suddenly?" When Manager Zhang came over to coordinate the watermelon transportation, he noticed that the people helping Lin Feng move the watermelons had changed. It was no longer Tang Ji and Lu Wei. So he asked them a question. Upon learning that Tang Ji and his group had gone into the mountains to pick mushrooms, Manager Zhang's eyes lit up, and he became interested as well. He had long heard that the wild mushrooms in the mountains were delicious, but he never had the time to go. So, Manager Zhang walked up to Lin Feng and said in a very serious tone, "Brother Feng, if they find a lot, could you tell them to share some with me? I'll buy it at market price. It's just a private person wanting to try it out, so it won't affect our supply." His words carried a hint of helplessness. He felt like a pitiful person guarding a treasure trove but having no time to explore it. He knew there were good things in the mountains, but he had to devote all his energy to selling premium-grade vegetables and fruits. After all, making money is the most important thing. We have to live up to Lin Feng's trust and also do justice to these high-quality ingredients. Lin Feng nodded upon hearing this. Okay, I'll talk to them when they get back. I already mentioned it to them before, ask them to share some of the extra with me, I want to try it too. In fact, Lin Feng had already made arrangements for Tang Ji and the others' safety. He specifically persuaded the mother and daughter, de Xiaochuanzi, to come into the mountains to help find mushrooms and protect these people. After all, more and more animals have been gathering near the farm recently. Although this is the territory of South China tigers and giant pandas, he had seen a few wolves scouting ahead a few days ago. Although they only appeared for a day, he still couldn't let his guard down. Unlike the little black wolf and the big dumpling, those wolves weren't easily ignored by people who knew Lin Feng's family. Moreover, wolves' activities in the forest are legitimate and legal, but if humans encounter a pack of wolves, it is much more difficult for them to protect themselves in a legitimate and legal way. Even if Tang Ji and his team consisted of 2 retired soldiers and an old professor, they would still suffer if they encountered a pack of wolves. With the big and small balls around, at least the wolf pack can be deterred, reducing their danger. Suyan listened to Lin Feng's arrangements and finally understood. It turned out that Tang Ji and the others were being escorted by giant pandas when they went into the mountains. It seemed that he didn't need to worry too much about their safety for the time being and only needed to focus on protecting Lin Feng. Manager Zhang, on the other hand, was full of anticipation, hoping that Tang Ji and his team could pick more mushrooms so that he could also taste the natural delicacies of the mountains. After watching the watermelons being loaded onto the truck, Manager Zhang turned and walked towards the experimental field. He was going to check on the students' progress in shaving the chives. Lin Feng's half-acre of chives has been really unlucky ever since their special medicinal properties were discovered. Manager Zhang wished he could stand by the field with a ruler, ready to cut the chives without hesitation as soon as they reached the harvest standard, leaving them no room to grow. Correspondingly, the comments section for the chives section on the app is filled with negative reviews, all complaining that it's old and not tasty. But every time the chives are put on the shelves, they are sold out in the blink of an eye, even faster than premium watermelons. Manager Zhang also secretly complained to Lin Feng. Even the chairman of our app deliberately had his son bypass the procedures and secretly come to my place to get some chives to take home and eat. He winked and added, I don't know if the chairman needs it himself, or if his son can use it. Nowadays, chives have become the most mysterious vegetable on the app despite being flooded with negative reviews. They sell out instantly upon being listed. Those who managed to buy it never mentioned it, while those who didn't kept asking about it in the comments section every day, adding to the mystery. Lin Feng wanted to cover his face. Didn't these people realize that the more they tried to cover things up, the easier it would be to expose the problem? What if the efficacy of his black chives is fully exposed one day? He was inexplicably curious about what kind of bloodshed would occur on that day. As she thought about it, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Manager Zhang wasn't as relaxed as Lin Feng. He shrugged, his tone tinged with lingering fear. Sometimes I'm afraid I'll be assassinated, especially on the days I sell leeks. I often wake up in the middle of the night. After all, I'm a man who knows a lot of secrets that big shots can't tell. Thinking of this, Manager Zhang couldn't help but shudder. He quickly shifted his attention away from the chives and pointed to the soybean field next to him to change the subject. By the way, have you been following the internet? Your little bean is all the rage on short videos lately. Lin Feng nodded. As a loyal user of Bilibili, how could he not have seen it? I've seen it. A lot of food bloggers use it to film reviews. They either use it as a jump rope or compare their height with it, and even joke that they are not as tall as a single bean. He sighed helplessly. But I still want to say that the string beans in my house are really genuine string beans. It's unclear whether this batch of string beans absorb too much nutrition, but in his field, the string beans can basically grow to 1.8 meters, and occasionally even 2 meters. No wonder netizens make fun of it. Manager Zhang looked at the string beans in the field, each one taller than a person, and couldn't help but laugh along with Lin Feng. Whether it's serious or not, netizens don't care, they just find it novel and interesting. But this popularity isn't a bad thing. At least everyone knows that your string beans are of good quality and large in size, so you definitely won't have to worry about selling them when they're actually on the shelves. In fact, Manager Zhang knew in his heart that the taste of the string beans was not particularly amazing. Unlike watermelon, which is refreshing to eat, long beans are not popular. In fact, many people dislike the taste of long beans and will not buy them if there are other options. However, online food bloggers played with it, and various creative reviews made the string bean unexpectedly popular, accumulating a lot of attention. As someone who has also worked in content creation, Manager Zhang understands the mindset of these bloggers. They're all after traffic. He has first-hand material on Xiandu, so he actually has more say than anyone else, but he's just too lazy to update the content. After the string beans became popular, they also attracted a lot of questions. Many bloggers suspected that the string beans could grow so long because they were treated with hormones, fertilizers, or other things that shouldn't be used. As a result, many people voluntarily sent the string beans for testing. Most of them don't understand what the premium label on the app really means. They either don't want to learn more or they have no access to the quality standards behind it, subconsciously thinking that premium is just a gimmick by the platform. Given that string beans are not cheap, costing several $100 for less than 10, some live streamers have also joined the testing team to verify whether they are worth it and hope to find out some problems, thus debunking the claim that string beans are a pure green food. However, when the test report came back, the results left the skeptics speechless. The report clearly shows that all indicators of the soybeans are clean. Even people who do not understand professional terminology or have a low level of education can understand that the fertilizer residue, pesticide residue and additive residue are all zero. These string beans are genuine, all-natural, green vegetables. It's worth noting that even in rural areas these days, it's rare to find such purely natural vegetables. As people's living standards improve and they are less short of money, more and more people are paying extra attention to whether the food they consume is safe and healthy. As a result, after seeing the test report, many people inquired about where to buy such good thread beans, which inadvertently gave manager Zheng's app free publicity. Although many people hesitated to buy the products on the app after finding out the prices, they were deterred. After all, not everyone can easily afford premium-grade ingredients, but that doesn't diminish people's desire for these high-quality ingredients. Some netizens even joked that saving up money to eat a watermelon that costs tens of thousands of yuan has become their latest goal to motivate themselves to work hard. After manager Zheng left, Lin Feng finished making and packing the remaining flour cakes, and finally had some free time. He had just sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard to catch his breath when he saw the village secretary walking and carrying an empty box. He couldn't help but joke. "I didn't expect that everyone would be so busy these days, yet you still have the time to come and pick up the flour cakes." The village secretary placed the box on the stone table, picked up the iced drink Lin Feng had just handed him, drank it down in a few gulps, and let out a long sigh before speaking. "You don't understand." As he spoke, he placed the cup on the table, suddenly switching to a very formal, official tone, with a deliberately broadcast-like manner. "Although Shida village is about to be demolished and I will no longer be the village party secretary, I still want to do my part for the village as a member during this last period. Delivering flour cakes is also part of this effort." These slogan-like words made Su Yan, who was eating a flour cake next to him, unable to help but look up. If you ask him to tell the truth, he only has one thought: it's a bit fake. In his opinion, the village party secretary was probably looking for an excuse to rest and slack off. After all, Shida village has been busy with demolition matters during this period, and the village party secretary and village chief Wang have not had a moment's rest. Su Yan was right. For the village party secretary and village chief Wang, who have been extremely busy lately, the daily task of collecting and delivering flour cakes is the only precious time they can briefly rest during the day. This rest opportunity only comes once a day, and it has to be grabbed by two people. Whoever wins gets to come to Lin Feng's house to pick up the cakes and grab a cold drink while they rest. The loser has to stay in the office and continue dealing with the mountain of documents. Today, the village party secretary clearly won, so he was able to come and collect the flour cakes, and then leisurely deliver them to the county. Meanwhile, village chief Wang was still in his office, worrying about a pile of documents. How could the two of them possibly tell anyone about their little secrets, which carried a hint of burden? After all, in front of outsiders, they still have to maintain the image of dutiful and responsible cotters. Su Yan said that he only needed one day to figure out how much of a homebody Lin Feng was. "Now I finally understand why Tang Ji and Lu Wei's reports to their superiors were always so brief. 6 out of 7 days a week, the log entries read at home, did not go out, safe." Logically speaking, how could a young man like Lin Feng, who earns over 10,000 yuan a day, possibly stay home almost entirely, even if he doesn't go to bars or hang out? Despite being a farmer who manages crops and handles sales, she ends up doing more work than her employees and even has to work part-time as a cook for her entire family. The key point is that he was exceptionally happy while doing these things. Su Yan genuinely couldn't understand this lifestyle, yet couldn't help but feel envious. It turns out that there really are people who can be extremely content living such a simple life. Moreover, he desperately wanted to find a protectee like Lin Feng. It would be so much easier for him. To put it simply, Lin Feng alone can increase the probability of mission completion by several tens of percentage points. If the protected target stays obediently within a safe range, without causing any accidents or trouble, it will be difficult for the mission to fail. It's like in Journey to the West. If Tang Santang had obediently stayed in the protective circle drawn by Sun Wukong and hadn't come out, and had been more compliant, the 81 tribulations wouldn't have been so difficult at all. Lin Feng had no idea that his ordinary daily life was seen as that of a good boy by Su Yan. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Even without first-hand experience, he could clearly see all the fancy people and things outside when he was in the workplace. Perhaps it is precisely because I have seen so much of this from the perspective of an outsider that I find those scheming and hypocrisy particularly disgusting. That's why I chose to resign and return to my village to farm. Farming truly brings him joy, especially the moment when the crops ripen and are ready for harvest. That sense of satisfaction is something he never experienced in the office. As evening approached, Lin Feng's employees and Professor Sun, along with 3 others, finally returned from the woods before dinner. The group of men had some grass clippings on them, but their faces were beaming with the satisfaction of their harvest. Their bamboo baskets were overflowing with freshly picked mushrooms. After dinner, everyone simply moved some small stools to the yard and sat together to clean the mushrooms. Some people were responsible for picking and removing the muddy impurities, others were responsible for sorting and separating different varieties of mushrooms. They were all very busy. Let's make chicken stew with mushrooms tomorrow. While deftly pinching off the mushroom stems, Tang Ji suggested to Lin Feng, with so many mushrooms, there should be enough for us and the students to have a meal, right? He paused, then said with a hint of regret, it's a pity that Su Yan and the others were firing separately in the camp, so they didn't get to enjoy this fresh food. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei glanced at the half-full bamboo basket beside him and suggested, how about we take some fresh mushrooms over to them after we finish cleaning up? Let them taste the flavors of the mountains. Lin Feng looked down at the mushrooms in the yard. Most of them were common mixed mushrooms, and there were almost no precious varieties like monkey head mushrooms or lingzi. After thinking for a moment, he said, no need to send fresh ones. There are still 3 chickens left in the refrigerator. Tomorrow we'll stew the mushrooms and send the finished product directly to them, which will be more convenient. They may not have time to process fresh mushrooms, but they can just heat up the stewed chicken soup and eat it. He added, you should tell Su Yan tomorrow morning to ask them to cut 1 dish short for lunch at their camp to avoid waste. After all, Su Yan had been with him all day, helping to move watermelons and organize supplies, which was quite a help. Sending him a bowl of hot chicken soup was a way of expressing his gratitude. Professor Sun sat to the side listening, nodding with a smile. That's a great idea. Stewed mushroom and chicken soup is more substantial than raw mushrooms and shows sincerity. The mushrooms we picked today may be ordinary, but they are fresh and natural, so the soup will definitely taste good. Everyone agreed, and they quickened their pace in preparing the mushrooms. Thinking about the delicious chicken stew with mushrooms that they could enjoy tomorrow, and even send some to Su Yan and the others, everyone felt a surge of anticipation. Okay. Lu Wei nodded immediately after hearing Lin Feng's arrangement. He knew in his heart that the cooks at Su Yan's camp would definitely not be happy. If I knew I could skip cooking 1 meat dish, I'd probably be laughing in my sleep. After all, Lu Wei had already found out that the cook there was not a professional at all. It's highly likely that someone in the team who's relatively good at cooking will temporarily take on the role, and sometimes it's even 13 people taking turns cooking, with the main focus being as long as it's edible, and the taste is not guaranteed at all. The next day at noon, Lin Feng's family delivered 3 large pots of stewed chicken and mushrooms to the camp. This dose of inspirational wisdom completely won over Su Yan and his teammates. This is not just a simple after-meal snack, but a proper, delicious hot meal. Heaven knows they haven't eaten anything this delicious since they came to Stone Village. Back in the army, I always complained about the monotonous food in the mess hall and longed to go out and eat something delicious. But when I actually cooked for myself, I realized how tough it was to be a cook in the army. At least the cooks know how to caramelize sugar when making braised pork. If it were them, the biggest achievement would be to cook the meat until it's cooked through without burning it. Just what kind of deity is Lin Feng? While engrossed in drinking their soup, the teammates couldn't help but sigh. She can grow top-quality ingredients, cooks delicious food, and is so considerate. No wonder she deserves such careful protection. Some even jokingly exclaimed, if we were women, we'd really want to marry someone like Lin Feng. When these words reached Lin Feng's ears, he could only smile helplessly and reply, thank you, but I'll decline. In fact, he had mentioned to Su Yan before that he should take his team to eat at his own canteen and pay on time like the village doctor and the village secretary. For them, this expense was not expensive. Su Yan was indeed tempted at the time, but still shook her head and refused. The villagers of Shida village have not completely evacuated yet. Many relatives and friends have come to visit after hearing that the village is going to be demolished, so the village is a mixed bag of people. They were worried that with everyone eating in the same place, the crowd was dense and the situation was complicated, and if something went wrong, it could easily lead to everyone being wiped out. Although Lin Feng was the one cooking, and could basically guarantee the safety of the food, they, who had received professional training, all knew that poison might not necessarily be put in the food, and the risks were hard to prevent. After listening to Su Yan's concerns, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. However, every time he delivered vegetables to his family's canteen, he would set aside an extra portion for the camp. The vegetables in his family are naturally flavorful, and even if they are simply cooked, as long as they are not burnt, they will still taste good. Moreover, fresh vegetables must be washed before cooking, and virtually no one would poison fresh vegetables, so safety is guaranteed. Su Yan and her teammates knew Lin Feng's intentions and were especially grateful every time they received vegetables. Their feelings for this worry-free and considerate protection target grew even stronger. As time went by, the second batch of piglets in Lin Feng's family was nearing the day when it was time to solve the troubles of pig life. Professor Sun was in charge of the surgery. Professor Sun, who arrived a little earlier than the agreed time, shared some news with a smile as soon as he saw Lin Feng. "Once your testing center and related facilities are completed, I'll come and be your family's full-time veterinarian." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Professor Sun with a puzzled expression. He remembered that Professor Sun was clearly an animal expert, and although he was one of the founders of the veterinary hospital in the county that was quite well known in the city, it feels like a waste of talent for such an important person to come to your home and become a full-time veterinarian. Professor Sun noticed his confusion, smiled slightly, and explained, "I've thought it over carefully. Working here will definitely be good. The food will be good, the pay will be good, and the workload won't be too heavy." He shrugged and asked Lin Feng, "Tell me, what reason do I have to refuse?" Moreover, according to Professor Sun's understanding, the management of Lin Feng's home will definitely become increasingly strict in the future. This means that the high-quality ingredients from his family will become increasingly rare to be available outside in the future. Like before, when I could come over for a free meal whenever I wanted, that chance is probably over. Therefore, actively joining and becoming a member here is the best choice to enjoy these benefits in the long term. As for his work at the giant panda base, Professor Sun had already made plans. Stepping down to the second line and handling important matters won't interfere with the work here at all. With such a great opportunity presented to him, he had no reason not to agree. Professor Sun also quietly revealed, "I heard that the livestock station is fighting tooth and nail to get a job for you." It's worth noting that this is only because Lin Feng's family doesn't have many new breeds of livestock compared to the plant industry, and many key positions have already been claimed in advance. Otherwise, the competition would be even more intense. Lin Feng then realized that Professor Sun's seemingly casual decision was actually the result of careful consideration of both the pros and cons. He thought about it and realized that having Professor Sun as a full-time veterinarian would not only ensure the health of his livestock and poultry but also save him the trouble of hiring an external veterinarian. It was indeed a win-win situation, so he smiled and nodded. "Then I'm really looking forward to you starting your job soon." As Professor Sun put on his medical gloves and carried his medical kit full of instruments toward the pig pen, Lin Feng subconsciously followed him in. Although he felt a chill down his spine every time he watched Professor Sun solve the pig's problem, his legs always seemed to be out of control, and he couldn't help but want to go over and take a look. Lin Feng stood by the pig pen fence, watching Professor Sun skillfully reach out and grab a plump little black pig, muttering to himself, "We were lucky, the first one was male." As soon as he finished speaking, his movements were swift and decisive. First, I sprayed some disinfectant on the piglet, then quickly made a cut, then gently squeezed it, and finally wiped it with a cotton ball. The whole process was incredibly fast. The little pig didn't even have time to scream before it was placed in a pre-prepared isolation area, separated from the other pigs. From catching the pig to finishing processing it, it took less than 30 seconds. The way he did it so skillfully made people feel a little sorry for the pig. Professor Sun, however, didn't take this seriously and even turned to encourage Lin Feng. "You can learn it too, it's really simple, you see." As soon as he finished speaking, he repeated the action he had just taken. With a grab, a spray, a cut, a squeeze, and a wipe, the second piglet was processed in the blink of an eye and placed in the quarantine area. It's a bit more troublesome to deal with female pigs, but male pigs are really easy to handle, you can learn them in no time. Professor Sun continued to tempt Lin Feng, wanting him to master this skill as well. Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly. He'll soon have a full-time veterinarian, so there's no need for him to learn this himself. For some reason, watching Professor Sun's smooth and efficient movements, he felt inexplicably relieved and his eyes were involuntarily fixed on the next pig, waiting to see Professor Sun's operations. Seeing Lin Feng shake his head, Professor Sun didn't press the matter. He simply continued catching and processing the pig while smiling and saying, "Fine, if you don't want to learn, then don't. From now on, leave all these chores to me, and you can just wait to eat pork." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt even more at ease and watched with even greater interest. After Professor Sun finished processing all the piglets, the two of them went to check on the pregnant cows and also inspected the chicken coop and duck shed. They breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that all the animals were in good condition and there were no abnormalities. With cooking time fast approaching, Lin Feng stopped helping Professor Sun and turned to deal with the delivery. Just now, Manager Zhang from Fresh Fruit Delivery sent him a message saying that some seafood had been delivered and he should sign for it promptly. When Lin Feng arrived at the handover point at the village entrance, he was stunned. "Wow, Fresh Fruit Delivery is really generous this time." All the products delivered were fresh seafood, the most eye-catching of which was a live octopus, which weighed a whopping 56 jin, 28 catties. The size and freshness of the food surprised Lin Feng, who immediately decided to modify the cafeteria menu. Change the originally ordered curry chicken to curry octopus. After all, this kind of live octopus is best enjoyed fresh. But after bringing the octopus back to the kitchen, Lin Feng realized that tug-of-war with this slippery giant was not a pleasant experience at all. The key is to control the force applied, so as not to hurt the octopus and affect the taste, and to prevent it from crawling around. To Lin Feng's surprise, this octopus, after being transported from the sea to the inland for so long, was still full of vitality and had astonishing strength. Fresh Fruit Express truly lives up to its reputation as a company specializing in fresh produce. Its transportation capabilities are top-notch. What bothered him was that the octopus kept trying to crawl under the cabinet and even tried to climb into the drain. Although Lin Feng's aunt cleans the kitchen every day and hires professionals to do a full cleaning every month, it is spotless. But in Lin Feng's mind, this octopus crawling around everywhere was dirty and had to be thoroughly cleaned before it could be cooked. Lin Feng lowered his head and pulled hard on the octopus's tentacles, secretly marveling at how powerful the tentacles of this 56-pound octopus were at digging into the ground. Moreover, each tentacle seemed to have its own ideas, twisting and turning here and there. He also had to be careful not to let the octopus's tentacles wrap around him, and even more afraid of them getting stuck to his face. If this thing really gets entangled, it could strangle you, it's no joke. Having no other choice, Lin Feng could only continue his battle of wits with the octopus while simultaneously turning to his aunt who was helping him to discuss the matter. "Auntie, could you please get me a phone to make a call?" He pointed to the distance and said, "My phone is on the table over there where you get the food. You can go home after you finish your call, and come over to help clean up when dinner is ready." The aunt looked at the location on her phone, estimated the distance to the octopus, hesitated for a moment, and then reluctantly nodded. Following Lin Feng's instructions, she found the phone, scrolled to the bottom of the contact list, and dialed the number. She even thoughtfully put the phone on speakerphone for Lin Feng before fleeing without looking back. Before leaving, her eyes were full of apology as she looked at Lin Feng. It's not that she doesn't want to help, she can kill chickens and ducks, but she really can't handle such a large live mollusk. The aunt herself never expected to see such a large live octopus inland in her lifetime. Just looking at it was enough to make one's heart tremble. Lin Feng didn't blame his aunt at all. Anyone would be scared if they suddenly saw such a large live octopus crawling around in the kitchen. He himself was also about to give up. The octopus's tentacles were slippery as if they were coated with oil, and the force with which it gripped the ground was getting stronger and stronger. He had to pull with all his might to barely prevent it from crawling under the cabinet. When Tang Ji received Lin Feng's call, he didn't react for a moment. This should be the time when Lin Feng is preparing food in the kitchen. What could have made him call, and with such a hurried tone? Did he forget to bring the ingredients when he went grocery shopping? Tang Ji, filled with questions, had just answered the phone and hadn't even had a chance to speak when he heard Lin Feng's powerful roar come through the receiver. "You beast, where do you think you're going?" This was followed by an even stronger pulling sound. "Come here." Interspersed among the noises were eerie pop 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 sounds. Tang Ji sat up straight instantly. The sound was too strange, something was clearly wrong. He gripped his phone tightly as he hurried toward the cafeteria, shouting into the receiver. "Lin Feng, can you hear me? What happened?" Lin Feng was pulling the octopus towards the pool by one of its long tentacles when he heard Tang Ji's voice. He realized the call wasn't over yet and quickly said, panting, "Tang Ji, come to the cafeteria right away and do me a favor." He paused, then added, "If Lu Wei is free, have him come along too. More people means more things will be easier." Upon hearing that he not only had to go himself, but also had to bring Lu Wei along, Tang Ji immediately felt a bad premonition. The fact that Lin Feng specifically asked two people for help means this matter is definitely not simple. Although Lin Feng spoke fluently and didn't seem to have encountered anything serious, the rustling and struggling sounds coming from the receiver clearly indicated that he was fighting against something. Upon hearing that Lin Feng needed help, Lu Wei grabbed his coat and rushed to the cafeteria without hesitation. Tang Ji followed closely behind, asking on the phone as he ran, "Should we call Su Yan and the others over to lend a hand? More people means faster progress." The wind brushed past his ears, making his voice sound slightly ethereal. "Need not." Lin Feng gritted his teeth and grabbed the octopus, which was trying to crawl back into the drainage ditch. His voice was filled with a hint of resentment. "Just the two of you are fine, no need to trouble them with this." The truth is, Lin Feng and the octopus have indeed reached a complete stalemate. He managed to barely control the big guy, but getting it into the sink became the biggest problem. As soon as he loosens his grip and adjusts his posture, the octopus's tentacles will seize the opportunity to wrap around him, especially around his arms, where he can easily get tightly entangled if he's not careful. Want to kill him on the spot? He doesn't even have a knife. The kitchen knives were placed on the countertop more than a meter away, but he couldn't reach them at all. Once he lets go of one hand to reach the cleaver, the octopus will definitely take advantage of the gap to slide half of its body out of his grasp. When he tries to pull the thing back, he has to put down the knife and use both hands, creating a vicious cycle. Oh shit. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. The kitchen air conditioner was set to 20 degrees Celsius, and the fire hadn't even started, yet sweat was streaming down his face. Just then, with a bang, the cafeteria door was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Wei rushed in, his forehead covered in sweat, clearly having run all the way there. He looked through the kitchen door and saw only Lin Feng. His aunt, who was supposed to help, was nowhere to be seen. When Lin Feng saw them clearly, his heart relaxed, and he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Come help me out. And while you're at it, hand me the chef's knife on the counter. Forget it, let's just kill it on the spot. It'll be a little dirty, but we can wash it properly later. Right now, all he wants to do is get rid of this troublesome octopus as soon as possible. Lu Wei had initially thought Lin Feng had encountered some danger, and he was on edge when he rushed in. Lin Feng's back was relatively steady, and there were no signs of anyone breaking in, but his posture was particularly awkward. He was half bent over, his hands gripping the octopus's tentacles tightly, as if he were struggling with something. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw the thing that was outwitting and outmaneuvering Lin Feng, he gasped in shock. It was an octopus much bigger than he had imagined. The slippery tentacles continued to wriggle, trying to break free from Lin Feng's grasp. Lu Wei quickly reached out and grabbed the tentacles that were trying to crawl under the cabinet while Lin Feng was talking, pulling and shouting at the same time. Holy crap! This thing is so strong, and it's so slippery you can't even hold it. Tang Ji, be careful, don't get tangled up in it. At this moment, Tang Ji also walked into the kitchen and heard those familiar pop 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 sounds. It was the sound of the octopus's suckers detaching from the ground that made him instantly understand why Lin Feng had been so eager to call for help. This isn't processing food, it's practically fighting with a living creature. Lu Wei swallowed hard, staring at the octopus's constantly waving tentacles, feeling a little scared. This thing shouldn't exist inland at all. It's terrifying. No wonder everyone says octopuses are the #1 sea monster. It's so big, it's definitely not cute at all. Shall we have this for lunch? While tightly gripping one of the octopus's tentacles, Lu Wei couldn't help but ask, after all, this living creature was really shocking, and he couldn't quite believe that he was going to eat this for lunch. With the help of Tang Ji and Lu Wei, Lin Feng was finally able to free himself from the octopus. He shook his hands, which were covered in a sticky, slimy substance, quickly rinsed them under the tap, and spoke through gritted teeth. Eat. Eat tonight too. This octopus is so big, we can't finish it in one meal. When Lin Feng first heard that octopuses were difficult to kill, he actually felt a pang of sympathy. He knew that octopus neurons were not only in the brain, but were distributed throughout the entire body, with each tentacle acting like a cerebellum, so the death process would be quite lengthy. He had originally thought that, to be more humane, even if it had to be eaten, he would scald it to death quickly with boiling water to reduce its suffering. But now, Lin Feng sneered. He felt that he was already being kind enough by not doing what some people online said, simply cutting off the octopus's 8 legs and keeping it in the water to harvest it later when he wanted to eat it. He picked up a chef's knife from the counter and said to Tang Ji, Tang Ji, help me pull its head down. Yes, right here, hold it steady. Lin Feng wasn't intimidated at all. After all, in his eyes, no matter how troublesome the octopus was, it was still food to be eaten. Coupled with the hatred he had just accumulated, he made a particularly clean cut, precisely slicing open the octopus's skin with one stroke. Once Lin Feng had successfully broken the octopus into several large pieces, Tang Ji and Lu Wei quickly stepped forward and put the cut pieces into a large basin. The whole process was very smooth. In their eyes, it was probably similar to how smooth Professor Sun handled the piglets when Lin Feng watched him, only the scene was a bit more special. Lu Wei looked at the octopus tentacles still slightly wriggling in the basin, held them up to measure, and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Holy crap, this wrist is thicker than my forearm. It's worth